Hello everyone and welcome to Donington Park for the season start of the British Touring Cars. Let's go down and join Toka Live and Radio Donington with Alan Hyde in the pit lane and as your host and Matt Suckling in the commentary box. Let's go down and join them now.
Main commentator for the day, a very good morning to Matt Suckling.
Morning Alan, good morning everyone and welcome back to a brand new season of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, as Alan said, here at Donington Park on the National Circuit. You are very welcome and we have a wonderful day in store for you. As Alan said, we kick off this morning with our first qualifying session, which is for the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship, which is certified by FIA. Slightly different from them this year in terms of a longer qualifying session, which we're going to look forward to. So what we'll see probably for the majority of the early parts is drivers just making sure they bed themselves in and get those tyres up to temperature on what is currently a little bit of sunshine Donington Park. Hopefully we'll have more of that as the weekend goes on, but things looking very nice indeed here at the East Midlands circuit. So the drivers just bedding themselves in, as we said. We'll get down to the pits very shortly, but let's just run you through what's coming up for the rest of the day here at Donington Park. We'll have our first session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship for free practice at 9:45 this morning. They have two 35-minute free practice sessions to look forward to today before that all-important qualifying session later on this afternoon. Around about 10:40 we'll have the first session for the Virtue Mini Challenge. They'll be going qualifying for half an hour, and then we have the Porsches back with us as well. First off, the Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, qualifying for them at 11:25, and then just before lunch it'll be our second free practice session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship as well. We'll then have an hour lunch break, and then we get underway this afternoon with the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. They'll have qualifying at 1:45. First race of the weekend will be for this category currently on circuit, the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. They'll go racing at 2:30. Then we fit in the Quick Fit British Touring Car qualifying session at 3:10 for an hour-long session, and then two races to end the day, which come from the Virtue Mini Challenge and the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain at 5:05 this afternoon. So that's what we have to look forward to here on day number one. And if you are just arriving at the circuit, then we'd very much urge you to get yourselves a weekend programme, because as ever they are filled with all the information you need, with drivers. You've got entry lists, you've got backgrounds on all the championships we have here this weekend, and they are nicely priced at £8. So if you are here at the circuit, grab yourselves one of those. You can get it from the main entrance point. Of course, you can head to the little shop that is here at Donington Park to grab one of these. And if you're on the infield part of the circuit, there'll be little programme huts for you to grab these from as well. So very much urge you to get one of those. They're a great souvenir to take away from the weekend as well. So that's a little bit of background about what's coming up today, and hopefully in position somewhere down there in the pit lane. And we're going to say a very good morning to him as he joins us for the full year of the British Touring Car Championship. It's a very good morning to Josh Barrett.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Donington Park pit lane, where the sunshine is starting to come out as well. So a great way to start the year for the Toka race meetings. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship competitors are getting ready for their first free practice session, but the pit lane actually is empty of cars because all the F4 competitors out on circuit, Matt, with those first set of slick tyres.
Certainly are, yeah, and what we might see for this longer session is drivers come through into the pit lane kind of midway through the session just to change over, but of course they'll have to look after tyres and make them last for the weekend through this qualifying session and also through the 3 races we have for them once again this year per weekend. So times are now starting to come in with 5 minutes of the session already completed, and Ethan Jeff Hall is the man who has currently gone to the top of the times. He has moved over from Janetta Juniors and now steps over into single seaters, so we'll see how Ethan Jeff Hall gets on, but currently around this national circuit he has done a 106.548, and if you can say anything about F4, it is very, very close in terms of the times, and I think we're going to be separated by hardly anything by the time we get to the end of the session. So we'll keep you abreast of all the times that do come through. Into the pits already has come, by the looks of it, I think Henry Mercier.
Just going to your point about how close the times usually are in the Wearer Tools F4 British Championship certified by the FIA. Yesterday in testing, 20 of the 22 competitors were separated by 9/10 of a second, so it's going to be a hugely competitive season, I'm sure. And the quickest time yesterday in those test sessions, a 1:04.997 for August Raver. So we're a little way, it sounds like, away from those times that the drivers were able to set on Thursday testing, actually, as it was this week.
Indeed, yep. So, of course, first session of the day, so it'll take a little bit of time for rubber to be laid down and the racing line effectively to appear for the drivers. But, yeah, we are a little way away from what we had on testing from Thursday. But it is Ethan Jeff Hall, as we say, currently quickest. Second at the minute is the number 5 machine of Fionn McLaughlin. He is one of the rookies that joins us this year. And, in fact, on that lap, he goes through to do a 1:05.723. So, slightly quicker than Ethan Jeff Hall already.
It started. It started.
Track limits is going to be one of those things today, isn't it, Al?
It really is, yeah. So number 20 has just had a lap time disallowed. The 4th lap, in fact, for the number 20 car. That's Ella Lloyd, isn't it? Yeah.
Certainly is, yep. So Ella Lloyd has had that time disallowed, but she'll learn her lesson.
And
go on, give me another number.
Number 21 has just had a lap time disallowed as well. So calm down, everyone. Calm down.
Yeah, that's Tommy Harfield. So he will, for now, drop down the order once again. But
I've got something to say about the current breed of F4 drivers, the class of 2025, if you like. As is traditional at the start of the year, I do a kind of a media coaching introduction before the season gets underway. Did it yesterday afternoon, and what a nice bunch they are as well. I feel like a little bit like a school teacher, and I never signed up to be a school teacher when I started this job, but you do, because you've got the whole class there in front of you. They're all paying attention for the first 5 minutes, and then they start giggling and
messing about,
pinching each other, and all that sort of thing. But yesterday was a real breath of fresh air. The sporting nature amongst them. So one of the things that I get them to do is to introduce themselves on the microphone and to talk in front of their peers about themselves. And you can instantly see those that are used to it and they're quite confident and they can, talk for a minute and a half without any problem at all. Some of them are a little bit shyer, they might dry up and not have anything to say after, 25 seconds, 30 seconds or whatever. Yesterday, when that happened on a couple of occasions, the other drivers were feeding them things to help them on their way. A couple of things
good.
that they could say that would get them over the line, if you like. And it was really lovely and really sporting to see that happening.
It's nice, isn't it? Because some of them are probably a little bit older than some of the youngsters,
yeah.
And it kind of, and that's what we have to say as well. When you come to this sort of championship, yeah, you have to be a racing driver, you have to be quick, but there's another side to it where you have to also in this industry deal with the media. So you need to have that front presence.
It's a really, so part of my induction is to tell them just how important it is. Maybe to this point in their driving career, they've only been concerned about who's going quickest on circuit, how do you get the best lap time, how do you set the car up, how do you do this, how do you do that, looking at the technical aspects of being a driver. When you get to this stage, which is the ladder, if you like, the FIA staircase to ultimately, hopefully, Formula One, which many drivers from British F4 have done over the years, then media becomes almost as important a part of it. Yeah. And it's how you present yourself, how you talk to the media, how you conduct yourself around the paddock. It's all of those things. It is in this day and age, in 2025, it is so important.
Because everyone's watching you.
Everyone is watching.
Especially with social media, people with phones.
And whatever you put online now, as a young driver, whatever you post, whatever you write, whatever photographs you put on, they're going to be there forever. It's not like they're going to disappear. So if in 5 years' time, when you're a bit more mature, you think, oh, I really wish I hadn't done that, I really wish I hadn't said that, think about it now. Because 5-10 years' time, when potentially in 5 years' time you could be doing FIA Formula 2, you could always be all the way to Formula 1. And still those memories online, they will continue to exist.
And you can be assured that someone will pick up on it in later life.
Absolutely. Media training is an important part of the overall training process, if you like.
Yep, Alan Hyde, not just a commentator, wealth of knowledge, so he can teach all these youngsters how to get through.
Also a professor of, I felt like a school teacher yesterday, that's for sure.
Is that your new title, Professor Alan Hyde?
Yes, Professor of nothing.
See, I'd be that shy person. If I stood in front of people, but up here we can do it because I don't see anyone. I do, but they don't see me. So I'd be that shy one. But,
it's interesting. It is. I always get asked when doing sort of public speaking, do you get nervous? Yeah,
we do.
Absolutely, you do.
We're all human.
and more so when you can see the reaction of people that you're talking to, rather than talking on radio or television or up in a commentary box, when you can't actually see people's reactions. So yeah, it's a nerve-wracking thing, and these youngsters were. I have to say, for an hour yesterday, incredibly attentive.
Well done to them.
Which was really quite a fulfilling feeling for me.
Certainly was, yeah. So as predicted, halfway through the session, pretty much everyone has come into the pit lane, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, Matt, and everybody's putting on, as you would expect, sticker Pirelli slick tyres. I think the first to head out was the first to come in, which was Henry Mercier of the Argoneti Motorsport team, the 16-year-old. But I think, as you say, everybody's come in eventually, and we'll see if those lap times come down now during the second half of the session. And as Alan was making the points earlier, making sure they don't exceed track limits and have their lap times disallowed.
Indeed, yep. So as it stands, just to let everyone know how we are looking in the order, well, it is going to be the returning for this year, number 42, Rowan Campbell-Pillin, who is quickest on a 105.517. Fractionally quicker at the minute than Ethan Jeff Hall, who's done a 105.554, so 37 thousandths of a second between the top two. There's a name you might recognise in the field this year, number 7, Thomas Behrman, who is the younger brother of Ollie Behrman. So Thomas joins us this year. He is one of the rookies, and in fact the leading rookie within the field at the minute by the looks of it. So he is there in 3rd place, and August Raber is next up in 4th position. And those 4 separated by just over a 10th of a second, and you have to look all the way down to 18th place before you see the gap just edge over a second between the field. So very, very close, as we also indicated as this session got underway, and not going to have long left now to try and get those laps in. Just over 11 minutes left on the clock. I
could tell you that Ethan Jeff Hall's just left the pit lane, the 16-year-old Brit who you said was quickest in the early part of the session, and now Ronan Campbell-Pilling, who I think was quickest in that first part of the session, the JHR developments driver, the 18-year-old who got a couple of podiums last year. He's just headed out back onto the circuit on his new tyres, leaving just a couple of cars down here in the pit lane, which are both JHR development cars as well. Joel Bergstrom, the Swede, down here about to go out, as is Harry Reynolds, who's returning to the championship after doing a couple of races last year. They both head out. The pit lane is empty again, Matt, so it's all going to get busy on the circuit.
It sure worries, yep. So off we go once again for effectively the second half of the session. Nice to see Ethan Jeff Hall in the field for this season. Currently in second place. He's the reigning world karting champion, and also he now joins the Mercedes rank as one of their F1 junior drivers as well. And as we mentioned prior, he is also the reigning Ginetta junior champion as well. So nice to see Ethan moving on to the British F4 Championship for this season, and it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on with his first weekend. As we said as well, quite a few rookies joining the field, but also some returning drivers as well, and we'll touch on all of those as the weekend draws on. We've got the, of course, Teams Champion, or Teams Cup winners from last year, High-Tech TGR, with a nice combination of drivers for this season. The likes of Leo Robinson, also, as we mentioned previously, Thomas Behrman is there, and also the Red Bull Academy racer, Fionn McLaughlin, is going to be one to watch out for, because he is there currently in 5th place in car number 5. So another rookie who is doing fairly well. Across the line goes the 24 machine, still weaving there, so that's just to warm the tyres up. Martin Molnar goes down towards Redgate Corner, so over the next couple of laps we should be once again into some quick times. Looking at the screens we have in front of us, there's no green or purple sectors at the minute, which indicates to us that no one is of now going any quicker, but we can guarantee you that we will have some quicker times towards the end of this session. Nice livery there on the number 20 machine of Ella Lloyd. She was one of those in the early stages of this session who unfortunately got a track limit warning, but since then we haven't had too many more pop up, so I think they're all now starting to learn their lesson, which is good. But effectively first day back at school. They've had a bit of testing to be done earlier this week, and they've been out prior to this as well at other circuits, just to get themselves into the rhythm of this season. But yeah, when you come to this situation and the first race weekend of the year, it's always again a little bit of kind of rustiness just wearing away. So all of them now getting into that situation.
It's the same for all of us, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's why we like to get a few under our belt before the season starts.
Yes, we do.
So we're almost perfect for, I never say perfect, but we're good to go for the main event this year, which is, of course, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Here come the green times now. So the first of those is going to come from another returning driver, James Bezique, who is down currently in 8th position. He's gone and done a personal best through Sector 1. We've got the longest of the sectors, which is Sector 2. And James at the minute through there has just lost a little bit of time, but he might still be on for a better lap actually, because he's not too far away from what we have as the quickest time in Sector 2. He goes through, and goes up into 6th place, so onto the 3rd row of the grid for the number 93 machine. And as he does that, he then goes down towards Redgate Corner and has a little bit of a lock up on the right front there, but still an improvement by 2 positions for James Bezique, as we now look towards the screens once again and see if anyone else is improving. A little bit further down, we've got a couple of drivers on for better laps. The number 12 machine first off across the line, that's going to be Adam Al-Zahari, and he will go through and up into 9th place, so he claws himself inside the top 10. So that's good for him in the number 12 machine. But have any of the front runners got anything left in the tank? I'm sure they have, as towards 3rd place now goes Henry Joslin in car number 26. So another former Ginetta junior driver stepping up to single-seaters for this season goes into the top 4 places. We've got a great lap on here actually for James Bezique again. So it's gone best of anyone through Sector 1, best of anyone through Sector 2, just about to come through the final corner. Can he now go across the line and go quickest? He comes through, and yes he does, at 105.265, so by a quarter of a second, James Bezique goes to the top of the time. So there is your benchmark for everybody else now to try and find in the final 6 minutes of this session. So the timing screens before too much longer will start to come alive once again. So we'll keep an eye and see if those times are changing. We'll see if anyone's got anything in the tank to go any quicker. Fionn McLaughlin goes through in the number 5 machine. So the leading rookies effectively is Fionn on a 105.427 in that number 5 machine. And who else might be on for a quicker lap here? Henry Joslin is another one to watch, and he goes up into 2nd place. So another Ginetta Junior graduate onto the front row of the grid. And as you can see, all of a sudden, those that featured towards the top of the times early on, now starting to drop down towards the lower regions of the top 10. But you can maybe just wait and see what they pull out the bag, because the ones that have gone quickest so far might just be using their tyres up a little bit too early, because in a normal single-seater qualifying session, you want to leave your best lap right until the end, because that's where the track is normally at its best. So the likes of Rowan Campbell-Pillin, Thomas Behrman, Ethan Jeff Hall, I think they might just be still building themselves up to a flying lap towards the end here. And they have still got time to do what they need to do, because with the lap around the Donington Park National Circuit being a 105, you are probably at best going to get 4, if not 5 laps in before we see the checkered flag. So it's not all done for them just yet, as Theo McLaughlin now goes to the top on a 105.212. Went even quicker on that previous lap with a best of anyone in Sector 3 and a personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2. And on this lap, Theon in the number 5 machine has gone and done a personal best through Sector 1 once again. So he could be on to extend his margin over James Bezique by a little bit more here. The gap has come down by about 0.2 of a second, and it's now 0.053 between the two drivers on the front row as it stands. You've got in third place number 47, which is August Raber. He races this year with the Fins-Aspire Genti team. Fourth place then for Henry Joslin. Fifth place for Ethan Jeff Hall. And sixth place for number 90, which is Chase Fernandez. Chase, another one. There's quite a few drivers here moving from Ginetta Juniors into F4 for this season, because Chase Fernandez was the runner-up in last year's championship. He is currently on the outside of row number 3.
One driver I don't think you've mentioned, Matt, surprisingly not up there, is Leo Robinson, who won 3 races last year. Sort of comes into the season as the highest placed returning driver, but I don't think you've mentioned his sort of not where you'd expect him to be, perhaps.
No, exactly. Yeah, we haven't mentioned it really, have we? Because he's right down the order. But yeah, as we mentioned, he is one of those who joins the Teams Cup winners from last year, which is Hi-Tech TGR. So can Leo Robinson find himself out of the bottom kind of 13, 14 places?
New time on provisional pole.
Indeed, yep. Henry Joslin. We're almost into the 104s, aren't we now? So 105.004 for Henry. He's got a buffer of just over 1/10 of a second between himself and Ethan Jeff Hall. So all of a sudden, Ethan, who was dropping down to 5th, 6th and 7th places, has now found his time once again. So Henry into the quickest time. And it might not end there, actually, because he's gone and done the best of anyone through Sector 1, which is about a 19-second sector. Sector 2 is just around about 34 seconds. And the final sector is a very short 11 or 12 seconds. So that's what Henry Joslin will be looking for. He's gone and done an absolute best in Sector 2 as well. So give it 10 seconds. He'll be through the final corner. And Henry Joslin, can he go better than 105.004? He crosses the line, and Henry does a 104.968. So, yeah, finds a few more thousandths of a second to put himself on an extended provisional pole. But can those behind start to claw the gap back? Well, no one's really impressive in terms of times on the screen we have. So Sector 1, we've only got a couple of green times at the minute. A little bit lower down, we've got the number 32 machine, which has just done some personal bests. That's going to be Harry Reynolds, but Harry's only gained 3 positions to go now into 14th place. So we're going to keep an eye on what's happening with the likes of Thomas Behrman in car number 7, the likes of Theo McLaughlin in car number 5, and possibly James Bezique as well in car number 93, because all of those featured towards the head of the order just in the first half of this session. Rowan Campbell-Pillin is now working his way back towards the top. He's back into the top 5 on a 105.252 in the number 42 machine. So that's a starting point effectively for Rowan. But can he find anything else on this next lap? He's about to head down through the likes of the old hairpin. And already on this lap, he's dropped down to 6th place because Thomas Behrman has moved ahead now into 5th position. Theo McLaughlin has gone now into 2nd place. So that's an improved time for him, but still not on terms with Henry Joslin in the 104s. So still time for Theo McLaughlin to move up the order, but he's going to have to work hard here, because already on this lap, Henry Joslin has again gone best of anyone through Sector 1, as August Raber now goes onto the front row in car number 47. He is fractionally outside the 104s, but he is only 48 thousandths of a second behind Henry Joslin as it stands. As quick as we reel these times off, they just continue to change because cars are flying past across the line. And on this short 1.9 mile Donington Park circuit, it doesn't take long for these F4 cars to get round. So we'll keep an eye and see what happens. We've got a black and white flag now for cars 12, 22 and 7. That is all, unsurprisingly, for track limit. So those times have possibly been deleted, but just a warning for the drivers not to do it any further. Who else is improving on this lap? We've had a better sector 1 for Harry Reynolds as the checker flag is now out, but it looks like Henry Joslin is pretty secure here. There's no one really putting any good sector times in as it stands. So Henry Joslin looking good out front. August Raber is currently second, as we said. The first of our rookies is in third place, which is Fiona McLaughlin. And all the cars now which are coming through the final corner are up towards the line to take the checkered flag. So no more times will be able to be set for them. There goes across the line the number 14 machine down towards Redgate Corner. Al-Azhari has gone slightly quicker inside the top 10 now. That's the number 12 machine. But unsurprisingly, we didn't get too many better laps towards the end of the session. So most of the drivers deciding to go early and get those banker laps in. And that now pretty much gives us the grid because we've only got a couple more cars heading down the back straight in towards the Robert chicane. We've got one for the pit lane as well. That's going to be Henry Joslin, who is currently our quickest driver and on provisional pole. So Henry Joslin has got nothing left in the tank. And just wondering if you went and made a possible mistake on that final lap. No, he'd already taken the checkered flag. So everyone now into the pit lane. And that was a fast and frantic session. And we'll run you through what the times we have for you before we head down to Parc Fermé to catch up with the drivers. But for the first of our Wirra Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA Races of the Year, it will be number 26, Henry Joslin, from pole position provisionally on a 104.968. He was the only man to go into the 104s during that session. Second place then for number 47 is August Raber. He did a 105.016. Top two separated by 0.048 of a second. So very, very close indeed. Third place on the grid will be number 5, which is Fiona McLaughlin. He did a 105.086. Fourth place then for number 25 for Ethan Jeff Hall. His time was a 105.131. Fifth place, number 93, who was one of the early pace setters. That's James Pazik, who did a 105.233. Sixth place for number 21 is then going to be Tommy Harfield. Tommy's time was a 105.246. 4 thousandths off of that was then the seventh place car of number 7, which is Thomas Behrman, second of our rookies on a 105.250. 2 thousandths of a second behind that is returning Rowan Campbell-Pillin. His time was a 105.252. Ninth place for number 24 was then Martin Molnar. He did a 105.268. And then 10th place, number 12, was the car of Adam Al-Zahari for Rodin Motorsport, who did a 105.383. Top 10 separated by 0.4 of a second. The top 18 separated by 1 second, the whole field separated by 2 seconds. So what a way to start the day. That's qualifying done and dusted for the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. But down there in Parc Fermé to speak to the drivers is Josh Barrett.
Yeah, Henry Joslin wasn't just the fastest person on the circuit, he was the first one to get back to the Parc Fermé as well, so he's just been weighed. He's still got his helmet on at the moment. He's been congratulated by a member of his team. We'll see if we can have a word with Henry. Henry, congratulations, the first pole position of the year and some really quick times there today.
Yeah, thank you. Just had to put it together. Happily I did. And yeah, I've ended up double pole. See what track limits have to say, but it should all be all right.
I think so, yeah, quite a number of quick times there, particularly towards the end of the session. It seems like you put the new tyres on, but it takes a few laps to build them up.
Yeah, no, they're tricky on the first few laps. Yeah, really, really slippy, but once they're on it, they feel so nice to drive. So, yeah, really happy I managed to put a lap when I needed to, and yeah.
And what a way just for your first race in an F4 car as well.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see what happens there. I'm not too sure what to expect with the dirty air and things, but no, really looking forward to it.
Well done, a great start to the season then for Henry Joslin, who's on pole position, although he seems a little bit unsure about that still, pole position for the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh. If you've got any other drivers that you fancy having a chat to down in Parc Fermé, be my guest, dive in. We've got 5 minutes before the Quick Fit British Touring Cars come out onto the circuit. They were here just just about a week and a half ago, in fact, for the final official test. We had loads of spectators around the Donington Park circuit for essentially a free day, a bit of a treat for spectators to be able to see the touring cars in their liveries for the year. But this is when they come out on circuit for the first time in a race weekend, and that will be in 5 minutes' time. Now, Toka Live is the sound of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship and the whole of the support package over the coming season. And one of the things that we haven't had a chance to mention just yet is that you can get in touch with us. So if you're here at Donington Park or if you're listening at home online, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us, and you can do so in 2 ways. You can use WhatsApp, you can message us, plus we need your name as well. Only your first name, we don't need your surname, and please put your name on every message. So even if you've sent messages before and told us your name, we can only see the latest message that you send in, and that's on WhatsApp. So send a message plus your name, just your first name, to 07482, add it as a contact now, Toka Live, 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877, nice easy number to remember. Or if you've got more to say, then you can email us in the studio at tokalive.net, studio@tokalive.net, and some messages have already come in. We'll get to those after we hear from Josh down in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, I'm just going to see if I can catch up with August Raber, who is second. August, second position, a good start to the season.
Yeah, pretty good start. We need to look into some things, but I'm quite happy with the result.
And Donington Park is a track where you can overtake, and you've got...
I mean, I raced here last year. It's always tricky to overtake in British F4, but I think you need to put the pressure on the car in front and force a move.
And do you think that experience can come into stead in the races? I was speaking to Henry, and he said he's not really sure what to expect, as he's never raced a single-seater before.
Yeah, I'm definitely compared to the others, so I should be good in the racing as well.
Good luck. So there's August Raber, second quickest in qualifying here at Donington Park.
And Josh Barrett down there in Parc Fermé, carrying on the great traditions of the pit lane and Parc Fermé interviewer, and stretching the limits of the radio mic down there. Thank you, Josh. Good to hear down there in pit lane. Messages that have come in already before we gave the WhatsApp number out. This comes from Phil. He says, "Hi, Al and team, listening live in Lincolnshire. Hope you have a great day. We'll be tuned in all day doing garden stuff, which means painting 2 sheds. Apart from watching YouTube BTCC qualifying bit, of course." Thank you, Phil. Great to have you listening. Thank you. Good luck with the sheds. Send us a picture if you like and show us the finished article. And this one says, "Good morning, Al and the team. Really looking forward to the new season, which is going to be great. Watching from home, sadly, this weekend. From Hoppers Motorsport, the vlogger in beautiful Kendal in Cumbria. Beautiful part of the world, that's for sure." Now, I wonder, has Josh got any more down in Parc Fermé, or do I need to send myself down to pit lane to meet you, as indeed the exchange of the baton will take place?
I think we can just get to third place now. Some more interviews have been done. Is it Finn or Fionn? Finn. Okay, so Finn McLaughlin, third quickest. A good start to your season, first race in the British Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to start off P3, so I'm happy with how it is.
Racing in the Winter Series, and that's how coming into this now full championship campaign.
Yeah, definitely. I needed the experience to race and put qualifying together in the Winter Series, and now I'll try to carry that over to the British.
I know in the Winter Series you went particularly well in the wet. We've got a dry start to the season. Do you like the dry? Do you like the wet? What are you looking forward to over the year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good in both conditions. Good drivers can do them both, so yeah, I'm confident in both conditions.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
So that's Finn McLaughlin, third quickest in the session.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh, down in Parc Fermé. Make your way out of Parc Fermé now. I'll meet you down in pit lane, because touring cars are just about a minute from coming out on circuit for their first free practice session. 2 free practice sessions we'll have. The first this morning, and the second one is just into the afternoon, 12:10 it's due. Couple more messages from you, and I'll make my way down to the pit lane. This comes from Becky. Hi, Becky. Hello, please. Could you get could my friend Ash get a shout out, because because it's his birthday tomorrow. We've come down from Kirkham in Lancashire. Thanks from Becky. Ash, have a great birthday. Hopefully you'll be here at Donington Park. And thank you, Becky, for writing in. Oh, you can do that. You can message us all day on WhatsApp. All we need is a message and your first name only to 07482 877 877. Or you can email the studio@tokalive.net. I'm going to make my way down to the pit lane for the touring cars. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Matt Suckling.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, nice to hear from all of you lovely lot out there today. Keep those messages coming. It will keep Alan busy, sifting through all of those and picking out the ones he would love to read. So, yeah, get in contact with us for this new era of Toka Radio Live. It's here with you, and we are going to be here all weekend long with the first important session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship about to burst into life. The green light at the end of the pit lane is now on, and if you haven't seen touring cars so far this year, whether it was here at the test day just a couple of weeks ago, or around the UK where they've been doing a bit more testing, well, you're in for a treat because we've got some new drivers, we've got some team switches, we've got some brilliant liveries out there on the cars as well, and we're going to find out how it all shapes out in terms of this first free practice session as they head out for 35 minutes of track action. So get those cameras at the ready, get those ears listening, because as ever these cars sound absolutely magnificent as we head out on to the circuit. We've got our champion from last year back with us once again. Yep, Jake Hill in dominant fashion last year at Brands Hatch took the title for his first ever championship, and well deserved indeed. It was a great battle he had all the way throughout the season. With Tom Ingram, who in the end lost out by just 8 points. That's how close it got at that final round at Brands Hatch, and hopefully it'll be another close battle as we head there in October. Ash Sutton, the champion from the year before, was also in the mix. He kind of dropped out of contention as we went towards the end of the season, but Ash finished third in the championship. And Colin Turkington, who is not with us this season in terms of the BTCC, he finished in 4th place with WSR. But he has been doing a lot of coaching recently. He's been at many racetracks. He's been doing a little bit of driving himself. But I did see in the car park this morning, Colin Turkington is here. So he might not be here in the car, but he's definitely going to be here watching out for these youngsters, seeing what they are doing. But yeah, Colin Turkington, he was the man who finished 4th in the championship last season. So as is the norm, cars into the pit lane just to change things over, making sure they get themselves bedded in. And of course we have the wonderful livery of Napa Racing back with us this year as well. The 4 Ford Focuses are out there, and you can be looking out for the likes of Ash Sutton, who is in the 116 machine. Also look out for number 77, which is going to be Sam Osborne. We have number 32, which is Dan Rowbottom, and also the other Napa Racing car to look out for there is going to be that of Dan Camish, and he'll be in car number 27. So that are the 4 Ford Focuses we have for this year. We also have some driver changes as well, because the likes of Daryl DeLeon, who joined us for his first full season in 2024, now moves to WSR, so a new car for him to get to grips with for this season. So Daryl DeLeon goes from the Cupra to the BMW. We have Ronan Pearson, who also moves teams. He goes from Hyundai now to Toyota Gazoo Racing UK, so watch out for Ronan Pearson. We also have Aidan Moffat, who switches as well. He goes to the LKQ Euro Car Parts Racing with WSR. Adam Morgan also moves from a BMW over to Team Virtue with the Hyundai for this year. Aaron Taylor-Smith is also a man who moves from the Vauxhall Astra over to the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK team. And Josh Cook goes back to where he was a couple of years ago, and that is to One Motorsport. So they are the changes in terms of drivers, and we also have some new and returning drivers to get through as well as this session unfolds. But already cars deciding to just trundle down the pit lane and make sure they go through the process of making sure the cars are okay. And of course, with these free practice sessions, we don't normally read too much into them because there's lots of things that are being done, whether it be from a technical point, whether from a driver's point, whether from a team's point. But there's lots of things that the drivers will be doing with the teams to make sure the cars are just getting set up for the latter part of the day when qualifying does appear for this 1 hour session. It was a great success last year, and we're bringing it back for this season as well. The qualifying format, which went very, very well indeed. So the quick 6 qualifying format was introduced for the first time in 2024, and we run different sessions for different drivers, all depending on how they go in free practice too. And we'll get to that, as we said, a little bit later on as well. Just to take you back to testing here at Donington Park on the National Circuit a couple of weeks ago, as we said, we had 2 free practice sessions that day. In the first of those, it was Tom Ingram who was quickest in the Hyundai. He did a 107.799. So effectively, that's what we're going to be looking to kind of have as a time for today. And in free practice 2, here at Donington Park back a couple of weeks ago, it was Josh Cook who was quickest in the Honda for One Motorsport, and he went slightly quicker on a 107.438. So that was his time. And in fact, in that second session, he was only 0.03 quicker than Ash Sutton in the Ford Focus. So again, like most of the sessions this weekend, they're going to be very, very close in terms of the times. We've had the baton switch, the microphone, and Alan Hyde is now down there in the pit lane.
Certainly have, and I don't know if you've noticed, Matt, certainly those of you around the circuit, you may notice the LED panels. Well, we're used to the LED panels in the side of the cars because over the last few years it denoted the hybrid deployment. We had that very nice sort of turquoise colour graphic in the side of the car. That will also over the course of the weekend denote when boost is being used inside the car. But you'll notice they're lit up now, and it's a rectangle on the side of the car. It denotes what tyre you're on. So the colour of the wall of the tyre denotes exactly what Goodyear rubber they're on, but also that's reflected on the LED lights as well. And it's down to the driver to select the right colour for the LED panel on the side of the car. I'm not going to say names. I've detected one driver who has not married up the LED panel with the tyres on the car during this free practice session, but it's going to be a learning curve because it's something that they haven't had to do before. So that's just one thing to look out for, and it's going to help us as spectators over the course of the year.
Yes, it's an added thing that the driver has to think about, isn't it? And as you said, Al, they've got to try and get used to this amongst everything else they're trying to learn as well, with either new teams, new cars, and all the such like that.
It's just one more thing to think about,
just
isn't
one.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there was an email that said just bear with the drivers. It will take them a little bit of time to get used to it, but once they've got the hang of it, they'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, lots of bits of paperwork just to try and work out this new system for this year. So yeah, on the side of the car you'll see flashing, which also works as the boost deployment. So if it goes green and it's flashing, that means they are using it. If it goes white, that means that it has been depleted for that lap, or the time duration has run out. And if it goes red, that means that they have completely used it, and of course that becomes more important when we get to the racing tomorrow. So you've got green, which is flashing, that means they're on it; white, which means they've run out; and red means they've run out completely for that session. So that's the light colours, and then of course, as Alan said, with the rectangle colour around the outside, you've got the denotion of tyres. So for this weekend we're using the soft and the mediums. So with the white rectangle on the outer side, it's going to be the soft tyre, and with the yellow outside it's going to be the medium tyre. So that's how you can pick out what tyre the drivers are on. So lots for us to keep an eye on, but hopefully that gives you some indication of what's happening out there on the side of the cars. Josh has hopped up here to the commentary box. He's going to be joining us for free practice, qualifying and the races for the BTCC this year. And we've got an eventful session to look forward to, Josh, because as we said, this will be the first time really that they've all gone out there in anger across the course of a race weekend.
That's right, and it's testing is one thing, practicing is another, and then it just builds up over the course of the next 2 days here at Donington Park. As you sort of suggested, everyone's sort of going in and out of the pits at the moment, Alan.
Okay, if they select, I've just had a technical word. So if they select the wrong LED according to the tyre over the course of the race weekend, when it's competitive, then there is a sporting penalty for that. If they do it during free practice, it's a polite reminder. And the driver that went out with the wrong colour on the side of the car has had a polite reminder.
Is it a bit like that? I remember back here at Donington Park last year, it was Sam Ritchie standing in front of Rob Huff to say, "You're not going out." Is it?
So a classic moment that led to 110,000 memes online. But yeah, Sam Ritchie, who is the technical director, stood in front of Rob Huff, former World Touring Car champion, Rob Huff's car in pit lane, and this technical director was not for moving, was he? And Rob was left in no doubt at all that he'd missed the window to go out in qualifying and therefore had to stay down in pit lane. My technical briefing just came from the same Sam Ritchie's, yeah.
Do you know what the punishment will be in the competitive sessions or not?
I think yet to be discovered.
Okay.
Yeah. They know. They haven't told me.
Let's hope we don't discover it.
At lunchtime, okay, in the Toka Live studio, I have invited Sam up to have a chat with us, a quick little interview with the technical director of the BTCC, which I have to say will be really interesting because we'll hopefully cover a few of the changes, the technical regs for this year, but also find out how Sam got the job. Essentially, he's been in the job for a few years now, and he's a really interesting guy. So he's going to come up and join us. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if he's not too busy with other things following FP2, he'll come up and join us for a quick chat.
Yeah, he might have a lot of words with drivers to be had, mightn't he? But hopefully he gets time to come away from the pit lane.
I reckon he'll make it up because he absolutely adores this job. He's been around the Toka paddock all his life since he was a little lad. I remember him shadowing me as a little lad, probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old, shadowing me into the pit lane and me having to turn around and say, "Sam, it's absolutely fine. You can be with me during my time in the paddock, but when I come into the pit lane, you're not allowed." And seeing the disappointment on his little face. So yeah, so Sam will be a good person to have a chat to.
Yeah, if you dream, you can get your job, can't you? So Sam Ritchie's the man in charge of all the technical aspects of the BTCC.
Exactly that. He's going to be a good little guest that we'll have up in the studio at lunchtime.
So, quickest of the only car that's done a real representative lap time is Ronan Pearson, who's returning to the championship. He did that part season campaign, didn't he, last year? But he's in with the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK team this year. And the 23-year-old Scotsman, who was a race winner last year, has done a 1:08.624, which impressively is within a second of the qualifying lap record here at Donington Park.
The reason Ronan's quite interesting is that he is eligible this year for the Jack Sears Trophy, which was previously we've had, well, initially when the Jack Sears Trophy happened, it was for rookies in the championship, and then the criteria was that you could not have been on the podium before at the start of the year. This year the criteria is that you
I'm on the way then. First practice session of. We managed to get here on time. Getting to the circuit, then we are Trackside. Oh. The back of the car. Run. Go. Road. See, hello. Audio. Can you hear me, JC? Can you hear me? I suggest turning my gain up a bit. I'll move the mic closer. Can you hear me now? Oh, lovely. Hello. Right, so let's go for a little wander, shall we? Little wander up. Everyone's out on the circuit, as you can see on the live timing. Osborne. Lots of stuff at England and Chilton. Hello. Now there's someone I didn't expect to see for a couple of months, I did.
Yeah, good mate, how are you?
Not too bad, just fine.
Ah.
So, I'll do a bit of this. How you doing? Doing well?
Yeah, really good, really good. Just swapping 2 wheels for 4.
That's what I was going to say. I was expecting a show over there in a couple of months.
Yeah.
Have you found any?
Yeah, really cool, really interesting. Obviously, 3 different winners now with Locatelli winning in Assen. I think we're in for a good season. Should be good.
Now, what's this I hear about BMW joining the main MotoGP and Top Rank might be going over, but now it's going to Honda?
It's all rumour and speculation, and it would be unwise of me to comment.
I know, it's fun, isn't it?
It was good, nice of you to ask me questions, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, at the end of the day, before he joined BMW, there was rumours that he was going to Ducati. That's where I thought he was going. He went to BMW, so I don't know, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what happens. I hope for me personally, I'm a bit selfish. I hope he stays in full Superbike, but you know, he's got the talent, you know, if he goes to...
Yeah, absolutely, and got a couple of up where the next hour, Top Rank doesn't.
Yeah, he did alright last race. I fly out on Wednesday to Pomona, so looking forward to that. Yeah, just kind of scouting around the paddock, just trying to see how much more space we can acquire for the charity concert. So that's, yeah, I'm here supporting actually Albert Webster in the mini challenge, but he's going to come on the podcast that we do and how he gets on this. So yeah.
Let me just rotate this around so that everyone can see. Oh, there you go.
That's scary, seeing myself on a big screen. But America's one thing, now I'm on a little mini cam.
I know, it's terrifying. Although I'm having to go and then everyone. I was expecting to ramble for half an hour.
No, just today, so I playing. Yeah, it's a small world. I've already seen about 4. What are you doing? It's like what you said.
Trying to get Maddie. I thought she would love it down here.
Yeah, she would. Absolutely love it. And yeah, I'm really surprised with how many cars got in about 20 to 9 this morning. And the car parks was full. And I watch it on TV. I watch the whole kind of motors. The last time I went to a race, so when I guess 2018 and Rocky. It's a long time since I've been trackside. But wow, it's popular.
Yeah. Well, I know the last couple of years, and with me, best team, well, you know, but honestly, yes, it's not there.
Yeah, I was really cool livery.
I'm going to go on paddock walking, and I'll see you in Superbike. I'll see you.
All right, nice to see you.
No, it's nice to see you. Well, voice of the paddock show with Superbikes. Not expected to hear, Jake. About this. Here we go. Now, yeah. Hello. Sorry about that. We'll make sure my tyres come on. Okay, so where are we? Adam Morgan, Tom Chilton, they're all still out on the circuit. Also, their garages, but always I think the most open is what was Vert always got good. There's another one that we're all sort of keeping an eye on this year as well, and that is Gordon. Jesse, is my camera still on? Oh, it keeps failing to start every time if it goes off as it comes in. Gordon Shedden back with Toyota alongside Dorman as well. Coming. We'll head trackside along for the second session when Tom gets here. I've no idea where he is. And Taylor Smith, catch a lot over the weekend. Pearson, Joe coming in as well, racing good as well. It's got here, we start racing as well. Trackside, Dan Lloyd. I will get a word with Matt Neal later on. Michael surprised me, so I didn't have my main microphones on. Here's Nick. Well, all eyes are going to be on him this weekend as he returns to the championship. Jelly and Josh Cook. Now, this is going to be something that we're all looking forward to see, actually. Here's good where, in terms of all of the running, how different can be this year with now the one. JT, if you've got a microphone able to talk, you remember that last year it wasn't actually a great pre-season test, but actually this team, the first team actually won race 3 here last year. Everyone was delighted. They all fun. Well, it was a bit up and down, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. From the producer mic to a hot mic, just with a click of a button. We love to see it. Sound technology these days, and it was really a massive change and a surprising change, and a change that was good to see. I am rooting Tom towards you, JB, by the way.
Oh, where is he?
He's by Melbourne Hairpin, so I'm rooting him towards you. Back to you.
Apparently Tom's coming towards me as well. There he is! Live on here. Hello, Tom. How you doing, mate? Yes, that's it. We're live now.
Hello.
That's my one. I'll share this one. Because I didn't expect you to give a practice on. Hello, how you doing?
No, all right. I was looking. Yeah, we've got cars out on the circuit. The sun is shining, albeit overcast in the sky. I don't think we're expecting any rain like that, but yeah, it's should be in for a promising day of around the open.
It's going to be a lot of fun as well. Right, let's swap back. Sorry if it's connected thanks to the terrible connection we have here. Right, we'll talk all around. How long's left in the session, JT? Because everybody's switched and gets using the tires. 8, 13, and 18, and I really am worried. You say 13? These do nothing. 13. Lovely. 13 to go. Right, so I've already bumped into Michael Hill's voice of the paddock. Now we're sort of gearing up to find Lucy, who I don't think is actually invited guest only of JBMotorsports. Seen a couple of people hanging around that I need to keep an eye on. And look inside ITV's commentary box. We have a commentary box, by the way. It's a heads up for the MotoGP. So we get to look out on the circuit, and if we need a boot point to lock in, we have a commentary. So that's
over the circuit here.
Yeah, here, yeah. Oh, yes, we have a commentary. So that's a big thumbs up anyway. So that's where we'll be for the MotoGP session later on. And if we need a locking point, so I'll take there's ITV studio over there. I was going to dock down that way and see what I was going to see. If we've only got 13 minutes to go. I said, is that Steve Wright?
I was thinking exactly that.
I think it is Steve Wright.
Quite an emotional one, really. It's, after the
yes.
Alton Park round. I think it's the Alton Park round.
Yes, I would like to catch him, but on a better microphone. So I'm going to ask JT to return to the track noise so we can swap ready for the end of the session. Okay, so we'll be back soon. Let's head down to the World Feed.
They're all being watched today as the champion from last year, Jake Hill, goes across the line. Looking immaculate is that BMW once again this season, with laser tools down the side of it. And Jake currently just inside the top 10. He's down there in 9th place, so that's where he currently sits. Just seeing if he is the best of the BMWs. I think he possibly is, actually. Yeah, Jake Hill, I think the first of those BMWs, with fellow BMW competitor Charles Rainford just behind in 10th place.
Yeah, this is sort of what was happening at the launch day last week. The BMWs weren't featuring at the sharp end, but you never know what anybody's doing in terms of how much fuel they're carrying, what tyres they're on, how hard they are pushing as well. We haven't just got black and white flags for track limits. Now we have a black flag for track limits for car number 14, which is Ronan Pearson. So the black flag means that Ronan Pearson is not just being encouraged to come to the pit lane, but he's being told he must come into the pits and report to the officials. Whether he'll be allowed to continue in this session, that is yet to be seen. But Ronan Pearson then comes straight into the pit lane, and perhaps that's a story that Alan might be able to follow up to see if we will see Ronan Pearson in the session anymore, or because of his abuse of track limits during the course of the first 25 minutes of the session, that is an early end to FP1 for Ronan Pearson.
Yep, not good news for him on his return to the BTCC for this first round, especially in free practice. So I'm sure Ronan Pearson will be having a talk to as he heads his way back into the pit lane. Just had a really good time there, actually, from James Dorlin. So he came up 12 places inside the top 5. So the youngster who is, in fact, just turned 26 years of age last week. So James Dorlin, who, as Josh said, has been doing GT racing more recently, also took part in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain and also the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, which both feature on the package here this weekend. So James Dorlin, great lap there. As I said, to see him inside the top 5. Yeah, he was the Sprint Challenge champion, in fact, back in 2020, which may have been before the championship actually moved to the TOCA package. So it's been a few years since he's been on these meetings. I think he's been so keen to get back. He does a lot of historic racing as well in his father's Jaguars. But it's always been the BTCC that he's wanted to be a part of, and it feels like he's improved a lot from last week. He's been learning front-wheel drive cars again, been learning this Toyota Corolla, and I think he's the quickest as well, is he not, of the Toyota drivers at this early stage of the weekend, 1 minute 08.427. Certainly is, yep. So he is up there, as we said, in 5th place. Another black and white flag for former champion Ash Sutton in the 116 machine. So that's at turn 4 and also turn 9 on the same lap. So he was definitely pushing the limits there, was Ash Sutton. Might be another story for Al to try and investigate, because Aidan Moffat has only done 1 out lap. So there might be a little bit of a problem for his car.
I think there is. I just spoke very briefly to Bob Moffat, who said that there was a problem that they're chasing, that they thought potentially was a problem yesterday in shakedown, and has now proved to be a problem when they've got the car on the track. I would love to say I know exactly what problem it is they're chasing, but 2 factors came into play. One is that Bob Moffat has a very broad Scottish accent, and when you've got cars in the background, it was slightly difficult to hear what he said. But he finished the conversation with a Bob Moffat hug. So I can only assume from that things aren't that bad. It's something that can be fixed. I've just come down a little bit further from Aidan's car to Jake's car, and it's quite a moment, you know, when you see the number 1 on the side of the car for the first time. As you guys have already said, the livery, the Laser Tools livery on the BMW looks utterly spectacular. I mean, just gorgeous. We'll wait and see how much radiation you get from it when it's sunny later on in the year, because it is incredibly bright. But wow, that livery and the number 1 on the side of the car, I can only imagine that Jake had a little intake of breath, and so probably did his dad Simon when they saw it for the first time. That's something special. They've done a little bit of a setup change on that car, and I think they'll be sending him out. But Simon, his dad, is here. I was just saying, you came. It's almost like you could hear me. You came into view just at the moment that I said, I bet there was a bit of a sharp intake of breath for Jake and probably his dad as well, when you see that livery and the number 1 on the side of the car for the first time.
I seem to have something in my eye at the time.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. It's first time ever in his whole career that he starts the year as having won a championship in anything. So it's very special, and what a way to
Oh,
win
yeah,
it.
runner up in juniors, wasn't it?
He was, yeah. He actually won 10 of the 20 races that year, but as often is the way in juniors, it was a bit boom or bust. He was either winning or spinning. So Mr. Ingram, even then, was the mark of consistency that he is
on top. Yeah, absolutely. Tell me about the months that came after winning the championship, because you guys have worked for it for so long. What was the coming down period like?
I think it was a mixture of still, even right the way up to getting started this year, there was a little bit of pinch yourself, a little bit of, the way I describe it to someone is like, you're looking at you've won the lottery, you can see the numbers are right, but until the money's actually in the bank,
You haven't started spending the cash.
you can't quite believe it's actually happened. So yeah, it's just wonderful. I had some fabulous messages from all sorts of people, made you realise how many people were genuinely pleased for Jake and for me and the family and the team, and it was just very, very proud. I'm always proud of him, but especially proud there.
I know you're proud of both of your kids, and when you see the number one on the side of the car and he starts his defence year, that's it. That was last year. Now we're on to something different.
Yeah, and as with everyone in the paddock, there's a lot of work's gone on over the winter with the rule changes, the hybrid going away, changing the balance and the setup of the car. I think all the manufacturers have worked on engine development, everything that you can, because it gets tougher every year, as you know, Alan. We've all been around this championship for a lot of years, and it's never an easy championship to even be competitive in, let alone to try and win. So I've no doubt that when we get to October, there'll be a number of drivers in the mix, and hopefully we'll be one of them.
Something we didn't know when he won the championship, something that's only come to light since then. We couldn't have predicted that he was going to be the lead driver. How's he feeling about that? That's a step up of a role, isn't it?
Very much so, yeah. And it is something that he's taken in his stride. You know, obviously comes here with a lot of experience. This is his 10th full season, although he did a couple of races in 2013. 2016 was his first full year. So obviously got, you know, nearly 200 and something.
And we are back with better microphones for the end of the session, so that we can actually get on. Tom's holding the camera for this little walk around, and then we'll catch other people later on as well throughout the session. Okay, so let's go see who's around at the end of the session. We've got 4 minutes to go until the checkered flag comes out, and we'll be underway for the second session later on at lunch, after lunch break. JT is in audio behind us, and I do have a question. Can you hear me? He looks like my bishop. So I've wanted to get a word with. I missed him at Brands Hatch, or the captain nearly died. The best of moods. Can you hear me, JT, or was the interference? Okay, cool. Where did he go? How did he do that? He's fast on his feet. As we walk around trying to find him. However, one thing I might do is put this backpack in for qualifying in a different location. Trackside. Nope, lost him. How did he do that? He moves around so fast. There he is. So, I always let team members pass. Otherwise, you never know what's going to happen next. Boss is still on the track. Alan Hyde's doing my job. If you look, Tom, Alan Hyde's about to come across there in the patrol in the pit lane area. And I'll see if I can stop to, or we're in sync, and he's going to try and catch his eye later on as well. He's still talking. Alan's on Toka Live, apparently. Okay. It's always fun to know. Or a wave, he didn't see me. Well, I can see him when he stopped, so that must be a delay. The Alan Hyde live show will be a bit different. Let's go see some cars. We're Moffat electrical issue. Are we near there? Or at Taylor? Don't go left or right. If Moffat's out with electrical, where do I need to head to, JT? Oh, great, we got to go to BMW. Lovely. W time. Hey, that's not going to be annoying at all, is it? Right, Moffat with electrical issue. Down we go to BMW. Admittedly, I've made a mistake here because Tom can't hear JT on the talkback just yet, but we'll get that sorted later. Moffat's done one outlap only, I'm hearing. Hopefully that's on talkback. Lovely. Tell me when you're on talkback, so I know when you're not live. I'm not repeating things. Viewers. Of course, in the session, just to let you know, we can't cross this red line. So from that point on, we can't cross in the session. Right. Moffat. Well, there's Rainford's car. He looks like Moffat's got the bonnet up. Right, let's have a look then. Tom, bonnet up. Moffat already with an issue. Electrical. What do you? So Moffat with an electrical issue. What do you think?
Sounds as rough as old boots, if you ask me. To be honest with you.
Both not looking good. Took a technical over here if we're getting this one. I think JT, they're going to send him out for another. They're going to push him out for another lap, so we'll double check with that. How long's left of the session? Checker flags out now. Brilliant. So, hang around then. I apologise to Tom, he's got no idea what I'm doing. I'm just sort of sending him around everywhere. So, flags out. Sutton and Rowbottom, Oldsmon, Camish, Ingram. They're down on the list at the moment. There's a thing there. Tripping over everything. Only been back 5 minutes. That's, well, Ingram's down the track, but Chilton, is it right? Let's have a new thing for a second while we've got time. New tyre compounds and new ways to identify them this year. Medium with the yellow. Hard with the white. And I can't see any red so far. No, so red for soft and then blue for wet tyre. They're the new tyres this year, but they're all mediums. Where? With where? With the Nike? Or in the Blazer? Tom Gray.
Yeah, I saw recognise him on social media on TikTok. He's he does speak a lot about motor racing, doesn't he?
JT, can you confirm that before I go and door stop him? What was the quick for coast this year? Okay, I will. It's cheeky to get an interview with him because he's outside where I want to be anyway. No, he's gone in to have a talk. Adam. No, I missed him too. Gone straight into the debrief. There's his car coming in. We all know who we're trying to grab him. Say again? Yeah, go on in a second. Right now, I just have a word with him. From one Tom to another. I've signalled him.
Okay, so Ingram is a 107.364 and then 0.565 back is Chilton with a 107.924. I'll just turn my mic down so I don't deafen you because I just realised I was redlining on OBS. Apologies, everyone. Sutton third. Morgan fourth, then it's Camish fifth, Rowbottom sixth, and then seventh Doble, Rainford eighth, Dorlin ninth, Smiley 10th, then it's Cook, Pearson, Lloyd, Hill, Osborne, Patterson, Taylor, Smith, Jelly, De Leon.
You want me, JT, now?
Hall in 20th, and then 21st is Shedden, Hamilton, Crees, and Moffat. Back to you, JB.
Sorry about this, everyone. I've lost audio to JT. I think I'm back. Hello, JT. Can you hear me? See, I opened up my laptop and my iPad. Probably the smartest thing to do. Okay, that's very distinct. No pressure at all. Hello, everybody watching. He's going to stop for chat. Very dapper. Hello, Tom Gray. Hello, Josh Birch, JB Motorsports. Nice to see you. Well, you are the best dressed person I've seen so far. How are you doing?
Well, very, very kind of you there, good sir. Yes, very well. It's been a very long off season, so I'm delighted to be back here. And well, the cars seem to sound a little bit more naughty than they did last year, which is always good. And the fact they've got no silly hybrids in them, fully sustainable fuels, I'm looking forward to it.
You are quick fit coast this year. I'm not this.
I am, yes, no, I have been brought along by Quick Fit this year, which is awfully exciting. Last year sort of came along with Nick Houston, kind of made it up as I went along, and now Quick Fit have asked me to come back, so yeah, it's a truly exciting season.
Fantastic. Are you going to be up in the media centre later?
Well, unfortunately, as you can tell from my pass, I have a paddock pass on, so I can't really go into the media centre, but I'll see if I can flirt with anybody and get my way in there. But hopefully we'll have that one sorted out for round 2, and I'll be able to go anywhere I need to.
Yeah, I know we have the same issue with it as well, but honestly, they've got a cracking team.
Oh, yeah, no, they have an absolutely brilliant. You know, I've known last year as well, so hopefully we can make some brilliant content, much like yourself. Well, we can get some more eyeballs onto the sport, more money into the sport, and then, hey, you never know, we might get returned to the Super Tour a day.
Oh, I hope so. Tom, thank you very much. I'll see you around the paddock. Take care. See you later. He's out. Yeah, thanks for that. Oh, there's Miranda. Steve's got Tom Ingram and Tom Chilton. Oh, hi Steve, how you doing? You too? Yeah, me too. Say hello and been nice. Tom's got a lineup. Now, hang on a minute. Where's Chloe? I can't see her. Oh, there she is. I'll give her a sneaky wave. I'll just go to Jabba. Oh, yeah, I'm live. Lunch later. Chat, yeah. Right, where are we off to now? Yeah. So Lucy's going to be here tomorrow in our coverage because, of course, she's at the meeting for the touring cars. Yes. I think they're doing an interview. I can't stop their interview. Can't actually see where. Well, Tingram's already there making friends with Chloe. So let's see if we can drop down and find Gordon Shedden. The problem is, it's JT. How long until the next session starts? 13 minutes. Okay, cool. Because we're live. If you didn't know, we are live for every single session throughout the entire weekend here. So the Trackside audio take us through the supports, and then we'll all come in and cover the practice sessions. Sometimes Trackside, sometimes not. But yeah, we'll see how we get hold of. Would I just turn my mic off there? Lloyd, Smiley, Patterson. Hall's there too. Here's Hamilton. Car doesn't too bad. Where did Hamilton finish in the standings, JT? 22nd. Okay, not too bad. Josh Cook's car would having some work done to it on the front. That's just standard, isn't it, Tom, really going into it for the next session?
And get his photographs taken by further down. We want to get a few words with him if he's free now.
I'll have a go. I wasn't going to be rude and interrupt, but because so far they've all been very nice, including helping me. There's Chris Smiley coming out. He's going straight into his hut. not getting much luck with drivers. It's very much like you need to cast a net out. Tom would have gone into his stall. I know who we need to try and find, but he's disappeared, which is Steve Ryder, who is entering his last 5 events. Here's Shannon. I wish JT could keep reminding me how much time I haven't got. If you just keep saying that, that'll make us okay. Dan just going in to get his helmet. I also see Dorlin here as well. Do want to get how the car fit after practice. Well, of course, don't forget they did so much running here on test day. So they don't need to do as much, but what they've done is from test day they've. Hello. Flash, hello. How was the first session? Good?
Yeah, mate.
Good, good. Oh, I understand that. He says good. I'm going to take good. Qualifying is going to be a bit easier later when we come down from our position in the commentary box to because we'll have Louise holding interviews for us. So that's going to be nice. Michael Crees is here. Can I get Michael? I'm trying to doorstep and give him a wave. Didn't get him on media, did we, Michael?
Say again.
We didn't get Michael.
I don't think we did we? But it looks. I don't know if he's probably at the. He's just there, is he? Okay.
See what we can get hold of.
With the number of people waiting around to get autographs and stuff, I think.
Yeah. It's hard to. Running out of people to find. We're going to break because the session's not on, so yeah, he's debriefing. This is the thing after practice 1, it's so hard to get hold of people. Me and JT found this out last time out at Brands Hatch. Where is it? No, look, there's Tom Ingram. Just doing some work. Sam Osborne. Cameron, she just got out of the car. Napa all right, usually. Gonna work. To go on this little fill. We will try and catch some of it. Tyres coming up. Yeah. Well, for live TV moments, this is quite an interesting one to have trouble with. Tell you what, I know where someone will be. Come on. No, he's not there. I can already see up to the commentary box. They're not there. This is Tom, do you want to go in front and I'll follow behind you? Otherwise, people are going to look in the back of my head all the time. Right, what do we need? Driver. When do we want them now? I feel like, I think, do you know what? A brilliant idea here. Driver dating profile, but as in, let's get media. So we all compete and see who matches to get some interviews. Because this is getting a bit ridiculous. They've all just vanished. Holding up to Doble. And he's gone. Bang, and the dirt is gone, it seems. I want to head up to ITV and see if I can get a word with them. I know they're all there. Six more minutes left on the fill. Steve, have you found any drivers? They've all gone missing.
They're all in debriefs.
Oh, sorry.
After FP1, so.
See you later. They're all vanished. He's doing the same thing as us, trying to get interviews for the TOCA website. I'll pop up and have a look. See if ITV are here. You with me, Tom? 6 minutes to the fill. Give you a great look at the first time of the track, ladies and gentlemen, with the pit lane. If you just stay here for a second, I'll door stop. Because they left their door open last time. I'm going to nop in. Nope, no one there. That's unfortunate. Oh, I might have made up the way. No worries. After you. You right? Oh, do you want to have a word? How's your show? First time?
It's not my first time, mate.
No, well, first time back this year.
It's 4.
There's no one around, is there?
Nothing happened. No. Cars are just kind of idling around, and yeah. But we'll see what happens this afternoon. The weather's going to be interesting. The rain's coming in, but it might hold off. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fine. I'll see you later on. See you too. Now, 5 minutes left of the film. Next time we come here, watch these because these are lethal. If it does rain later, then this is going to become a slip and slide. So I hope Steve doesn't come up here, otherwise if he slips. Ooh. Well, you heard it there. Everyone's agreeing. Nothing's happened. First practice session of the year, and it's well, I tell you what, Tom, it was cooler up there than it was down here, isn't it?
It was. If you want to get out of the sun to avoid getting the sunburn, that's probably a good place to get into the shadows and that, isn't it?
That is our position for race 1, at least. We have a commentary box as well for race 2, race 3. Hi. Hi. Chloe. Right, how long have I got to fulfill with absolutely no drivers around? 3 minutes. Four minutes, okay. Oops, that lead keeps getting me. That's the same lead we've brought him down here 3 times. I'm really hopeful to run into Richard John Neal, but that'll be later on. Oh, brilliant. Dan, hello, how did that session go?
Yes, all well, thank you.
Lovely.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Lovely, lovely. I just keep walking and you'll stump into them at some point. Let's go this way. BMW don't like us, and if they've got a problem, you stay away. Again, actually, the media guy, once again, I was walking up to the media centre to put a suitcase in there. And he came down and said, "Hey, you all right?" That's the thing, everyone's friends, but it's just exactly, yeah, they got a job to do, they got to hide it, then they hide it. Right, I'm gonna wave around at ITV. I can't see anyone there. Steve was around here somewhere. Thank you very much, Tom. Oh, that one. How long we got? Something like that, yeah. I can already hear the world feed piping up in a second. I can see Steve. I wonder if I can grab his attention and say hello. I'll give him a wave and see if he comes out. I don't actually know if he will. I mean, I'd love to have a word with him quickly, but should we save that for later on? Have a quick thing. You never know, can't be. Oh yeah, can you have a quick word? Are you busy? He's coming. JT, we'll have to hold the session. That's okay, that's absolutely fine. Hello, Steve. I'm doing absolutely fine. How are you doing? Lovely. We are live at the moment. We're just going to throw over to the minis, but I thought say hello.
Hello to you, yeah. We haven't cranked anything up in there yet, so yeah, you've got the on.
Oh, it's been oh, no worries. After you. So we've got the mini challenge coming up shortly as well with their qualifying session. And then after that, we'll have our second touring cars coming through as well later on. And then, of course, we've got qualifying. That's at 3:15. And the session starts at 3:30 until 4:30 as well. Do you want to come through? I'm not getting ITV's way. So, yeah, that's how the session's going to work out throughout today as well. Throughout the whole weekend. And tomorrow, race 1, that's at 11:50. Race 2, 2:45. And race 3 at 7:25. So that's 5:25. And we'll be live throughout the whole day as well. Hello, Steve. How are you doing?
Live anyway. I'm very good. Still alive. Yeah.
Master of Phil. So, what's happened there? Why are you leaving?
Well, you get to a certain age, and you feel that that now is the time to make way for some young, thrusting presenter. I can't think of any names right now, but you know the opportunity will come up. I'll leave in about the end of June. I'll leave after Alton Park, but you know, I've been enjoying this since 1988, so I think to have the fun that I've had.
Are you going to be coming to any as fan though? And come on, you've got to come to the last race.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be buzzing around, maybe doing little bits of filming and other areas and that sort of stuff.
Excellent. Right, well, I'll be at Alton Park, so I'll see you for your final, and I'll see you throughout the weekend.
Okay, yeah.
See you later, Steve. Take care. You too. Take care.
Cheers.
See you later. Sorry, I'm in everybody's way now. Right, okay, that's one brilliant one to get Steve at the beginning. But the session has started. So, JT, I'll hand over to you, and we'll throw him over to the World Feed with Chris and Alan, and we'll be back with you for the second practice session later on. Let's send it back now.
Cars that have sort of remained in the pit lane, Matt, so everybody has gone out and stayed out straight away. I wonder if we see a similar guide to the session that we saw in the F4s, where the first part of the session really is everyone getting their eye in, and then they put new tyres on, and the pole position times will come in that second half of the qualifying session.
Yeah, we'll wait and see to see what we have in terms of times, but there is more sunshine now starting to appear, so that again just kind of bumps the temperature up on the track, which might just help the tyres get into that temperature range a little bit quicker. But yeah, many of the drivers just weave in and making sure they have what they need underneath them. The car that is used once again this year is the 2-litre normally turbo engined Mini, which is reduced power for the JCW Sport class, which we have running once again this year. We've got 6 competitors in that class for 2025, but again, we are expecting a few more to join as the season unfolds. You've got Archie Johnson out there in car number 10. You've got also Nicky Gauchi in the number 22 machine. You've got Will Crooks in car number 29, Henry Howarth in the 42 car, Ben Crossley in car number 56, and we also have the guest car effectively 210, which is Chris McKenzie. So we'll see how he goes in that class as well of the sport division.
Yeah, you mentioned Will Crooks there, Matt. He's in his first full season of racing, full stop. So he's sort of got a much larger learning curve than those who perhaps have moved up from the Cooper class from last season. So to have your first sort of full season of racing immediately on the TOCA package is perhaps a bit daunting, but we wish Will the best of luck and hope he enjoys this weekend at Donington Park.
Certainly do, yep. So we'll wait for those times to come through, as we have currently a 118.1, which is pretty much nowhere near where we need to be. So that comes from the 95 car so far of Jacob Hodgkiss. So he is about 1.5 seconds quicker, but now the times do start to improve. Down to a 1:15 already for the 95 machine of Jacob Hodgkiss. So he has gone slightly quicker in that race car consultants machine at the minute.
Yeah, and he's in his first sort of senior season of racing, because he was the runner-up last year in the Fiesta Junior Championship. And so we have a lot more power here in these mini JCW cars, but he's coming into it with the team that he was successful in Fiestas, and you mentioned some of those new teams coming in and doing so, I think, mainly through that championship, so sort of going up a level in the front-wheel drive tin-top ranks.
Someone has just gone through the gravel down at the old hairpin on the inside. So the car we are waiting to either rejoin, or someone else has just lost it on the exit of the old hairpin to the inside. So that's going to be off through the grass, hopefully avoiding the gravel, which it does. It comes back on now. I can tell he's got a kind of fluorescent day-glow yellow wheels. So we'll look at our wonderful spotter's guide and try and find out. It might be Chandler, yeah, Stephen Chandler then in his car. So that has gone off. He survived, which is good. So he didn't quite get to the gravel trap. Could be Max Edmondson. No, he's got the Dayglow wheels. We'll keep going. Oh, yeah, Stephen Chandler. Yeah, so both of those cars have got the Dayglow yellow wheels. So we'll see when it comes back round in terms of the time, whether it's dropped off. But currently now the 77 machine has gone quicker. So that's going to be Jamie Osborne who goes to the top of the times, 1:14.385. But that then is very quickly beaten by the 18 machine of Lewis Selby. So the Napa Racing UK machine goes now to a 1:14.130. Jacob Hodgkiss is the first of the rookies, as into the pit lane does come the number 7 machine, which, yeah, does kind of give the livery of the car we saw on the camera off over there at the old hairpin. So I think he had a bit of a Larry moment and has decided just to come back into the pit lane to cool things down. And Josh possibly on standby just to see if any grass has possibly been collected in that car as well.
Yeah, that's more your end of the pit lane, so I'm just making my way up for Stephen Chandler, who's in the development car, isn't he, this weekend, to a non-championship scoring car, and it's all a little bit smoky. There's big handfuls of grass being taken out of the radiator. The bonnet's come off, so I think there is a concern that all the radiator inlets being filled with grass could have overheated the engine, but the team putting the bonnet back on, so perhaps all is okay for Stephen Chandler, the 23-year-old from Essex, who back in 2018 was the runner-up in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's been doing Brit car racing more recently, so sports car type of racing, but he's had that off, as you described, Matt. I think down at the old hairpin, the splitter is still there, but it's got a lot of grass on it that the Chandler Motorsport crew are just helping get rid of, and then Stephen Chandler's session will continue. Another car with Dayglow wheels has also come into the pit lane, presumably unrelated, Matt. This is Owen Hillman, number 70, the Pro Alloys racing car, who Owen will celebrate his 27th birthday next week, so how he would like to head into his birthday week with a very strong result here at Donington Park, but not all is well at the moment. Teams are looking underneath the sort of in the wheel well, so not sure if all is okay perhaps with the suspension on this car. We'll see if Owen heads back out in a moment.
Someone who does celebrate his 21st birthday today, though, is Tom Ovenden, and Tom has gone to the top of the times. Wouldn't that be a lovely birthday present to get pole position on your birthday? So Tom currently quickest. Happy 21st birthday to him, and he is the first man to go into the 113s, but that doesn't last too long because both Jacob Hodgkiss and now also Jamie Osborne have gone ahead. So Jamie is now quickest on a 113.695. So we are gradually getting closer and closer to the 112s, which is where we expect to be by the end of this 30-minute session, which now has just under 22 minutes to go. Tom Ovenden wasn't happy being down in third place, so goes back to the top of the times once again on a 113.650. He does that by 45 thousandths of a second, so it demotes Jamie Osborne down to the outside of the front row. Then you've got Jacob Hodgkiss in the 95 machine, which is now third, and fourth place for number 12, which is Alex Solly, who is the rookie joining the field for this year. Another one that trundles down the pit lane is Ned Anthony, so he is in that number 32 machine, currently just inside the top 15. So he joins the 70 machine that Josh spoke about of Owen Hillman down there in the pit lane. But I think for now they are the only two we currently have down there, with the rest of them out there on circuit continuing to try and get some quick times in. And we need to keep an eye on Lewis Selby. He's just gone and done the best of anyone through Sector 1.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. The two cars down here, but Owen Hillman's crew continue to investigate, but I don't think have got to the bottom of the problem. Meanwhile, Ned Anthony's car's being put up on jacks. This car's had an off, I would suggest, Matt, because there is damage to the front left bumper and splitter. Actually, is there a splitter is kind of intact, but yeah, off the track has been Ned Anthony. He's hit something, the grass and the gravel that's loosened the splitter, or he's hit something a bit more. More cars coming into the pit lane, including two of our quick drivers, Jamie Osborne and Jacob Hodgkiss.
Yeah, Alex Solly, just looking at his lap as well, he was best of anyone through Sector 2, but the lap just disappeared as he came through the final sector. So Alex currently in fourth position. He moves up from the Cooper class from last year, where he finished fifth place with 2 wins. He was the Junior Saloon Car runner-up back a few years ago, and he has also had multiple wins within the Cooper class. But after a few seasons in the Cooper class, he's now decided to step up to the main Virtue Mini Challenge, and we'll see how he gets on this year, as we said, in the rookie class for 2025. He is the leading rookie driver at the minute within this qualifying session, just ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss. Those two now have been split because Josh Porter has gone through and just nestles himself inside the top 5, so that's a fairly good lap for him with a 1:13.829, but it is still currently birthday boy Tom Ovenden who has done the 1:13.627, so he is just about hanging on. But again, as we head towards the halfway stage of this qualifying session, many of the drivers now coming into the pits just to have a brief pause and see what they can do for the second part. But it's going to leave us with just a handful of cars out there on the circuit, Josh.
Yeah, certainly new front tyres are being put onto the Jacob Hodgkiss Race Car Consultants run machine. The Ned Anthony car's continuing to have work done to the splitter to try and tighten it back up after the incident he had out on the circuit. Meanwhile, Owen Hillman, I can tell you, has gone back out onto the track. I don't think the team were really able to figure out what the steering problems were. They've changed the tyre pressures to see if that helps, and then you'll be able to tell us if Owen Hillman's going quickly in car number 70 or if he comes back into the pit lane.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on him then as he goes back out onto the circuit. This is, of course, the out lap, and of course, if it's not good, he'll be back in to tell the team to rectify the problem once again. But more cars headed in. Harry Hickton, nice to see him in the championship for this season. Harry currently in 8th position, so another of the rookies that steps over to the mini challenge for this season. Definitely one to watch is Harry. 1:14.038 for him so far, as the pole sitter is now into the pits as well. Still holds on by the smallest of margins, really, 45 thousandths of a second for Tom as it stands. On his merry way goes number 55. So across the line there is Charlie Hand onto another lap in his orange Mini.
Birthday boy Tom Ovenden has just stopped by me in the Accelerate Motorsport car, and what is his birthday present but 2 new Goodyear slick tyres to go onto the front end of his car. And 24 Tom Ovenden then, one of the later cars to come into the pit lane, the driver from Canterbury, who was 6th in the championship last year, was a race winner, won the Mini Trophy Cooper Championship a couple of seasons ago, and it's been a very strong start to the day by the sounds of it, Matt, for Tom.
Certainly has, yeah. So good lap for him so far. As we said, we'll see what the second half of the session delivers for him. If you are looking out there on circuit, you can see the cars with the numbers on the side. There is a way you can distinguish the JCWs to the sport class. The sport cars have the little S next to their number. And in terms of the difference of the cars, well, the main JCW car, which has been in use since 2015, is based on that third generation F56. It was designed specifically for the use within this mini challenge. It is the most powerful model also ever to be used within the championship, launched way back in 2002. Now the JCW Sport class, which debuted last year, features cars that are visually similar. They'll all look the same, but in terms of what they produce is less power in terms of the engine, and they also use a H-pattern gearbox, which makes them the ideal stepping stone from the Cooper class up into the main mini challenge.
A lot of the cars have started, Matt, to head back out of the pit lane with their new front tyres on, although some are sort of sitting and waiting some time. I can see Jacob Hodgkiss, he's been here for a while. There's one driver, though, out of their car, and that is Owen Hillman. So not all continues to be well, I'm afraid, for Owen Hillman this weekend. And let's see if I can find out what the problem is. But obviously the team weren't able to come up with an immediate fix. It's looking a little bit smoky as well, so a real shame this is for the driver from Wiltshire, who moved over to Minis this year from the Civic Cup. And let's see if we can have a word with Owen while we wait for others to get back up to speed. Owen, a real disappointment, I guess, to be speaking to you at this point. What's the problem?
Yeah, some sort of steering issue was going on, and then I went back out after we thought we might have cured it, but it turns out it must have been a drive shaft. So snapped the drive shaft in the last corner, so that's all we can do for this one.
That will be all fixed over the race, and then I guess an exciting race from the back of the grid.
Exactly, fingers crossed, make my way through the pack a little bit.
How different is this car to the Civic that you raced last year?
they're quite rear-endy. So to be honest, in some senses they're quite similar. New experience for me being on the sequential and having the slick tyres. But you know, we've done a lot of winter testing, so I feel like I've been adjusting well. But yeah, you know, in some senses you think, God, this is really similar, and in other things it's a complete different realm. So I'm enjoying it though.
Have you still got any expectations coming into the season?
Not really for this year. You know, we're looking at the longer run. Just consistently scoring points in the mix and keep building, try and work my way further up the grid, and then, you know, next year, you know, aim for some bigger pictures. But this season's just more about learning and getting in the mix of it.
And I guess it's quite important for the Pro Alloys brand to come onto such a big programme as the TOCA meeting. Yeah, definitely. So, like, you know, it's mine and my stepdad's business, so putting us on the map really on an advertisement perspective as well as a team, you know, for the wheels. So, you know, it's all positive things on a package like this. You know, even for me as a driver, this is an absolute dream. So, yeah, I'm loving every minute of it so far, other than the drive shaft. Sure. Hope you have a better end to the weekend. So good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it.
So there's Owen Hillman. The end of his session with a broken drive shaft from the number 70 Pro Alloys Racing Mini JCW.
Yeah, not good news for him. And we were actually just looking at the second fastest times as well, because there are a few drivers which haven't set those times, which for this year sets the grid for race number 1. So Owen Hillman, who you just spoke to, is one of those. Also, we haven't had a time for the number 10 machine second time round, which is Archie Johnson. And also, we're still waiting for that of, who did we mention? Stephen Chandler, wasn't it? Yeah, number 7. So they are the 3 that haven't set a second fastest time, as we said, sets the grid for race number 1 of the weekend.
And I can tell you that Archie Johnson's in the pit lane at the moment, so not sure if that's a problem with his car. We saw Stephen Chandler, he was one of the cars that went off earlier in the session, but I wonder if also some of those the reasons we haven't got 2 lap times is due to track limits and lap times being deleted.
Could well be, yep, and another one pops up there as well. Number 18 has lap 11 disallowed, so that's not good news, unfortunately, for Lewis Selby, who is one of those who was towards the head of the order early on. He's not doing too bad. He's in 6th place as it stands, so Lewis Selby back out there very shortly to try and get in another quick lap as best as he can. In a change for this year as well, the middle race of the weekend, race number 2, is our reverse grid race. For this year, the numbers have been increased, so it's anywhere between 6 and 10, which do get reversed from the end of race number 1. So that's how the format for this year will look. As we said, the quickest times set the grid for the final race of the weekend, and the second quickest times will be for the first race, which will run through for you very shortly. But for now, Tom Ovenden is the man who has got pole for race 1 and also race 3.
I don't think all is well for Archie Johnson, so perhaps that's why we've only seen 1 representative lap time for the JBMotorsports Racing 18-year-old. He's moving over from the Fiesta Championship. The team have got the bonnet off. They've been also checking sort of around the steering part of the underneath the car as well, but bonnet going back on, and hopefully for Archie Johnson, one of the sport division drivers will be heading back out into the session for the remaining time.
Yep, 11.5 minutes we have left on the clock. Who have we got improving? Possibly Marlo Cordell, currently down in 12th position. Just gone and done a personal best through Sector 1. And also we've got a personal best for Harry Campy through the first sector as well. So I think they've done a couple of build laps, and they are now starting to get those times to reappear somewhere higher up the order. So we'll keep an eye on them. Harry Hickton looks like he is improving as well in the number 64 machine. That's the blue and pink Mini you'll be able to see out on circuit heading round Sector 2. He's just going to come to the completion of that very shortly, and we'll see if he has continued to go a little bit quicker than he had previously done. Into the pits has come number 77, so Jamie Osborne back in. So whether he's not quite satisfied with something, we'll have to wait and see. But currently second within the order is Jamie, and 45 thousandths back from the quickest time so far. So ideally he would like to be out there trying to bring that gap down as much as he can.
And he's come pretty much where I was in the pit lane, so that's helpful. He's turned the engine off. I don't know the team were particularly expecting him, the Napa Racing UK team, and he's unbelted himself, so I think that might be the end of the session for Jamie Osborne. And how much longer of the session is left, Matt?
10 minutes.
So that is a chunk that you would want to be out in, so we'll try and find out what's going on for Jamie Osborne.
Yeah, so not ideal for him, whether he thinks there's nothing left in the car, but it's still quite early to come in with 10 minutes to go. So, yeah, it might be a more serious issue with the car or Jamie. We'll have to wait and find out. Nathan Edwards, another returning driver for this year, the man from Tunbridge Wells down there in Kent, currently in 3rd place. He was 3rd in the JCW class last year. Took 5 wins along the way as well. So great to have Nathan back with the Accelerate Driver Development Program team. And he is looking one day to head to the BTCC. But yeah, one of those returning drivers definitely to watch out for is Nathan. In that number 21 machine, he's 0.010 of a second back from Jamie Osborne. He's only half a tenth back from the quickest time so far.
See if we can grab a word with Jamie. Jamie, ending the session early, is there a problem?
Well, to be fair, we did a good few laps. We got some good times in. Car felt really good, but towards the end we started to get a little bit of fuel surge. So I had to cut the session short, unfortunately. I don't know what the time's like now. I believe I was in 2nd last time I checked, so hopefully it stays that way and we can make some good progress.
How was the car before then? Obviously quick.
Yeah, car felt great. Yeah, I got held up on my fastest lap, unfortunately, but I'm just trying to save tyres.
How important are saving the tyres, like you say, not doing the full session?
Very important for a track like round here. Quite long, twisty, turny and fast. You need a good set of tyres to really keep on going throughout the race and have a good steady maintenance on that quick performance that we should be having, hopefully.
And of course in the races round here it's very possible to overtake, so maybe having better tyres but not starting so near the front could be a benefit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we can start in 2nd, we know from last year that my starts were very good. So if I can keep my tyres and manage them as best as possible, I should be able to get out and hopefully maintain a steady gap at the front.
Well, good luck for the weekend. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
So that's 77, Jamie Osborne out of the car early. Not quite to plan, but hoping they can sort of turn it into a good strategy with saving tyres.
Indeed, yeah, thanks Josh. So Jamie was 2nd, he's now down to 3rd actually because Jacob Hodgkiss has just improved. So this is now going to be a waiting game for Jamie to see potentially how far he might fall down the order. But he was content with where he was just as he spoke to you. But let's see how long that does in fact last for Jamie. His 2nd best time of the session is still good enough for 2nd. So that's still holding on for now. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But Jamie done for this session with 7.5 minutes to go. Jacob Hodgkiss, as we said, back into the front of the order, onto the front row. There's also been an improvement for Lewis Selby, who now goes up to 5th position, as down the order has fallen Josh Porter, another man who is with the Accelerate Driver Development Program team. Into the pits comes Harry Campy, a little bit slow, but maybe just being cautious as he works his way down the pit lane. He's just had his time disallowed actually, so that's for, again, track limits. Also track limit warning and time disallowed for Nathan Edwards, who is down to the outside of the 2nd row of the grid. We haven't really touched on sport just yet, so I'll give you the kind of top runners in that as it stands. We've got Chris McKenzie, who is quickest in sport. 2nd at the minute is number 42, which is Henry Howarth, and 3rd place in the sport class is the number 56 machine of Ben Crossley.
The reason 94 Josh Porter has come into the pit lane is because he has a front left puncture, and the reason Harry Campy was slow into the pit lane because he's the latest driver to go grass tracking and has a rad full of grass that needs to be cleared out by his Accelerate team. I can see Jacob Hodgkiss, who was doing well. He's also come down the pit lane. Not sure if that was planned or if he's had a problem like the other two.
Yeah, Will Crooks is in as well. So there's quite a few actually that are deciding to come in. So again, I'm just wondering if they've kind of used their tyre up and they haven't got anything left, or if they're just going to try one more adjustment to see if they can find a little bit more before the checker flag comes out. But there's no real green or purple sectors appearing. I think one has just come in from Nathan Edwards through sector 2, a little bit lower down as well, the number 2 machine. We've had a change now in the sport class as well, because it's quite an important one, because Henry Howarth has now gone to pole in that class. So Chris McKenzie was hanging on to it for the Bitcoin Racing team, and in fact he's just lost another position, has Chris McKenzie, because briefly Ben Crossley went ahead, but I think that time may have just been disallowed because he's gone back behind him as well there. Oh, okay, so Mackenzie is following. So, yeah, Mackenzie's just a couple of cars back, and it was Crossley who went to 2nd in sport, and Mackenzie's then very quickly taken it back.
It was a very brief visit to the pit lane for Jacob Hodgkiss. Don't think any tyres were taken, but he's headed back out on his way on this impressive debut for the Fiesta Junior graduate.
Certainly is, yep. So no change in the top of the order at the minute. Tom Ovenden, the quickest of the drivers, both in fastest times and second best times, has now come into the pit lane. So that might be his session done as well. But he's still got the 45 thousandths of a second in hand over Jamie Osborne. Now, I did say that Jacob Hodgkiss went to second. Well, that time I think has been disallowed as well, because he's now not second anymore. And of course, it's not an improvement for Jamie Osborne because he's in the pit lane. So Jacob's time has been disallowed, the first and continuing to be of many, because another black and white flag for Chris McKenzie. We've got a track time being disallowed for the 64 machine of Harry Hickton. So yeah, the times are being disallowed here as a few have run wide through the final corner. Bit of dust being kicked up as Lewis Selby and also Albert Webster now head for the pit lane. So as it stands with 4 minutes to go, let's just run you through the top 10. It's Tom Ovenden who is quickest. Jamie Osborne is second. Nathan Edwards in the 21 machine is third. Lewis Selby, car 18, is fourth. Fifth place, number 94, is Josh Porter. Sixth place, number 95, and the first of the rookies is Jacob Hodgkiss. Seventh place then for 33 currently is Max Edmondson. And then behind that you've got Harry Hickton, Alex Solly and Marlo Cordell in car number 27 in 10th position. But again, Marlo is in the pit lane. So I think half of the top 10 are in the pits. The other 5 continue to be out there on circuit. Cameron Richardson is now another one of those who heads for the pit lane down in 13th position. In terms of the sport class, well, it is, as we gave it to you, with Henry Howarth now at the head of that. Second is Ben Crossley and third is Chris McKenzie. Just had an improvement for Stephen Chandler, so he has gone now into 12th place. So that's a good lap for Stephen, who found himself over there on the grass, a little bit wide and leery in the early stages, but Stephen is starting to find his feet once again with just under 3 minutes to go. Ned Anthony has now just had a lap time disallowed for track limits. He remains down there in 16th position. Got a couple of green sectors coming through Sector 1. We've got a few absolute best in terms of speeds as well through Sector 1. That's come from Lewis Selby before he came into the pit lane, which was equalled by Jacob Hodgkiss. So both of those very quick through the first sector at 124 miles per hour. Here's the exuberant colours which we've been used to for Harry Hickton for a couple of seasons now, not in this championship, but in the other championship he has been racing in. So great to see those colours now heading over for Harry Hickton, but he has also decided to head into the pit lane. I'm going to mention Tom Ovenden in a minute, but first let's head down to Josh.
Well, I'm going to mention him because he's just got out of the car, so he's decided to end the session there. So as you say, there's a few quick guys out there, but Tom's been intently watching the timing screens and has decided he won't go back out into the session. Not sure if we tempt fate talk to him now or once the checkered flags come out, Matt.
Yeah, we've got a minute and a half, so he probably, I think we should maybe safely say is okay, but you never know. There might be one last charge from someone a little bit lower down the order. Tom Ovenden, who was on pole position here last year actually at Donington Park, Matt Salisbury informs me, so he's looking to do the double at this circuit. As we said, his 21st birthday today as well, so everything at the minute looking good for Tom. He's got another one which won't be set in a time coming down the pit lane now, so that's another one ticked off the list for Tom. That's Jacob Hodgkiss, who has come into the pit lane. And again, just keeping an eye on times here. Again, there's a few green sectors. Just had an improvement for Harry Campy. So Accelerate Motorsports, Harry Campy is in 15th place. It was a personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2 for him.
Well, Tom's standing next to me now. 30, happy birthday, Tom. What a way to spend your 21st.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always nice to spend it at race weekend, for sure. I did it last year as well. And hopefully, I think we've got another 45 seconds. Yes. And hopefully it's going to get much better in a minute as well.
Tell us, obviously the car's running really well, really fast today.
Yeah, we've been. I've been really pleased. The team, myself, Joe, the whole team's been working really well. On Thursday, worked really hard to get me and the car in a good place, and I'm just hoping that's enough. To bag us the first pole of the year. That's the plan.
And I think coming back into the season where there's a lot of new drivers joining, so the experience factor, that's hopefully for you going to play into your ball.
It should do. You know, definitely put a bit of pressure on myself before this year to try and get the maximum out of what I know I can achieve. So just going to work at that all year really and see where we end up.
And I guess, like you say there, the championship is the aim.
100%, 100%. Wouldn't be in it if it wasn't, so yeah, definitely.
But the checkered flag is out, so I didn't get word from Matt if anything's changed. Which I don't think.
We're all good.
No, we're all good, Tom, so I think that is the pole position, so congratulations.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers, thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you later on the podium.
Hopefully, thank you. Cheers.
So, 21st birthday for Tom Ovenden and pole position for round 1 of the Virtue Mini Challenge.
Certainly is, yep, the man who won the 2023 Cooper class. He took a few wins last year in the JCWs, just one actually, but he finished 6th in the championship. So Tom Ovenden getting his season off to a cracking start. I think the only one we were looking at possibly to improve was Nathan Edwards in 3rd, but he did a much slower sector 1. So he is going to be heading yet for the pit lane. The cars on the track will take the checkered flag, but none of them looking to improve. So, yeah, we can safely say that Tom Ovenden has done the job for the first pole of the year. He'll be on pole for race 1 and race 3 because his second best time, of course, is what will set the grid for race 1. So that was, in fact, only 10,000ths of a second slower than his best time. So it was a consistent couple of laps, which has given Tom Ovenden pole position for race 1 and race 3. Of course, he'll have the reverse grid race 2 to deal with as well, to see where he starts between 6th and 10th on the grid, but still good start for Tom Ovenden. He did a 1:13.650. Second on the grid will be that of Jamie Osborne. So although he came into the pit lane fairly early in the session with about 10 minutes to go, he is still secured on the front row of the grid with a 1:13.695. Third place and returning again to the championship for this season is Nathan Edwards, 1:13.705 for him. Behind that, Lewis Selby in the Napa Racing Machine. He did a 1:13.809. Then further back from that, in 5th position was 94 Josh Porter, 1:13.829. Jacob Hodgkiss, the first of the rookies, was there in 6th position, 1:13.864 for him. Then behind we had Max Edmondson, second of the rookies, 7th place overall, 1:13.939, which was identical in terms of his lap time to Harry Hickton. But because Max said it first, he gets the position on the grid, and Harry Hickton will have to start 8th place overall and 3rd within the rookies. Alex Solly was next up in 9th place. That's car number 12 on a 1:14.091. And then 10th place, number 27, was Marlo Cordell on a 1:14.111. And the top 10 covered by less than half a second, Josh.
We spoke to the top 2, so let's try and speak to Nathan Edwards, who was 3rd quickest. Nathan, 3rd there. Are you happy with that to start the season?
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm a bit gutted with not getting pole, but 3rd's still pretty good. We got Tom up there as well on pole, so well done to him. He got pole here last year, so I suppose it's right that you got it here as well. But no, it's a good place to start. It's going to be ultra close. We're half a tenth off pole and we're 3rd. Yeah, we need to tune the car up a little bit, but if we can do that, then we should be racing.
And Donington Park is a great circuit for racing. It's certainly a place where you can overtake.
Yeah, I think there's a few people around us that will get their elbows out, and we just need to keep it clean, get some good points. We're here for points this weekend. Yeah, it'd be nice to get a race win if we can do that as well. But no, we'll keep it going for the race this afternoon and see what happens.
And as you made reference to there, the championship looking super competitive this year. The grid's a bit bigger again, so it's going to be very tough to come out on top.
Yeah, once Dan Zelos left the grid, I think everyone's thinking, it's my year. But no, we'll keep it clean. It's nice to have Tom up there as well, so we can work together and bring home a 1-2 for Accelerate, hopefully.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
So there's Nathan Edwards, 3rd quickest. We're trying to, I think you said Henry Howarth was quickest in the sport division, didn't you, Matt?
Let's have a quick look. Yes, he was still there first, yep.
And he is standing next to me, just having his pole position photographs taken. Then we will grab a word with Henry, since it means I don't have to walk very far either, which is helpful. Henry, congratulations, pole position in the sport division, well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We looked really good in testing, so I'm glad we managed to transfer that to qualifying to get pole position.
Tell us about how the track was, how the car was handling.
Yeah, it was really well. We had a really good balance in the car, so not too sketchy down the crater curves, but enough that it rotates through the slower speed corners, which was a really good, well-balanced car. So, yeah, big thanks to James for that car, because it's a mega throughout the track. A bit more time than we thought, but apart from that, not much to say.
Quite a few drivers had offs, I think, particularly through the crane curves and the old hairpin. How difficult is it in one of these cars around that the track?
It's definitely sketchy, it's fair to say, because we've got sort of that edge like the JCWs do, but we've got less power, so we're flat out down there. We do not lift at all. Well, I certainly don't. So yeah, you can get moments where we'll step out, and it's quite hard to get back at that point. So yeah, it's not a big surprise that people for the moment there, but yeah, fortunately I managed to put the lap together, and that's me sorted now.
Well, a good weekend and well done to the pole position.
Right, thanks a lot.
So it's Henry Howarth on pole in the sport division, Matt.
It's Alan. Anyone else you want to chat to down there? Josh, you've got a few minutes before our next session.
I'll go to the main
underway.
part of Park Fermi and see how we get on.
Okay, mate. 11:25 is when we have our next qualifying session. It is for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. We've got 2 Porsche Championships represented this weekend for the opening meeting of the year. Later on this afternoon, at around about 1:45, after we have our lunch break, we'll have qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. But Porsche Sprint Challenge is up next on track, and all of it here live on Toka Live.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
With a chance to hear from you as well on WhatsApp. All we need is your message and your name, just your first name. We don't need your surname, but do put it on every message. If you've sent us messages before and given us your name, you still need to leave your name on the message now, because we only see the latest message that you send. So your message plus your name on WhatsApp to 07482. In fact, if you're coming to a few meetings this year, or you're planning on listening to a few online, pop it in your contacts as Toka Live 07482 877 877. Or if you've got something more to say, you can email us a slightly longer message, studio@tokalive.net on email, studio@tokalive.net, and you'll get straight into the studio here. How's the rest of the day looking? Well, we've got qualifying coming up over half an hour for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. We've then got the second free practice session just into the afternoon. 12:10, we've got free practice for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Then we're into the lunch break. Hopefully we'll have a few guests coming up here to join us in the studio, play a bit of music as well to guide you through the lunch break, and then we'll be back on track for qualifying and racing this afternoon, with at 1:45 qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. Then we get racing underway for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. An hour of qualifying, our new qualifying format from last year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, 3:10 this afternoon until 4:10, and 2 races to finish off the day, the Virtue Mini Challenge and the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Josh Barrett is down in Park Fermi.
Yeah, we spoke to the top 3, so next best was Lewis Selby, 4th quickest. Lewis, you happy with the start of the season?
I'd like to have been in the top 3, but you know, it's only my own fault. I didn't quite hook up a lap. I think all sectors were quite good, but I just didn't deliver one whole lap. But yeah, certainly an improvement on last year. Nice to see my teammate on the front row. So overall for Napa Racing, yeah, very pleased with that.
And the championship hasn't got any less competitive this year, with lots of new young drivers coming into the championship.
No, certainly not. Some of those have got some very good pedigree from previous championships. Some of the, I think there's 2 behind me, Max Edmondson and Jacob Hodgkiss. Both of them have been certainly proved themselves in other championships. So yeah, I look forward to racing with those guys. It'll be good fun.
And I guess you're hoping your experience in these cars over race distance can sort of come into your own in those races this weekend.
I hope so. I hope my age isn't going to slow me down though, so you never know. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's great to race with new guys. It's great to see the championship attract drivers like that calibre. So yeah, he's looking forward to the year.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So there's Lewis Selby, 4th quickest in the Virtue Mini Challenge here at Donington Park.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett down in Park Fermi here at Donington Park. That's the exit end of pit lane, just on the left-hand side as you get to the exit of the pit lane. On what is a sunny day. It's sunny, it's bright, it's perfect conditions to get the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship year and all the support races underway.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
And before we get the Porsche Sprint Challenge that are beautifully lined up just to the left of us on the commentary box on the Grand Prix circuit, part of the Donington Park circuit, which of course we'll be coming to later on in the championship season. We go once on the national circuit and once on the Grand Prix circuit. It gives a good deal of variety over the course of the year. But of course, when we're on the national circuit, that's where the cars line up on essentially the pre-grid before we get them coming into pit lane and get the qualifying session underway, which is now just about 7 minutes away, so enough time to get to a few more of your messages on WhatsApp. This one is from Reese. Hi Reese. Hi all, I'm listening in today from work and then managing to watch quali on the way home later. That'll be on YouTube, of course. Lovely commentary as well. Thank you, Reese. That's Matt and Josh that are taking care of our commentary over the course of this weekend on Toka Live. This one says, hi Alan and team, listening live in Lincolnshire. Hope you have a great day. Be tuned in all day. Oh, this is from Phil that's doing the gardening stuff. Have you finished? Have you finished the shed already? I mean, that's a very bright blue. That's almost a Max Hall blue.
Laser tools blue.
It is a laser. The only thing we're missing from the laser. It's not as shiny, but it's certainly as blue. No question about that. This was the finished one yesterday from Phil in Lincolnshire. Phil, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for sending in a picture. This one says, it's from Martin. Hi, Martin. Good day, guys. Please can you say hello and welcome to Mick, Nevin and Derek. They just got to the racetrack. Thank you. And that comes from Martin. You're more than welcome and great to have you here, guys. Hi, Alan. Just out of curiosity, is Thomas Bierman or Tom, is he related to F1 driver Ollie? Could I be wrong? Alex, you're not wrong. It is the younger brother of Ollie Behrman, and it's great to have him in the British F4 Championship this year. Let's see how many more messages we can get in because the Porsches are on the way to pit lane. This comes from James and from son Benjamin. Hi, Donington. Awesome to see the touring cars out on track. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Of that, James and Benjamin, we are absolutely assured. And thank you for listening, and thank you for writing in as well. This one says, great to see Flashback this year. Great to see Flashback this year. And even better to see all 4 of Tingram's wheels on the car so far. That's from Andy Martin and Freddie that are down there at Starkey's. Great to have you here, guys. Tingram fans, I'm sure there are many here at Donington Park. Ash and Stuart, first time here today. Thanks for having us. Ash, Stuart, thank you for coming. Absolutely superb to have you here at Donington for the start of the year. We're in for a great weekend, that's for sure. This is from Alfie. Great to be back. Come with my mate Alex and his dad Dave. Glorious weather, glorious racing. P.S. Glad to hear you on comms again, Alan. Thank you very much indeed, Alfie. That's very kind of you. Thank you. It's nice to be back here. Hi, this is Richie, Barney. Daniel, my 7-year-old son, is on his first visit to Donington, my second. I also came as a child. He's loving the action around the 3-wheeled action around the fast corners. Looking forward to the racing. Yep, that's just what we can dish up in the BTCC. And this one comes from, it says, hi, I'm Nathan from Liverpool, sports media student at the Stephen Gerrard Academy. Can't wait for the 2025 season. Could you give my podcast a shout out? It's called Behind the Wheel, only on Instagram, but hopefully coming to Spotify soon. I've already had Sam Osborne on, still have 4 more drivers to be my guests at some time this season. Nathan, well done. Great to have you on a podcast. I know there are more and more opportunities to hear from drivers with social media. Very, very prevalent to watch drivers doing videos over the course of the race weekend. Many have got social media teams that are busy working over the course of the weekend. So great to hear that you're getting your voice out there with the Behind the Wheel podcast. Nathan, I'll try and have a little listen to that after we've finished a busy weekend here at Donington Park. Right, our next cars are out on circuit. We've got this session underway. It is the final qualifying session before we have the Quick Fit British Touring cars back out. They complete the out lap, so the first car's coming across the line now, completing the green flag lap for the start of qualifying. So let's get back over to Matt Suckling qualifying for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB.
Thanks, Alan. Yep, so we're underway with qualifying. Great to hear your messages. And it's nice to hear that so many people are happy to be back, isn't it? They're all looking forward to a great weekend. We have to wait through the long winter months, but there's always a shining light at the end of it.
Gets longer every year, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
This felt like a long winter. Didn't it?
Probably because the weather's been rubbish, that's probably why. But,
the weather has been rubbish.
But it's good for this weekend, and it's better than what we had here last year. I just remembered that, actually. It was a horrible weekend last year, wasn't it, in terms of the weather?
It was a really difficult weekend for everybody concerned. The teams, we chatted about nothing for 5 hours last year on the Sunday, walking around the paddock, going into motorhomes, really testing the strength of the radio mic. But the amazing thing is that despite all of those challenges, and think about it, for the circuit staff and everybody involved in putting on a race weekend, we got there and delivered a race meeting from 2 o'clock until just shy of 8 o'clock in the evening, wasn't it, last year? But none of that this year, because we've got a great weather forecast. If you are sitting at home and wondering whether to come to Donington Park, just do it. Just do it. You'll have a great day.
Indeed, yeah, we'll leave that in the past from last year because we are looking forward to a fabulous weekend, which has already delivered so far this morning with the qualifying sessions we have had. And as Alan said, we now turn our attention to the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, which is back on the package for this season. It's now in its 6th season after it was successfully introduced in 2020 and exclusively now on the TOCA package for this year, and as it has been for the last couple of seasons as well. And we've got the two classes that we have now within Porsche Sprint Challenge. We have the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, which is the main class of this championship, and then we have, of course, the Cayman GT4 Club Sport, which is not the RS variant, so that is the one that runs with both Pro and AM divisions, and the same can be said for the RS Club Sport category as well. So lots of different drivers, lots of different classes, and lots of great racing to look forward to, because Porsche always deliver great racing, and we've got another healthy entry for this year as well. I think 23 have ventured out onto the circuit so far, and of those, it is the 99 machine of Joe Marshall which is quickest. So Joe has set the quickest time of the session as it stands. But again, this is another lengthy one, 30 minutes of qualifying to look forward to. So they've got plenty of time to get out there, get the laps in, come in, make some changes, head back out and do it all again for a second time, Josh.
And two cars have already done that from clean racing. Toby Trice and Matthew Cole-Henny came in at the end of the outlap in qualifying and made some small setup changes and then headed back out onto the track. Two drivers who should be near the front of the pack. Matthew Cole-Henny was last year's runner-up in the RS AM division, and Toby Trice, twice an overall winner in the Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. So two drivers to look out for now they're back onto the circuit.
Indeed, yeah, and for those who like the specifications of the cars, well, I can tell you the RS Club Sport is with the 4-litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted boxer engine. It's derived from the engine which is found in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, and this one produces somewhere in the regions of 500 PS and 465 NM, so that is the quicker of the two cars. And then, of course, we have the 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, which is the less powered and slightly smaller engine, 3.8-litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted, once again, boxer engine, produces 425 PS and 425 NM. That uses the 6-speed gearbox, which is optimised for racing. And then we have the RS Club Sport, which is the 7-speed gearbox, which is the short ratio gears that it has in it. So they are the kind of the engines and the speeds that we'll have from the cars across the course of this season once again. But it is the RS that will predominantly be finding themselves towards the head of the order. So we'll see how things unfold, but for now, as it was Joe Marshall quickest, he's already suffered and dropped down to 4th place, because up to the top has now gone the 27 machine of Jacob Toffs. So the man who races with Graves Motorsport goes quickest by just over 1/10 of a second from Tom Bradshaw, who returns to the championship this season in car number 43, and then we've got up there in 3rd place now the number 11 car of Ben Mulryan, who goes on a 1:07.670 to the head of the 2nd row of the grid. Dan Zelos joins the championship for this year. He is a former mini challenge champion, but Dan looking for a different avenue for this season and has switched over to the Porsche Sprint Challenge for 2025 and not done a bad job so far. He's up into 4th position, but we're trying his hardest now to hold on to that as best as he possibly can. He's only got 0.07 of a second in hand over the 88 machine of now Ollie Meadows, and Ollie in fact leads the AM division within the RS class, so he is the quickest of those so far. But already, by the looks of it, Ben Mulryan into the pit lane, and I'm hoping that is not for any major drama.
It was coming slowly down the pit lane, and when Ben has stopped, he's thrown his hands in the air, so that would suggest all is not well. I'm afraid, yes, there's lots of shouting, so I'm going to keep the microphone at a distance, I think. Not all is well for Ben Mulryan. There was a car that went past us about a minute and a half ago, so it could have been Ben's car. that when it went up a gear made a very bad noise. So whether that was Ben's car, I'm unsure at this stage, but the thing that I can say for sure, Matt, is that car is in the pit lane and in trouble.
Yeah, and as you said, from the reactions from Ben behind the wheel and from the small sounds we got in the background, he is not too happy with either what he's done or what the car has done. So Ben, after a good start to the session, now finds himself in 4th place. He's the only man who is in the pit lane as it stands. So if it is a quick fix, I'm sure the team will do their best to get it back out. But the Toro Verde GT team will be hard at work to make sure that the problem is rectified. And of course, while he sits there, he might start to lose a few places to those around him as well.
Yeah, the team have told him to turn the engine off, but he stayed in the car. There's a member of the Toro Verde team underneath the rear of the car, which could suggest it's gearbox or engine related, I'm afraid. But the team haven't got him to get out yet. Ben Mulrine, who's just 17 years of age, from Ireland. He was 3rd last season in the CS Pro division. He's moved up, though, into the faster RS division for this year, and was hoping to have a good season, I'm sure, the teenager, but the laptops are out now to see what the problem might be with this Cayman.
Yep, so last year's champion Seb Hopkins has moved on to the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for this season. So we'll see how Seb gets on a little bit later, but he has moved on, which now opens the door for potentially a new champion to grace at the top of the standings at the end of this 2025 season. In this session, though, it is still the 27 machine of Jacob Toffs who is quickest by that 10th of a second. New second place car now is Joe Marshall, though, so 1st and 2nd they do currently sit. Tom Bradshaw 3rd, and Ben Mulrine still holding on for now in 4th position. A little bit lower down, of course, that's where we see the Club Sport division, and in the Pro category it is what looks to be Jonathan Moore who is quickest there. Just ahead at the minute of the 29 machine of Jason Baker. 3rd within Club Sport is then still the Pro division, and that's Lydia Walmsley. She used to race within Minis, but again, for her, a new challenge for this year. Nice to see Lydia back out there on circuit. She joins actually a couple of females who are racing within this championship for 2025. The other one of those being Hannah Chapman, who is just behind Lydia. She also finds herself in the Club Sport division for this season, but she's in the AM category. But she's 4th within the class. She is 1st within the AM division. So Hannah Chapman doing a good job as well in the 44 machine.
Not forgetting Amy Watts, who's the 3rd female driver. I was hoping Patrick might be down here, but I don't think he is. So Amy Watts is the daughter of former British touring car driver Patrick Watts. One of the cars you mentioned has just come into the pit lane, Jason Baker, in the Touch Hill UK car. Jason returning to racing after a few years off. He was the runner-up in the 2019 Ferrari Challenge, so he's moved manufacturers for his return to racing, and it sounds like, I think you said he was well up the order, something like 2nd in class.
Certainly is, yeah. So great to have Amy out there, as we said. She's done a lot of, is it C1 racing, isn't it, I think? So she's got a lot more power under her right foot for this year.
More Mazdas lately, that's been her, and she was a runner-up in her class last year, so, and she's raced historic minis, and she was at Goodwood, I think, last weekend, no, 2 weeks ago, in Alex Brundle's Mini Cooper S. So she's had lots of experience, but yeah, this would be a big power jump for her. Into the pit lane has come Joe Marshall, who at one point was quickest in the session in the Team Parker Racing car, a double winner in this category before. Also into the pits has come Tom Bradshaw, a 4-time winner in this category, and Dan Zelos, as you mentioned, the multiple mini champion, raced part season in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship last year. He's also into the pits, as is Ethan Hamilton. And 19, Daniel Lewis, who's making his debut this year, former race winner in the Fiesta Junior Championship. But lots of the quick runners, like we've come to expect from the qualifying today, Matt, making their way into the pits at around half distance.
Certainly are, yeah. They seem to go for about 10 minutes, then they come in just as we kind of head towards the halfway stage and then do their little checks and change of tyres and head back out. But yeah, just as we've been speaking, Tom Bradshaw now has gone quickest. So the man who's had just one pole position within this championship is now currently on provisional pole. I do like the livery on that car as well this year. It's a little bit different to what he had last season. So that's one to look out for in terms of Tom Bradshaw. He's now just gone ahead of what was the quickest, that is Jacob Toff. So 1st and 2nd they both find themselves. Joe Marshall sits in third place, just ahead of Toby Trice, who's back in the championship for this season once again. And then Ben Mulryan and Dan Zelos find themselves on the third row of the grid. And we've got a red flag by the looks of it as well. So there is something that's happened around the circuit. I'll do the looking, Josh. You do the talking.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Dan Zelos was having some new sticker Michelin tyres fitted to his car, but with this red flag, come on, I guess not a bad point for those who didn't cause the red flag, because that means they can be in the pit lane, put some new slick tyres on. But a drama for whomever has caused our first red of the season at TOCA events in 2025.
Yeah, and it looks like it's down at the old hairpin, but I can't really see. Oh, there you go. Get the mouse to move. And what have we got in there? Well, the telehandler is on his way to it, but I can't quite see until the camera zooms in who or what it might be. But there is a car in the gravel down at the old hairpin, and we'll try and do the process of elimination to see who doesn't come back into the pits.
OK, well, they're still trickling in at the moment, aren't they? 52 has just come in, which is Alistair Weston. Who is making his debut this year in the championship, moving over from motorcycle racing from a few decades ago, I think, so returning to racing, but of a very different sort. Also into the pits has come one of our front runners in the session, Jacob Toffs, the 21-year-old who won the AM division last year, but sounds like going very quickly in his first race as a pro driver in 2025.
So we've got two more cars to come in, and then we'll be able to tell you who is down at the old hairpin. There's Reece Summerfield, and there is Ollie Cotton by the looks of it. So process of elimination now done. It means that we have lost, unfortunately, Karim Sakat for Breakill Racing, who is down there in the gravel at the old hairpin. I can't quite see if he's possibly collected something, but there shouldn't be anything down there. So I think it's just been a moment for Karim, which has seen him off into the gravel. But yeah, hopefully no major damage. The marshals are trying to push the car, but that's not going to work. So I think we will need the telehandler and also the flatbed to recover that car. So under this red flag, the clock does come to a stop. We had 17.5 minutes left on the clock, and with that, quite handily, most people were already in the pit lane, so it doesn't really affect them too much, as they all sit down there in, as always, lovely liveries. Great liveries this year once again, which just glint in the sunlight, which we have down in the pit lane. But yeah, they'll be waiting now with bated breath to get back on with this session. But it's Tom Bradshaw who is currently quickest by just over 0.05 of a second. So he is the quickest. Jacob Toffs is there in second place. Third place then is going to be the car of Joe Marshall. Fourth place, number 22, is Toby Trice, and then Ben Mulryan, Dan Zelos. Then we have a Harvey in the field, not Tim Harvey, but Samuel Harvey. He is there in 7th position. Then we have behind that in 8th place, that's going to be the 25 machine of Matt Kyle Henney. And Matt actually leads the AM category within the RS class that we have for the Sprint Challenge. So he is there in 8th place. 9th place then, and 2nd within RS AM. That is going to be the 88 machine of Ollie Meadows, and to round out the top 10 currently is going to be Ollie Cotton, who with Graves Motorsport just made his way back into the pit lane towards the end of the tail once we saw that red flag. So he is there. Then we look a little bit further down to the club sports, and now quickest in that one is going to be Jonathan Moore. So I think he was there anyway. Still heads currently Jason Baker. There are your top two in club sport of the pro division. Third of those still Lydia Walmsley, and then the first of the AMs, fourth in club sport, but first of the AMs is going to be Hannah Chapman. And then behind that you have the 87 machine of Paul Porter. He is with Team Parker Racing for this season. And then we have Katia Loggy, so a fourth woman to add to the mix there. And the last of the cars, number 52, that is going to be Alistair Weston.
Some of the teams have just been getting confirmation from the officials whether they were allowed to change tyres during this red flag period. One of them was our current quickest driver in the session, Tom Bradshaw, so he's having some new tyres put onto his car. The 4-time winner in this category, finished 4th in the championship last season. Not sure if we might be able to grab a word with Tom. Tom, is it all right for a chat? A quick chat with Tom. Tom, back in the championship, quickest in this first part of the session, so the car's going well, I'm guessing?
Yeah, the car feels great. We've just got to be ready for this second set now, because this is usually when the times start to tumble on the second run. So good start. Car feels good. We'll just hope we can maintain that little gap we've got, and yeah, bring it home in P1, all being well. So.
best of luck. So there's Tom Bradshaw, currently quickest. So thanks to Tom for letting us have a quick chat in the cockpit of the car there, because it's, as you said, it's an important time. Looking forward to the second part of this session. And you mentioned Katia Loggy. I can see she's being coached by Abby Eaton. So let's see if Abby's all right for a chat. Abby, you all right for a chat? Obviously, you'd prefer to be racing, but helping Katia out, how's it going so far?
Yeah, not too bad. She's got a lot to learn this year, bless her, so it's a big task ahead of her, but you know, that first run in quali was really good, so another new set on, see if we can find a bit more time.
And for yourself, I know you're still trying working hard to get on the grid maybe later in the season?
I'd love to do Silverstone again. You know, obviously it'd be fairly tough to jump in mid-season, but at least I know my way around there, so that's the plan.
And I guess it's the point you were making last year, how difficult it is to be one of these drivers on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, it gets harder year on year, and you can see that in reflection of grid sizes as well. You know, the Cup down to, I think, 15, 16. So, yeah, hopefully more can be done to try and make motorsport a bit more accessible again. But, yeah, I'd love to be back on my grid myself.
Well, we hope to see you. Thanks for a chat. So there's Abby Eaton, she's coaching Katia Loggy in number 5, the Troy Verdi GT car. Katia, 19 years of age in her debut, but I think we've got green flags waving, Matt, so the session is getting back underway, although not everybody is taking the opportunity to go out immediately.
No, not just yet, but yeah, you're right, green flag waves once again, so just waiting for the opportunity to be pushed back, find some clear track, and on that merry way they go once again. But yeah, as you said, just a handful so far are choosing to head back out onto the circuit. Just to let you know as well, we've got a new partner this year, Creative FX, which is supplying the vehicle wrapping and decal services to the Porsche Motorsport GB family for 2025. And what a wonderful job they've all done to choose their liveries and their wraps for this season. So great to have Creative FX on board for this year. What else has been happening? Well, as we said, Seb Hopkins has moved away from Sprint Challenge for this season. He was the champion last year. And to be fair, quite a few of the race winners from last year have also moved on to Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, including Max Coates. We'll see him out later for qualifying. Will Jenkins is also another man who has moved on to the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. You've got the likes of last year's AM category champion within Club Sport, which is Jonathan Beeson, and also the AM category champion from 2022, Cole Cavers. All of those move into a different Porsche family. And a few others deciding to go abroad and do some things as well, like Joe Warhurst, who is now racing in Germany for the 2025 season with the Porsche Carrera Cup. So, yeah, all of them deciding to stay with Porsches, whether it be in the main Carrera Cup or the European versions of those. And, of course, someone who did very well many years ago was Harry Foster. And he, of course, stepped up and was crowned rookie champion in 2023 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. So they've all gone on to do good things. Some return from other championships, some move on to other Porsche families, as we said. But for now, we've got the first few cars coming through after exiting the pit lane, but still the top 3 from the session. Tom Bradshaw, Jacob Toffs and Joe Marshall remain in the pit lane. Yeah, that's right, man. I'm just actually standing between 2 of those cars now. Joe Marshall in the Team Parker racing car, a double winner in this category before, and then just to my left is Jacob Toffs in the Duckham's liveried Graves run car for the 21-year-old RS AM champion from last year. But like I said, you're thinking it's a little bit too early to go out on these new Michelin slick tyres. They want to get the best of them when the track is in its best condition. Equally, you want to get out early enough not to be caught by a red flag, which we've seen is possible if drivers make mistakes out there. Yeah, you're kind of stuck in the middle, aren't you? You want to be out there, but you don't. You want to get your lap in, but you don't want to be caught in a red flag. You want people to lay rubber down so the track is at its best. So it's kind of a fine balance, but I think the majority now are getting the message. And I think maybe what the top 3 might be doing is thinking, right, we're pretty safe inside the top 3. Let's see if any of those go out there and set some quick times. If they do, we'll give it a go. If they don't, then we can just save our tyres, save ourselves, and look forward to the first race. See, supporting Jacob Toffs down here in the Duckham's crew is Max Coates, who raced in the championship last year. See if Max is up for a chat. Max, you all right for a quick chat? Yeah, obviously, you're one of the drivers moving on from this championship to Carrera Cup, so you're looking forward to your qualifying session a bit later.
Yeah, it makes a bit of a change to be this side of the of the track in qualifying for Sprint Challenge. But yeah, just come along to support the Graves boys and see how they're getting on.
Yeah, so sort of a team that's building up in this paddock, and there's several cars now.
Yeah, well, Graves is now the largest team in the Porsche paddock, which is quite something really. So yeah, proud to be a part of their ongoing growth, and hopefully today's full of success across all. I mean, Jacob's a little bit of my teammate still this year, with sort of both of us running the Duckham's UASA racing livery. Yeah, and he's currently second. So if I could do that in Carrera Cup, I'd be bloody chuffed, to be honest. So we'll see how mine goes later on.
Tell us about being backed by Duckham's, because it's a brand that's been around motorsport for so long and had some great drivers being supported by them, more in Formula Ford in the past, but now in Porsche racing. Yeah, I mean, Adam Smalley and Dan Camish both won the championship sport in the livery that I've got, so they say there's no pressure, but there is a little bit. So you know, that's obviously got to be our target and what we're aiming for. But yeah, we've got a bit to learn. But it's great to have their backing. It's allowed me to make the jump from Sprint Challenge into Carrera Cup, and yeah, hopefully it's a long and fruitful partnership for all. Well, best of luck. Hopefully we're talking to you after successful races over the course of the weekend. Yeah, thank you. It looks like Jacob's going to get back out, so hopefully this will be the first Duckham's pole of the day. Let's see. So Jacob Toffs, as Max has neatly pointed out, is about to go back out into the session. While we were talking to him, Joe Marshall did go back out into this qualifying session for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain.
Yep, and they need to go out because times are improving. Toby Trice now goes to the top of the order, 107.259. He's done it by 3 thousandths of a second. So Tom Bradshaw, whilst he's been sitting in the pit lane, has lost now his provisional pole position. So Toby Trice, the first man to go quicker. Also out there, Sam Harvey has improved 3 places. So that now sees him onto the second row of the grid. Top 4, by the way, separated by less than 1/10 of a second. This is going to be a close year by the looks of it, and already Toby Trice has gone, as I said, quicker than Tom Bradshaw. It's ridiculous how close sessions are, but you get used to it because almost every time we see a TOCA session, they're like this nowadays, aren't they? But it is pretty crazy how close everything is in all the championships in this paddock. Certainly is, yeah. Very competitive, and all of them have done a lot of training over the winter to make sure they are in as good a position physically and mentally as possible. So, yep, they're going to have to get on with the job. So Jacob Toffs cannot sit around too long in the pit lane in that number 27 machine. Yeah, he's just had some tyre pressure changes. Max has just shown him the timing screen. Doesn't know what time he's looking for, and he's being pushed back now into the pit lane. So Jacob Toffs is about to head back out into the session in 27. Certainly is, yeah. The only one then that is remaining in the pit lane is Ben Mulryan, with the work still to fix the problem on that car. But to be fair, he hasn't suffered too badly. He's down in 5th place. So considering he's been there for probably about 15 minutes, he has only lost a couple of positions. So it's very important for him to get that lap in early, which he did. So still there in what was 5th, now 6th, because Dan Zelos goes ahead of him, former mini racer, up into 5th place. So 3 places gained for Dan Zelos in the 45 Porsche. What else is happening further down? Well, Reece Summerfield has just made his way inside the top 10. So he sits now there 3rd within the RS AM category. So look out for number 33, who continues to push on through this lap as well. We've got multiple lap times being disallowed. This is all, of course, due to track limits. So I think that was Sam Harvey's time yet, which has just been disallowed. So after moving up onto the second row of the grid, he now finds himself down to 8th position. So again, it just shows if you have one bad lap, one track limit warning, one lap time disallowed, with the gaps being so close, you can just drop from, say, the second row all the way down to row 4 or row number 5. So all important to keep your wheels inside the white line as we head now onto the next of our laps for our pole sitter within this session, Toby Trice, who over the last lap didn't go any quicker through sector 1, 2 or 3. So maybe he has used the best of his tyres for this early part of the second half of qualifying, but let's see if he's got anything left in the tank as we look further down. Again, no real green or purple time starting to come through on the screen. I think Reece Summerfield on that previous lap was the only man who improved through sector 2, and in fact you can add another one to that list because Jonathan Moore also improved through sector 2 as well. But apart from that, no one else is really setting the timing screens alight, with just 9 minutes now left on the clock. Toby Trice still quickest by just 3 thousandths of a second, but we are yet to see Tom Bradshaw head on to his kind of first flying lap since the break. So waiting for Tom to come through in car number 43, waiting for Jacob Toffs as well to do an improvement in car number 27. He's just finished his out lap, so he'll be heading on to a quick lap. Probably not this time round because he is a little bit off in sector 1, so Still building the temperature in those tyres as he heads through the first sector. So he's through the old hairpin, up through the likes of Starkeys and Schwantz, and he'll be heading to the completion of Sector 2 before too much longer. And then we'll see what Joe Marshall can produce from this session as well. Currently in 4th place and just over 1/10.5 of a second back from the quickest time from Toby Trice as it stands. So that's how the runners look within this one. As across the line now goes Jonathan Moore. He still sits on Club Sport pole. Lydia Walmsley is about 0.3 of a second adrift at the minute. In fact, she's just gone ahead of the number 29 machine, hasn't she? So yeah, Jason Baker now down into 3rd within Club Sport, and Lydia Walmsley has gone up into 2nd place.
One car that's come back into the pits but is about to go back out is Daniel Lewis in the race car consultant's car for the 19-year-old making his debut in the championship this year. He's just heading back out. Meanwhile, the Toro Verde team continue to work on Ben Mulryan's car in the hope that they might be able to get him out. But I suspect, Matt, they are running out of time.
Yep, time continues to tick then, so if it's going to be Ben Mulryan to get out, he might get there before the end, but it probably won't be enough time to get himself up to speed to get the lap in. But any sort of testing before the first race later on would be very beneficial for Ben Mulryan. We've got Matt Kyle Henney, who's now decided to head for the pit lane. That might be his session done. I think Hannah Chapman from the Club Sport division has also headed into the pits as well. So we've got a few in the pit lane. We've got another one now being joined, which is going to be Toby Trice. So the quickest driver so far has maybe thought he's got nothing left to give in this session, and just as he comes into the pit lane, we've had a new quicker time because Jacob Toffs goes to the head of the order, a 107.235 by now 24 thousandths of a second over Toby Trice. So we just heard from Max Coates down in the pit lane. He said it could be a Duckham's car, Graves Motorsport machine on pole position. It looks like they've got their wish for now, but still 6.5 minutes left of this session, and we still need to be looking in the direction of Dom Bradshaw, Joe Marshall. Don't really rule out Dan Zelos as well. He's got a wealth of experience within minis. What can that now transfer into the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain? He's only half a second adrift of the quickest time. So if he gets a good lap together, Dan Zelos could definitely be one to watch out for. But for now, Jacob Toffs gains 2 positions, goes to provisional pole, a 107.235 for that driver at the minute. We all wait with bated breath to see if the time gets disallowed, but nothing has appeared so far. The only one that has just creeped up onto the screen is for Dan Zelos. His 17th lap of the session has now been disallowed as Reece Summerfield heads down the pit lane, so that could be him done for the session. Sits currently just outside the top 10 in 12th place.
I can tell you that Toby Trice, although coming into the pit lane, is not getting out of the car. So whether they might send him for a lap at the end, they've just changed the tyre pressures. They've left the tyres on, so they keep temperature in them. And we'll see if the team who are Clean Racing, I think new into the championship this year, if they send Toby Trice out to try and get that pole position back.
Now, they do get 8 new slick tyres per weekend within Porsche Sprint Challenge. So, of course, you can throw tyres at qualifying, but you then have to bear in mind you have 3 races across the course of the weekend to get those tyres through as well. So you want to be sparing with those tyres, but you also want to get a good grid position because it can be quite tricky to pass within the Porsche Sprint Challenge. We do see it happen, but, of course, around a nimble circuit like Donington Park, it's fast and furious most of the time. So, yeah, bear that in mind. 8 new slick tyres per weekend within Porsche Sprint Challenge, and it'll be interesting to see who has used most of those through this session to get themselves onto the place of the grid they currently are. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, I think Jacob Toffs has gone even quicker. He's done a 107.193, which now sees him 0.06 of a second quicker than Toby Trice. So Jacob Toffs has gone even quicker on that previous lap. Tom Bradshaw still 3rd, and on the lap he's about to complete, he's just gone and done the best of anyone through the first sector. So through the final corner, Tom Bradshaw lights ablaze across the line. Can he go any better than 3rd place? He does. He goes to the top of the time. So Tom Bradshaw, best of anyone through sector 1, best of anyone through sector 3. He now takes provisional pole by 92 thousandths of a second.
Ben Mulryan is on his way, so Ben Mulryan is back into the session after those problems some 20 minutes ago. Whether the car is good enough to go fast and whether he'll have the time, we are yet to see, but he is back into the session.
Good to see then. So well done to the team to get that issue hopefully resolved. We'll see what it ends up like at the end of this outlap for Ben Mulryan. He continues to slip. He's now down into 7th position. That is mainly because Sam Harvey's just moved ahead of him, now up into 5th place. So a time earlier disallowed for Sam Harvey dropped him out of the top 5 back down to where he was, but he's now back in there. So hopefully for the 70 machine, he can hang on to that one. Ethan Hamilton on that previous lap also improved inside the top 10. So Ethan in car number 32 sits in 8th position. But what a storming lap that was for Tom Bradshaw. As I said, it was the best of anyone through Sector 1 and Sector 3. It wasn't anything massively surprising through the second sector, but sometimes it doesn't need to be all of the lap linked together. But for now, Tom Bradshaw sits on provisional pole. We've got just under 3 minutes to go. Jacob Toft sits there in 2nd place. Toby Trice now down to 3rd place as he remains in the pit lane. You've got Joe Marshall in 4th, Sam Harvey 5th, and Dan Zelos in 6th place. Dan Zelos is another one who has decided to come into the pit lane. Ben Mulryan goes through now onto his first, I say flying lap, but I think it'll be another kind of installation lap to get himself bedded in after what was about 26 minutes in the pit lane. But bear in mind, that also included a part of the session which had a red flag because of Karim Sakat's car off at the old hairpin. But as I said, fingers crossed, Ben Mulryan is all good, and we can get a lap from him to potentially move him from 7th place.
Just looking at the times, Matt, in the CS division, Jonathan Moore on his Toka debut is quickest by 3/4 of a second. So that is a mighty effort from Johnny Moore, just 16 years of age.
Not bad at all, is it? Yeah, it wasn't like that for most of the session, but it's come in the kind of last couple of minutes where he's just overhauled the rest of the Club Sport division. So he's now ahead of Lydia Walmsley, and then just behind them is Jason Baker. Those two cars are separated by a much smaller margin of just 39 thousandths of a second. So it might be a big gap between 1st and 2nd in Club Sport, but it's much closer between 2nd and 3rd. And those top 3 in Club Sport now have made their way into the pit lane. So I think they, yes, will be done. And we've got the red flag as well. So that might be the session to a completion completely, because I don't think we're going to get the session back underway. By the time they get round, not everyone will be able to set a time, unfortunately. So again, the scene of the crime is the old hairpin, and the car off down there, I can see partially a number, but I won't confirm that to you until I have full clarity on the car. But yeah, we can see a car off at the old hairpin. That seems to be a car which has possibly bounced off the tyres down there and tried to drive away from the tyres, and then just got stuck at the end of the old hairpin. So that would have been a very, very fast moment for the driver to try and catch that, but has done a little bit of damage to the tyres. It probably will have a little bit more damage to the car as well. But yeah, the car has tried to escape, but not really made it to the grass and back onto the track. So the session is with a red flag. We'll wait for confirmation of possibly a checker flag at the same time, but that will come from the marshal's gantry downstairs.
The cars are being sent to Bart Furby, who go down the end of the pit, so I'll let you go through the times, Matt, and I'll see who I can catch up with afterwards.
Perfect, thank you, Josh. Yep, so at the end of the session, we didn't quite get there. We had 2 interruptions. The second red flag bringing the session to a close, and it will be Tom Bradshaw, who does go quickest at 107.101. And to be fair to Jacob Toft, he almost got back to taking provisional pole, because he did improve just before that red flag came out. So his time then went to a 107.144, so there's 43 thousandths of a second, which cover the top 2. 3rd place then for number 22 is Toby Trice. He did a 107.259, and then behind that we had number 99, which is Joe Marshall in 4th place on a 107.422. Sam Harvey comes next up. He'll be 5th on the grid. He did a 107.494, and then Dan Zelos, who was in the pit lane already, didn't complete the session on track. He did a 107.664. Behind that, we then have Ben Mulryan. Unlucky, he did get the car fixed back out there, but didn't get through to get a competitive lap back in. So hopefully that small amount of time back on track just clarified for the team that the car was okay. But Ben Mulryan will be 7th off the grid on a 107.670. 8th place then for number 32 was Ethan Hamilton. He did a 107.692. 9th place for number 25 is Matt Carl Henney on a 107.709. And to round out the top 10 is number 98, which is Oliver Cottam on a 107.780. In terms of the classes, well, RS Pro is headed by Tom Bradshaw. RS Am, headed by Matt Kyle Henney. The Club Sport Pro Division, headed by the number 12 machine of Jonathan Moore. And as Josh alluded to, that is a very significant margin over the rest of the CS Pro Division. And then for Club Sport Am, it was eventually Paul Porter who went quickest ahead of Hannah Chapman, who held that class pole for quite a while, but in the end it was Paul Porter who stole that away in the closing stages. So the clock has ticked to 0. The qualifying session for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain has come to a conclusion, which means that Josh, down there in Parc Fermé, can talk to a few drivers.
Let's try and start with Jacob Toffs if we can. Jacob, a quick chat if you can. Second quickest, so close to pole.
How far off was I?
400.
Oh, you're kidding. That makes it even more annoying, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with second. It's a massive improvement from last year, but I would have loved that, to find that 400th, to be honest.
It's moving up into the Pro Division with some really quick drivers. So being there right at the beginning of the season is a good thing, obviously.
Yeah, we've had the benefit of doing loads of testing this year. I don't think we've set the world alight with the amount of days we've done, but it's allowed me to prepare, and the big thing I lack is track time, so starting to make up for that is a big help.
And we've seen a lot today about lap times being deleted for track limits. How cautious have you got to be, or just hope you don't go over the white lines?
Well, it's clear where the limits are, so you just need to drive within them, to be honest. It's not rocket science.
And chances for the races this weekend, obviously being right near the front. I guess a race win now is an aim.
Yeah, race wins always.
Good luck. Hopefully see you on the podium. So there's Jacob Toffs, who was second quickest in the session. Third quickest was Toby Trice. So Toby, quick chat. Third quickest, good start to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're fighting for that outright pole position. But, if I haven't said that would be P3 in qualifying in the opening round, it's a great way to start the weekend. We can work from here and chip away and keep going forward, hopefully.
And it's super competitive this year. It's a 10th off pole, so there's nothing in it.
It's insane. I mean, ever since the pre-season and the media day testing right through to that qualifying session, it is absolutely on the limit everywhere. We're pushing these cars to the absolute ringing of the limit. Fighting for that last 10th is very difficult. But, yeah, congratulations to the pole man. It's awesome to see.
And now you'll be looking to move forwards in the races.
Yeah, I cannot wait to move forward. Hopefully we'll see me on the podium this weekend. I definitely want to win, so I'll be going forward, hopefully.
Hopefully see you there. So Toby Trice, third quickest. I'm not sure if Tom Bradshaw is here yet. So if we can have a word with Toka debutant Jonathan Moore. We've got, I think, 10 minutes or so, haven't we, till head out. And Johnny, well done. Pole position on your debut on this package and by a big margin, so congratulations.
Yeah, obviously we have 2 runs with the tyres. The first run, they came in quite nicely, but kept doing track limits, so I was quite unsure as where to. So for the second run, I just went quite cautious and managed to hook a lap together pretty much, every best sector in one lap, which is where the 096 came from. But yeah, still getting used to the obviously the atmosphere of it. It's such a privilege to be a part of the Toka paddock. But yeah, happy with quality.
You should be, because I think 7/10 of a second was the margin, which is really unheard of, and it's a big step up for you because coming from the junior Saloon Citroen Saxos, this is a huge step up in speed.
Yeah, they're completely different to drive. You couldn't. Unless you went from WRC to F1 or something like that, you'd struggle to take you'd struggle to get into a car that's as different to drive as what you're used to. Obviously, a front-wheel drive little 20-year-old hatchback as opposed to a brand new GT car, they're very different to drive. And my first few days, it was quite difficult to get used to. But I'm just about there now. I managed to kind of unlearn what I learned the past 3 years and relearn how to drive this.
Well done and good luck over the weekend. So there's our CS pole sitter and now the RS pole sitter, Tom Bradshaw. Tom, we spoke to you earlier. You had to go quicker like you suspected. So well done, pole position.
Yeah, it's always the way. It's you've almost got a chance to find your feet on the first set of tyres because the second set's always where it's at. So I knew the car felt really good. It was always going to be a case of trying to find a nice clear run. It's quite a short lap and obviously a lot of cars out there. So bringing your tyres in, getting a nice clear run is the aim of the game, and we did that and managed to string one together. I got pinged for track limits at Old Hairpin, and then managed to do another one which clinched it. So absolutely over the moon. I'm really, really chuffed.
Lots of laps have been deleted from track limits. For people that don't race, tell us how difficult it is to be quick but not go over those limits that are defined.
It is. It's really tricky, especially when you spend your time testing without them really being regarded too much. They're completely disregarded in free practice. So you learn your way around there without really giving them a second thought, and then all of a sudden you've got to rein it in slightly whilst trying to push that extra little bit. It's a really tricky balance to find. So yeah, I overstepped it a couple of times, I think, but yeah, managed to get a clean one in there.
And starting a season like this, I guess now it's firstly aims for the wins for this weekend and then the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really early days, but it's nice to go into the season knowing that you've got a really good car underneath you. And yeah, it does the world of good for confidence. 99% of this game is mental, so to start, at the front is yeah, a big boost. So really chuffed for everybody involved.
Well, congratulations, the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain pole sitter here at Donington Park, Tom Bradshaw.
Josh Barrett, thank you very much indeed, down in Parc Fermé at the end of qualifying for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. And good to hear from the drivers. Of course, we've got the second championship for Porsches later on this afternoon. 1:45 we'll have qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, and that will be over half an hour as well. For now, Josh, thank you very much indeed. See you back down in pit lane, because the next cars that are coming out... Oh, you've got more, Josh.
Quick admin for you, Alan. You might want to pick up some batteries on your way down.
Oh, what, for myself or for the radio mic?
For the radio mic.
Okay, very good. I shall do exactly that. Josh, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, as we were saying, we've got free practice coming up, free practice 2 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And then, of course, we're looking forward for the touring cars, certainly as far as the touring cars are concerned, to qualifying, which gets underway this afternoon. And we'll have it all here live on Toka Live at Donington Park on 94.3 FM.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
Don't forget to put your name on any of the WhatsApp messages that you send. We only need your first name, that's all we need. So a message plus your name to 07482 877 877. You might just want to have a shout out for the people that you're here at Donington with. You might want to tell us where you're listening. If you're at home painting a shed or similar, then you can get in touch on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. In fact, we've even had a photograph of a painted shed already this morning. A surprising colour to all of us, but we like the livery for the 2025 season. Well done on garden shed painting. 07482 877 877. But don't forget to put your name on the message, which this person has done. But I can see you're typing, so you might be adding your name to this message. So I'll stand by and I'll read that in just a couple of moments, because I think you're going to add your name to it. Hi, Adam, Neil and Ben, here enjoying our second BTCC meeting here at Donington. Beautiful track. Looking forward to a great weekend of racing. It is a beautiful circuit. We were making that point this morning. Had a couple of laps before things got underway in Alan Gow's Porsche Cayenne, which is his car for the first half of this season. A beautiful car, over 700 brake horsepower. Wow. In his car this morning. And we just had a couple of slow laps going around the circuit this morning, and you realise just how beautifully flowing Donington Park is. It's just gorgeous. Racing drivers love circuits that go up and down. Donington's got that. It's got that in plenty. And the corners, one just flows into the other. It just feels an incredibly natural circuit. So great to have you here at Donington. We've got a chance for a couple more messages before I head down to pit lane. When are we due to get practice underway? About 5 minutes time, so plenty of time. A good day, guys. Please could you say hello and welcome to Mick, Nevin, Derek. They've just got to the racetrack. Thank you from Martin. Let me see. This one says, hi Alan, it's David's first time at Touring Cars. He's looking forward to it. And can you say happy birthday to him as well? Yes, I can, but I don't know your name. It's for David, the happy birthday message, but you need to send me another message with your name as well. Hi Al, just to say thanks again for a great chat on the vlog page last week. That's from Andy Hopley, runs a video blog, and we had a chat with Andy. Very much enjoyed that as well. Hopper's Motorsport is the vlogs that Andy does. Great to have you listening, Andy. Thank you very much indeed. This one says it's from Martin. He said, good day, guys. Can you please say, oh, we've done that one already, but now we've got a photograph as well. Of your vantage point ahead of free practice for the touring cars, which will be coming out on circuit very soon indeed. And this one comes from Andy. Oh, very good. Instead of Gordon Shedden, it's Gordon Shed. I see.
Good
very
one.
good, Andy. Thank you very much indeed. Happy birthday to David. I think we've done that one. And this one says, it's Julian and Graham watching from the paddock with the girls, Lisa and Paula watching from the old hairpin. Oh, this is very nice. We love you, Alan, and it's great to hear your voice again. Come on, BTCC. Last one for now. This one comes from Claire. Hi, please can you say happy birthday to Neil. Having a great day here and enjoying the sunshine when it shows up. I tell you what, it's shown up a few times this morning, and over the course of this weekend, it's going to show up a few times more. I think it's probably about time for me to get down to pit lane ahead of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship cars going out on circuit. It's Toka Live here at Donington on 94.3 FM.
You're listening to Toka Live from the BTCC weekend.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so keep your messages coming, and we'll love to hear from you later on. We'll get those messages read out. I wonder how obscure the pictures can get today. Send them in, make sure they're clean, and we'll see what pictures we can have from you lovely lot out there. As I said, whether you're at the circuit, at home, painting a shed, whatever you might be doing, just keep us amused today. That'll be absolutely fantastic. The number you need, 07482 877 877. Make sure you put your name on there. We'd love to give you a mention. And, of course, you can email us as well. studio@tokalive.net is the email address you need. And, of course, when Alan is back in the studio after his little venture down to the pit lane for touring cars, he'll go through those and get some read out, especially during lunch. We've got an hour lunch break today, so plenty of time to chat to people, get your messages read and find out what else is happening here at Donington Park this weekend. So, very shortly, we are looking forward to the arrival for the second time today of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We had free practice number 1 earlier on of 35 minutes. That went by in an absolute flash, and we're going to try and do the same again with this one, with lots to talk about, lots to look forward to. And effectively, this is the last practice session they get before we head into the all-important qualifying session a little bit later on, which is the Quick Six, which debuted last year. It's back for this season. Slight change just in the way the grid lines up from kind of backwards rather than those who went out in a separate session being hampered if the weather changes. That has just been slightly twigged for this season. But this is quite an important session as well, because it will determine which session you go out in qualifying, whether it be the first part or the second part of Q1. So we have the split of odd and even numbers. So that is how the two groups will be set after free practice number 2. So at the end of these 35 minutes, we'll have some indication of who will be in what group. And then, as we said, we build up to the all-important qualifying session later on this afternoon, which gets underway at 3:10. So make sure you are with us for that one. So green flag waves at the end of the pit lane. Cars are once again venturing onto the circuit in formation as they do. So from the far end of the pit lane from where we are, so that's the exit end, you've got the BMWs which go out, followed by the Napa Racing Ford Focuses, and you've got the Team Virtue Hyundais. Then by the looks of it, you've got the Toyota Corolla Gazoo Racing Team, which head out. Then you've got the Soul Vauxhall Astra for this year. Then you've got some more Hyundais with Restart Racing. And then you've got the Cupras next up. And then you've got the Civics, by the looks of it, of One Motorsport, which head out to be the final cars onto the circuit. So off they all go. And earlier on in free practice 1, if you weren't with us, we can tell you that the qualifying record was beaten from a few years ago. That was Tom Ingram, who went and did a 107.3. So he was absolutely on the money this morning. So Tom Ingram, the man who set the 107.364. We potentially think times will be quicker here this weekend, just due to the slight amendments.
I reckon we're going to see lap records smashed as the year goes on, you know, because the pace, the weight of the cars, everything adding up together. I just think we're going to see records put into the history books throughout this year. Now, Josh Cook's car is not out on circuit. In fact, they are only just putting wheels on in the garage at the moment. So something fairly last minute was happening on Josh's car. I don't know what it is. I'm going to see if I can find out from the team and get back to you. But Josh Cook's car still in the garage at the moment.
Thanks for that update, Al. Yep, so off we go then with some quick laps already looking to be set with the likes of Tom Ingram and Tom Chilton heading through across the line. Just to say, yeah, Tom Ingram did a 107.364. It wasn't just a few tenths ahead, it was over half a second quicker than his Team Virtue teammate Tom Chilton. It was quite impressive, Josh, wasn't it, what we saw from Tom Ingram in that first session?
Yeah, a super quick time, and the rest will be hoping that they can go with that. Was it because Tom Ingram was on a qualifying simulation, low fuel on new tyres, or is the Team Virtue Hyundais this year just looking really quick because they had 3 of their cars in the top 4?
Did I say I think there might have been a small technical problem with Josh Cook's car, which is why he's still in the garage? Yeah, just a small technical problem. He's had an engine change, would you believe, between free practice 1 and free practice 2. They are just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, essentially, on the engine change. Josh is in the car. The car has got wheels, and it's, I think, almost ready to go. But a couple of last-minute little adjustments, tweaks, call it what you will, neatening up underneath the bonnet. Hopefully, Josh is going to be out on circuit.
That's not bad, is it? Because free practice 1 ended at 10:20.
It's astonishing.
An hour and a half.
Yeah.
And when you spoke to Josh Cook, Alan, there was no real suggestion that might be happening.
He was a bit disappointed with the way things were compared to how they were in testing a week and a half ago. But with Josh, it's very difficult. He's got a very, very dry sense of humour. And he will say one thing, but he's meaning something completely different. So So when he was saying, yeah, a bit disappointed, he may have been slightly sarcastic, and then gone into the debrief and said, we need to do something about this, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's best to do it now before we get into, as we say, qualifying, and you're rushing around to get the car out for what are short 10-minute sessions. So good call there from either Josh or the team, just to get the problem he thought he had rectified, and hopefully it'll be good. He doesn't want to go back to the team and go, no, it's no good, can we put the other one back in? Because that would be horrendous for the One Motorsport team. But yeah, Josh Cook, who ended the test day here at Donington Park as the quickest, he is looking for a positive weekend to kickstart his 2025 campaign.
One Donington Park record that could also go this weekend is the amount of wins that any one driver has had, because Andy Rouse holds that with 12. Gordon Shedden is only 1 behind. He's had 11 wins in the BTCC here at Donington Park. Obviously, he needs to make some improvements from where he was in FP1, but that's very much possible for the 4-time former champion who's returning to the grid this year with Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with IAA in the Corolla GR Sport. The 3-time champion, rather, Gordon Shedden from 2012, 2015 and 2016. And he'll be looking to move up because he was right towards the back early, wasn't he? He had an off as well, I think, towards the end of the session.
Yeah, had some grass in his front grille, didn't he? Which is never handy, but the team made sure the engine was cooled and there was any danger or drama to the car. So, yeah, Flash back with a baptism of fire there, but yeah, we'll see how he goes on his return for this weekend. And just to talk about new or returning drivers, we've got quite a few for this year. We mentioned the driver changes for 2025, but for new and returning drivers, well, Stephen Jelly is back with us. He is now in a Honda Civic. He had most of his touring car career in a BMW. Dexter Patterson is back with us as well. He is now with Unlimited Motorsport. Nicholas Hamilton has had a few years away, but great to have Nick back on the grid. He will be with the Powder Monkey Brewing Company with Easy Dock. We also have Gordon Shedden, as we just spoke about. He returns to the BTCC with Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. Max Hall is one of the rookies that joins us for his first season in the British Touring Car Championship. He will be with Unlimited Motorsport. We have Charles Rainford, who moves from Porsches to the touring cars. He'll be with WSR, more than likely with that branding of LKQ Eurocar parts along the side. Dan Lloyd, great to see that he's got the budget for this season. He takes the spot at Restart Racing. James Dorlin joins us as well for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. And Michael Crease will do, for now, the first half of the season with Team Virtue in the Hyundai. So lots of new drivers, lots of returning drivers, lots of changes for this season.
A number of the drivers on the grid have been on pole here at Donington Park in the past. We mentioned this morning that Gordon Shedden's been on pole here 4 times, but Ash Sutton and Josh Cook, they've had 2 poles here at Donington Park, and a single pole to Tom Chilton, Jake Hill, Dan Rowbottom and Tom Ingram. So lots of drivers have proved around this Donington Park circuit that they can be...
And just... Donington Park for the season opener, myself and Tom Sammy. Hello Tom, how are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you, Josh. Yes, here at Donington for the opening round, or opening rounds of the 2025 BTCC Championship. And a lot of people will be thinking, can Jake Hill make it back-to-back titles this season? He won his first one in 2024. How will BMW get on? Now, as far as we're concerned from pre-season testing, they were quite low down on the timing, but we all believe they were sandbagging, didn't we? That we thought there was more in their back pocket than what we saw during the test last week. It'd be really interesting how they get on during this qualifying session. Well, this practice really, because they're doing 2 practices. I'll call it later. But I think so far, from what we've seen, it seems like they've got a grip on the situation. Although some have had far from ideal sessions so far. I mean, a couple of drivers, including Josh Cook, who we saw, I think an engine was replaced, wasn't it? Yeah, because they had to take take the engine out and put a new one in. So his session is curtailed somewhat, but hopefully we get to see him out on track very, very soon.
Yeah, we walked past, JT told us in the break, and you were just hearing from the guys on the world feed that we didn't know the full reason why Josh Cook had an engine problem, but we walked past during the lunch break, saw that the whole front of the engine was off. They were changing it. The same can be said for Aidan Moffat as well in the BMW. So he's also had an engine change coming through. And we spoke to a couple of people throughout the break. So it seems as well that as the cars come through us here at the chicane, day one teething problems. You've got to think maybe with the engine change, something to do with the new synthetic fuel, maybe a bit too harsh, a bit too eating through.
Possibly so. But what I'm keen more on is because we spoke just before I went on air, the fact that those yellow sausage curbs on the apex, if you want to call it, because that's where they're pretty much hitting. They're just about avoiding that on these recon laps. You could just see that the yellow sausage curbs, they look brand new compared to the ones that we saw during the test. So that could be something that the drivers will be looking to get their heads round of, because from where they are positioned in the car, it's almost like a blind spot because they're almost having to guess where their apex, where their apex is going to be at. But as the laps are counted down, the time is counted down, they're getting a good picture as to how to nail it around here, because track limit thing in British touring cars, for those who are new, they're certainly not a driver's best friends, and that will be something that the stewards will be looking out for over the course of the weekend, because during qualifying, we could well see a lot of lap times being deleted, not just here, but elsewhere down at like where the old is.
Yeah, we've come down to the chicane where we were in testing because we thought it's a great place, isn't it, to stand and watch how the rear of the cars are sliding around and really get to grips. One thing already is that compared to what we saw on media day, everybody out here is planted to the chicane. There's no rear sliding, no bump tail coming out. They're all pretty much bang on. A few of them every now and then do, however, cut over the exit curb and just put us a bit of dust. But crucially, they're all doing well.
They are very much doing well, and I will say that the wind speed was a lot quicker during the test. It has gone down massively, so that is encouraging the drivers to really attack the corners, the chicane anyway. Looking at the flags over there, it does feel like a crosswind, albeit very, very minimal. So they are attacking the corners a lot more freely compared to what we saw for them in the test. We did see Nick Hamilton go for the gravel during the test. So, but yeah, he'll be wanting to make up for that. He did lose a lot of time during the session, the afternoon session it was. But it feels to me like the drivers have got the tyres up to the optimal temperature during the session to at least give the get more of a qualifying picture for later on. I think we mentioned about tyres, didn't we? The different compounds they've got, the red being the soft, the yellow being the medium, and the white being the hard. Pretty self-explanatory because we see that in Formula 1 as well. But above all, they do seem to be getting a handle of it. We saw a couple of cars go off at the whole hairpin in one of the sports series, didn't we?
Yes. Twice actually, two of them.
Two of them, yes.
Yeah.
So they just need to be wary of not carrying too much speed into there, because it's just the slight switch that's all it needs to send you straight off the circuit.
So we've got cars circulating, winds blowing in at 6 kilometres an hour from the east. So let's see if that's going to play anything. One thing already that is a difference, as you see Aidan Moffat go through now at the chicane. The wind has picked up since this morning, but now, as I was about to mention the possibility of rain, sunshine comes down from above us here as well. So it's sort of up and down what could happen. And there's a chance of rain in the air that could come later on in qualifying.
I would be tempted to agree with it, because I looked on the weather app. I know the weather app's only the weather app, but it just, for some reason, the rain seems to be missing the circuit. It's not quite hitting the racetrack. It is. The clouds are quite dark. I don't know if that's because I've got my sunglasses. You've got your sunglasses on. It actually is brighter when you look at it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But now that the sun is out, I was looking at the track surface, and I couldn't really tell how new the track surface was, whether it was new, old, or whether it's a year old or something like that. But if it's really dark and brand new, that's going to play a role in tyre wear over the course of the weekend.
I want to say something that's started in this session as well that I'm wondering if we might get a little bit of a pause for. Can't tell if that just on the inside of the curb there, you can see on your monitors a big black line in the centre of the S's. That wasn't there at the start of the session. Can't tell if that is grip or oil. It's something along those lines, because it wasn't there when we just started here a second ago.
Well, there's definitely some form of grip that's been laid down, isn't there?
Yeah.
I'm looking very carefully. I don't know whether that's tyre marbles or whether it's just some form of debris, or whether it's like stones that have just been strewn across the circuit. But
Yeah, there's still got an entry, isn't there? I can see him, yeah.
yeah, I can't really tell what it is, but the drivers are doing their best to avoid that anyhow. There goes Josh Cook. He is out on circuit now, is Josh Cook, which is good to see. After the engine change, let's see if that has a positive effect on the car's performance. There goes Jake Hill through the chicane. Smiley, I think that it was, that's just gone through. I keep calling it, I keep thinking Goddard's, but that's the hairpin over there. This is the Robert chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, the Robert chicane, all the Fogarty S's, which are just beside us here. So the one that is alongside us, that's the Fogarty S's. Then we get the Roberts S's going the other direction here on the national circuit as Crees goes through, and I think that's Moffat.
It's Moffat and Jelly.
Yeah, Jelly, yeah. There goes Aaron Taylor-Smith going through. Haven't seen Shedden yet pass on the circuit, but it could still change up later on.
Well,
so Chilton, and then Dan Rowbottom. Robo's
yeah, Nick Hamilton coming through. He's behind Dan Rowbottom on circuit. Rowbottom will be looking for a better season, I would say. I remember last year when I came here where I think he got taken out by, was it Ronan Pearson in race 3? Yeah. He was quite disgruntled. And it wasn't too personal, I don't think, with Ronan Pearson afterwards, but he wasn't very happy with the way he got taken out in race 3. So I'd imagine there was probably a word or two afterwards, but nothing too personal. But he'll be ready to go with Dan Rowbottom. I don't know how long, as we watch a plane heading over. I think we could probably guess where that is heading, don't we?
Is that the fourth one so far we've seen? It's a cluster of cars goes through here. Well, let's bring in JT, who's watching down in the production. JT, welcome. FP2's coming up. What's happening? With 20 minutes to go in the session, who's our top running order so far?
Well, your next car heading towards you now is Gordon Shedden. He's on his outlap, so we'll watch him go past. But currently, it is there. Chilton
it's Tom
as well.
Chilton, yeah, and then it's Gordon Shedden, yeah. So Tom Chilton, Gordon Shedden have both gone past. How many laps do we know that Gordon Shedden's done so far? Because I don't think he's done many in this session.
7.
He's only done 7 laps compared to most of the others.
So he did not look happy this morning, did he, when we tried to get a word with him? He was very much one-hit wonder.
He looked quite bombarded, didn't he? Yeah, it looks like he didn't want to speed too much to Gordon Shedden. I don't know what exactly he was annoyed about, but clearly he must have been something wrong with the car, which curtailed some of his running in the morning session.
So we'll keep an eye on that as the session ticks down then. And the S is a brilliant section. We'll eventually, with around about 5 minutes to go, well, how long will it take us sort of walks past? Followed by Smiley, not doing too badly on the chicane sector. How long will it take us to walk back to the paddock from here?
You probably need a good 20 minutes, yeah, without running too much, because it's a long day. There goes Stephen Jelly, albeit he's back to pace. Our Sutton, got in for a record-breaking 5th British Touring Car cycle this year. He stayed in the hunt until the last few rounds, the last venue at Brands Hatch, because he stayed in the fight, didn't he, until round 28, I think it was. But he's got to be one of the contenders for this year, surely.
Don't forget also, everybody watching, during the lunch break, JT has some Trackside audio stuff as well as the interviews from Media Days and hearing how the drivers are feeling coming into this weekend, because we will try and get some driver interviews, but to be honest with you, trying to get driver interviews in between practice sessions, as I kick the camera, that's a good start, is very much akin to, well, try and have a tooth. Let me tell you something, I've had that. You don't get many. Second chance at it. Here comes Sutton again. Slower this time though, Tom, to the chicane.
Yeah, so he's got bats on the pace. He's probably doing a cool down lap, or maybe 2 cool down laps. We're giving how short this national configuration of Donington is. And looking to see, it sounds like someone's on a flyer here heading into Roberts. Let's see who that is heading through now. Is this one of the Virtue drivers that's heading through?
So,
it is, yes. It is Tom Chilton who's heading through Roberts now. And that's Dan Lloyd right behind, who we've not really spoken about.
Dan Lloyd back in the championship with the 1-2-3. Came in middle of last year. Now he's got his first full season back. Looks like he's going to be in a very entertaining weekend for him coming through. I haven't seen much of Lloyd the champion so far.
No, I haven't either. But one driver I don't think we've seen either is Max Hall.
No, I haven't seen Hall, no. Hall went through 22nd.
Okay, well, that's...
I haven't seen him in person, have we?
No, I haven't either. But Max Hall is apparently out on circuit. He's just gone into the pits now as Max Hall. So, so as far as timings are concerned, who's top? JT.
Was that to us or just the world feed? We can't tell. Oh, so Ingham's top with a 107.912?
492.
429. Sorry, we were just hearing that through our ears. Here's another one. There's Gordon Shedden. Lloyd again. Kind of paying his way in for timing's going to be as well as Moffat comes through. Oh, look a bit. Messed up that chicane. Okay, JT's back with us. JT, what's the running order?
So, Ingram 107.429, Sutton 107.789, Chilton a 102.2 exactly, then it's Morgan a 108.270, Camish a 108.308, Hill in 6th a 108.317, and then it's a Rowbottom with a 108.577, Doble with a 108.628, Pearson with a 108.651, and rounding out the top 10 is Smiley with a 108.735. Back to you guys.
Cheers, JT. Right, we're going to start moving, but we're still connected via wired microphones. This could be quite fun. I'm going to ask Tom for a second to hold mine so I can de-rig things.
So yes, we are just continuing to watch the session as it's progressing. How long we've got left in this practice session, JT? Okay, so we've got around 14 minutes left in the session. As we watch Moffat taking it a little bit more steady this time. I think that lockout gave him a little bit of a wake-up call, didn't it?
Right, let's see how we can do this. If you rotate that way, we can walk together. Okay, right, there we go then. So, bit of room, if you want to hold the mic together, because until we get back into the paddock, we're wired up, wireless, because that means that, well, it's easy for me and Tom to commentate on a microphone. So, Tom, I've got a question. How much do you reckon we're actually going to witness this weekend of proper outright racing compared to what we saw last year with the hybrid? Are we going to have a difference this year with synthetic fuels? As we're going to go under the Essex tunnel, so we might cut out.
Well, I'm happy that the hybrid's gone because I think it became too expensive of a tool which these touring cars had utilised last year. In fact, a number of years. So I think this year, we are going to see more and more outright racing. It feels like it's less of a distraction now with this hybrid thing because if you remember, I think one of the races of a race weekend, they would have the one driver who's starting at the head of the field on the least amount of hybrid out of a set number of drivers. And they did that to spice up the racing.
It is still flickering. Yeah, that light's still flickering, is what JT just said. Can you still hear us, guys? Oh, good. Oh, it seems like we found the one tunnel where we can actually go through and get signal. So, yeah, I reckon... We were talking this earlier, weren't we, with some fans at the side of the circuit. Won't name them, but no. It doesn't feel like the touring cars has got that much oomph this year, despite the fact that everyone's excited about it. The support package, not so much.
I don't know how I want to comment on that, but I'm happy with all this got going.
Me too, to be fair.
Yeah. But yes, we've survived the tunnel and we're back out in the. I don't want to say boiling. It's not exactly boiling, but it's it has hit us somewhat of some form of heat. We're just making our way back through the infield. This circuit. It's a lovely view, actually.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you got like family out with you, you could just see all those cars down there, parked on the far side, on the exit of where the old hairpin is. I don't think we saw too many of those parts. But
Not last time we were here, were they?
Now, bearing in mind, this is Saturday, so that'll be more packed tomorrow. But yeah, it's nice to see that some fans haven't got too far to go to be watching the action from wherever in the infield or over there on the outside of Redgate. It's lovely to see.
Let's have a look at that, the other end of the chicane as we come down. If we need it, we've got a commentary box as well, which has very kindly been opened up to us after the misery of last year where it threw it down with rain. They have given us commentary box 3. So we have that as an option. But we want to do the MotoGP as outdoors as possible so that you all back at home get the emphasis as well if you're watching MotoGP's coverage of how great the touring car action is today. Plus, it's right outside ITV studio, and you get their Wi-Fi, which helps. Right, back in we go. How long we got left, JT? 10 minutes to go. Lovely. And then it's simple. All we have to do is plug in a wireless, and then we're good. And then I just have to take my earphones out. Tom can keep his headphones on and hear JT, and we're all good.
Well, just see that Josh Cook just getting a smooth grip on the engine performance, the new engine he just put in after free practice. Someone just kicked up a bit of dust, actually. I think that's one of the Napa boys, though.
Yeah, is that Dan Rowbottom?
Yeah, Rowbottom. So yeah, it was Rowbottom that kicked up the dust, and Osborne just went through it on kicked up some dust as well. We're just seeing a few more. There goes Max Hole. First time I've seen that car today, actually.
Same here.
Yeah, he's heading over the line now. What's his lap time, JT?
Max Hall with a 109.161, and he crosses the line to take the black and white, not the black and white flag, the black flag for track limits. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
So black would be come in, so stop go, even in the session.
Yeah, it's a practice session at the end of the day, but this goes back to what I was saying about track limits, Josh. I think, did he say which corner that he was pinged for track limits?
So
I would probably guess it's down at the either at the old hairpin or over at Robert.
Yeah, old hairpin's been having a lot recently. So
okay,
old hairpin's been having a lot recently, isn't it? Marshals, hello. When we actually get going for qualifying, and that, we're going to be in our same old commentary position we were last year, just above the pit lane. But rain, we have Combox 3. We can call the action from and plug in. So, not a total loss so far. It's going to be an interesting weekend, to say the least. Still cars circulating down there with the final few moments. So just a reminder, as the cars whiz by us, touring car qualifying coming up at 3:15. And JT, I'll ask you a question actually. How well has the drop-in been going today in terms of the half and half of the coverage as the cars roll behind us?
Yeah, it's been going well, other than my computer deciding to turn the Toka Live audio down by 24 decibels, so I've had to fix that. I don't know why it's doing it, but it was doing it just randomly.
Never just drive, eh? A couple of cars coming towards us. Let's see what it's like. And Sutton's just coming to the pit lane. Sutton is coming into the pit lane in front of what is a wildly empty grandstand. So yeah, Tom, not even going to attempt it when the cars go past. Who do you think's your pick for pole? Do we have one yet?
Difficult to say, but it looks like Tom Ingram has got it in him at the moment. But I still don't feel that we've seen the best from the BMWs yet. I think they're going to wait until qualifying later to really unleash their potential. So if you're Jake Hill fans, that's probably a good thing. Or if you're Jake Hill fan, the phrase I should use. But those who are Tom Ingram fans, including one in particular we know a person, it's been a positive session for him so far. He'll hope to emulate that later. And yeah, I think Tom Ingram would probably be one of the contenders for pole.
A few more coming through us then. How long we got left, JT? Okay, with Hill going through, let's pass back to the world feed and we'll get into the paddock and get some post-practice reactions. Let's head back up to the commentary box.
It's a chance for the drivers to get into their final runs of some quick laps just to prepare them for qualifying later on.
Yeah, and Gordon Shedden is now more where we'd expect him to be inside the top 10. In terms of wins and podiums, I think Gordon Shedden the most successful driver on the grid this season with those 52 victories that we mentioned this morning. 140 podiums Gordon Shedden has had in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So it's a name that Alan's very used to reading out on the podium. And are we going to see more of that this weekend, I wonder?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and actually just comes back off the back of me saying hi to his wife Gillian, who of course owns Knock Hill Circuit, and she'll be coming along to all bar one of the touring car meetings to support her husband, as ever she does, and she was very happy to be back in the paddock. Well, actually what she said was, can I tell you in about 3 hours time if I'm happy to be back? We'll see, because this is just free practice, isn't it? We don't know what they're doing, we don't know what they're getting on with, but for sure when we get to qualify this afternoon we will see the true pace.
Yes, what we do know though is another black flag has come through, this time for Dan Camish. So he is another one who's been warned about his track limits. It's not going to do him any favours, but with only 5 minutes to go, I don't think he'll be too troubled by that one. And Dan Camish is currently inside the top 5 in 5th place. In fact, he's just come back into the pit lane as well. So
as he's told to.
Yeah, come in, I need to have a word with you. So yeah, Dan Camish back in. Tom Ingram's gone back out, so after a spell in the pit lane, just to gather his thoughts, he's gone back out to see if he can potentially go any quicker than his 107.3 from earlier this morning.
Yes, that's right. Adam Morgan has gone quicker than he's gone so far to move him up ahead of his teammate Tom Chilton. So Adam Morgan now third quickest in the session with a 1:08.128. Dan Camish, 5th in the session, as you say, as he exited the session, the 13-time winner, 3-time Porsche Carrera Cup champion, looking to add the British Touring Car Championship to his list of honours in 2025. And Adam Morgan, after setting that quick time, potentially a qualifying simulation, is into the pit lane, third quickest. And that might be the end of Adam's session, the 36-year-old 11-time winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. His best result at the end of the season has been a 7th, which he's managed on 3 occasions. Just wonder, with the change of teams this year and this very positive start to the season for Adam Morgan, whether we might see him much more regularly inside the top 6 and perhaps fighting for the championship.
Certainly could do, yeah. And it'd be nice for Adam Morgan to do well. It's sometimes you just need that change, don't you, in your kind of career to see if you can improve and do a little bit better. So this might just be the thing that Adam Morgan needs. I was just keeping an eye on Ronan Pearson's lap because he was personal best through sector 1, and to complete the lap, he has moved up 2 positions. So Ronan Pearson, car number 14, has got himself now inside the top 10. Who else is looking to improve towards the end? Darryl De Leon is one of those in the BMW.
And the other BMW, Charles Rainford, has gone 7th quickest, the quickest of the rookies and the quickest of the drivers competing for the Jack Sears Trophy, up to 7th quickest. So a good lap from Charles Rainford, 1 minute 08.501.
Indeed, yep. So he has gone up the order. The BMW's coming good towards the end here, so he might just be trying something a little bit different. Ronan Pearson's been warned for a second time with a black flag. That might be his final chance now.
That's the third of the day, isn't it, for Ronan Pearson? This may be not the welcome he wanted back into the championship. That's for sure. He's quick. He's, what, 9th quickest, and I think the quickest of the Toyotas in the session again. But... well, it's a record for black flags in a day isn't one you would like, but Ronan Pearson with 3 might be well onto his way to that.
Yeah, so who else is going quicker? Dan Lloyd is going to be one to watch out for, the 1-2-3 machine. So he'll be heading up towards the second sector very shortly. He's done a personal best in sector 1, which is a 19.8. I don't think anyone else apart from Max Hall has gone quicker through sector 1, but he has now completed his lap. As into the pits comes Tom Chilton. We wait for the arrival of Dan Lloyd, who has done a 36.5 through the middle sector. So it's about a 12-second final sector. He comes across the line now, and Dan Lloyd was in 16th place. He goes inside the top 10 up to 7th position, make that 8th because Mikey Doble followed him through, and he now goes ahead into 7th position. So a good lap there for Dan Lloyd. I think Josh Cook could be on for a quick lap here as well with that brand new engine in the car.
Yes, we haven't done a really fast lap yet in this session, has he? Josh Cook in the One Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, the 33-year-old who has had 20 wins in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. His best season, 2021, when he finished 3rd at the end of the year. So are we still waiting for Josh Cook to finish this lap, Matt?
Goes 11th.
So decent, maybe. I think you mentioned earlier he was the quickest on the media day last week, so he'll be looking to move a bit further up than that by qualifying, I'm sure. But with the new engine bedded in, the Honda going quicker and quicker. And I wonder if he's on another push lap to see if he can squeeze himself into the top 10 on what could be the final lap of the session.
I can tell you it looks like he is, yeah, because he's gone and done another personal best through sector 1. So watch out for the 66 machine. Josh Cook with One Motorsport this year, back in his Honda Civic, looking to get himself a little bit higher before this FP2 session comes to a close. And I think this potentially is going to be close. It might be his final lap of the session. We'll have to see when he comes through sector 2, but he's got 30 seconds to try and drive to the line to get an even better time and then possibly get one more. He will get another one because he's just coming into the final couple of corners, and Josh Cook, who is currently in 11th place on a 108.580, crosses the line now. And Josh Cook, can he improve any further? He goes 1 position off the place he currently was. Is now into 10th place. So good stuff there from Josh. He probably would have wanted to be a little bit higher, but at least he improved.
Yes, building up for that all-important qualifying session later on. And 3rd quickest of the independents, which is headed by Mikey Doble from Dan Lloyd. Josh Cook 3rd as a checkered flag comes out to end FP2 here at Donington Park for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, which means the next time we'll see the cars out onto the circuit, we'll be deciding who will be on pole position for round 1 of the 2025 season.
We certainly will, yep. So just a few more cars to take the checkered flag. There goes Max Hall through. There goes the second of the One Motorsport Civics in the hands of Stephen Jelly, and he will finish the session down in 21st place. We've got one of the Hyundai still weaving across the line, but that's going to be Adam Morgan to take the checkered flag as well. That was an outlap from the pits. We have also got across the line now Chris Smiley, so car number 22 just off the fringes of the top 10. Last year's champion Jake Hill slowly across the line, and then we'll just wait for the likes of Tingram, Chilton. Josh Cook is into the pit lane, so that's where he ends the session in car number 66, and the rest will come through now to take the checker flag in terms of Shedden, Hamilton. Tom Ingram goes through. into the pit lane will come, by the looks of it, James Dorlin. So they will be the last few to take the flag. So yeah, Tom Ingram will end free practice 2 on top for the second time today. Not quite as quick as he went in free practice 1, 107.429 for Tom Ingram. If you're on the start-finish line, we'll now have practice starts, of course, at the end of free practice 2. So this will be a chance to see how they all get off the line and do that practice before tomorrow's races. So Tom Ingram is quickest. One of the officials just picking up some debris off the start-finish line before they all start roaring off down towards turn number 1. So Ingram quickest. Second went the way of Ash Sutton. So good to see the Napa Racing Ford Focus up there for this second session, a 107.789 for Ash. Third place then for number 33, Adam Morgan, on a 108.128. Fourth place, number 3, was Tom Chilton. So second earlier on, fourth this afternoon, a 108.200. Fifth place then for number 27, Dan Camish, on a 108.308. As we enjoy the lovely sounds of the cars heading off the line. Sixth place for number 1, Jake Hill, 108.317. Go!
Makes you realise how much you've missed the sound, doesn't it, when you hear them start?
You've got the bird's eye view down there, haven't you?
Well, no, I've got the sort of snail's eye view down here. I'm just behind the pit wall, so I can hear them. I can't see them, but Jake Hill is just coming up to the grid spots. But yeah, it's that noise at the start of the race. It just makes you go all goosey, doesn't it?
Beautiful sound. Yep, 24 of those will hopefully be roaring away tomorrow for the races.
Just remembered we've got plenty of listeners online. I'll go over to the pit wall, just leave my microphone open so so everyone can enjoy the noise. Unique sound, the sound of a BTCC car getting underway. There we go. I've made it over to the Ash Sutton, that was. Sam Osborne. Nick Hamilton. Gordon Shedden's coming up to the front of the grid. That was Flash. Charles Rainford is next up to the line. Darryl Deline on his way. That was Dan Camish. I think Charles Rainford will be next, and then Tingram afterwards. That was Aidan Moffat and Tom Ingram at the same time. Not sure that was choreographed quite as they would have planned. Michael Crease is off. Max Hall has just come up to the front. I think Max Hall is the last one. Great noise, isn't it?
Forget how raspy they are as well.
Yeah, it's just superb. There we go.
Brilliant.
I've had my little moment with my microphone.
He's had his fun.
Yeah, I've had my fun.
Back to work.
Yeah, good point.
So top 6 we ran through. The rest of the field then after free practice 2. 7th place for number 88, Mikey Dable, 108.
And you're back with us in the paddock, ready for the lunch break and to get some interviews in with the drivers and see what they've found out after 2 sessions now ahead of qualifying later on in around about 2 hours' time. To venture down and start with BMW. Now, Aidan Moffat this morning has had a new engine put in. So has Josh Cook, but at least he got some laps in, which is better news, to be honest, than what we had previously. We were worried that we might have a little bit of a lockout, but he's got some good stuff going. Here is BMW. The car's just coming back in as well, so we timed it perfectly. Hill, De Jong. Yes, I am. Don't worry, JT. There's Darryl De Jong's car. There you go. Okay, lovely. Right, here's Rainford's car. The 99. Moffat alongside, looks okay. Hiya, you all right? How you doing?
All right, good.
How's it going?
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, it's pretty solid. So we were 8th in the last session, I think 9th in this session. So that's pretty solid. So,
Any problems after what happened with Moffat earlier on as well?
no, he's okay. Charles is okay. So.
Nice. Nice to see you again. I'll see you later on. Take care. I love it when I bump into old people and old friends in the paddock. It's fantastic. Ah, okay. So head of BMW. So let's go Sutton and Rowbottoms. Rowbottoms back in. He's already out of the car, debriefing at the back. Sutton second in that session. Oh, Rowbottom 13th. And the 32 already having some. Camish is back in. So they've changed already a little bit. They're deep in debrief. Just trying to see if I can spot coming up down the outside of the paddock. Let's meander through and try and get some drivers. Osborne still talking. Also, can you just dust around the circuit on my shoes? Look at that. It's everywhere, this place. So where was Osborne in that session? 18 in that session as well. Giving a wave to Steve. Now, Chloe was around here somewhere. We were talking with her earlier on. But there's Chilton and Ingram. I think Chloe said she was watching that session from the pit lane, didn't she, Tom?
Say again.
I think Chloe said that she was watching that session from the pit lane.
She could well be.
So, where did they finish that session? Going back to back then on the session. That's just like what we had to hear. Apologies, by the way, if the picture quality is a bit blotchy. What we get is when all the teams are downloading all their data, the signal just gets cluttered up, and it's really hard to get a stable picture when we're this deep in the pit lane. But I think everybody would agree we'd rather be this deep in than out there talking about absolutely nothing. Right, Shedden isn't there yet, but Smith is. Oh, there's Lou. We saw her earlier on. Have a quick word with her off air. I think she's. We'll keep an eye out where she is then and see if we can get her for qualifying. However, she did say very politely, didn't she, Tom, that if I'm in her way, she'll let me know. Oh, there you are. Hello. Are you happy I'm back to back? Yeah, I thought you might be. I'm doing my. You hate me now, don't you? Yes, okay. Taylor Smith and Pearson changing over. Feels like I'm going to sneeze with a lot of dust around. Tobel's having an engine changeover. Excuse me, it really is dusty here. Final preps ahead of qualifying going on. And Tom, this is where sort of all the things we've learned from both the test day here and the final session. This is really go time now. Can you get pole position? Can you even get in the top 10 and into the fast six, which is tweaked this year?
Well, this is where it gets really intense between practice 2 and quali later. You know, they're just ironing out all the problems. I think one of the things that I think it was Aidan Moffat, whoever it was during the test, saying that they're glad to have done a lot of things that they know they're not going to be doing this weekend. So I'd like to think that some drivers have done that already. Some would have been happy to just to do all the things that they know they're going to do correctly. So there's going to be some taking a few risks on it.
I agree with you as well. Got to take risks. Got to have risk takers. Lloyd's car. Smiley's still down at Toka Technical stand. We passed the media centre. Oh no, it's here. Just double checking to see if it missed anybody. Patterson and Hall. Now you said you hadn't seen Hall. The car's not here. I can just hear it revving down the pit lane. Is Nick Hamilton? Is he out the car? Oh, Nick's there. Let's see if I can get another word with him. I mean, I'm always up for a little of a look. I'm gonna come in here, Tom. We'll get a shot of Nick Hamilton. Just in the garage with his helmet on, doing the final debrief. What's this weekend about for him, do you reckon, Tom? Just sort of getting back used to the touring cars?
It feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, they'll just be going through all the telemetry and see where he's gone wrong. Where did he end up and how far off the pace was he JT, Nick Hamilton?
He was, as I look up the timing screen, hold on. Never mind. I have to scroll down. 24th, Nick Hamilton, 1:10.656. He was 3.227 seconds off the fastest time.
Not bad then for Nick as well as he came in. Gave us a nice little wave as he came in. Very much keeping his helmet down, I've noticed. JT, if you could just pop to battle screen for a second so I can fix some camera issues. Thank you. There we go. That should be better now. Yes, you are good to come back. Hello. People back on camera. There's Cook. He had to have a word with Josh Cook this year. Keeps avoiding us. Oh, I've pressed something on my laptop. iPad, I mean. Keep pressing Siri on my iPad. Now, Stephen Jelly having some work done. Josh Cook had a new engine that session. Can I have a quick word? I'm giving him a... Yeah, I've caught his eye. I'm hoping he might pop and say hello. I mean, he's the only driver we've seen so far. Jed stood there. Interrupted my podium last year. So let's see what I can do with this quickly. There we go. Signal around here is terrible. And it's going to get worse as the day goes on. So I do apologise if you're watching this. Do see if I can flag Jade and give her a quick conversation. Oh, this is fascinating, isn't it? JT, where did you end up in that session?
We had Jelly was 21st with a 109.180, and Josh Cook with an engine change between FP1 and FP2, 10th with a 108.514.
Too bad with an engine change, really, was it, Tom?
It's probably worth it.
I would love to know what was the issue there. See if I can give her a quick wave, but the problem is the red line, it's not in existence in this session, but they've put the barriers up, so let's just see if we can just get in a bit closer and see if we can get a zoom in on Jade and... Actually, can I go over there? Too polite to ask. Let's go the other way. Let's go the long way around. See if we can run into her. Seems to be always a nice little habit. Plus, I wanted to go back here anyway. See what we can... Thank you very much, JT, for saying that. See ITV at the back there as well. Oh, there's Dan. University Greater Manchester as well coming in. I bet it's nice and cold in there, isn't it? Get that feeling. So how long? I say how long? There's no session left. So we're just sort of wandering around trying to find some time to film. There's everyone from Toka. There's all the officials and everybody. Invited guests only. All locked. But they get a nice. They get a nice little luncheon. Yeah, I can tell you. As there's one of the chefs. I'm surprised. I know. I've just spotted Jed to the side of my eye. I'm trying to arrange like a little run into, like, oh, hello, can I have a quick word? Blah blah blah. Difficult because 45 minutes. Not too bad then. I still have not yet to run into anyone proper from ITV apart from the obvious. Dan Camish alongside us there, if I'm not too mistaken. Do you think it'd be rude of me just to walk up and say hello? Now, your play. Is that Jet 2 or EasyJet?
It's Jet 2.
I wish it was a Jet 2. get out here and it's too warm there. I think it's very much warm and out of bounds. If you spot that way, I just want Jay to confirm. I got that's Dan Camish, isn't it, alongside me? It's Dan Camish, isn't it? Hang on. Live production people. How's that? Lovely. He's deep. I'm gonna. I'll stop him for a second. Hi Dan, how did you go out there in practice?
Oh well, thank you. Yeah, good session too. So yeah, now all to play for qualifying now.
Oh, position, fast six?
Oh, who knows? I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I think we'll be somewhere near. I think when it matters.
Hey, so I'll catch you later. Cheers. There we go. Dan Camish, everybody. Always like to. I haven't got my glasses on, you see. They're in my. I know what you're saying. Why don't you put your glasses on? But it's harder to see when the sun's reflecting in your eye. Exactly where's where. Right, we've done a little paddock walk up and down. We've got time before we have to go for MotoGP. Gonna have a look, see who's around as well. 150 JT, see if he's asking. Too long left. We've got our first race and our podium later on. We'll cover that for you. Trackside live. Yeah, British F4 at half two for qualifying. Ah, right. So as soon as we end coverage on MotoGP, we'll hop back on and we'll cover the podium of the F4. Therefore, right. Let's go back one more time then, shall we? Hail the old Muffet lane for the sun. Hi. I just missed Dick again. Let's go right back into the BMW garage. This is so much busier as they come through. Getting quite difficult to navigate people. Music's blaring as well. Tire trolley's coming out. Say again. Again, just changing my mic settings so you don't hear the music. Hi, you alright?
Chap, you good?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So again, hi, you alright? Yeah, good, not bad, see you soon. Yeah, I don't see him around a lot. There's a thing there. That gets bigger every time I go past it. Hello, Sam, quick word, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Looking good going to quali? Of course, see you later. Right, we're just literally walking into people now. Forget Martin's grid walk. It has gone full on. Absolutely. Hey, you right? It's gone full on from being a lunchtime pit to grid walk. I know, but I've spotted Adam Morgan, so I'm going to wait a second because I don't want to walk across their shot. Because virtually are talking, and hopefully we might be able to get a media interview with them in a minute. I'm going to pop in. Because you don't want to say apart from, oh, how was the car in quali? How's your car in practice? And how's it looking going to quali? That's pretty much all you can do. Whether you can say, oh, do you think it's worth it? Do you think it's not worth it? Well, I've spotted several people that I've seen so far today, but I can't see the ones I actually need, which is drivers. Camera's gone again, okay? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's just Tom doing the improving quality for us. Oh, it hasn't worked, apparently. That's because all the people are here. Right, we're going to walk across because waiting around near all this data is getting a lot of strong as well. Hi, I've got a proper mic. How are you finding it then, Michael?
Yeah, good, really good. Just been up in the commentary box with Alan, giving World Superbikes a bit of a plug, and yeah, I'm loving it. It's great.
We're in Combox 3 in the media centre for MotoGP if you fancy coming up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, do you want to come?
What time does it start? 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, commentary box 3.
Yeah, just up there in the media centre. Do you fancy get...
I'll come and join you.
Lovely, lovely. Right, there we go. See you in a bit. Thank you very much, Tom, for sending me my mate. Well, you've got to get Michael into the commentary box at the first chance you get. And we're in com box 3 with the laptop stuff. So we'll get him we've got him a pair of headphones, I think. Yeah, don't worry, I've got that. Right, I think we've run out of drivers. I can't see many. I haven't gone into their lunch break. Good point. Let's have a look at Josh Cook. It's all chaos at this. It wasn't like this last year. Oh, Brands either. It is proper. Busy. Yes. Did you say that public? Oh, JT said a big difference between open paddock and closed paddock. Right, back at Cookie. And no, he's not there. He's gone in. How long we got left? 13:08. Too bad. That is a good idea. That's a very good idea. Bringing the kids around in a push truck. No driver in there. Right, back we go again. One more time. And this time, let's try and go further around the back and see if we can catch people hanging around, because the bathroom's just there. It's literally the toilet plug where everybody goes and gets through. You see what I mean? Even JT's agreeing. A good idea to go to the toilet area. Just walk right in. Yeah, probably not the best idea, is it, to go to a toilet but live on it? But let's go. Go on. Any
What the viewers do not know is that I just completely lost a will to live.
Debrief at the moment, so unfortunately they'll be there. But if you keep a lookout, there might be a few pop out. If you hang around here, bearing in mind there's the toilet.
Yeah, we just said
that's where they're going to go. Go there.
I had the same idea. There. Thank you. Toilet block, people. So literally, we are now hanging outside the toilet. Come to this, gentlemen. Well, I know people who watch this channel sometimes do describe it as something very similar to this, but we're now literally taking. I'm not actually going to go in. Go with the microphone. Hello, how's your session? Well, to be fair, interesting story actually. While we wait, I've actually shared a bathroom with a Osmond. Yeah. So there you go, one of the Osmond brothers.
JB, thank you
And
for
I
that
can hear Mum
vital,
talking right now,
vital-
shouting me which one it is. Yeah, thanks, JT. I'm literally stopping you as you come out of the bathroom, James. How's it go?
Finding little improvements as we go, trying loads of different things and what works and what doesn't. But yeah, decent place ahead of quali.
Toyota go well here in qualifying stream as well. You said you're feeling confident, but first session, is fast six an option or just qualifying well?
For me, being my first one, I just need to qualify well. What well is, I don't know. For me, the target is top 10. We're kind of on that brink at the moment, but for me, I just need to get it under my belt and tick it off. I think fast six is possible, but likewise, we're just missing something at the moment. Just doesn't quite do what I want it to do at the moment. So yeah, the past history of Toyota around here is very good, which adds a bit of pressure. But for me, it's the first one, so I just need to be in the mix, and then we build on it tomorrow.
Softs or mediums for quali?
Mediums.
Mediums. Good choice. Good choice. Right, see you later. So, nice hit. As did you say that out loud? JT's just said there's no way that works. What? Toilet block works. You learned that off Lee McKenzie. Right, we are running out of time because we have to get set up in MotoGP, which we now have Michael joining us for. Right, Maddie, if you're watching this, we've now got Michael joining us. There's no excuse anymore. Come on. Come on, this is all the hospitality areas as well, and the RVs and touring cars and etc. Goodyear. This is very much the sort of, you know how F1 drivers have they've got their engineering trucks and then they've got their hospitality units. This is the hospitality units. So yeah, that's all going to be going up here. Hospitality, as you can see. And this is going ready for the podium, I presume. All the banners. And this is where we'll queue tomorrow. So there's Porsche Sprint Challenge. Which one's that one? Cup. Brilliant. How long did it take to set all these up after each session?
20 minutes, I guess.
So literally on race day, you're every second.
Each session, new one goes, and then get all the trophies out, get all the champagne out, and good to go.
Lovely, thank you very much. Good luck. Where you're being packed. You'll never leave that one down. Let's not win over the other one. So this is where we were going to cover the MotoGP session, but now we've got the commentary box with Michael, so makes sense. Yep, sorry. Literally showing off every second. Right, here we got on where? Previously watched the end up and down twice. And I'm very cautious about time. How much time haven't we got, JT? Oh, we got about half hour. Okay, right. Should we venture into the... Yeah, okay. Let's have a little walk round then into the actual hospitality units and some of the support categories. So I think we are covering the whole championship. So it's only fair that we come in and say hello to everybody else. So that's the LKQ team. Here's Power Max Racing. Still got the old stuff on. Yeah, to actually find the people I want to find in terms of Richard John Neal, etc. Might run into them tomorrow. We'll definitely be sending them a text message that says, "Where are you?" Especially to a certain Paul O'Neill. I don't know where Paul is. I just got asked that question. Restart racing. Media with a lovely 99. Could do with a 99. Now this is the Virtue race team. Those are the Accelerate Motorsport. And I can't actually see just yet Chloe taking of her stuff. That's very Right, into the minis. Mini challenge. That race tomorrow morning. The mini, normal mini, the Countryman, and then the rally race. 16:25 first race today. The last one. And here's the mini. Here's the paddock. Getting ready for their race later. I just feel like I've got to be very quiet now with Stephen Chandler's car. Coming through. Owen Hillman and Edmondson. That sun is now hot, isn't it?
It's a touch, but it's like it's such a breeze coming through at the same time. So it's almost like you can't really decide.
Yeah, it's up and down what it wants to be. Looks like my friend. Go on.
Got a lucky charm on their mark. It looks like a monkey got hanging off it.
What is with the lucky charm? I just want to dive in and ask what it is. I don't want to be rude. Oh, we'll catch it. Porsches. For their session. Oh, it's hot. Now. Yes. The GP loop back down there at the back. It's very warm down here now.
Also,
you really
JB,
do feel the heat.
And everyone watching.
Yes.
If you are feeling warm today, well, expect 6 degrees warmer than what it currently is tomorrow.
Sunblock will be on.
So
well, there's
good
loads
luck.
Of water. Porsche's getting ready to come out, and I'm being careful about around this corner. So, the car's inches away from us. Are they coming? No. No, into the Porsche area. And for those of you who know World Superbike, this is where the WCR paddock usually is. Oh, and it's getting warm. I really hope our commentary box has air conditioning when we get up there. Is that too showy offy, JT? Porsche coming through, Tom. Watch out. Will Jenkins there. In the GT3. Coming out from this side, should we have a wonder? Ah, here's Cat, who went off in the session earlier on. You might have said that caused the red flag. So it just looks like what was a? I don't know. It just looks like it's gravel, doesn't it, Tom?
Look, this is down at the old hairpin where it went on. This was the first of the 2 red flags in the session which these Porsches were out earlier on. So it feels only like a clean-up job so far. So I wouldn't worry about that. I think it looks good enough to be going out in the next session whenever Porsches are out.
Fingers crossed. 52 had the hardest hit. Right, let's have a look for that then. If it's back, can we get through? Yeah, Eden Motorsport going there. We're looking for the 52. Here's the 29, Jason Baker. Car looks absolutely fine to me. Am I looking forward to the fact that we get Michael in the commentary box shortly? Yes, I am. It's going to be a lot of fun. 56, Dean Burton. What am I looking for again? The 52. $43, 11. Porsche coming right towards us. 2 of them, actually. Was it Team Parker Racing, JT? That's my question to you. Because so far, it's the only one without it in. 18 and 99. Coming back out. It was in the Sprint Cup, so we're looking for the Sprint Cups. That's a Mini. Can't actually see anyone coming back in. Ah, there's the 32. Looks like a bit of body damage. GT, was it 52 or 32? Well, because Anthony's got damage here, hasn't he?
Say again.
Damage on the front and then on the front.
I don't know where he's hit that, but it looks like they've had to replace the front bumper, the whole bonnet. That does look like an extensive job. Then that's realised.
So we're getting closer. That's a 32. Can't find Ella Lloyd in the F4 paddock. I'm looking for. Yep, well, fine. So yes, we are looking for F4s as well. Oh, this is also where the paddock should be in a few months' time. Or a few weeks, actually. It's June, July? It's over one of the two, isn't it? Right, JT, just so you know, cannot see anything in this side of the paddock. Okay, well, that was an interesting one. I'm going to hold you to a mark here. I want to interview someone, so I want this on best camera. Right, JT, hold on. Now, that man there is Dave Richards, who has opposed the FIA president, Mohammed bin Salem, head of the MSA. And he's, well, he was denied a meeting to participate in the vote for the World Motorsport Council. So that is a man who I very much want a word with. And I think as soon as he saw a camera coming, he went away. But how much time haven't I got to waste, JT? I have time to waste. and I'm going to waste it. Don't let it get away. I'm going to check the other side because it comes into two here to the hospitality unit, which he is not in off the top of my head. I don't want to lose him. Yeah, he's not here. Okay, cool. So he's still in this engineering tent. This is the technical center. I can see a clock, so I'm not going to wait around. It's okay, if we know he's here, we can grab him tomorrow, can't we? But still, I want to grab him. As it is getting warmer. So it's a bit up and down. I did want to find Ella Lloyd before I head up to the commentary box. I think we should find Ella Lloyd. Anyway. I didn't know where Dave Richards was. He's in there. Possibly as well, he probably can't comment, can he? Still, you want to be cheeky and ask the question. Keep my eye out for him for the rest of the weekend then. We know where he'll hang around. Right, F4s before up to the com box. Ah, Formula 4s. Winnie McLaren. Yes, it is actually. Strange, isn't it? I wonder if she'll be in the same position. Just looking to see if I recognise anyone. It's a long walk back to the box from here. We are sort of committing. Just to check he hasn't walked through. Desperate to have a word with him. Chitty, how far down is Ella? Never mind, I've spotted. Can't really miss a McLaren, can you, at Rodin? Is she around? Formula 4s have their first race coming up. Even more exciting fun. At what time? 2:30, lovely. There's cars right in the back. I love the Formula 4 cars. There's something so much more special when about racing cars. High-tech car over here playing a game of catch. Some lunchtime, you never see that again. Lunchtime playing the drivers. All doing the things as well. They definitely have. Yes. Okay, I think we're going to have to head up to the commentary box because we're running out of time. And I can't see any more people. Thanks, Tom. And also, it's getting very much brighter here. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like I'm getting sunburned. Whew. Just wonder why I couldn't hear out one ear, but I've got an earpiece in. I'm going dizzy. I've got some electrolytes in my back pocket. Got a few left. Okay, so JT, how long until the next session? Well, you've got time for a couple of interviews because we need to go to the commentary box. Work that. Continue talking. Oh, I can throw down. Okay, nice. Okay, so that is the lunch break. Session is going to get underway shortly, and then we'll be back for all the action from qualifying. Let's throw over there now and hear what the drivers had to say on media day to Steve Taylor.
The reason it's taken us this time to get to 100% is we have to make sure it works,
Yes.
and it has, and give them all the credit. We touch wood. They've produced a completely drop-in solution, and without a minor bit of mapping, we've had no.
It just works.
It just works.
Seamless.
Yeah.
You ran a test with Darryl DeLeon over the course of a race weekend at the end of last year.
Yeah, so we had to have a guinea pig basically,
Yeah.
and conveniently they ran the Toka engine, and as a one-car team, it's much easier to work with that entity in that situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, Darryl was showing some great speed, and we took the decision in the weeks running up to it to say, guys, if you're willing, we want to use you as a guinea pig, and again. Thanks for the work that Carlos did. It dropped in, and M Sport did a little bit of mapping tweak, and other than that, again, it worked. So that was a really good indicator that we were onto something really good.
So you've answered the main questions about the technical changes for this year and how they're going to impact us. We'll see what happens when, for the first time, they're in competition. Go on. You're
I think you lot were all a bit brave predicting who it is, because at the moment I don't have a clue.
No, it's incredibly difficult. But
I caught up with Tim Harvey during the week because he wanted to pick my brains on all of these subjects, and I said I can't tell you, Tim.
No.
It could be any one of those trucks that I can see from here,
which is great. Which is super. That's what we want,
and that's our goal. You know, as Alan said, we're here to make an entertaining sport, and it starts today. You know, ask me at 10 past.
I was going to say
10 past 3. Is it 10 past 4? Is it 10 past 4? And then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we've got that to look forward to.
That Hyundai does look quick round here, but it's always looked quick round here in Tom's hands. I know, talking to him just at the end of that session, he's a very happy boy with his balance at the moment.
Is he? Yeah.
It's an ominous feeling.
And his teammate Tom Chilton was there, and Adam Morgan was there as well during free practice. So that's something to look forward to.
It's a slippery old car around here, that one.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, that's for sure. But you know what? David Addison has just gone for Ash Sutton in qualifying this afternoon. There are no prizes for guessing.
No, I'm not putting any bet on the table.
And I wouldn't ask you to either.
Because I couldn't predict it, and I think Gordon being back in a Toyota is fascinating.
Isn't it just?
Again, I was on Thursday night. We were all in the hotel having dinner on separate tables, and we were chatting, and I overheard him say to somebody that it's very close to what the FK2 feels like. And for the people that don't know what I'm talking about, that's the previous shape Honda Civic.
Yeah.
This guy won 3 titles in that shaped car, so there's a lot.
So if he's getting that feel, I love the fact that as an official you just threw in as well on separate tables.
Of course,
because there was no. He's just covering every base there to make sure that there was
politician.
No fraternising away from the circuit. But Sam, what people have probably got, so you've really beautifully informed them of the changes that we're going to see playing out for us over the course of this weekend and the season as well. So thank you for doing that.
That's right.
What people will take from what you've just said is that you don't half know what you're talking about. Where has all this knowledge come from? Your father was the technical director for many, many years. You shadowed your dad for many, many years as well.
So this is my 2003. So this is what, 23 years?
Yeah.
I don't like to think about it.
You've got your cable wrap.
Yeah, I know. There we go. So this is 23rd or 24th, whatever it is, year working in this pit lane, in this paddock, involved in the technical side of this championship, working for Alan. Obviously, he had his minor sabbatical in the few years before that when I was on the periphery, and I'd grown up doing this. Peter was 93 or 94, he became technical director in Super Touring, and then 93 into Super Touring. And I've got some great memories of being at Silverstone and having to come home in the old people mover that we had with a Ford Mondeo tailgate that he'd impounded, strapped in the boot of the car, and then it lived in the shed for a while. So yeah, I've grown up as a scrutineer's son, and for a long time. I then decided that I was an impetulant child and didn't want to do what Dad did, so went and did a degree in technical and production management in live events and theatre in London. That in reality has served me quite well for the challenges of dealing with difficult people and the situations that come up.
That's a very good way of putting it.
If you think about it, they're both the same. You know, our green flag drops at the same time, whether we're ready or not, and the show must go on.
Show goes on.
The show goes on, whatever happens.
Yeah,
so, the pressures and the deadlines, and it was a very good practical management degree in technical stuff, and then. On the last 23 years, I've ended up working for several of our key technical partners in various different roles and supports, from sort of a bit of a customer stuff, bit of technical, bit of organisation, logistics. I've done the best part of 10 years on and off at ATL, who make the fuel tank for us and do all the fuel tanks in Formula One, and had everybody on the grid in Le Mans for the last few years. So yeah, I've picked up and I've sponged off as much as I can.
But maybe, Sam, the thing that you are most famous for around the paddock is for being a roadblock in the pit lane about 12 months ago.
Well, hang on. Let's get 12 months before that. I shut Ricky Collins' door with my foot.
Yes, you did.
And then I was a roadblock for Rob.
I would say you were reasonably viral with the Park Fair, mate, but very viral this time last year.
My goal this year is to avoid being viral. I don't like being the centre of it all, but sometimes you just have to be miserable.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just have to be the one they don't like.
Yeah, and stand there with your arms behind your back. And,
Well, I had Ian telling me what he wanted, and I just stood there.
There you go. That's what you had to do.
That's what I'm there for.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. You've explained them. I hope you guys were paying attention, Matt and Josh in the background, hearing the technical director's explanation of the technicals for this year. Top man, Sam. Thank you very much. I remember you when you joined me.
Don't go there.
Little boy you were. And
Don't
you were
go there.
Keen. Very, very keen indeed. And it was lovely.
There is one story that I get told regularly for people that were around long enough, when Peter used to bring his caravan to race meetings, and it was Snetterton one year, and somebody wanted to see him, and he was in the caravan, and I stood in the doorway and said, "No, you can't come in."
So you were just training?
Yeah,
for
I was
Rob
just in
Huff.
training, wasn't I? Exactly.
That's all you were doing?
Yeah, it was just 20, 30 years of training, you know, just...
You learnt well. Sam Ritchie's technical director, thank you very much indeed. All of it here on Toka Live 94.3, getting to your messages after this.
With all the latest news, views and interviews, this is Toka Live.
to see you, and a smile on your face. I'm not surprised. We're at Media Day at Donington, 2 weeks till the start of the season. But actually, you've made a bit of a name for yourself already in testing at Croft, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good couple of days testing at Croft. I think I was P1 at the end of the first day. Obviously, you can't really take testing too seriously, but it's certainly a good start.
It's nice to have some bragging rights, though, Max, isn't it? Coming into the series, which is a big change for you, but I know an exciting one and something you're looking forward to. You clearly were very comfortable in the car at Croft.
It's a front-wheel drive machine in it, same as a Mini. Already feel used to it.
It's just like a bigger Mini, isn't it? Is that how it's feeling? I mean, a bit more power, obviously, but and you're getting to grips with that, obviously.
Yeah. I think Minis are the best. The JCW category is the best sort of like thing to do before you go into a touring car. It's prepared me well.
Yeah, absolutely. We caught up at Autosports, didn't we, in January, and you were still going through the prep for the season. How busy has it been for you since we last spoke in January?
I mean, the day like today, really busy. It's my first time having a sort of media day, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far.
I mean, one of the things that now comes on your shoulders entering the Touring Car Championship is all the media attention, the photography, the radio interviews, and particularly, of course, the ITV coverage. Have you been thinking about that and how much that's going to change?
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about how much, how little coverage you got in Mini. It was all right, but nothing compared to this. You're going to have to take some getting used to, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know all the circuits for this year very, very well, but now you're doing it in different machinery. What are you looking for? Which circuits are you looking forward to most?
I love Brands Hatch. Both layouts, my favourite track. Yeah. I reckon we could get a good result round there.
Yeah, and 2 visits there, obviously, which is good. Points in the bag's going to be important. You're up for the will be eligible for the Jack Sears Trophy, of course, this year. What have you set yourself as a goal? Let's just, first of all, talk about the opener here at Donington. I'm keeping my fingers crossed it's going to be dry because it was soaking last year. But what have you sort of in your own mind said, this is what I want to achieve that weekend?
To be honest, I haven't really set any expectations for myself yet. I'm going to go out in round 1, see what happens, and then we'll just take it from there.
Yeah. Settling in with the team as well. You've got new car, new team, new people, new engineers that you're working with. Tell me about how that process has worked and how it's going.
It's been brilliant so far. Everyone at Unlimited, we get on really well. They're all nice people. We have a laugh. Yeah, really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll be keeping in touch with all your old competitors from the Minis, won't you? Because you're on the same package, and I'll be looking up to perhaps achieve what you've achieved. I was just talking previously to Dexter Patterson, who came in. I remember talking to him about his first season, and he was sort of saying to me that it was a lot to take in because of all the attention that you get, and there's nowhere to hide in touring cars, is there? Because every move you make is either watched or monitored.
Yeah, certainly a big difference from Mini, whereas you get away with a few things, but now it's going to take some getting used to, I think, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Is the Jack Sears a focus for you for this season?
Yeah, I'd say it is. Historically, I've not really focused on the... if you focus on the main thing, you'll end up doing quite well in the secondary title, so that's what I'm going to try and do, but as I said, just get round 1 out the way and then see what we can do from there.
Absolutely. It's a competitive grid this year. You've come in to a year where everybody has earned their place on the grid. Are you conscious of that as well?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be in a field of drivers which are really good. And we have a big grid this year, so I'm really happy about that as well.
Fantastic. Excellent. Well, I'm sure you're going to have a really good season, Max. We'll chat throughout the season. No doubt, hopefully, when you're stepping down off the podium, which will be good. That would be a good way to start the season, wouldn't it?
Oh, that'd be a great way to start. I really, really hope that happens.
How big's the support that you've got with you at each of the rounds? I mean, you've got family, friends, and people coming?
Oh, yeah, my whole family are into racing, so I've got quite a big family as well, so they all try and come down, yeah. Support's really good.
Excellent. You need that, don't you? Particularly when you're entering this championship. Right, let's just round off, Max, with some of our good fun questions at the end. Are you a good passenger in a road car?
I should go to sleep, so I don't know about that one.
That probably makes you a decent passenger, doesn't it? Right, pick a number between 1 and 5.
3.
3. Do you have a middle name?
2.
You've got 2 middle names. What are they?
Daniel and Colin.
Excellent, well done. And here's a good one. Pick a year between 2010 and 2020.
2014.
2014. Who was the British Touring Car Champion in 2014?
You've got me here. I'm just gonna have to have a guess, aren't I? I'm gonna say Plato.
Colin Turkington.
I was going to say that.
Your second choice
Second
was
choice.
absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. Max, really good to see you. Enjoy the test day, which you've got here tomorrow as well. And before we know it, we'll be back and the lights will be out, won't we, at the start of the season. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, mate. Cheers.
Let's get through a couple more of your messages and keep them coming in. We're going to be reading them out throughout today and tomorrow as well. WhatsApp your message and your first name to 07482 877 877. And let's get through a few more of these. And we're getting some great pictures in as well. I think, thank you, Phil, for giving us a shed update. Second one is painted. Right, that's it. That's enough for today. And at least it's the same colour. That's very good news. And last one for now on WhatsApp, because we are about to get things happening on track. This is from Chloe and Kieran, wishing my cousin Charlie good luck in his rookie season and first race in F4 with Chris Dittman Racing. Rooting for you with a big thumbs up emoji. Right, that's it for now. When we come back, we'll be getting things back on circuit for qualifying this afternoon, which we do with the Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
Commentary, interviews, and your views. This is Toka Live.
Bringing you all the action live from a BTCC race weekend. Porsches on circuit, yum yum, you may well say. Beautiful cars, very quick machinery, and to talk about them, Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, great job there through lunch. Nice to hear from those certain people that were lovely enough to join us in the studio to talk through the lunch break about their stories, and especially from Sam Ritchie's as well about the technical aspect of the BTCC for this year, which of course is up with qualifying a little bit later on this afternoon. The first 1 hour session of the new season will be coming your way at 3:10 this afternoon. Before that, as Alan said, we have the qualifying session for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Session is already 2.5 minutes to the goods, but only about 3 cars have headed onto the circuit. So all of them just waiting, a bit like Formula One. When one jumps, the rest will follow suit. But we'll see what times we do get in initially from these competitors. But yeah, brand new season for the fastest single mark GT Racing Championship in the UK. It's now into its 23rd season, and it becomes one of 31 one-make Porsche Championships around the globe. So it's gone from strength to strength in recent years, and started with the Toka package way back in the early noughties. But great to still have it with the British Touring Car Championship, and it brings that element of GT racing to the paddock as well. We've got a nice grid for this weekend, some returning drivers once again, and also some new additions, with the majority of those actually coming from the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. So the likes of Seb Hopkins jumps up to this championship for this year. He's been joined by a few others as well, the likes of Max Coates. He is now up from the Sprint Challenge, and Jonathan Beeson heads into the AM category as well. So there's a nice stepping ladder has now become apparent over the last couple of seasons, from Sprint Challenge into the Carrera Cup of Great Britain. In terms of these cars, well, these are the 911 GT3 Cup cars, which were introduced back in 2022. They produce somewhere around the region of just over 500 brake horsepower, so they are immense bits of kit. Again, they sound and look absolutely phenomenal, and again, they're going to be probably one of the quickest cars we see around the circuit this weekend. They're going to be probably similar to F4, to be fair, so we'll see what the first bunch of times that come through as. We've got George Gamble, who's back in the championship this year. He was the champion from last season, so he's going to be a man who tries to retain that for this year, Josh.
Yeah, as you say, the lap time is very similar to the F4 cars, although it may make that lap time very differently. James Wallace was quickest on Thursday in testing at 104.940. But it's super tight again, just like it was last year. 8 cars separated by 0.4 of a second. So particularly all those pro drivers will be amongst them. As you suspected, when one car goes out, they all go out. There's a one long line, about 10 Porsche 911s that head in onto the circuit right now. So however many minutes are left, must be the time that the teams think is the good time to go out.
Certainly is, yep. So they've all jumped. They've all now got to find their gap around the circuit. The 1.9-mile national circuit here at Donington Park in use for this weekend. Of course, we'll be back later in the season on the full Grand Prix circuit for the drivers of certain championships to get their teeth stuck into. Across the line there, still weaving and warming up the tyres is going to be the number 8 machine. So on to not a flying lap because it still weaves all the way down towards the first corner there. So just building the pressure into those tyres as we suspected. But 2 still remain down in the pit lane for the time being.
And they are both JTR cars, including the driver that was quickest on Thursday, James Wallace, the Porsche scholarship winner, 19 years of age. He's had a couple of podiums in the championship previously, and Ollie Jackson down here as well, who it's his birthday today, 41 years of age for Ollie Jackson, so happy birthday to him. And last year he was 3rd in the Pro Am Championship, and of course a former winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. But those 2 cars have both got famous Porsche liveries on them in sort of different guises. They are still down here in the pit lane and yet to go out, while the track has got quite busy.
Yeah, but it certainly has. So off they all go again onto a second kind of exploration lap to see what the cars are like. But yeah, as you mentioned, James Wallace back this year for his second season in the junior program, which is something that is launched by Porsche just to make sure that they find some junior drivers to go on to good things. Of course, the search for the 2026-2027 edition will come later on this year as well.
And that noise is the 2 JTR cars going out together. Of course, the team boss of the squad, Nick Tandy, who has won the first 3 rounds of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the United States this year. And I'm sure the drivers on this grid would very much like to get their hands on that Porsche 963 World Championship winning car.
Certainly would, yep. So team formation flying there as both Ollie Jackson and James Wallace head out onto the track. Ollie Jackson finds himself in the Pro-Am category, whereas James Wallace is in the Pro category once again for this season. So as it stands, only 4, you could probably just say 3 actually, have set a competitive lap time. Those being Cole Cavers, along with then William Paul, Jonathan Beeson, and now I think possibly, was Will Martin's time there, or has that just disappeared? I think it has disappeared, but George Gamble has come through in that number 1 machine. He's done a 1:16.0, but again, we are looking for a lot quicker times than what we currently have on the screen, and probably as predicted, a few lap times already being deleted from this session. So another category which are being warned and watched on what they do in terms of the exploration of the Donington Park circuit. So a few times just being deleted as it stands, but Cole Cavers now goes quickest. 1:06.468 is the first of the benchmark times I think we'd be aiming for, although that then very quickly gets deleted by the officials down below us here in the commentary box. So that means now that William Paul is back at the head of the time on his 1:09.2, but I still think we've got much more to come from it, as into the pit lane then comes the number 8 machine.
The point I was going to make, Matt, was obviously before lunch, for those of you tuned into Toka Live, we were sort of questioning if anything might be done about the track limits problem. As far as we know, nothing's been changed over at the chicane during the course of lunch, so it's the same problem seemingly everyone's got. So into the pits has come number 8, which is I think a late entry to the programme, Matt, which is Aaron Mason, I believe, in the Eden race team. And maybe not all is well, because the team checking the rotation of the wheels at the moment and changing at least right-hand side tyres, and now left-hand side as well. So not quite sure if it was a problem or scheduled, but Aaron Mason late entry to the programme in the pit lane.
Yeah, just getting that confirmed in the box as well. And I think those of you who have a programme, you also have the addition of number 59, which is Josh Stanton, who returns to the championship as well. So you can slot that in if you wish. That will be Pro-Am driver, along with Aaron Mason as well. So a couple of additions to the programme, which is always good to be able to say. For now, though, Will Martin is a man who has done the benchmark time, a 1:05.534 we are currently down to. And it's by a hefty margin, actually, just under a second between him and Cole Cavers. So it's a Pro and an Am driver at the top of the times at the minute. And then we have next up in third place, number 94, which is Ollie White, before we then see William Poole and the returning Josh Stanton. Andrew Rackstraw, who's done a lot of Formula Ford racing prior to Porsches, but he joined us in the championship last season. And just as we start to go through the times, they all start to tumble now because more drivers slot in higher up the order, with the first 10 minutes of the session now being completed. The gap between Martin and the new second place driver, Josh Stanton, has come down, but it's still well over 3/4 of a second between the top two at the minute. Who else probably we need to be looking out for? Well, possibly James Wallace is a long way back from where we would likely to see him. So the Porsche Junior Scholarship winner, he is there in car number 50, currently down in 16th position. And last year's champion, George Gamble, still getting to grips with the car in this early part of qualifying. So George Gamble is, as I said, back to try and retain the title. He'd be, if he can do it, only the fourth man to do that. The other three being Damien Faulkner in the middle of kind of 2005, 2006. We had Michael Meadows, I believe it was, who also did it back in 2012 and 2013, and Dan Camish, who of course now is racing within the British Touring Car Championship. He was another man who did the back-to-back titles in 2015 and 2016. So yeah, only 3 drivers prior have done it, but George Gamble this year would love to do it. He had some very tough opposition as they went to the final round of Brands Hatch last year. I think there was probably 4 or 5 in the mix to take the title. It was George Gamble who came through all of that drama in the final race to clinch the title. And this year again, we think it's going to be a very competitive field for George to be up against, the likes of Will Martin, who is going to be a definite challenger, and also Sid Smith, who is now into his 2nd season of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. He is one of the younger additions to the championship, the man from Essex, with Team Parker Racing for this year. I think Sid Smith could potentially be up there towards the front of the order throughout this season. So keep an eye on Sid as the bright pink car crosses the line there. That is the number 50 machine of James Wallace, so you can very much pick out his colours for this season. As through come the stream of cars. There goes the Duckham's livery machine for this year in the hands of Max Coates. So he will now cross the line and go into 16th place. And we've had a lap time disallowed there for the number 52 machine. So Angus Whiteside, who is back in the pro category for this season, now drops down into 16th place. And Will Martin's time at the top is still there, but it is coming down because Andrew Rackstraw and also Sid Smith have gone slightly quicker. So it's now 3/10 just under that separate the 3 cars at the head of the field. So ever closer within this qualifying session as we start to approach the halfway stage of qualifying. That means that probably a few drivers will be vacating the track and heading for the pit lane before too much longer. They'll then possibly look to change their tyres, get a new set onto them, and then head back out to see if they can improve on the times they have set so far. I think we just had a little bit of an excursion as well through the final corner for Ollie White, because he was very slow on the exit of the corner, and it looked like the left-hand side of the tyres that we saw were a little bit dirty. So I reckon he might have just shortcutted the Robert chicane, but up to speed he will get once again, as more positions now starting to change. Will Jenkins, who steps again up from the Sprint Challenge into the main Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for this year, is not doing a bad job. He is currently inside the top 10 in 9th place, 2nd of the rookies and 2nd within the Pro-Am category as well. So Will Jenkins getting used to these cars pretty rapidly. James Wallace's time has just been disallowed, so he goes from 5th place down to 10th. That's after, again, track limits.
Cole Cavers, who was one of the drivers to go out early in the session, is the first real driver to come into the pits after his first stint in the Century Motorsport car, making his Carrera Cup debut this year in the AM division. He's been racing GT3 cars over the last season or so, so he's changed in over to one-make racing in the Carrera Cup GB, and Cole Cavers the first to have pitted. James Wallace making his way down the pit lane, and you'll be able to tell us, Matt, where James was before he brought the car in.
James was in 11th place.
So not where he'd like to be for James Wallace, considering he was quickest on Thursday. And has he had a problem? Because I'm not sure if the team were looking at the front splitter there. I think that's okay. But surely he'll be putting on some fresh Michelin Pilot Sport slick racing tyres to try and improve his qualifying position, because we know in Carrera Cup racing it's not the easiest categories to pass in, particularly with how competitive it is, so P11 won't do.
No, he was a little bit higher up, but yeah, track limits has dropped him back down. Sid Smith has just had a time disallowed as well, so that now drops him into 5th place. Also a time disallowed for Seb Hopkins, so champion within the Porsche Sprint Challenge from last year has also had his time disallowed, so he drops down into 6th position. Will Martin is into the pits as well, so the quickest of the session so far is now doing possibly a change of tyres before he heads back out for part number 2 of his qualifying session. Just to say that the Porsche drivers get 3 brand new sets of slicks for a weekend. They also get 2 used sets, but of course this being the first round, they'll only have, I believe, the 3 brand new slicks sets to use. So again, they haven't got as much racing to do as other championships, but they have, of course, the potential to have both of those new sets to be used through this qualifying session, leaving only 1 new set for one of the races. So the other one, they're going to have to decide whether they go for scrubbed, whether that be race 1 or race 2, depending on where they qualify after this session. So 3 brand new sets of slicks for all the drivers. As I mentioned to you, Will Martin quickest, but the gap all of a sudden has come down quite significantly, because now that they all start to venture back into the pit lane, Andrew Rackstraw just finds himself 17 thousandths of a second behind in 2nd place. So very close between the top 2. And just, in fact, as Andrew Rackstraw came into the pit lane, he had done the best of anyone through Sector 1.
Interesting, then he made the decision to come into the pits, really, isn't it? With James Wallace, I'm not sure all is perfectly well, because the team are working on the rear left-hand corner of that car. As you said, Andrew Rackstraw's into the pit lane, so he is having new tyres fitted. The champion from last year also into the pits at Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport. George Campbell into the pit lane, the 2024 champion. Angus Whiteside has come in as well. He's down this end of the pit lane at the Century Motorsport Run squad. Not sure if there's many cars left out on the track, Matt, because it was quiet to start with. It got busy. Now it's quiet on the track again, and very busy in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think I've got 4 left with me at the minute. So we've got Ollie Jackson, we've got Seb Hopkins, we've got Ollie White, and I think we've still got out there as well Aaron Mason. So I'm sure before too much longer, they'll all be heading for the pit lane as well. First of those being the new livery for this year. Nice to see on Ollie's car. It's a striking Martini livery with the yellow background rather than the normal white background on that car. We've got a new livery also on the 94 machine of Ollie White, so he has got a new sponsor for this year. Aaron Mason continues on his way, so he's one of those that doesn't venture into the pit lane. He looks for some clear track out there on the circuit. And for Seb Hopkins, well, he'll be making his way possibly down towards the Robert chicane very shortly, and we'll see if he dives for the pit lane or continues out there for one further lap. But yeah, Seb Hopkins is, I think, the only one out there with Aaron Mason as it stands. But currently, Will Martin quickest by this very small margin, as we said.
Like we saw at the beginning of the session, Matt, the couple of the AMs going out while the track's a bit more quiet. That's Cole Cavers and Jonathan Beeson, 2 drivers who are making their debut in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for this year.
So Will Martin has currently got 6 pole positions to his name within this championship. If he gets today's one, he'll equal the 7 which have been got by Stephen Jelly. Stephen, of course, returning to the British Touring Car Championship for this season. The most pole positions in Porsche racing is Michael Meadows, who astonishingly has 44 pole positions to his name. So that's a long way for Will Martin to go, but looking for number 7 within his career within this championship if things stay as they are. But as we know, there's some quick pedalers around him for this season. Just under 11 minutes to go with Aaron Mason going through for another lap. And did he improve on that occasion? Yes, he did, in fact. Yeah, just did his best lap of the session, 107.323. Still finds himself down outside the top 14. He's in 15th place, but just moves ahead briefly of the number 73 machine of William Poole. I don't know if Josh can answer this question, but we potentially have a problem for Seb Hopkins out there on the circuit, because we've got the triangle on his number on the screen. That might be okay. I think James Wallace, I think Simon has spotted him down in the pit. Oh yeah, I can see him now. Yep, so absolutely fine. Just a slight glitch possibly on the transponder. James Wallace has got the same next to his name, but I do know that Josh mentioned he was into the pit lane. So yeah, we have now spotted Seb, so no real drama there for him. He is still the first of the rookies within the qualifying order, just ahead though of Will Jenkins. So I think those two for the rookie battle this year are going to have an intense fight. They pretty much seem to be evenly matched for this opening round. They are in different classes though. Seb Hopkins in the Pro class and Will Jenkins has been slotted into Pro-Am. In terms of the AMs, the quickest of those so far in this session is Jonathan Beeson. He finds himself just shy of a second clear of Cole Cavers.
You mentioned the striking livery on Ollie White's car, so I was having a closer look at that down here in the pit lane as several cars are heading back out again. It's very much based on farming is Ollie White's car. So you've got some sheep on there, lots of grass, and that's why it's green as well. Ollie White, I think, a farmer in as his day job and supporting that particular type of business on the side of his car. He's about to head out. It's almost like a race leaving the pit lane with, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars heading out in the line. They can't really complain about if they don't get clear track, can they, Matt? Because they've sort of brought it on themselves, all heading out of the pits by them all together rather than heading out when the track was much more empty.
Yeah, traffic jam central in the pit lane, but I think they've all just about found themselves back out onto the circuit. The next 4 do exactly the same as they head from our end of the pit lane. And finally, Aaron Mason is into the pits now.
Yeah, it's Sid Smith that leads this next group of cars out. But yeah, Aaron Mason, he sort of did the sensible thing, stayed out there while the track was clear. I don't think Aaron was here on Thursday, and a very late entry to the meeting, so perhaps hasn't driven around Donington in one of these cars lately, so making the most of that while the track was a little bit more clear. Now it's got busier again. He's come in and he looks like he might be doing a tyre change to go out in the final moments of qualifying.
Yep, and as I said, he did improve while he was out there towards the end, but he might not be out there when the track is at its best. But we'll see if he can resume with 8 minutes left on the clock. They are putting some more rubber onto that car, so we'll see if that benefits Aaron Mason at all down there in 15th place. We've got the striking livery, as always, back on Henry Dawes' car, so that's a familiar sight to this championship, as Henry currently finds himself down in 11th position, 5th within the Pro-Am category. But Will Martin now in this second breath of qualifying, effectively. Can he hold on by the 17 thousandths of a second, as James Wallace there just allows Josh Stanton, by the looks of it, to go past at a slightly quicker speed. So James Wallace still trying to find the best of his track position, but yeah, it'll take a couple laps, as we said, to get everything back in order. It's Will Martin currently quickest. Second for number 40, which is Andrew Rackstraw. Third place then for number 52 is Angus Whiteside. Fourth place, number 59, is Josh Stanton. Fifth place, number 99 then is Sid Smith, ahead of number 48, which is there in 6th place of Ollie Jackson. 7th place, number 18 is Seb Hopkins, and then behind that, 8th place, number 30 is Will Jenkins. 9th place, number 94, Ollie White, and 10th place, the champion from last year, George Gamble, down just on the fringes of the top 10. So that is not really where we are used to seeing George Gamble. So has he kept it all under wraps, effectively, for the first part of qualifying? And now with the, as I said, second batch of laps about to come in, can he finally leap himself a little bit higher up the order? Well, he needs to find the best part of, I'd say, 0.6 of a second if he wants to get himself on provisional pole. Of course, if anyone goes quicker ahead of him, he will need to find a little bit more than that. So there is still a task for George Gamble to do here. He's ahead of Henry Dawes. James Wallace is still with some work to do down in 12th place. As Josh mentioned, that car possibly not as it should be. So a few tweaks might have just been done during that pit stop to get it to how he wants it. But James Wallace with work to do down there in 12th place. And then behind that, you'll find the first of the AM category pole sitters, which is Jonathan Beeson, hanging on to 13th place as it stands. So there goes George Gamble through in the Roslyn Gold livery once again for this year. And are we getting any sector times through as of yet? Well, Jonathan Beeson has just completed a quick lap, actually, so he is the first man to show us what he can do with a 106.202. So that jumps him now ahead of one of the pro drivers, which is James Wallace. So James Wallace really does need to get a bit of a wiggle on here, as he's fallen behind the and pole sitter of Jonathan Beeson. That now puts Beeson ahead of Cole Cavers by a couple of positions. And the gap between him and Cole Cavers is going to be not that significant, actually, a quarter of a second between those two. So there's still time for Cole Cavers to respond. And we'll see what William Paul can do as the other competitor within the AM category for this year as well. Right, here comes James Wallace across the line. That is a 1:10.9. So I think now he'll be on to his first flying lap since the visit to the pit lane. Ollie White is on a fairly good first sector. He's just gone and done a personal best. Sid Smith comes across the line in his green and white Porsche. He is now onto a quick lap as well. But I think the next one we're going to see through with a potential improvement in his time is going to be the number 94 machine of Ollie White. We have to wait and see what he does through Sector 2. Somewhere around a 35.0 would be pretty good. He's not doing too bad. 35.1 through there. So that's also a personal best for Ollie White. Cole Cavers has just improved there. He now moves ahead of James Wallace as well. So two AM drivers now ahead of James Wallace. And up into third place does go Ollie White. So he strung every single sector together. A personal best through sector 1, 2 and 3. And he jumps up into third position. So nicely done there for Ollie White, who goes on to the second row of the grid. No one else at the minute improving apart from Will Martin, who's just gone through. Absolute best in Sector 2 and Sector 3 to go even further onto provisional pole by now, just under a quarter of a second between him and Andrew Rackstraw. Who else has improved? Well, James Wallace has just done a better lap, so finally he gets himself from outside the top 10 inside. He goes up onto the outside of row number 3 briefly. That's now row number 4 as Seb Hopkins moves ahead in car number 18. And up to second place goes last year's champion. So George Gamble has finally found his feet, and he goes now 66 thousandths behind Will Martin, who still has provisional pole, but he's not improving on this lap. Look out for Ollie White, who's done the best of anyone through Sector 1, personal best through Sector 2, and Ollie White in car number 94 is about to come through in his farm livery, and he goes to third place. So he gains one position over Andrew Rackstraw. Not quite quick enough to go on to provisional pole, but he does find himself exactly a tenth of a second behind Will Martin, as across the grass on the exit of Robert Chicane was new this year to the championship, Max Coates. It seems like he really is struggling with this car at the minute, because he finds himself down in last place in 17th position, unfortunately. So Max Coates still with some work to do, but that lap was a better one, albeit he was off wide through the grass. A bit more grass being kicked up there from Sid Smith through the final corner. So he now crosses the line, and he does improve one place. Into 9th position he goes. And Seb Hopkins, last year's Sprint Challenge champion, moves up now into 4th position. So that puts him 3rd within the pros. Andrew Rackstraw goes back to the front row of the grid. It briefly dropped down into 7th position. So now he finds himself 0.052 behind Will Martin. So times are absolutely tumbling now, as we thought, towards the end of the session. We've got 2 minutes to go. Will Martin still just about hanging on. Andrew Rackstraw sits there in 2nd. Will Martin completes another lap, but doesn't go any quicker.
Number 1 just got a lap time disallowed as well.
Oh, George Gamble back down to 13th place. Good spot, Al. Yeah, so he was up there briefly inside the top 5, but George Gamble, track limits means he drops back down to 13th place. So George has got another lap to do to try and get himself back to the head of the order. This is not good news, as we said, for our reigning champion. He's going to be starting a long way back on the grid if he doesn't string this lap together. And it doesn't look too bad through the first sector. Second sector of 35.4, which is about half a second off where he needs to be. And to complete the lap, George Gamble goes only 1 place better off. So he's up to 12th place now. As Sid Smith, the youngster from Essex, goes onto the second row of the grid. That was a best of anyone through sector 2. And also on that lap, we had Seb Hopkins, who did the best of anyone through sector 1. So there's still time to be found. But is it enough to lift any of those ahead of Will Martin, who is looking for his 7th pole within the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain? Looks like Ollie White is done. So after that good lap to get him onto the second row of the grid, he is now trundling his way down the pit lane. Angus Whiteside improved up into 5th position. Another lap time disallowed for Will Jenkins, so he remains in 9th place and just inside the top 10. Finally, a better lap from Max Coates, so great job there from Max. He is, of course, used to Porsches after racing them within the Sprint Challenge last year. So Max has made the jump up to the main championship for this season. Porsche Junior driver James Wallace is now into the pit lane. He hasn't done too bad a job. Whether he'll be happy with 7th on the grid, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, James is on the 4th row. George Gamble gains another 2 positions, but still not inside the top 10 at the minute. He's going to have one more chance to get this lap completed because the checker flag is at the ready, and it goes out there as the number 22 machine of Cole Cavers crosses the line. William Paul has taken the checker flag as well. Angus Whiteside goes through in 6th place. And is anyone else improving on this last lap? Oh, yes, they are, because Sid Smith, who's gone to the top of the times, is continuing to go even quicker through the first sector. So Sid Smith has gained provisional pole ahead of Will Martin. I don't think Will's going to retaliate because he's very much off the pace through sector 2. So Will Martin will be across the line, but not improving. So unless anyone can beat Sid Smith, who was on for a quicker lap, has now got it disallowed. So Sid Smith drops off provisional pole and down into 12th position. It means that Will Martin will be once again promoted onto provisional pole after all the dramas of track limits. Sid Smith has got one more lap to be completed here, so he might be able to get back up there, but the time for him is only good enough for 2nd place. He misses out on pole position by 15 thousandths of a second. So Will Martin, who has pretty much had pole position since this session got underway.
I think that time for Sid Smith has been disallowed as well.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think I just saw it flash up that his 16th lap was disallowed. And that would have been the lap that he did that on. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait for that one.
I think but it takes a little while to drop down on the timing. So
yeah. So for now, Sid Smith is 2nd, but potentially he could be dropping back outside the top 10.
What is quite remarkable, Matt, is the top 6 are separated by exactly 1/10 of a second, which is basically nothing.
And the top 12 by less than 4/10 of a second. So yeah.
Crazy.
Once again, the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain living up to its name to be very, very close indeed.
It's dramatic stuff, that, wasn't it?
It's hard to keep up with when the screen changes so much. It's like, who's gone where, who's got pole, who's doing this. But
and what's he doing down there? And
but we think Will Martin is good enough for now for provisional pole because he has shown at the top of our screen 105.301. So he's done the business. He's grabbed his 7th pole as Aaron Mason possibly takes the flag for a 2nd time within this session, but yeah, it's going to be pole position at the minute for Will Martin.
So it was, I think, Sid's 16th lap, which he had disallowed, and he completed 17. So it's just as well because lap 15 and 16 were both disallowed. So it was on lap 17 he did that.
Yeah, so he took 3 attempts to get it right, and the 4th one
and
he
was
nailed.
doing it right every time, but yeah, not quite adhering to the track limits, unfortunately.
No, so Sid Smith, he got the job done in the end to go 2nd quickest on a 105.316, 15 thousandths separating the top 2 on the grid. Back from that was Seb Hopkins, a great debut for him and the leading rookie driver on a 105.343, just 10 thousandths back from the top 3 was then Andrew Rackstraw, who was the next of the pro drivers. His time was a 105.353. Will Jenkins, again on his debut, doing well in the Pro-Am category. He takes provisional pole in that class on a 105.400. 1,000th of a second back from that was then 94, which is Ollie White. And as Josh alluded to, top 6 covered by exactly 1/10 of a second. 7th place, number 50, was going to be James Wallace, a 105.516. Then we saw Henry Dawes in 8th place. His time was a 105.529. 9th place for number 59 was Josh Stanton. Here's a late addition for this weekend on a 105.606. And to complete the top 10, it was Angus Whiteside on a 105.651. And just to give you the final category, the AMs, it was Jonathan Beeson ahead of Cole Cavers, ahead of William Paul to give us our 17 starters for the first race, which will be tomorrow. But for now, down to Parc Ferme with Josh Barrett.
Yeah, and Will Martin standing alongside me. Will, well done. Insanely close qualifying session, but you're on top, so congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be close in this championship. It always is. But yeah, I'm just super pleased to come out on top. You know, we've worked hard over the winter. We've not been able to do much testing, but to come here and get pole again is fantastic.
One of the big things about that qualifying session, as it has been all day, is track limits. So many people are getting their laps deleted, so I guess you have to be so on the edge because the times are so close, but equally you don't want to go over the lines.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a fine line with the blue curbing at the chicane as well. It's so easy to just overstep a little bit on the entry and then that's 2 laps gone. But I have no idea if I did any track limits, but you know, whatever we did, it worked.
And now looking forward to the races. Never easy to overtake in Carrera Cup, so the start's always important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, the cars are raceable, but you know, our plan for every weekend was to just get pole and check out. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
So that's Will Martin on pole for the Carrera Cup. I think it was in second place. It was Sid Smith, wasn't it, Matt?
It was.
Yes, so I've got Sid. So second place for you. I think your best lap was quicker, but you got that deleted for track limits, as most people do.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It was a really solid qualifying. The team's done a mega job throughout testing. It's nice to start the year with a nice, strong front row start. Like everyone's on the limit of the sensors every lap, so if I've got one deleted, unfortunate, isn't it? But what can you do? The good thing is we're still in the fight and got to just make up for the races and go win it, eh?
Yeah, it's so close. The top 6 were separated by exactly 1/10 of a second. It's remarkable, really.
Wow, yeah, it just shows the level of this is just unbelievable. It proves itself year after year, so it's great to be a part of it. Great to have a strong start and so forward from here, hey?
The winter months, did that help, do you think, before this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. This car is such a unique car, really, that any practice you can get in the car, it helps so much, because these cars are mega, but it takes a real fine art to get the limit out of them. But that all helped. The team supported me, all my sponsors have supported me, and it's, well, worked out really well, so thank you.
And good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
So that's Sid Smith, second quickest in the opening qualifying of the season for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Josh. Yep, so nice to hear from the top 3 after qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And from a qualifying session, we're about to head into our first race of the weekend here at Donington Park. They're out with us this morning for qualifying, which was 25 minutes in length, a very close qualifying for the single-seater youngsters. And we're looking forward to them heading to the grid very shortly to get their season underway here at Donington Park. So we'll take you through the grid very shortly for the first race of the weekend.
You're listening to Toka Live from the BTCC weekend.
Racing about to get underway here at Donington Park on 94.3 FM on Toka Live on Radio Donington. A quick time, just about enough time for a quick shout out. Shout out to my fiancée Amy for being amazing and putting up with me this weekend here at Donington. I'm sure Amy's enjoying it as well. Thank you very much for writing it in. Don't forget to put your name on your WhatsApp messages as well. A WhatsApp number is 07482 877 877. Colin, Heidi, Abby, Sky and Lisa sitting on the back by the old hairpin. Lovely to be back, and great to hear you guys as well. Thank you very much indeed. That's very sweet of you. Looking forward to attending all the meetings this year. Great weather. Can't believe it. All the meetings. Wow, that's something special. Time for one more. This says hi from Dave and Noah. Came up from Essex to cheer on Team Napa Racing. Well, racing is about to get underway. It might not be for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, but it is certainly about to get underway for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Keep your messages coming in, your message and your first name, to 07482 877 877. But we're about to get racing underway here on Toka Live at Donington, and in the commentary box is Matt Suckling.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, so the cars have been welcomed to the grid, and we are lining up ready to go racing for the first time this weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, which is certified by FIA. It's their first 20-minute race of the weekend, and slightly different for this year. They'll have two 20-minute races followed by a 25-minute race to end their weekend. Now, the grid for this one is set after qualifying this morning, but it's the second fastest times that give us the grid for race number 1. So if you have your programs and you'd like to enter the grid into those programs, page 42 is where you can find the entry list, space for the program, and also a spotter's guide on the adjacent page as well. So this is how they'll line up then for race 1 of the weekend. Number 26, Henry Joslin, finds himself on pole position alongside number 5, which is going to be Finn McLaughlin, 26 and 5. The second row of the grid will then see number 47, which is August Raber. He'll be joined by number 25, which is Janetta Junior graduate Ethan Jeff Hall, 47 and 25. Row 3 then sees the returning James Pazik in car number 93. He'll have number 7, younger brother to Ollie, that's Thomas Behrman, on the outside, so 93 and 7. The fourth row then sees number 21, which is Tommy Harfield. He'll be joined by number 24, which is Martin Molnar, 21 and 24. The fifth row of the grid is going to see number 42, which is Rowan Campbell-Pillim, joined on the outside by number 12, Adam Al-Azari, 42 and 12. The sixth row lines up with number 90, which is Chase Fernandez, another Ginetta Junior graduate, 2 single-seaters for this season. And alongside him, number 32 is Harry Reynolds, 90 and 32. Then we move back to row number 7, where you'll find number 6, Leo Robinson, and number 20, Ella Lloyd on the outside, 6 and 20. The eighth row of the grid will then see number 4, which is Javier Avramides, and on the outside, number 69, Yuhei Fu, so 4 and 69. The ninth row of the grid will line up with number 22, which is Joel Bergstrom, and number 33, Carl Hewitson on the outside, so that's 22 and 33. The 10th row then is headed by number 13, Henry Mercier, and number 14, Albert Larson on the outside, so 13 and 14. And the final place on the grid will be taken by number 27, which is going to be Charlie Edge, to give us our 21 starters for this first British F4 race of the year. Now, they've all been build into this point to make sure that they can get on the road to Formula One. It's very important this year actually as well, because F1 Super License points are on offer in addition to a number of other career defining prizes which are provided by the likes of the Mercedes AMG F1 team. And as ever, the stakes within the British F4 Championship could not be higher, with a breath of fresh air, with some new drivers, some returning drivers, but more importantly a great healthy grid for the first rounds of the season. Now for this race, we are going to be awarding points in the following order: 25 points for a race win. We've got 18 points for second, 15 points for third, and points for race 2 will be slightly different, just because that is the reverse grid race of the weekend, which will also get extra points gained for the amount of positions you make. But we'll come to that for you for tomorrow when we get race 2 underway. But the maximum points are on offer for this first race of the weekend. Also for this year, we have the new for 2025 Challenge Cup, which is for drivers who, for various reasons, can't commit to the full 10 rounds. So they can enter the Challenge Cup, which is 7 of the 10 rounds. These rounds are nominated at the start of the season, and they will not have a podium, but will have its own points table and acknowledgement across the social media platforms as well. So there's a raft of drivers who are taking part within the Challenge Cup for this season. And of course, we also have the main championship, along with the rookie championship, and also the teams championship, where points will be awarded for this year. So the very quick formation lap has now been completed. The cars headed into their positions down below us. Henry Joslin on pole position in the number 26 machine. He is with Fortec Motorsport for this season, alongside number 5, which is Finn McLaughlin. He is with the High-Tech TGR team, which took the teams championship last year, so they are going to be the team to look forward to, and probably to try and take as much as they can from this season. But for the first round of the season, we're about to get underway. 20 minutes of racing here at Donington Park. Red lights come on and we are racing, with a great start there from the third row. James Bazik gets himself through already to third place on the run down towards Redgate Corner. He's going to try and challenge for second place as well on Finn McLaughlin as they work their way in. There's a big lock up from James Bazik, who squeezes Finn McLaughlin to the inside of the corner there. He was almost on the grass, but what a blinding start that was for James Bazik from the third row of the grid. Already finds himself now up into second place, so a storming start from the inside there for James, and almost got himself into the lead as Finn McLaughlin, by the looks of it, tries to challenge back once again down through the old hairpin. We only have the ability of some CCTV cameras for now, as there's one off on the grass through the gravel and just about rejoining safely, but that will be a big drop down the order for that car, which was mid-pack as they went down towards the old hairpin, but unfortunately it will be dropping to the rear of the tail. But up towards Coppice for the first time, it looks like there's going to be a bit of a gap now for Henry Joslin, who brings himself onto the back straight for the first time. These cars will be lapping the national circuit in around about 65 seconds. So it's a very quick lap for the single-seaters, but Henry Joslin, who started on pole position, will come through to end the first lap in the lead, with August Raber into second place. James Bazik, after that magnificent start, sits there in third place. Then we have Finn McLaughlin, who is trying to retaliate down towards Redgate Corner. Between the two of them, they run side by side, but Finn McLaughlin couldn't quite get his nose fully through on James Bazik. So they stay line astern for third and fourth place for the time being. Fifth place then for number 21 is Tommy Harfield. And who is the one that we possibly lost down the order, or Chase Fernandez lost positions, Harry Reynolds lost positions, and also the number 6 machine of Leo Robinson lost 6 positions. So I think all of those involved somewhere down through the old hairpin might have had a little bit of a coming together on the inside of the corner, which then led for a couple of those cars to run wide on the exit as they went their way through the left-hander of Starkeys. But unfortunately for Chase Fernandez, Harry Reynolds, Leo Robinson, and the number 4 machine of Javier Remedez, he has dropped down the order. So they now find themselves to the lower rungs of the top 20. Out in front, though, Henry Joslin is almost under attack here because August Raber comes through. He is a quarter of a second back from the leader, and he's going to make a move down towards Redgate Corner with a bit of a lock-up on the right front as well, which will lead him wide, but he just about has the corner covered on the exit. So August Raber now takes over the lead on the run down through Hollywood in towards the Craner curves they're about to go. And can James Pazik and Finn McLaughlin work together to try and keep the top 2 honest? I think they run side by side through the old hairpin as well, which just leads the car of James Pazik to run wide. So that will mean, I think, Finn McLaughlin is potentially through, but James Pazik has fought back now onto the final step of the podium. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all together for the final step at the minute. So you've got James Pazik, Finn McLaughlin, Tommy Harfield. You've got also Thomas Behrman and the Ginetta Junior champion from last year, Ethan Jeff Hall, in the mix in that number 25 car. So a titanic battle here for, as I said, the final step on the podium. Got 16.5 minutes to go as the leaders re-emerge from the final corner. Bit of a mistake there from Henry Joslin, so he loses a couple of car lengths to the new race leader, August Raber. And the move is on now for 3rd place because, again, James Pazik has to defend down towards Redgate Corner. The outside line is taken by Finn McLaughlin. Can he go all the way around the outside to take the position away? Yes, he can. So a lovely move there from Finn McLaughlin. Now sees him onto the final step of the podium, and James Pazik will have to work hard once again. Down through the Craner curves they go. Finn has to defend the line in towards the old hairpin, which he does fairly nicely, but does that mean he's then going to be compromised on the exit of the corner? Let's have a look over towards Starkeys. Nope, he's fine. Finn McLaughlin's still there in 3rd. James Pazik 4th. There's going to be a move for 5th place as well. Not quite coming off there, so Tommy Harfield under pressure from Ethan Jeff Hall, who continues to claw his way up the order. He started 4th on the grid, so he is another man who had a bit of a moment on that opening lap. So Ethan Jeff Hall is recovering well, but he should probably have been a little bit higher up from where he currently is in the race. But he's making progress, which is the main thing. So keep an eye on car number 25, which is just through the final corner. That is going to be the blue, the black and the grey machine, which for this year, Ethan Jeff Hall is with Finzas by Argenti. And can he make a move now for 5th place? He's going to look down the inside of, is that Tommy Harfield? Yes, it is. And Ethan Jeff Hall can't quite, again, draw himself alongside. So they remain as they are for 5th and 6th places. Unfortunately, we had a spinner at the final corner, and that car that hasn't come through is, unfortunately, the Australian, Javier Avramidez. So he is facing the wrong way, and I think he's going to he's going to try and do a flick turn, but he's now going to put him right on the exit of the corner, broadside across the track, which is not good, as the race leader will be working his way down through Coppice Corner very shortly. I think the car possibly is stalled as well, so I think we're going to be heading for a safety car here. There's going to have to be double wave yellows down towards the final chicane at Roberts, and still sat there, as I said, broadside across the exit of the corner is Javier Avramidez. So let's hope that August Raber gets through unscathed. Hopefully they'll all slow the pace down. Lead trio are through, and I think, yeah, they've all just about for now found themselves through without any dramas. But the safety car, no surprise, has been called. So with 5 laps now completed, 6 minutes into this race, we need to get that car removed of Javier Avramidez. So the Australian looking to try and turn the car around, but unfortunately, just as he tried to do that, it lost all power and found himself pretty much beached on the curb there. But as ever, with the quick work of the marshals, they managed to push the car clear, and if he can fire it up, he should be able to drive himself either to the pit lane or back into this race. But it will mean that the number 4 machine of Javier will now be a lap down, but hopefully this will be a fairly short safety car. I don't think, in fact, the safety car has gone out onto the circuit, so the race leader, August Raber, effectively becomes the safety car, but I think we will have to at least have one further safety car lap just to make sure that all the drivers know that the safety car has been deployed. So might just take the 2 laps here.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. The safety car now being deployed just to my left. So 1 further lap, and then hopefully should be able to get back racing. But there's been so much overtaking at Redgate, hasn't there, during the course of this race? That might put August Raber, our race leader, sort of under threat on that safety car restart if he doesn't make a particularly good one.
Yeah, definitely. I think Henry Joslin was closed down pretty quickly by August Raber. But yeah, it might be the chance now for Henry to retaliate. He made a little bit of a mistake through the final corner, which just lost him a little bit of ground. But if he can be on the kind of gas when he needs to be, then definitely there's going to be a chance for Henry Joslin to attack. But of course, what he'll also have to bear in mind is that Finn McLaughlin will probably be attacking from behind, along with the other 18 or so drivers behind him. So they're all going to have to be on their A game when this race gets back underway, as Javier Avramedes now catches back up with the safety car train. And with 12.5 minutes to go, it's currently August Raber in car number 47 that leads the way. Second for number 26 is Henry Joslin. Third and first of our rookies is Finn McLaughlin. And then behind that, James Bazik, after that magnificent start, did get up into 3rd place, but after being passed by Finn McLaughlin, now drops down a place once again. Tommy Harfield is next up in 5th place. He is also the lead driver in the Challenge Cup of this race. Ethan Jeffhall has been continuing to make places. He currently rides in 6th. You've got then Thomas Behrman in 7th. 8th place for Rowan Campbell-Pillin. 9th place for number 20, which is Ella Lloyd. And 10th place for number 24, which is going to be that of Martin Molnar. So that's how the order looks as it stands. Safety car just leading the pack now through the right-hander of Coppice. And a lot of weaving being done by August Raber here. So he's making sure the tyres are up to temperature, but also making sure that those behind are not going to be able to judge his restart here. The safety car has pulled away, so the lights are off. The Porsche will be back into the lane after 2 laps. And we'll be good to go once again with just over 11 minutes remaining in this race. Plenty of action still to come, and August Raber has caught them napping, so Henry Joslin could possibly be the one under attack. Down towards Redgate they go once again. It's the hugging the white line all the way down towards the first corner for our 2nd place driver. So Finn McLaughlin tries to go for the outside line as further back there's a lock-up from Ethan Jeffhall. He just manages to get through the corner without running wide, but that was all in the process of trying to go around the outside of Tommy Harfield. But that might just put a little bit of a flat spot now onto his tyre. We're side by side for 2nd down towards the old hairpin. I think the move has been made by Finn McLaughlin, so continues to make good progress within this race. He's ticked off a couple already. He's now just got 1 more to try and get past, but trying to come back is going to be Henry Joslin as they turn their way through in towards McLean's corner, and then Henry's going to be under attack from the car behind, which is James Bazik, who briefly in this race has been on the podium. And can he get himself back there now? No, not quite. So Henry Joslin has the place and corner covered, but it's going to be an absolute drag race all the way down towards the final chicane in towards Roberts. Is anyone going to be brave enough to dive out and make the move? Yes, they are, because here comes to the inside, James Bazik. Oh, and there's contact between the 2 of them. James Bazik made contact with Henry Joslin, and unfortunately for Henry Joslin, he's gone straight off into the tyre bundle on the exit of the Roberts chicane. So I could see the move coming, but unfortunately with those wheels interlocking, it has put Henry Joslin into the barriers after starting from pole position. It just shows how quickly your race can go from good to bad.
Safety car deployed.
Certainly is, yeah. So what they normally say is safety cars breed safety cars, and that is exactly what has happened here. So what a shame for Henry Joslin, but it's very apparent that normally through that corner you can't really go side by side without any incident occurring. So Henry is off into the tyres. Just nosed in with the front wing there, and I think it has probably just got him in the car with the marshals, just making sure he's okay, which I think he is. He'll be out very shortly, but of course with these very low-slung single-seaters, they do have a tendency just to lift up the barrier which runs in front of the tyres. So Henry Joslin is all okay. We've got the lead pack now coming through the yellow flag zone, so August Raber again will be the man to be picked up from the safety car. And when we do get this race back underway, it will mean that, again, if he can do exactly what he did last time round, he might just have enough of a buffer to make sure he's not attacked down towards Redgate Corner. But bear in mind now, he's going to have a new challenger behind, because once it was Henry Joslin, now it's going to be Finn McLaughlin. So he's up into second place. Third place is James Bazik after that move, which by the looks of it has caused Henry Joslin to go into the tyres and into the pit lane with no front wing, is the number 14 machine, unfortunately. So that is not good news for Larson. That's Alba Larson, who was out in F1 Academy just a couple of weeks ago. So was Ella Lloyd, actually, who took a first win within that championship alongside Formula One. So Ella Lloyd from F1 Academy to British F4 this weekend. I think the front wing has been replaced very quickly on Alba Larson's car there. So back on their merry way they do go, and they should get the green light at the end of the pit lane to rejoin the race.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. So Alba Larson making her British racing debut today, heads out back onto the circuit, but will have to join the back of the safety car queue, which obviously continues around the circuit.
Certainly does, yep. So as a precaution, as ever, when there is a safety car, medical team head out to the circuit. I can tell you Henry's out in the car. He's absolutely fine. I think just the way the car got wedged under the tyres, it was just a little bit difficult to get him out. It's a tight enough gap anyway, but yeah, he's all good. He's got his race helmet off. He walks to the medical car, and as ever, he'll go to the medical centre just to get a brief checkup. But what a shame for Henry to end this race after, as I said, starting from pole position. He was looking for a nice, good result, possibly on the podium, but he's now going to have to reconfigure and try and do something about the first race tomorrow, which is race number 2 of the weekend. That will, of course, be the reverse grid race, where you get points for making up places as well. So if Henry's got the pace, he should be one of those to make his way through the order. But effectively all the grids have been decided after qualifying for British F4, because race 1 is decided by second fastest times from qualifying, race number 3 is the quickest times from qualifying, and race number 2 is the reversal of the top 12 from qualifying. So they all know pretty much where they're starting once qualifying has been completed. So Henry Joslin is the only retiree of the race so far. We've got 6 minutes to go. August Raber still your race leader, with Finn McLaughlin now up into second place. James Bazik sits third. Tommy Harfield fourth, and Ethan Jeff Hall completes the top 5. Thomas Behrman, of course, after that incident into the barrier for Henry Joslin, now sees him up into 6th place. 7th place for Owen Campbell-Pillin, and then Ella Lloyd, Martin Molnar, and then the number 12 machine of Adam Al-Azari complete the top 10. Avramides, of course, is now a lap down after that spin, which brought out the first of our safety cars, and Alba Larson, after the pit stop, does rejoin, albeit down in 19th position. So that's how the order looks. We're only going to get a handful of laps, actually, when this race gets back underway, because we are still waiting the recovery of Henry Joslin's car, which has now been extracted from the tyres. I think the easy thing here for that car to be just dragged across the circuit onto the Grand Prix circuit, and then with that completed, we are going to have probably 3 minutes left, and whether we get the safety car in after this lap, we'll have to wait and see. But it is going to be a dash to the flag to end round 1 of the season for the Viratools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, and August Raber would love to get the first win of the season. As we mentioned just before this race got underway, there are F1 super license points on offer, so the better you do in the championship, the better you do in terms of receiving those F1 super license points. So August Raber back in the championship this season, joined by James Bazik, who was with us last year. And then, of course, we have some new drivers to look out for as well. The best of those up there in second place, Finn McLaughlin in the number 5 machine, was very happy when he spoke to Josh after qualifying. He was relishing the opportunity to get stuck in for this weekend, and at the minute it's looking good, and it could get even better if he gets himself off the line after this safety car. And there might be a penalty on the way, Alan.
Yeah, penalty for one of the significant front runners, and a false start has been adjudicated for the car currently in 3rd place.
Yeah, James Bazik with a 5-second time penalty for that false start. So we did say it was good. It was a little bit too good, unfortunately, for James, And he made up at least 3 places by the time they got down towards Redgate Corner. So he just was judged to have jumped the lights there. And of course, this will hurt him even further now, because if we wouldn't have had that safety car period, he might have been able to pull out 5 seconds. But now, as it is, with only potentially a couple more laps to go, James Bazik could be dropping significantly outside the top 10. All depends on how far ahead he can pull of the rest of the pack. Safety car lights are off. It's already back into the pit lane. We've got 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. So we are going to get the best part of 3 laps here, as August Raber has gone once again. We're about to start lap number 13, and August Raber has once again pulled a gap. Not as big a gap as he did over Henry Joslin first time round, but he has got enough of a buffer down towards Redgate Corner. There's a bit of a lock-up from the 3rd place car of James Bazik, so already pushing as hard as he possibly can to build that 5 seconds over the rest of the pack. But of course, we're not too sure what might be coming his way after that incident with Henry Joslin as well. But of course, the officials will look at that and see who was deemed to be in the wrong. But for now, James Bazik, with this 5-second penalty, works his way in 3rd place down through the left-hander of Starkeys, starts to climb the hill once again in towards McLean's Corner. And it looks to me like Finn McLaughlin is making good headway on our race leader, August Raber, because the gap is not 0.4 of a second. That's what it was when they went back to green flag racing. And if he can get some good momentum through Coppice Corner and pick up a nice toe onto the back straight, who knows what Finn McLaughlin might be able to do. I wouldn't say go for the Robert chicane, maybe get a good run through there and see what you can do down towards Redgate Corner. But of course, he needs to make sure the exit of the final corner is good enough to have a lunge down towards Redgate. I don't think he's quite there yet, but he's building up nicely as he works his way across the line. The gap between the top 2 did extend just slightly to over half a second. I think the one who is more under pressure with another lock-up into Redgate Corner is James Bazik, because he's now got the company of number 21, which is Tommy Harfield, and also the number 25 machine of Ethan Jeff Hall. Both of those are lurking with intent at the minute, and as they work their way in towards the old hairpin, 3rd, 4th and 5th are very much together. There's a move being made just, I think, on the fringes of the top 10 there. We've got about 5 cars altogether. So this is an intense battle between what looks to be Adam Al-Zahari, Chase Fernandez on his way back through the order after a mistake on lap number 1, and Leo Robinson is making places as he finds himself now into 12th position. So I think some of those quicker runners still looking to take a few places away before they see the checker flag, which is not going to be this time round, because we are going to have time for one more lap as the leader, August Raber, comes through. He is the quickest man within the race so far on a 105.590. But can Finn McLaughlin take that away from him? He comes across the line, and yes, he can. A 105.320 is the new quickest lap of the race. As we head on to the last lap, a bit of a lock-up again for Finn McLaughlin on this occasion down towards Redgate Corner. So it seems to be the right-hand front that seems to be locking up quite significantly as we have side-by-side running through the first corner. That looked to be Joel Bergstrom making a move on number 32 machine of Harry Reynolds. If he can get that done, that would see Joel Bergstrom up into 15th place. But what's happening out front as we head for the final time up towards McLean's Corner? Still August Raber ahead of Finn McLaughlin. A slight gap back to James Bazik with this 5-second penalty in 3rd place. And Tommy Harfield is still trying to keep at bay Ethan Jeff Hall in 5th position. Then they've got a bit of a buffer back to 6th place, which is Thomas Behrman. And then the rest of the pack charged the way onto the short straight down towards the Robert chicane. The clock now is at 0, and the first win of the year in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, is going to go the way of August Raber, who takes the checker flag, not in commanding fashion, but by just under half a second from Finn McLaughlin. 3rd place and promoted to the podium after the penalty for James Bazik is going to be Tommy Harfield. Ethan Jeff Hall also gets ahead up into 4th place. Thomas Behrman comes through in 5th ahead of Rowan Campbell-Pillim. Martin Molnar next up ahead of Adam Al-Azari. And with the 5 seconds applied, it does mean that James Bazik drops all the way down to 9th position. So, as I said, with the safety car not really helping his cause, he has dropped quite a way down the order and finishes just ahead of Ella Lloyd, who completes the top 10 after that first 20-minute race of the weekend. But what a good battle it was out front. Unfortunately, the safety car did just have its appearance on a couple of occasions just to halt the process of those trying to make their way through the order. But August Raber will, I'm sure, be absolutely delighted on his way round on this slowing down lap. So he takes the first win for himself and also for Finzus by Agenti for this year. So that's one in the book for them. He wins, as I said, by just under half a second from Finn McLaughlin, and it was Finn in the end who took the quickest lap of the race as well, 105.320. First of the rookies home was Finn there in second place, and the first of our Challenge Cup competitors that came home in first place was our third place driver, which was Tommy Harfield. So well done to him on his reduced campaign for 2025. But August Raber works his way into the pit lane as a race winner in the British F4 Championship, followed by the Red Bull liveried car of Finn McLaughlin. And of course, you can take out the Rodin Motorsport machine of James Pazik, and you can promote up into third place that of Tommy Harfield. So the F4 drivers work their way down to the Parc Ferme area, and very shortly they'll be greeted by Josh Barrett, and we'll have the podium on the way for you very shortly as well.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
Loads of good messages coming in, including Matt Suckling, some questions which you can have a little ponder on as well. So this one comes from Alex. He said, Alan, have any other F1 drivers taken to the world of touring cars? I'm aware of Nigel Mansell, and that's significant, being here at Donington Park. That's the question from Alex. You can have a little ponder about that. I've started to make a list from the era of touring cars that I've followed the BTCC. I've come up with Derek Warwick, who not only was a driver in the BTCC as well as a former Grand Prix star, but also a part team owner as well. Gabriele Tarquini, of course, who raced with Alfa Romeo. Jean-Christophe Bouillon, who raced for Williams in the Nescafe Blend 37 Williams Renault Laguna. I've just started on my list of ex-Grand Prix drivers that have made it into touring cars. There are many others besides, and we'll come up with a significant list. Good question. Can you say thank you to the kind gentleman who helped push my hubby in his wheelchair up the hill to get to infield at Redgate, and to the gentleman and his kids helping me safely get him down the hill to the Traders Field? That comes from Maxine and Michael. Yeah, thanks. A little bit of kindness goes an awful long way, doesn't it, to helping a nice weekend. What a nice message. And hopefully those people that have been so kind have a fabulous weekend here at Donington Park. Maybe, because I can't hear the microphone in the background, I've got time for this one. Could we please give a shout out to 12-year-old Logan, LSG Racing, who is off this weekend from karting, races in Mighty E All-Electric Championship, hoping to move up into minis one day. We're here all weekend supporting Dan Rowbottom, Ash Sutton and Will Jenkins. Good luck, lads. Great to have you listening, and great to hear from the family of a young karter who in just a few years' time might well be in the cars that we've just seen racing here at Donington Park in the F4 British Championship, certified by FIA and sponsored for this year by Vera Tools. Noise is off, meaning that down in Parc Ferme is Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Al. Yes, and August Raber, a really good move there at Redgate Corner to take the lead. Was important to take the win.
Yeah, I knew sort of first few laps, because it's hard to follow around here, would be important. So I just made the move on Henry quite quick. So, and then I just got to good safety car restart. So that was just doing it bit by bit.
Redgate looked like a good place to pass. Lots of people were doing it. So I guess those restarts, you say, it was so important to get a good run off the chicane.
Yeah, it's really important. The only real place where you can pass is T1. So I just knew on the safety car restarts I needed to get a good gap.
And a great way to start the year.
Definitely.
Congratulations. So there's the winner of round one of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA, August Raber.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett down in Parc Ferme. He will now do the job of assembling drivers and trying to herd them over to the podium in super quick time, because qualifying for the BTCC is coming up at 3:10. So that's just over 15 minutes away. Can I say a big hello to Bruce, who's listening at home. Bruce and Annette, great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and hope all is good. Miss seeing you here down in the pit lane. I'm sure you miss being here at a touring car meeting as well. We've got loads more messages that have come in. Hi, can we have a shout out for the Loughborough University Motorsports Society? There's a couple of us here today and a much larger contingent tomorrow. Looking forward to a great weekend of racing. Thank you very much indeed. And that comes from Dan. Great to have you listening, Dan. Thank you very much indeed for your message. Hang on, here we go. This one says, thanks for your superb commentary. See what they've done there, Matt? They've lulled us into a rather nice feeling of feeling appreciated and wanted, to then say, could you say hi to Ben from his dad, Paul, enjoying our 3rd consecutive BTCC opening weekend. Great to have you here, Ben and Paul, and I'm glad that you're back here at Donington Park for the opening meeting of the year. And this one says, happy birthday to Kieran and Colin. Love from Bryony and Jade. Great to have you listening. Great to have you here at Donington Park, and thank you for writing in. Just to remind you, add to your contacts Toker Live 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, or if you fancy, you can send an email if you've got more to say, studio@tokerlive.net, and these addresses and numbers will run throughout the year. We only take WhatsApp messages on that phone number, so don't try and ring it. We haven't got a phone. It's just a system whereby we can see your WhatsApp messages on 07482 877 877.
This is the sound of the BTCC Toker Live.
So many messages coming in. Tyler says, enjoying listening along whilst I... Really? Whilst I change a train toilet at work. I know where I'd rather be right now.
It's another new one.
On the list of unexpected messages to read out, that's pretty high on the list, it has to be said, Tyler. You're doing a great job, I'm sure, and thank you for writing in. Hi, this is Heather and John from Manchester. We're here all weekend watching from the roof of our camper van over in the campsite. And this one says, can you please wish our son Harry a happy 16th birthday? Thank you. That comes with love from Mum and Dad. I'm going to keep going until I hear the microphone. It says, hi guys, it's Martin. Please thank the PowerMax team for having us on board today. That's from Martin, Mick, Derek, and it says, good show guys. Let's see what else we've got here. Loads of messages coming in as we speak. Good afternoon, Mr. Hyde. Hope you're having a great day so far. From Sid at 3 Amigos Autosport, and Alfie sat down at Redgate Corner. Great to have you here and listening in as well. And this one is from Rich. Hang on, what time was this? This was at 14:52. It's now 14:56, and Rich says, tyre stacks currently being placed at the chicane. Thank you for the intel, Rich.
Ooh.
We are now having a look at our closed circuit television cameras. Matt Suckling is in the commentary box, and you can confirm.
They are. Wow.
They had one chance.
Yeah, and they lost it.
And I think they blew it. Yeah. So tyre stacks going back in place, as indeed we thought they might. And now they'll all be thinking, why didn't we behave this morning?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? We had so many black flags through free practice, and with that, they were told to not go above and beyond the rules that are set, and they did, and they're the punishments they get.
I think we're about ready for a podium. Matt Suckling in the commentary box, thank you very much indeed. Let's get down to the podium and rejoin Josh Barrett.
So we're ready for podium presentations for round one of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. First, we will welcome onto the podium the David Richards, the chairman of Motorsport UK, who will be presenting the awards. I think, David, if you want to make your way up onto the podium. And then we will start with the Rookie Cup top three. In third place was Charlie Edge. So Charlie onto the third step of the podium in his first Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA race for the first round of the 2025 season. So here receive his third place award from David Richards. In second place in the rookie division was Thomas Behrman. So Thomas Behrman onto the second step of the podium here at Donington Park for round one of the championship, and here receive his second place trophy. But the winner of the Rookie Cup was Finn McLaughlin. So Finn gets a big cheer for his first race in the championship, and it's a rookie win as well, and he will receive the biggest rookie trophy of all from David Richards, the chairman of Motorsport UK. And we get the three drivers onto the top step of the podium for some photographs. So the race winner in the rookie division, Finn McLaughlin. Second, Thomas Spearman. And in third position, Charlie Edge. And then in a moment, we will continue the podium presentations with the top 3 overall for round 1 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. In third position was Tommy Hartfield. So Tommy onto the third step of the podium for round 1 of the championship here at Donington Park. And he will receive the third place trophy from David Richards. In second place, we welcome back to the podium Finn McLaughlin. So Finn, who was the Rookie Cup winner, also took second overall here in the first race of the season. But the winner of round 1 of the Vera Tools for British Championship, certified by the FIA, was August Raber. So August onto the top step of the podium. And he will receive the biggest trophy of all. We also have the winning team cup, and that goes to Argenti Motorsport. So a member of the team, I think, will make their way up onto the podium and will receive the trophy for the winning team. Once again, from David Richards, the chairman of Motorsport UK. And then we'll get all the drivers up onto the top step of the podium for the photographs. So, Tommy, if you want to get up onto the top step as well, and the member of the team as well. So we'll let the photographs take place, and that is the conclusion of the podium presentation for round 1 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA here at Donington Park.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Josh. Yep, so wonderful podium there for the Vera Tools British F4 Championship. We'll have more from them for tomorrow because they've got 2 races to look forward to. One of those just before 10 o'clock and the other one will be just after 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Here today at Donington Park, we have 3 more sessions to come for you. 2 of those being races, and the other one is going to be the first qualifying session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, which will be underway in around about 8 minutes' time. The car's just getting ready down there in the pit lane. That's where Alan Hyde has headed from the studio to the pit lane. He'll be overseeing the qualifying from down there, and of course for the races tomorrow as well. Josh will be joining us back up here in the commentary box to take us through the qualifying session, which continues this year as the Quick 6, which is the qualifying format which was introduced for the first time last year. Qualifying begins with 2 groups, which are split between even and odd finishing positions from free practice number 2. So it does mean that we'll have effectively 12 in each session. The top 6 from both of those sessions will go through to the second part of qualifying, which then of course gives us 12 drivers. That means that 13th on backwards will be set for the grid for tomorrow after that first part of qualifying has come.
Time for something just a little bit different now as well, as we've moved away from trackside, and for qualifying at least, we do have this as well tomorrow if we need it, if it rains, but for qualifying, we're up here in the commentary box with a stunning view, and alongside me, here once again is Tom Cants. Tom, welcome, and what a beautiful view, pitch straight, and everything behind us. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Families are out for the weekend. It may be Saturday, but we are still going to be in for some brilliant qualifying action in the British Touring Car Championship for the opening rounds of the season. Qualifying determining the race 1 grid, but of course there is it's done in parts as well, which will allow you to run down on Josh.
Yeah, so a 3-stage qualifying then turns into a 4, very similar to what we see in IndyCar. So we're going to have Group 1 and then Group 2. That'll be the field set in both odd and even numbers based on the free practice results. We'll then go into the Fast 12 and then the Fast 6 as well, which will give us the pole position running orders. And Tom, from speaking to the drivers up and down, it very much is a variety of what we could actually see coming in. Everybody is on edge with this new fuel. I can see Stephen Jelly just below us here in our commentary position, and everyone is just like, well, this is a giant leap into the unknown.
It is. I think we heard from one of the drivers that it's going to be the medium tyres to be used in this qualifying session, which I think is probably the most sensible option because I expect these softs to really fall away very, very quickly. They'll be reserved, I think, for the final part of qualifying when it really matters most. But for the meantime, it's the medium compounds. Now, for those who are tuning in for the first time this weekend, it's the white side muck tyres for the hards, yellows for the mediums, and reds for the softs, just as you would see in Formula 1. And we're not too far away from the start of qualifying. We've got at least 24 drivers, I think, were involved this year. The grid has expanded compared to last year. It was a 20-car grid for each race we were doing in 2024, but thankfully the grid has expanded, considering that the hybrid is no longer on these cars.
Yeah, and just standing here, gone. So the red has gone to hard. They've even changed it from when we were told about it on media days. We were all getting it wrong as well. JT's up here as well. He can talk to us back in the production studio. Hello, JT. How are you doing?
Hello. Hopefully I've pressed the right thing. Yes, I have. Hello, everyone. I haven't set my cam up yet with your cam because I haven't had time. It's been very busy.
That's totally all right. I can see just outside of our commentary box, actually, the big man himself of Alan Gow. I'll try and pass over to our exterior camera that we have the ability to shoot from as well. And I can actually do some very interesting stuff with this. I can zoom in and I can zoom out from this control center as well.
What could
So
go wrong?
also we can do what could possibly go wrong also gives you a wide angle of the commentary box view as well, which doesn't really help. But hey, it's going to be interesting to see how we can play with it, and we'll have that camera on as well throughout the session. We'll just come back up to the box now with us. So here we go then. Track temperature looks good. 14 degrees air temperature, track temperature 22. It feels a lot more than 14 though. It's been really, really hot here as well the last couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, it has. I think when we came on the season launch, conditions were very, very variable, especially the wind speeds when we were standing over where Roberts is. But the temperatures have risen so much, despite the fact that it's only been, 11 days since we were here for the test. I think we're going to be in for an intriguing qualifying session. That's where it's absolutely showing. You can tell by the sunshine that's just popped out. The track temperature has risen, the air temperature has risen. So it's going to be very much a step into the unknown, really, for these drivers, because I don't think they've had representative running in these conditions whatsoever.
No, this morning when we first got here for the first free practice session, air temperature now 14 degrees, so it has changed as well. We're just staring in our headphones. Track temperature is at 22, so we'll keep that up. 10 minutes coming up, though, for the first session shortly. And as you can see out of our commentary box window here as well, this morning in free practice 1, it was a bit chilly, a bit cool, but there was a breeze. Practice 2, overcast conditions. Now coming to qualifying, looking out the window, there's still a bit of overcast, but that as we keep talking about, it's going to be hotter, and that's going to help out with the track temperature, as JT was saying, with it now at 22 degrees. I'm seeing out my commentary box window quite a lot of them on medium rubber, just the yellow sidewall of gold. Jelly's on medium, so's Hall, Patterson, Lloyd, and Smiley as well. So they're all on those mediums. That is going to be. Would you risk it for a soft? Would you go there and
Not
go?
in these conditions for me. No. If you're going to get into the final part of qualifying, you want to be using the softs for them because they're not going to be your race tyres for tomorrow. Considering that the temperatures for tomorrow's races, it's going to be higher compared to what it is today. So I would probably say the soft tyres that could be used are going to be used in the final part of qualifying should any of them get to that stage.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Just asking JT as well if we've got audio from the track, because we can't hear anything in our headphones just yet. I know because Lou's not there doing an interview, so hopefully we should. Now we get to see the field down in the pit lane. So, okay, cool. So we've got a little bit of a delay here. We're seeing on our TV pictures now because this isn't the final chicane. And we've just seen in the previous session the tyre barrier on the entry into the S's get smashed up. They're now repairing it, so that's going to delay the session a bit.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to put a tow rope to get the tyre stack put back into the place. Isn't that over at Roberts? Where...
Yeah, it's just down there, yeah.
Yeah, because that was...
Go for it if you've got it.
Okay, so what happened here was... The touring car drivers, they were given a chance in FP1 and FP2 to behave themselves without the tyre barriers. They did not behave themselves, so they're being put back in.
We were there trackside during practice too. You mentioned, Tom, at the S's, how it looked like those curbs were a little bit shinier, a little bit new, and now we know why. There was no tyre barrier there.
Well, we were speaking about track limits, weren't we? Because I think one driver in the final practice session in BTCC got pinged 3 times for track limits, didn't he? I couldn't remember which one, but I think it feels like a quick solution that the stewards have made to put that tyre stack over there so we're not seeing drivers going over track limits. But got a feeling it may impose a problem. Either if not today, I would think so tomorrow when the racing does count.
Yeah, so I've just seen out the window here a 2-minute signal, so we'll change from our combox location and show you the track. From our position. Here's Group 1 then. Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, Dan Camish, Mikey Doble, Charles Rainford, Chris Smiley, Dan Rowbottom, Gordon Shedden back in the championship, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Dexter Patterson. Group 2 we'll see Ash Sutton, Tom Chilton, Jake Hill, Dan Lloyd, Josh Cook, James Darlin, Ronan Pearson, Dowell de Jong, Sam Osborne and Max Hall as well. There's your 20 going out so far. One thing I will notice though is actually being in the commentary box, echoey, isn't it? My goodness me, there's a lot of echo. No, but yeah, can you hear the echo?
Yeah.
It's
not too much, I don't think.
Yeah, we've got headphones on, so it should be okay. But God forbid ITV. If you hear us on the main stream, we apologise. But hopefully, 2 doors down is going to be okay. They're in Combox 1. We are in Combox 3. So I'm hoping if I can get over, we're seeing cars coming out of the pit lane. Green light is on. And qualifying is underway here as well. So Jelly, Patterson as well, Smiley all going out. And this is the problem actually. Interesting enough, just below us is Nick Hamilton, directly below our commentary position. And he's not going out just yet, so he's going to save some time.
Yeah, he want to leave the drivers to just lay down some rubber for when he comes out, because I think over the course of the test and over the course of the practice sessions, it doesn't feel like he's quite up to speed yet, considering that he missed the whole of last year. He's got a learning curve, really, considering that these cars don't have hybrids anymore.
No.
So this is new territory, I think, for Nick.
Yeah, brand new as well. And you're going to see the cars zipping by us in a few moments. They're leaving onto the pit straight now. So we're underway. The 99's leading them from the 32, the 27. Dan Rowbottom out there too, followed by Dan Camish. What do you think I'm actually looking down at One Motorsport at Josh Cook's car, just outside our commentary position here. New engine put into that. He seemed okay this morning in practice too, but there's a lot of worry going on what he could do in qualifying. It's an unproven engine as we got our track audio.
Yeah, it feels that way. I mean, Josh had that new engine put in after the first practice session. In regards to what we saw in the second session with that new engine, it seems to have paid dividends for him. So it's a blessing for him that engine change was made. Even if it did cost him a little bit of time at the beginning of the second practice session, he still made it up by the end of it.
Yeah, now be warm. This commentary box over the next 40 minutes or an hour or so, it's going to get very, very warm. So deep breaths, there's no window and there's no air conditioning. Now you see why it's called Combox 3. They've given us a furnace, but I'd rather take a furnace than being out there at the moment. There we see Rainford crossing us on the start-finish straight now, so he's going to be our first one to set a lap time. Many of them just coming at the top then through into Coppice and McLean's as well, and they're all going out quite together. So you can take a look at Tom Ingram in the Virtue team now as well, and the first time we get to see TV pictures this year as well, as he actually goes past our commentary box. Car looks okay, but the team probably don't like much of the livery.
It feels a lot different, doesn't it, compared to what we saw last year? But for some reason, I quite like it.
I do.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the days of, I think it was when Tom Chilton and Fabrizio Giovanardi, the livery that they raced. I can't remember which team it was, but it's kind of given me those vibes of many years ago. But I do like that livery. It's going to take maybe a little bit of time to get used to seeing that compared to what we've seen in previous years when Tom Ingram won his championship in the livery he was in. But I'm for one not against it. As we see Dexter Patterson come into the pits, and that does not sound good at all, does it?
No, he's come straight back into his pit box just in front of us here, and that I hope you heard it over our microphones. It sounds absolutely awful. So we'll see if there's anything saying from that. JT's keeping across of all the production as we go. We're on board with Tom Ingram, though, doing his first stint of the session. He's coming up into the middle sector now, and he's already looking quite strong as Robo and Sutton came back in as well. They've gone back on the jocks. Rainford's a 1:19.030 as he comes across our timing line. He's our first one to lap time. And then Rowbottom now coming back out. Ingram's up, though, in the second sector so far. So not too bad, not too different.
No, not too different by any means. Tom Ingram's just still getting contention into his medium rubber. There goes
boxed.
Yeah, so he's come into the pits as Tom Ingram, so he's clearly not got those tyres. Adam Morgan coming in, Gordon Shedden. They're all in. Yeah, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Mikey Doble, Smiley is in.
No red flag, so they've just all decided to box. So maybe that track's not giving as much as we thought it would do originally.
No, despite the fact that we had the sun pop out for a little bit, it seems to have dipped back into the clouds for a little bit now, hasn't it? But we still do have a car out on the racetrack, Josh. That is Rainford, who's still out on the circuit in the 99. First season of the championship, isn't it? I don't know where we expect him to be. I wouldn't put him that high to begin with, but maybe later in the year, once he's got up to speed with this machine, it may well be a bit of a surprise compared to how people are anticipating as we see Dan Robotham go over the line.
Yeah, Robo flashes over. Now he's going to move up in times, and there goes Rainford, as you were just talking about him in his first season so far. A lot of work going on there down there on One Motorsport. That's just in front of us actually. On Jelly's car, and then Cook, and then Rainford as well. So there's a lot going on there. Charles Rainford currently fastest. JT, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Have we timed 2?
I can't times 2. It's because it's on my TV.
Ah, okay, that explains it. Right, that explains it then, thank you, because I was wondering why we were seeing cars coming past our commentary box without the official feed. So, slightly delayed, but we're here at the track. So, yeah. Oh, okay, we're being told it's good then. So, they're all coming back out onto the track now. Row bottom, though, past that middle sector. And, of course, you don't have the hybrid in terms of the rechargeability, but you still have the boost this year. So you get 15 seconds per lap for the boost still. That's still the KERS system. And that's crucial because in this qualifying, it's the only qualifying of the year. It's kind of why we've stayed up in the commentary box, because it's pointless being outside of the track when you've got to keep an eye on the timing screen because so much of it changes. And this is one of the BMWs down into the old hairpin making a mistake, locking up on the inside front.
Yeah, we're just going to see how he's on the. I think he actually gets on the circuit now. That will be Charles Rainford going through there. He's coming over the line very, very shortly. We'll stay with the pictures that we've got in front of us so we can see where he's ended up on here. So he's heading over the line now. I think it'll be a 1:10 for this time around. Yeah, 1:10. Is that 1:09? 1:09 dead, isn't it? Yeah, that's not a bad time actually at this stage.
Yeah, so Rainford's on a 1:09.01.10, then Rowbottom second, Camish third, Ingram fourth, Morgan fifth, Shedden sixth, Taylor Smith, Smiley, Jelly, Crease, Doble, but that's changing as quickly as we can say it as they flash across us here on the start finish straight.
Yeah, it feels to me like some drivers are wanting to scrub some tyres for later on. So, in case people are wondering why on earth are they changing tyres now when they've only done like recon laps on them? Well, it's perfectly clear they want a scrub set in case they want to be using those tomorrow, because you'd rather have a scrub set than a shiny new pair for obvious reasons, because otherwise you may end up getting wheel spin at the start.
So this is the timing guide for the sectors. An outlap would be in yellow, an outlap would be in white, no improvement in yellow, personal best would be in green, and absolute fastest would be in purple as well. So this is going to be a fascinating look to see if we can spot it as Robo out of the last corner comes over the line, fastest here in the commentary box, and it's a 1:08.137. It's looking
strong indeed. So Rowbottom going fastest by quite some margin. Camish was able to improve also on a 1:08.3. We're looking at Adam Morgan, who is still getting his tyres into the optimal window. They don't have long, Josh. They've only got just over 3 minutes to get their fast times in, and we've only got 3 representative times so far, or make that 4 or 5.
Yeah, and at this circuit as well, it would really come into just about being 2-3 laps maximum, as you say. So it does not give them much, this 10 minutes as they come down. This is Dan Camish, a purple best, sector 1 with a 19.612. A little bit wide coming out of Old Hairpin, but he's keeping it nice and smooth as he comes up into the top, and I can just see him on the top of my screen. Yeah, and he's looking okay. Nice entry and exit, but the rear still coming off as we spotted. The rear axle cars taking a lot of kick here. Of course, a couple of years ago he caught fire.
Yeah, well, it just saw the right rear tyre of Camish's car coming through in the plains. It was just lifting off the ground. We've seen so much of that down over at Redgate, where drivers are lifting off the right hand side, just completely lifting off the ground. Meanwhile, Rowbottom has improved his time. He's gone to a 1:08.065. Dan Camish is coming through Roberts now. Can he beat his Napa Racing UK teammate, Dan Rowbottom? He will go quicker than Rowbottom. It's a 1:07.8, and that's a more representative time at this stage.
Yeah, much faster. I just saw Louise Goodman outside of our commentary box position. There she is now actually coming through. And don't get run over, Lou, by Nick Hamilton, whatever you do. Coming through with an ITV microphone as well. She was just checking on something that with Patterson. Patterson hasn't gone back out yet, so he does have an issue.
Yeah, it was as rough as old boots when he came into the pits, wasn't it? So not a good sign there, as we just saw. I think it was nearly Ingram, wasn't it? That was one. Who was that? Was just coming out of the pits there? Was it Patterson that was just coming? No, he's in the pits.
Smiley.
Smiley, yeah. So it was Smiley. Yeah. Just came out of the pits there. It was almost that's cost Ingram time. I think Ingram got put off by by Smiley going through Redgate.
And Adam Morgan has had a lap time deleted for track limits, JT. So you're in the box with us. This is going to, so far, it's a fascinating session, but so much is closing up once again together. And it's too close to call, even with the differentials of having no ballast and no penalties with lack of time. Everyone gets 15 seconds, and yet it's close still.
Yeah, absolutely. Smiley had just finished his lap and immediately backed off as he came across the line. Right into the path of Tom Ingram, who was starting a lap right behind him. So that's why Ingram was flashing his lights like crazy past you. And as he goes past you once again, it's 107.978. 93 thousandths slower than Dan Camish in first.
JT, so we're back up then. Dexter Patterson has just left the pit lane, but with limited time to go, he's not going to get a time on the ball. The flag is out now, actually, in front of me here in the commentary box. So that's it, session done. And the problem is now, Tom, he's going to start right at the back of the grid.
He is, and he's got a lot of work to do from there on his return to the British Touring Car Championship, because he's another one of those that didn't compete in last year. So he's coming back. His return has not got off to the best of starts, unfortunately, for Dexter Patterson. It sounded like a cracked exhaust, really, when the way it was just popping when he was going through the pit lane. So I'd be interested to find out what exactly has been going on there involving Dexter. It'd be great to know. Meanwhile, we're looking at drivers like Tom Ingram. Now, this is to be in the fastest 6 in this group. Camish is safely through. Ingram, we expect to see through as well. Rowbottom is... He's gone past the checkered flag, but he is through at the moment. Rainford up to 5th place, Josh.
That's great from Rainford on debut here in the touring cars. Let's have a look then. Camish taking the flag, so is Ingram. Rowbottom. Rainford, what about Taylor Smith? He's gone 6th fastest. What about Doble? And Morgan's kicked out Taylor Smith. Wow, sad. And Morgan's had another lap time deleted. So Taylor Smith, by the skin of his teeth, does go back into 6th position. So Camish, Ingram, Rowbottom, Doble, Rainford and Taylor Smith, they're your top 6 to go through. Out goes Shedden, returning on debut. Smiley, Chilton now gets ahead. Jelly, Morgan and Patterson. That's really going to upset Verentry with out of goes Chilton already.
Yeah, it's a terrible shame there for Tom. He would not have got up to the best of starts to his season. He's in need of a strong year, I would say, if it's Tom Chilton. I think since he's returned to the British Touring Cars, I think it was like 2018 or something like that. I think he's only took 2 wins or something like that in the last 5 years. So this is not got off to the best start for his 2025 campaign. But the driver of that session has to be Charles Rainford on debut. Well done getting into the top 6 and into the next stage of qualifying.
Michael Hills just sent me a photograph and told me room 22. I don't know why. I'll double check with that after the qualifying session, as he was with us for the MotoGP a few moments ago. So, end of the session. Cars coming back into the pit lane in front of us here. And yeah, not too bad there. I can actually see Jade Edwards has just opened up the door to Josh Cook to tell Cookie where he is on the board. And of course, Jade will be on the ITV team tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, as we see, the drivers from the first group heading back to the pit lane, and we'll be waiting for the second group to head out very, very, very soon.
So Dan Camish from Tom Ingram, Dan Rowbottom, Mikey Doble, Charles Rainford and Aaron Taylor Smith. They have your top 6 then going through into the 12 segment later. And then out goes Gordon Shedden, Chris Smiley, Michael Crees, Stephen Jelly and Adam Morgan with 2 lap time deletions. And then Dexter Patterson as well further back, getting ready then for the next session to start shortly. It's going to be an interesting one coming through actually for Q2, or Group 2 coming through.
Yeah,
Track temperature still the same, but it's this cloud cover that's sort of, it's baking the start-finish straight with perfect cool, calm conditions. But right at the top of the course, I can see sunshine.
It's almost like it's waiting to deceive, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely so. But these in Group 2, you would think with all the rubber that's been laid down from that first group, they should have an advantage now, shouldn't they? Depending on how long they're waiting until they actually get out on the circuit, they should have faster times than what the first group had.
Just had the F4s as well, but now here comes Group 2 immediately outside of us. Nick Hamilton getting pushed out, so is Hall and Josh Cook as well. Stephen Jelly coming through. So Cook's been waiting after that engine change this morning, and Hamilton took him a while to get going there, and Cook almost pushed him. That's because Dan Lloyd's come out and stopped him in the middle of our field as well. So they get pulled out once more. It's going to be quite an entertaining, I'm hopeful, entertaining a return for Hamilton, because it was, what, 2 years ago? He was so sensational getting inside the top 10.
And I think secretly, Lewis Hamilton was standing on the bank
Yeah.
somewhere in the infield, although obviously disguised for obvious reasons. But Nick put on the drive of his career, didn't he, in the wet conditions? I can't remember which position it was. It was like 5th or 6th or something like that, which is very, very unexpected of him, because we usually see him towards the back end of the... It was 6th, yeah. So we usually see him towards the back end of the field anyway. The cars are out on circuit now, but they'll need a couple of laps minimum to get those medium tyres up before the start.
Yep, everyone out there on medium so far. No one chosen a soft compound tyre, which we thought could be an option, but they're going to save that for one of the races coming in to this weekend, and that's going to be the wild card. I don't think I've got anybody running it during practice this morning, so they have literally kept all their sweeties under the tin, waiting for Christmas Day tomorrow.
It's almost like looking through your best chocolates in the Quality Street box, isn't it, Josh?
Well, when we get back to that, Josh, just watch the 2 Easter eggs we've got packed away. But I think they're just outside the commentary box thinking about it in the bag. I am watching, however, and if I can peek quickly, Alan Hyde is keeping an eye out down at One Motorsport as well, and I wonder if that's just to keep an eye on Cook's times as we begin. So far, Hill's got the fastest first sector, but very much needs to be outlapped so far. They're passing the commentary position to get a different runaround. And yeah, so Hill, who's your money on? I would put obviously Hill down at the front row. Wild card. The first season last year didn't go too well at the start. Got better as the year went on. Now he's back with he's in with BMW now, and he's really gone from worst car on the grid to the best car on the grid.
That's that right, isn't it? But I would probably say Aston has to be amongst the favourites to be up there. Probably because of his experience around here. Obviously, he's won here in the past as Ash. And unsurprisingly, we've seen the drivers head back into the pit lane as they've now scrubbed the first set of those mediums, just as the first group did, and they'll get a second set on. And they'll do a couple of laps to get them up to temperature before they start pushing, but they haven't got long.
No, only 7.5 minutes left of the session as well. And now that Sunshine that was top of the hill a second ago is now on the top straight. Charles de Jong passes first sector of anybody with a 21.637 as Hill crosses that line. It's a 117.224, way too slow. De Jong's going to cross it next. Does a 116.803, but Moffat even faster, 116.686. It's getting quicker.
It is, but it's the 1 minute 8s and 9s that we saw in the first group. So this is still unrepresentative at this stage, Josh. So
curb my enthusiasm that early in the session.
Yeah, I have to get straight to the point. So, yeah, it's 1 minute 8s and 9s we're looking for in the second group. Technically, they should be faster than what we had in the first group because the rubber's already been laid down. We're just seeing an onboard view here. Is this Max Hull that is just coming back out?
They need to clean. There's a bit of dust and water vape on the exit there. To see, I'm looking at the pit lane as it was out the window. I'm just worried about that chance of rain, that small chance, if it can make a difference. I know JT said it's going to come in about 5 o'clock. He did look at the radar. He said it's near Birmingham, of all places. So not quite. Well, it's not too far, but yeah, it's, the way the wind travels.
Well, here is the reigning champion, Jake Hill. Can he defend his title this season? No, he's done very, very well, actually, through my commitments elsewhere. But this is a chance for Jake Hill to really make a name of himself. Can he become the first driver in British touring cars since Ash Sutton to retain the championship this time around? And yeah, he'll be focusing solely on making sure he gets into the fast 6, joining the top 12 in the...
He's going to be very much under a lot of pressure, I think, from Tom Ingram. And then I would also add in pressure from his own team. Let's not forget that. There's a couple in there that I would sort of highlight as a factor. Yes, they've lost Colin Turkington, but BMW still... They've got youth on their side, they've got talent on their side, and that car, as we saw on the opening day in media, they were testing out loads of rear diffusers, they were testing out everything, 1, 2, 3, 4 strands in the back. They have come in all guns blazing for this season. So BMW definitely want to, I think, have an inter-team rivalry this year more.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, if you look at the likes of the drivers they've got, I mean, they've got Jake Hill, Aidan Moffat, De Leon, and one other driver who I think was in the first group, wasn't he? It's a very... it's got away from me as well, but it's such a competitive team. It's not like there's one... Charles Rayford, there you go. Again, like a rookie who's absolutely done better than expected this weekend so far. Absolutely on form. So yes, alluding to what you're saying, Jake Hill is going to have a fight in his hands, not just those outside of his team, but those within his team.
There we go then, over the line, finally with 5 minutes to go. Hill crosses it, and it's a 108.489. De Jong in second, Moffat third, Pearson fourth, Cook fifth, Sutton sixth, Osborne, Chilton. Chilton just outside as well. That's not gonna. He's going to be very disappointed with that as well, is Tom. He's hoping for so much more after poor qualifying last year, intermittent races. He wants to get back up. He wants to fight back up. Yes, age isn't on his side, but that talent, as I keep talking about, really is. And he's got to count underneath him that he's pushed so much over the off-season. We were testing. He told us when we were exiting Brands Hatch, the last interview of the year we did was with him. It's literally, they went testing 2 days later.
Sorry, which driver this is again?
Chilton.
Chilton, yeah. I mean, yes, like you say, I mean, he's in his 40s now, Chilton. I mean, I saw a video of him taking his first ever British Touring Car victory. I think he was only 20 years of age. That was over at Silverstone. But yeah, age is not on his side, so he's got to have a really strong season. This goes back to what I was saying. As Sutton is crossing over the line for his best lap.
Yeah, it's fastest sectors 1 and 2, and takes the third with him as well. It's a 108.072. That famous 072 that keeps coming here as well. Hill, De Jong, Moffat, Pearson, Cook, still the top 6. Now, I've got a feeling you've got Lloyd in there doing well. I was about to say Sam Osborne on a better lap time. He moves up into 5th position as well. There's key factors here that we could see more surprises than we saw in Group 1. Group 2 is sort of the crunch point with so many top names in. And now, is that up into 6th position? Yeah, Dowell De Jong. And Cook goes up into 4th. That pushes Moffat down. De Jong goes back into 6th position. There's been a lap time cancellation for the 28.
Yeah, we've just seen Max Hall going over the line. What can he do on debut? Max Hall, well, it's not a very quick time actually. It's a 110.3, so he's not in the fast 6. He's got time to go again. I don't know whether we want to cool down those tyres in this lap before he does the next one. We've seen drivers posting times. Nick Hamilton was still waiting to see his lap time. Dorlin is still yet to post his first representative time with only 2.5 minutes to go.
And Sutton with a track limits violation as well. And it is weird seeing the 116 back in the touring cars. He's been used to the 1 for so many years now. It's quite weird. But Sutton then with track limits. And it was down at the last corner. So it's just out here for behind us, the chicane area. Okay, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Moffat.
We've just seen a trio going over the line almost simultaneously. De Leon going up to 6th position, knocking Moffat off the top 6, and now he's he's in prime position, although he's just been knocked out by Pearson actually. And saying that, Josh Cook has now go up into 5th. Wow.
Wow, I'll take that, yeah. Coming into it. Sutton then with 2 minutes to go. Apparently there's a comment in the YouTube chat that I can't access. So I apologise if there's something I need to see there. Sutton, Chilton, Hill, Lloyd, Osborne, Cook, top 6. I'll check it in the break between the sessions actually before we go into the fast 12. Ronan Pearson, I haven't talked about him much as well throughout this one. Back with, well, he's in Toyota now as well. Strong team, strong driver lineup. Could we see maybe Ronan Pearson challenging for a couple of race wins this year?
It wouldn't surprise me if he did. I mean, if the reverse grid for like races 3 throughout the year go forward, then yeah, I'd probably put him in the fray for it. But he's not at the stage of where the likes of England, Sutton and Hill are at. Yeah, he's absolutely boiling in the commentary position. But that tells you about the temperatures at the moment out on circuit. And we are seeing Pearson going over the line for his latest lap on our screen. He's gone up to 5th place. That's his best lap of this session so far with less than a minute remaining.
I take it back. Let's do the rest of the races outside. It's really hot here. If it's a rainy day, it's fine. Literally, MotoGP, and we stayed here because qualifying was just after. We might do the same for race 2, actually, thinking about it, from these positions. But it's just so much easier to stay in one position, thanks to Richard John Neal, who was just in the commentary box behind us as well, working on his notes for F4, which is coming up later on as well in tomorrow's ITV4 coverage. 25 seconds to go then. Sutton, Chilton, Hill, Lloyd, Cook, Pearson, Osborne, Dorman, De Jong, Moffat, Hall and Hamilton. Checkered flags out. It's just gone out now in front of us here in the comments box. I don't know. Hamilton still not saying lap times. He's going to start at the back.
Yeah, he is. He's only set a 1 minute 10 dead. The nearest driver ahead of him is on a 1 minute 9.6, and the one ahead of him, Aidan Moffat, on a 1 minute 9 dead. This is well, we're just looking at Sam Osborne in the Napa heading over the line. I don't know whether that was actually an improvement.
He's went 7th. It was. It just took late for it to come in.
Okay, so that is him not going through, and we're going to see a
This is Hill.
replay. This is Jake Hill. Yeah, awful amount of oversteer through McLean's, and he had to run through the gravel wide. He has clearly not got a good handle over that machine just yet. Having said that, he is P3.
Yeah, I was just going to double check as he comes across the line now to confirm his time. Hill stays 3rd. Sutton, Chilton, Hill. Well, I don't think anyone's going to beat it. We've got still the bottom half. De Jong stays 9th. Moffitt stays 10th. Hall improves, but stays in 11th. I don't think Hamilton will improve. It's Sam Osborne really could spoil the party here by kicking out Ronan Pearson from that running order. Where is he? He's down in the 3rd sector, so he's coming into the last corner now. He's crossing my commentary box monitor now. Osborne stays 7th now. So that's it. So Sutton, Chilton, Hill, Cook, Lloyd and Pearson, your top 6. Osborne, Dorlin, De Jong, Moffitt, Hall and Hamilton out of the session. That was a shocker.
Yeah, well, one driver who'll be relieved to have got through, most certainly, is Tom Chilton, because he needed that to kickstart his season rather well. He's done so with the 2nd fastest time in that 2nd group. That will give him some form of confidence heading into the next stage.
Okay, so JT has sent us the message that I need to read out from the YouTube chat to come through. First time watching, what a piece of... Oh, dear. Can't see the cars to chat. Do you cause qualifying this broadcast? Well, no, we're going to be moving our trackside. It's just that it's easier to have the commentary box in here. Be kind, people. Be kind.
Well, we can only do our jobs, can't we, Josh?
We're going to do our jobs. And let me tell you something. We're standing inside a commentary box. I don't think they are.
No.
Yes.
Try doing our jobs.
Yes, and it's hard. It gets much harder as well, especially as it's baking you alive in here. So we've got Ash Sutton from Tom Chilton, Jake Hill, Josh Cook, Dan Lloyd and Ronan Pearson. They will join the top 6 coming through. This is going to be the Q3 coming up with the fast 12. Now we're into the fast 6. 6 has changed a little bit. So, I don't know. This is a sort of do and die situation already coming up. It's unbalanced. Maximum attack. These are the only time of the year we see the cars at full chat.
Yeah, and this is like full beans, really. I mean, we're going to... is it 10 minutes again for this next...
Yeah, another 10 minutes.
So, I don't know what they're going to do, because do they use another shiny set and scrub them, and then go on to and do exactly what they did in the first part, or do they just simply get on with it with a scrub set already, and then just do 2 runs on 2 separate sets?
JT, what do you think down there as well in the main commentary box image as well? What do you think is going to happen? I've thrown him under the bus.
He's thinking.
No, I've got so many buttons.
Might not be able to
stuff to press with muting and unmuting. It's an absolute mess. But yeah, it's going well, isn't it?
Just looking at my guy. Yeah, but I wish there was some air conditioning. My goodness me, we might have to open up the back of the commentary box door for this one.
You now see how it is
Yeah,
in
not
my
too bad.
commentary box with like 2 laptops and 500 monitors.
And to make us feel better, thank you for this. Currently stuck in hospital, so can't get to Donington's journey to happiness. Absolute pleasure. See, for every negative, there is a positive. I thank you for that very much. And we'll be trackside as well tomorrow, bring you all the action, and we will actually move around. The only reason we're in the commentary box for qualifying is because we're in here for MotoGP, and it's too hard to move all the equipment out with such a tight turnover. And then the same might be here for race 2. But then race 1 and 3, we can go out into the infield. In fact, we were already talking, weren't we? Race 1 is on the start line there.
Yep.
And then race 3, race 2 is, race 3 really, is down at the exit there. Then we've got to get back to the paddock.
Yeah. Well, it's a brilliant racetrack, this. I mean, you can get to a lot of everywhere. You know, as a fan that's turning up to an event like this, there's just so much. There's loads of places where you can watch it, whether it's the infield or on the outside of Redgate, on the inside of Redgate even.
Yeah.
And watching it over, we saw that there was actually a spectator area where Roberts is on the outside.
Yeah, that was great where we were for practice too.
Yeah.
That was a fascinating little viewing spot. And if you are here at Donington, or if you're coming to Donington, literally go to that infield section. It's absolutely fantastic to keep it up. Now, I don't know if we can go down to that interview with Louise. JT, can we? I ask him
Putting your helmet off. Let's do it after. Let's have a quick word while you're here. Obviously not quite the end to your first qualifying that you were hoping for, but what was it like out there? The guys were saying the car looked pretty loose at the back.
Yeah, I mean, we've been struggling all day, to be honest. We've been trying to find a way around it, but just going to have to work on it again for tomorrow.
Is it a little bit frustrating? Well, you always hope for more, but were you expecting a little bit more, especially given you've been so quick in some of the tests?
Yeah, with pre-season testing going really well, we're expecting a bit more, obviously. But you know, I'm new to the championship, just got to learn.
Learn about the car and learn about how to get yourself out of the car as well. Can I help you here?
A little bit.
I'll leave you to it. Back to you guys.
Cheers, mate. So we're getting ready then, just trying to gear up for the start of the second session, which is going. JT, can I ask you one small favour? Can you team view on my computer and start the NASCAR qualifying? Cheers. Coming in as well for that one. If you could just tell Megan that's what you're doing, because she's currently freaking out in the other commentary box. So, away we go then. If we can't do it, just leave it, JT. Away we go. Let's go back to trackside camera. And I tell you what, air conditioning chairs would be nice. We've got one, but Richard was sat in that, so I don't want to pinch his seat because he's very kindly given us the box. But we can stand. It's the Murray Walker and Alex Jakes approach.
Well, it has to be, hasn't it? I mean, I didn't just spoke to Alex Jakes recently. Actually. Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about his career and all that, which an episode involving him will go out on my YouTube channel later. It'll be next month.
Have you told Omi about that yet?
No, I haven't told Omi about that, but I'd imagine he'll be quite jealous of me. So we just see
Max Hall.
That's Max Hall. Yeah, he's getting a congratulations actually. Even though he didn't get through, I think he'll be very satisfied with that session. Do you think?
Oh, 110%. Yeah, it's sort of the best that a rookie can do to come into it, and it's going to be a lot more on-site action, I think, coming through. Okay, so Hill, Rainford, Sutton, Rowbottom, Camish, Ingram, Chilton, Taylor Smith, Pearson, Doble, Lloyd, and Cook. They're your 12, and we'll have 6 going through shortly as well. This track, though, as we see the cars fly past us at Jake Hill, he's already warming his tyres, actually. Coming past us, as you can see on the monitor, so it's over. They're not to temperature yet, so they are doing what you say. Limited time in this session. Got to get out there, and something to say, warm your tyres.
I don't know if it's a third set that they've used in the qualifying testing, or whether it's like a second set that they already used in the first part of it, which they want to dip for the first run, and then put on a fresh set for the last run of this part 2 qualifying session.
Yeah, and it's the main objectives, isn't it, as well, coming into it, as well, as they all flash by us down the pit lane. Oh, you can see the cars coming down the pit lane. Oh, how fantastic. I was worried that we couldn't, but yeah, we can see them going in the opposite direction, which is not helpful to us in standing positions up here in the comms box. But yeah, I can see one of the Toka marshals cheekily has put his phone up against the safer barrier there. And I don't know if he's watching live timings or doing some video. But either way, so I commend you down there as well. Also, this window works both ways, so everybody out there can see us talking in here in the commentary box. So we've already been packed once today. So I'm surprised we won't end up somewhere, but it's quite entertaining, this.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Ronan Pearson getting his tyres changed in the pits.
Yep, so it changes over once more. I hope JT heard me say about the... Oh, he did. Well done, JT. So, on the as we go across, there's Jake Hill. They're warming their tyres, though. What, double build lap? In this, so that's what, 1 push lap?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know if it's on a used set that they were doing it on, and then going on to a fresh set for the final run. That's probably what they were doing. They want to say, I mean, how many sets of, is it 8?
8 sets of each compound, yeah.
Okay, so that explains then why we're seeing them going on to that compound. Well, using a used set for the first run and then going on to a fresh third set that was used in qualifying. I think there's one driver that's gone over the line. The fastest time so far in the second part of this qualifying session in British Touring Cars at Donington is Jake Hill with 1:14.9, but that is nowhere near representative to what we had earlier on.
Yeah, way off the pace, and definitely will continue to be way off the pace as this session goes on. We need it down into the 108s, and that's ideally where the progress will be coming through for this session. Those 108 times. So you can see Doble's changing his front tyres. Is that front only is changing? Hasn't yet gone to the rear. So I wonder if that's going to be just with a front-wheel drive car, new fronts, keep the rears. Can you cross set? I don't think you could.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether it's 4-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive, these machines. Are they full?
Say again? JT said something and I couldn't hear him back on our talkbacks and stuff as well. Over the line then. That's starting a lap time for Robo. Into the first corner for Dan Rowbottom. Keeps the momentum in, swings the car. And finally that picture's going a bit of HD. It just, give and take a bit, isn't it, for Rowbottom in that first sector? He's already used 2.6 seconds coming through the craners. And yeah, it's just got to be... Oh, it catches the dirt coming into Old Hairpin as well. How much pressure, like a couple of years ago with the Nappers, when it was their championship, which had, well, their team that had the championship in terms of all four contention, how much is he going to be like, oh, well, I've been out of it the last 3 years, and my teammate's been in it every year. Can he get back in it?
Well, we'll see. But I was looking at the way Rowbottom positioned the car on entry to Redgate. The front left nearly touching the gas, using all the pit exit that he can to get the car lined up for the apex for turn one and gaining all the exit speed that he can get. He's on Starkey straight, and we've seen on our pictures here. He's coming through Roberts now. Rowbottom needs a strong lap.
Yep. Now, can he flick through the S's nicely? Into the right, into the left. He can. Over the line he comes now. Is Dan Rowbottom going to shoot himself to the top? Yes, he is. He ran out of hybrid, but it's a 1:08.375. Hill's second fastest now, 1:08.533. He's a 10.5 down. Cook, Rainford, Camish, Pearson, Ingram, Sutton, Chilton, Doble, Taylor Smith, and Lloyd, the current running order, but only down to Ingram has set those lap times, and Ingram's the slowest. I know he's having trouble bringing up his tyre times, but it's getting cooler.
It is getting cooler, so that should really favour the tyres at this stage, and I just wonder, you know, whether Rowbottom's lap time, you know, is going to get beat because of the cooler temperatures. Because only just put that lap in before the temperature just drops a little bit. It is 15 degrees air temperature, 23 degrees track temperature, which I think track temperature has maybe gone down a little bit from what we had earlier, which will favour the tyres even more. Dan Camish, we're just seeing on our pictures now with 4 minutes remaining. Can he make it into the fast six for the final part of qualifying here?
It's going to be really up and coming, isn't he, really? Ingram's got the fastest first sector. Camish was only improving in that first sector as well, but this is a replay of, well, it's one of the Nappers. I think that's Sutton, bouncing over the curb just at the top of the hill down at McLean's.
Yeah, so both right tyres on the right, tyres on the right-hand side, just lifting off the ground. We saw that a little bit earlier. I couldn't remember who it was. It might have been Jake Hill or something like that when going through the same corner of McLean's. This is the Tom Ingram then for Team Virtue. Heading over the line, what is this lap going to produce for him? It's going to be a 1 minute 7.8. That's good enough for P2 for Ingram as he gets onto the front row for this session, but more importantly into the final part for the time being.
Josh Cook's had lap time deleted, so that's dropped him down into 6th position as he just went up to 4th. Camish has had a track limit to turn 4 as well, so this is going to get even worse. And turn 4 is Old Hairpin, so they are pushing it, they are taking it, but is it me or Cook was main? Okay. Hill over the line doesn't improve on time.
Well, Sutton's going over the line now. I don't know if this is going to be an improvement from what he's done before. Sutton, 1 minute 7.8 he'd done previously. I think he has bettered that lap time now. It's a 1:7.6. He went purple in sector 2, but Tom Ingram is on an even better one.
Oh, this is going to get something, isn't it? It's not even the actual qualifying session, and they are pushing it hand over fist. Let's see what they can do then. Through the chicane, bump it nicely. The bump and run down to the line. Tom Ingram P2, and, well, he did get displaced briefly by Camish, but Ingram's gone back up.
Yeah, well, Ingram will be happy with that lap. That should be enough. The driver at risk is Ronan Pearson in P6 for the Toyota squad of the Toyota Corolla GR14. Jake Hill has just gone up to P6 now, according to the timing pages. We'll just wait for confirmation. There is that Jake Hill is just going through. Yeah.
So again, more and more differentials as they come across that line. Hill coming through now. This is down the back stretch. He's opened up the all open of that BMW. No rear slots on that BMW, I'm noticing from the camera angle we've got here. So he had 4 on testing. That's not nil.
Yeah. Well, I think we've had a lap deletion also from something. It might have been Mikey Dover that's dropped down. Dan Camish has had his lap time lost.
This time Roberts coming in as well, so that's another lap time deletion. Hill, crucially, only stays in 6th as Ingram comes in. 52 seconds to go. That's Ingram done then. He's safe enough in P2, he feels, but there's certainly a lot more to play for here. Oh, this is going to get tasty in the coming moments.
Absolutely so, and we are now looking at what looks like the number 40, is that the 60? That's Aaron Taylor-Smith heading over the line, the Irishman. Another one of those for Toyota. He's P7 before he heads over the line. and he is still P7 as he crosses over the line, but Josh Cook has displaced him.
Yeah, and he's had a lap time deletion as well as Aaron Taylor-Smith on that last go around. So he's going to have yet another differential. Camish just catching the infield there on the way up in towards turn 9 at McLean and up through into Coppice. He's really ragging that Napa Ford within an inch of its life, and he needs to with only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, he might just get over the line for one more attempt should this lap not work out for him. Right on board with Jake Hill, heading through Roberts now. P7, he's out, the reigning champion. Is he doing enough to move up the order? Well, I can say as he heads over the line, I don't think he actually improved this. I know it's all yellows in the sectors.
This is really shocking, but Dan Camish just go fourth. That pushes Josh Cook out. That's really going to anger him. Into the pit lanes come everybody else. I think no one else setting improvements. I think we've got our fast 6.
I think we do. So it's Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Tom Chilton, and Ronan Pearson at the moment. But Josh Cook
by Taylor Smith.
Yeah, he got held up there. He'll be absolutely livid with that, Josh Cook, because Aaron Taylor Smith had to make him lift off the throttle on the exit Roberts. That is going to displease Josh for absolutely sure.
Over the line, Sutton stays in position, so does Ingram and Robo. No one else improving, but Cook in 7th. He could have improved. His time was going in improvement, so I'm going to wait to see him come over into our commentary box position and, yeah, stay away from him.
Well, this is Jake Hill we're seeing on our pictures now. No, he's well off it. He's well off the pace by Sector 2. I don't think Jake is going to be able to get into the top 6. It's going to be 8th position on the grid for tomorrow's first race here at Donington.
Times they do be a changing in the touring cars. Jake Hill, championship leader, is out of the fast 6. He will start this race 8th on the grid, which, if I do a quick calculation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, could be right where that marshal is just standing, quite coincidentally under a Never Just Drive Hyundai banner, which this time last year was a BMW.
Well, Jake Hill will be looking to make his way through the field. Know that his race crop is actually good when you think of it. Conditions are expected to be dry for tomorrow, which I think are the conditions that Jake will want. It depends on how the others get on in this final qualifying session. If it ends up being either Ash Sutton or Tom Ingram on pole, I think it's going to be very difficult for Jake Hill to keep up.
Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Tom Chilton, Ronan Pearson, who's 6th going through. Out will go Josh Cook, Jake Hill, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Mikey Doble, Dan Lloyd, and Charles Rainford as well. But Rainford doing incredibly well. In fact, Josh Cook's just come in. He's opened up his door, and I can tell you, and you won't get this on ITV, he is absolutely... Well, I think he looks quite content, but he's just miserable. He looks miserable, doesn't he?
Well, he looks pragmatic. I
Yeah.
think that's probably the right word to use there for Josh. I think he's conducting himself well, but I think the inside of him tells a different story. He will not be very, very happy with the way that Aaron Taylor-Smith had impeded him at the last corner.
Yeah, getting hot and sweaty up here in the commentary box. It's getting quite warm. There's a brief breeze of cool air that comes somewhere, but looking around me, I can't tell where from. It's like the commentary boxes in China, which are great, but the air conditioning is just taped onto the wall. Louise Goodman's talking to someone, I think, actually. We can go down to Louise Goodman because she's going to have Josh Cook, and here it is again for us to take a look at, Tom.
We're going to see a replay then of Josh going through Roberts. Yeah, it's some dunk. There's no doubt that Aaron Taylor-Smith had... it's not just the second part, but the first part of it, he hindered him at the apex.
Yeah.
And that made Josh had to lift off the throttle to avoid a collision. So I'd imagine the stewards will take a good look at that, because that, to me, was avoidable.
Yeah, so let's head down then to Louise, because she's going to be having an interview with Josh Cook very shortly as well. She's just prepping that one. I saw her go down into the garage just below us. But Jake Hill out of the fast 6. This is shocking news to the reigning champ. Let's go down quickly to Louise. Down to you, Lou.
Frustration at the end of that sentence, Aaron. They asked me to ask you. If you don't feel you can answer it, fine, but just frustration on your part.
Yeah, we've been on the back foot since FP1, but we've made really good progress. That was a good step in the right direction. Did we quite have enough to get through? Not sure. Maybe a tiny bit, but yeah, I don't really need to comment on what we saw. Just the usual from the usual suspect.
So what are your thoughts looking ahead to tomorrow? Because it's been a bit of a frustrated day all round with your issues earlier on. I guess there are some positives to take from the day. There is some speed there.
Yeah, it's not a disaster by any means. You know, it's we know that we've got a good car. We know we've got a good package. We've got a really good team. So we, you know, some days go better than others. We hoped for a little bit more. Wanted to be inside that top 6 shootout, but no, I think we're okay. I think we'll be in the right place. Just need to make sure that we get 3 solid point scores tomorrow and set our championship campaign off right.
Cheers. Thanks, Josh. Back to you guys. I can only ask. I can only try, can't I? I'll see you.
She can only ask, can't she?
No, Josh looked calm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm right to say, because to be fair, if that was me, I'd have probably felt different. Because at the end of the day, we're all fighting for the same prize, aren't we? So, but at least he's not allowed that to get the better of him, because you know, he's had a good qualifying there. Yeah, it was a shame. And as we go back to Louise.
Let's hear from Jake Hill.
You proved yourself right.
Yeah, it's just tough, you know. I mean, through the world at it, as we always do. I think we're still the fastest BMW, but we're just struggling, Lou. Simple as that, you know. I mean, got no answers for it yet until we dive into why, but the car felt good. You know, it felt pretty good. It felt the best it has done all of this year in testing and at this event in FP1, FP2. So, yeah, got no answers at the moment. Is what it is. I think we're P8, so yeah, we can still fight from there, and we'll go forward in the race.
But is it likely to be a tough day tomorrow?
I think so, yeah. I think it's going to be pretty tough. I don't really know where the lack is yet, whether it's straight line speed or whether it's just us on the chassis side. I think I'm still driving as well with myself, so hopefully it's not that bit. But yeah, I don't know. Let's dive into it tonight and see.
I'm sure you've not lost it over the winter. I'll let you go down and see your engineers. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, Louise finished that interview, so let's walk past our comment box.
Yeah. But, you know, Jake Hill looks okay by the looks of it. You know, he doesn't look too down by any means. I think the final part has just begun as far as our timer pages are concerned. So we'll go back to the track
Pit straight.
Yeah, for the pit straight, yeah. So to get all the action that's happening on circuit. 6 drivers then: Ash Sutton, Dan Robots, Dan Camis, Tom Ingram, Tom Chilton, and Ronan Pearson going for pole here in Donington.
I've got to ask you the really awkward question, which I think everybody has done standing in one of these boxes. Who's going to take pole position?
I did say it was going to be either Sutton or Ingram.
Yeah.
If you're going to push me for one word answer, I'm going to say Ingram. I think he's got this one.
To be honest with you, as much as Chloe's probably going to be aiming a sniper rifle at us wherever she's watching from right now, probably Ingram. Has to be Ingram, doesn't it? Yeah. He's just got such a momentum to win through, and I think fastest practice, got the fastest practice to do. Within qualifying, it could be done. But anybody as a real surprise? Could Camish do it up there? I mean, Chilton's just lucky he's here.
Well, Camish has had a number of lap times deleted over the course of today, so he's got to be wary, especially going through the final part of Roberts, where those tyre stacks are at. Not just at the apex of the first part, but the second part as well. And we've seen lap times deleted over at the old hairpin. So these drivers have got to be able to attack it, but not run out too far out wide. They need to hook up the perfect lap here.
No, it's just hit me for a second that we're doing this completely normally, like this is just an everyday commentary, but we're standing inside the commentary box at Donington Park looking at what's happening in front of us and talking about it. Chilton's going very slow on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know whether he's just thinking about track position, but it feels a little bit peculiar. Is that probably the right word?
He's doing one there, look.
Well, just looking on the chat map at the moment, because he's going through it. We've just seen the pictures that Tom Ingram's coming to the pits. Only 2 cars out on circuit. We've got the 116. Is that Sutton?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he and the other one being Tom Chilton. And
I can't hear anything.
no,
It sounds sick.
No, it doesn't sound sick, does it? Unless it's like you know, something, you know, suspension-wise that's forcing us to slow down a little bit. But no, I can't imagine it'd be that.
I thought we both leaned in there to listen in. Like, we're wearing headphones. You don't need to listen in, but we both just went into the monitor to
Well,
go,
we are here to
"Oh."
describe the action, really,
Yeah.
as best as we can. Ronan Pearson getting another set of the mediums on his car, and we could just see the Napa crew pushing what looks like Dan Rowbottom back into the fast lane so that he can get going again. And it's a repeat of what we saw in the earlier sessions, where they go out on an old set, drop them, and then get on a fresh set and then put together the best lap of the remaining ones as well.
As a bit of a fight coming off, I don't think to me that the reason that Chilton's going so slow is that he's trying to give a toe to Ingram when he comes round. Because they're miles apart. They're literally opposite sides of the track.
I mean, they are miles apart. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to get the...
He's boxing. He's boxing.
He's boxing now. Okay, so he's probably thinking that he wants those to lay down the rubber.
It
so
sounds
that-
sick.
Does it sound
It sounds sick,
Yeah,
yeah.
it didn't look good when he went down the pit straight. He carried on to see if the problem would rectify within the next lap, and it seemingly hasn't. That's a big, big blow for Tom Chilton because he had a really good session up until this point.
Yeah, I took my other headphone off and just to try to hear. It does sound sick out there, so that's never good news. As Rowbottom passes us at the correct speed. Sutton's already gone through actually, and we've got Row 1 coming in as well. So a change is as good as a rest, I suppose, but it's still not giving us a good sector point time as well. Everyone's still on outlaps and cool laps, but this is going to cost you. I suppose the worst you can start is 6th on the grid. That's just there in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, you can make up all the places you want, and it's an overtaking circuit as well. He's done so you can easily get overtakes on either at Redgate or over at Roberts, and you never know with all the. I don't want to say pandemonium, but you never know with all the possibilities in the race that could go in your favour. So it's not the end of the world for Tom Chilton, but he's just got to hope that his crew at Team Virtue are able to fix that car in time for tomorrow.
Down below as well, queuing up to take photos of the cars that have gone into effective Park Ferme for their TOCA post check. I did spot earlier on, as if you were watching our broadcast before the qualifying session started, we had a chance to get Dave Richard. I think as soon as we went off air, he walked right in front of us. So that was just typical, but I am trying to get him. He was hiding in that F4 technicals though. So I really want his views on Mohammed Ben Salam, the FIA president.
I'll probably keep my word out of that, considering.
Yeah. Also, probably best as well, considering the fact that you don't want to anger the president.
No.
Either of them. So, 5 minutes to go. Oh, that's the first time a joke like that's been made in the comments box. And look at this. Is Chilton stop again? He's coming out of the track.
Yeah, that does
this
not
is
look
going to be
good.
a red flag.
This is going to be a red flag, 100%. Just waiting to see if there's any red flags.
Nothing's displayed.
Nothing's displayed out of the commentary position, so he might have got the problem rectified straight away. We'll have a look to see.
He's still there.
He's still there on the...
Yeah, so Chilton with that problem, ironically with red flags out.
Yeah.
So they've red flagged the session, which I suppose was only logical to try and get rid of his car, really.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to disrupt it. How long is that? We're under 5 minutes, which means it resets to 5. That classic rule.
Yeah.
So we managed to go all year. What was it? JT, last year in qualifying, we managed to go, what, 4 races before red flag came out in qualifying? It's happened round 1 here. You can't remember. I don't know if that was to you viewers or just to us. It sounded like it was just to us talking about. So red flags out with Camish, Pearson, Robot, Ingram, Sutton and Chilton. Your top running order as things stand. I have just seen Louise Goodman, however, rush down the pit lane. Spoke to her earlier on in the day. Doesn't want the main gig. So yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, it doesn't want the main gig, Louise. So very happy as well. I spoke to Steve Ryder a couple of times. Right, here's Chilton coming out of the pit lane. Looks like the problem's fixed on, but then it stops again.
Yeah. So I think it's when he let's go limiter here. So as he applies the throttle, can't quite hear the engine sound coming out.
Popping.
Yeah, there is some popping. Yeah, that sounds pretty sweet to me.
Yeah, that's the same sound that is in the credit card. That's the commentary box you're hearing now.
It seems to have switched a little bit, even at slow speed, which has prompted Chilton to stop on the racetrack there, which is probably the right thing to do for his own safety.
So red flag's out then, and we will reset the clock to 5 minutes whenever we will restart the session and get going. What time are we on? 16:02 so far. Ingram's already back in the garage, I can tell you. Incredibly humid now in this commentary box. Oh my god, it's almost uncomfortable levels.
Well, we saw the conditions of last year where it was cold and it was wet. But we're not even at summer yet. I mean, it was only a few weeks ago when it was absolutely freezing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But now we are beginning to get this spring vibe into the commentary position over at Donington.
Sad the sun's not directly on us. I think we might bake alive.
Yeah, that's probably a blessing, actually, because otherwise it would have been dehydrating in the commentary position.
Yeah, and we've not brought water to the commentary box, although there is teas and coffees next door. Might nip and get us one if there's...
I'd rather just stick to the cold fluid, in all honesty. I'll get something downstairs or whatever.
Well, luckily after this, we will be handing back over to the world feed because we've got a race. JT, how long's the gap between qualifying and the race? He asks quickly, trying to get a word while he looks. Oh, just 15 minutes. Perfect. Oh, that's a tyre rub. Is that for Sutton then with
It
the tyre?
is, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's probably hit. I reckon he's hit the tyre stacks
And that's
at Roberts.
because of lap time deletion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll probably get a replay of that, but it feels to me that is a bad dent. Yeah.
Yeah, he's knocked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you see the green markings on that. That will have been from his car that's hit the tyre stacks. I wonder if the marshals may go over there to put it back in the exact same spot, because if that gets knocked out of the way, then we've basically got
hell.
a different racetrack. Yeah.
And that'll be another red flag
Yeah.
to appear as well. And they have
they'll
changed it.
And they'll have to reset it back to 5 minutes as well, won't they?
Yeah, so any red flags inside the final 5 minutes automatically resets it to 5 minutes, and that includes 1 second. So if the red flag is out with a second to go, you get 5 more minutes. But the question is, the guys don't have the tyres. We saw that a couple of years ago.
And you need them for tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
You need fresh sets for tomorrow. So they'll have gone through, at the very minimum, 4 sets of mediums. Those have made it into the final part. And yeah, that they need to. They don't want to be wasting too many of them. I mean, they've got 8 medium sets of dry tyres, which they'll need for the race tomorrow, which means you need 3 for the races. So they've only got one fresh set to use up in this final part of qualifying, which, to be fair, is convenient enough for them, I suppose.
And I'll tell you one thing, if we do use it, well, we are in this box tomorrow for MotoGP. Tell you what, for race 2, which we're doing here, water bottles. And lots of them. It's very warm here in this commentary box. Well, actually, he's just coming down the pit lane, and I can't see. Well, there's Alan Gow. He'll have the radio control just in front of our commentary box. Yeah. I've just heard some cars fire up. Now we're going to embarrassingly lean out the side of the commentary box. Can you see anything? I can't from my angle.
Well, I'm just seeing whether Tom Chilton's car's been pushed in. I think it's already been pushed in. I don't know where it's gone through. There's like a gap in the well, before the garages where the car can just be pushed into, so that it's out of the way and not obstructing the fast lane for when the drivers are coming back out. It looks like Sutton's session is done, because there's no way, unless he's brave enough to put a set of tyres on and just go for it and see what he can get, because the worst case scenario for Sutton is 5th.
Green light, we're going back underway. Right, let's get our trackside camera back. We're in a position where we can literally, this is our plug-in spot, by the way. Ironically. Anything goes wrong, we come here and do the plug-in.
There we can see the marshals doing their work. Wonderful to see them out in force. I know it's a long day for these, and we have to praise them. I mean, so many of them are doing it voluntary as well, aren't they? So they're dedicating their days in allowing this event to go ahead.
And we're hot and standing in the commentary box. They're wearing fireproofs and the orange suits as well.
They will be roasting.
Roasting. Last Lap Lucy's with us tomorrow as well, which means she'll be in the commentary box with us as well. That's going to be fun for
Well,
Lucy.
she's going to have a fun time with you, mate. I can tell you that.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. And also, we're going to give her a microphone as well. You know what? It is possible, actually, because I've got a cross mixer in my bag as well with the headset. So, headphones, headset works. Kind of. I know what I'm on about. Thousands don't. 4 minutes to go then of this session. Camish, Pearson, Rowbottom, Ingram, Sutton, and Chilton. And Chilton, of course, will now start 6th on the grid at best.
In the onboard view of Tom Ingram, he will feel, I don't know if he's aware of Sutton's
I don't think he would really.
No, so he'll feel like he's got a great chance of snatching pole here and get the first points of the season. I can't remember how many points it is for a pole position in British touring cars nowadays.
You can see the 1 or 3, they've changed it again.
Well, they seem to be switching it around with that, but he'll get points either way, will Tom Ingram. Should he get the pole, whoever it may be, but this is his golden opportunity. He probably will need another lap just to get those tyres up to the temperature, because there's no way with the configuration of Donington that they're using, it's the national configuration, that they'll get those tyres into the optimal window, so he probably needs 2 prep laps before he starts pushing.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of them now come past our position here in the booth, and they are weaving and getting used to it all as well. Actually, if you move around a bit, you get a bit of oxygen moving around, so we're just sort of staying quite still standing in here. Right, so Camish, Pearson, Rowbottom, Ingram, Sutton, they're your 5, and 4 of those are on lap times now. Sutton's first sector is a 19.5. He's faster, but Rowbottom's quicker, and so is Ingram. So they're just matching each other pretty much as we go along.
Yep, so Camish with a 1 minute 10.5, Pearson with a 1 minute 10.5. The difference being 36,000 of a second between the Napa and the Toyota. of Pearson in second place. Robotson's done a 1 minute 11.0 and Ingram's done a 1 minute 11.7, which is kind of expected. As Ash Sutton, unexpectedly, as I'll let you have a go with it, as we watch Sutton head towards Roberts.
After you, my friend. But yeah, 107.670. Much better. But now the question is, what can the others do? And the other Napa, a Robotham, coming towards the line. Green sectors.
Well, that will have shocked Ingram a little bit if he was told that Sutton had that problem. If he wasn't, that's probably a blessing for him, because that will have hurt his confidence a little bit, I would have thought. But I probably wouldn't want to know about other people's shenanigans. I would just get on with my own job. Tom Ingram heading over the line. This is not a representative lap time by any means, so he probably just needed that prep lap before he absolutely pushes it this time around with 2 minutes to go.
Yep, Sutton, Robotham, Pearson, Camish, Ingram and Chilton all still closing through and trying to take the lines up towards it, but Sutton is the fastest on those medium compound tyres. So now, really, can he keep that pole position? And Napa, who have had a somewhat lackluster pre-season testing, could go on to pole as Sutton goes past us again, followed by Rowan.
Well, not only that, they could get 3 cars in the top 3.
Yeah.
Camish is in 4th place at the moment, but
improving.
He's improving, yeah. So there's a good chance he could get into the top 3 at the moment. Purple for Tom Ingram in sector 1.
That's much more like it. 19.5 second sector.
He's down in sector
41.
2.
He got held up.
Yeah, he's lost time in that second sector, so he needs to go again to Tom Ingram. He's only got one more chance at it as we see a kick of dust on the exit of Coppice.
One of the Nappers, I think.
It's one of the Nappers, yeah. So we're going to see a replay of where...
Oh, he's lost time. It's down to 4, Tom.
This is Craner Curve, so he's lost... He's had some oversteer. We still went on through sector 1, but it's out of the old hairpin. Because of that slide, it have upset the momentum and he's lost exit speed.
Camish went second, but has immediately had it deleted for track limit. So Dan Camish is not in second position. He's dropped down into 4th. That puts Robotham back and Pearson in 3rd. So you said about Camish having opportunity to go there, and he's turned 7. So that's just the exit of old hairpin.
Wow. So that is...
another dust kicked up again.
He said turn 7. I think that's McLean's fault.
McLean's, that's just over there,
It's
yeah.
just over there, yeah. So that's another corner where we're seeing someone get track limits. And I called it with Camish earlier because he had lap times deleted for track limits elsewhere around the circuit. Tom Ingram, meanwhile, he's gone purple in sector 1 this time, Josh.
This is going to be the best lap for Ingram. He needs pole position after losing out on the championship by just a fraction last year at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix layout. He's come into pre-season testing with a much better run, but can he actually do it? He's good in the first sector. Second sector, 55.578 as the flag is out. Is he fastest? Camish is up as well. Oh, it's a 55. He could still go first. It's going to be very, very close. Ingram throws it into the last corner, nearly touching the hay bale, stays on it over the line. Is Ingram on pole position? Camish has gone fast at the moment. Ingram comes across and manages only 3rd place. So it's Dan Camish who has provisional pole position as things stand. Sutton down into 2nd, and I'm not seeing any other improvements. So it's actually Dan Camish, the man who's been calm, who we spoke to just before this session, who said maybe it could happen. He's just going to pour in the data. He's gone and got pole position.
Yeah, I want to wait a little bit just in case of any track limits violations, because you never know how long it can take before the infringement comes in. But I would probably say now that he has got pole position by only 11 thousandths of a second of his teammate Ash Sutton. He's pulled that lap time out of nowhere here.
31 thousandths as well to Ingram. Oh, the correction, 20,000 separating the top 3. My goodness. That is insanity. Now it's back to the 31 from where it was. So it's Camish, Dan Camish, who was on fire here literally 3 years ago, has taken pole position for Napa. Sutton 2nd. So suddenly the Fords are the best cars.
Yeah, what a brilliant, brilliant qualifying for them. Camish being on pole, I did say it was going to be either Sutton or Ingram, but Camish just pulled out absolutely nowhere. And running down the final part then with Dan Camish on pole position.
Yeah, Ash Sutton in 2nd, Napa 1-2. Dan Robotham puts Napa 4th, but Virtue for Tom Ingram, he goes into 3rd place. Ronan Pearson goes 5th, and no time for Tom Chilton as well, so he'll only start 6th, but that could be back in the grid with whatever problems he's having.
Yeah, that could be a problem later on. It could even be a pit lane start if he's unlucky for Chilton. Should the team need a lot of time. But they've got a lot of time before race 1 begins tomorrow in the morning. So I'd like to think they'll get that sorted in due course. It may feel like a missed opportunity there for Tom Chilton, because I think he ended up second in the second part in the highest 12 that got through from the first part, and for that problem to occur that brought the red flag, that's a body blow.
So it's not going to go well then, as we'll wait for Louise to get the interview with Dan Camish from Napa. We'll try and catch up with him as well throughout the day, well, going into tomorrow for our race coverage as well. We're staying on here, and qualifying doesn't end it. We've got one more race to come up for you here as well. Actually, two more races coming up for two more to come in, and we'll introduce those as well. We're still in the commentary box, and that's where we'll stay. Mini challenges up first, then the Porsche Sprint will be our last race of the day, and in between those we'll be prowling around the pit lane as well, seeing what we can get hold of, and then we'll sign off at the end of the day at 6 o'clock, I think it should be, as well. So I can see Dan Camish. Oh, 5:30, brilliant. I can see Louise Goodman putting in her earbuds just outside the commentary box and getting ready to talk to Dan Camish, who comes through. So overall then, let's talk pole sitters as well as I take my headset off. Great for Camish, but disaster for Chilton. And Ingram in there, but they've just gone out a bit again.
Yeah, I honestly just... It was a brilliant qualifying lap for Camish, but it felt like a missed opportunity both for Sutton and Ingram to really pull it together. Considering how small of a margin it was, 11,000. Had it not been for that error at Roberts, I think Sutton would have been on pole.
So Dan Camish walks in then. Let's head down to Louise Goodman, who's going to have all the post-session interviews down there as well. Just waiting for that door to open up and then grab the interview. Is she talking to him? Yeah. Well, he's just getting out of the car now and he's congratulating all of his mechanics from the angle I've got down here as well, looking out of the commentary box window. Okay, let's go down to Lou.
And for Dan Cam in particular to be at the top of the times, that is quite a result. A happy team celebrate and congratulate with him. Dan will make his way to come and talk to Louise in a moment. The other cars being held in that scrutineering area. A very happy team owner, Pete Osborne, will be there. And
a lot of work done by the team over the winter. Weight distribution, Tony Carosa there, everybody in on the act. Mountune have done a lot of work on the engines, as has everybody, because the engine spec is now frozen for everybody for 2 years.
And so Dan Camish is the man of the moment, and a job well done. That especially given how much pressure must have piled on him, having to do it again and again and again in Q2. Finally, Louise will have a driver that smiles, I think, here, but it could have been a different story after Q2, given those lap times being disallowed. But that man there, Louise, he's smiling.
That man has a big smile on his face, which is fantastic to see. Congratulations, Dan, a 7th career pole. And also, you are the first recipient of a new innovation this year. We see it at the end of the season, the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, but this year, Goodyear are providing a trophy for each pole winner across the season, so congratulations.
My wife's going to love that. Yeah, that'll be on the mantelpiece for a week until it finds its way into the loft, unfortunately. It ruins the decor, apparently, but hey, I'm happy. I know, I'm very happy with it. I'll cherish it. Yeah, lovely that, thank you.
And more importantly, very happy with that. Well, you made it tough for yourself, didn't you? I lost count of how many laps got disallowed throughout that session, but when it counted, you were out there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about not talking to you in the interim.
No, that's fair enough. It was kind of busy.
I'm just going to focus on me for a minute. And thank you, mate. Cheers. And I felt like the car's been under me this afternoon. And I knew I'd have to go out there and do that. And you're right, the track limit thing's been tough all day. I think this is a much better solution. I know it's been a talking point, but at least we know where we stand. And yeah, the cars have got a few bruises, but nothing like what we do tomorrow. So I think, yeah, that's the right outcome on the track limit stuff. And now, yeah, we focus on tomorrow, but really happy with the lap. It means, you know, when the guys, I've had radio problems all day, so I can only hear them in this stretch. So it was silent the whole lap, and obviously I knew it was checkered because I'd taken the checkered flag, and they waited all the way until almost the pit lane, like, can you hear me? I was like, yeah, how do we do? They're like, pretty good, you're on pole. And I was like, oh. So yeah, lovely way to start the season.
How confident were you going into that session? Because I don't think it's fair to say that we were saying, oh, this is a dead set for Dan Camish for pole, but Tim was saying you were quietly confident.
I think the car behind was, you know, Ingram here. I know maybe not, he's holding the third bottle, so I can see he's probably qualified third, but I mean, actually in Part Third behind me is Tom, and you know, he looks so good in practice. I think we're all scratching our heads a little bit, but we kept our heads down. Yeah, did I back myself a pole? I thought I was going to be in sort of maybe just about there, maybe just behind actually Ash and Tom there. But as it happens, the car got better. I got better when it mattered, and there she is. She's on pole. So yeah, great start.
And it's a special thing, this first pole, isn't it? Because it's the only time all year it's absolutely even steams across the grid.
Yeah, I love qualifying in general. It's one of my favourite parts of the whole weekend. The Wingfoot Award, I missed out on it in 2020 by a couple of points to Colin. I've missed out on it a couple of times by nothing. It always really bothers me because I actually love qualifying. I think it's a real pure moment. You know, it's just you, the car, and the track, and this one, you're right, means more than any because this is when we're all equal. And yeah, I'll savour this one today.
Well, and cherish that trophy as well. Be nice. It's a lovely trophy. Right, let's see who we can have a word with. Well, as Dan just pointed out, the man behind him in Parc Ferme, but P3 on the grid. Is that a surprise? You said ahead of the session you thought these guys were going to be quick, but did you think they were going to be? You're going to have two of them ahead of you?
I didn't think we were ahead, but I knew it was going to be close, and I said that to you right at the top of the show. As you cannot read anything into free practice 1 in this championship or free practice 2. You can, I mean, it's a bit of a steer, but you can never kind of go, we were quickest in FP1, quickest in FP2. It's there. It's difficult. It was a bit of a messy session there. Obviously, with Tom having his issue on circuit, it massively put us out of sync as well. So we kind of fell foul of that. So yeah, it never linked all together, unfortunately. So it was messy. I think I took 3 attempts at trying to pull a lap time out of it with a massive lock up into one and then a massive bit of oversteer into the old hairpin. So I was on the back foot. So the last lap, call, Spenny says, right, you got just under a minute to go. No track limits, no mistakes. Okay, you're asking a lot from me here, but so yeah, I'm pleased with where we are. It's nice to see Dan Cam having a nice time at Donington as well. That's always, because he usually has a nightmare here. So it's nice to see him having a good one. Race day tomorrow when the big points are on offer. We'll see what goes on.
We look forward to seeing it out there. Let's go down and grab a word now with Ash Sutton, who just having a word with sorry, diving in there. Yeah, Ash Sutton, who makes up an all-Napa front row. Good job.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, really good for the team. Obviously, Napa Racing UK 1-2, locked that front row out, which is phenomenal. Yeah, well done to Dan, obviously getting the pole. Fair play to him. I left a little bit on the table, which was frustrating from our side. There's probably a 10th and a half, 2 tenths there. I just messed up McLean's on my good lap. And
we saw that. That was quite spectacular, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just kind of sort of killed the minimum, killed the right momentum. So you're kind of chasing that, then all the way down the back straight, through Coppice, down the back straight. So yeah, it hurt us a little bit, but pleased overall, because if you look at FP1, FP2, you kind of think, oh, Jesus, we've got to go up against that thing, but it seems to have come back to where we were now. So yeah, pleased with how it went overall. So we did get stuck in tomorrow and see where we go.
And I can't remember exactly how many nanoseconds it was across certainly the top 3 cars, but from a fan perspective, it looks like we've got some really close racing ahead of us.
We've got some proper motor racing back, haven't we? Let's be honest. So yeah, it's going to be mega. Obviously, massively different in shape of cars and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds over a lap when we're in battle. We've got new rules to play to, new tyre rules to play to. So yeah, I'm excited, interested to see how we really play out tomorrow. We've got a good race car, I think. We've been focusing on that a lot over winter, so yeah, let's wait and see.
Can't wait. See you out there. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Lou. Okay, so what a first qualifying of the year. I generally don't think we have any idea what we could have done differently. That was pitch perfect from day one.
Well, if you're Napa and you're Dan Camish, it's perhaps been a perfect day. He picks up his pole position trophy, and he'll be raring to go for the first race of tomorrow. But here's the grid for race number 1. So Dan Camish on pole with Ash Sutton alongside. It's Tom Ingram and Dan Rowbottom on the second row, followed by Ronan Pearson and Tom Chilton on row number 3. Josh Hook and Jake Hill make it the 4th row of the grid. Jake Hill, the reigning champion, down in 8th. Aaron Taylor-Smith in 9th, and Mikey Doble running up the top 10. In 11th is Dan Lloyd, ahead of Charles Rainford, the rookie doing very, very well to get up into the top 12, followed by Gordon Shedden and Sam Osborne on row number 7. Chris Smiley and James Dorlin are on row 8, followed by Michael Crease and Daryl DeLeon. Stephen Jelly and Aidan Moffat round out the top 20. Round out the rest of the grade, we've got Adam Morgan and Max Hall, another one of the debutants, in 22nd, followed by Dexter Patterson and Nick Hamilton on his return to the British Touring Car Championship, down in 24th and last place.
It's going to be a great season, isn't it, coming into it? Right, okay. Didn't expect Camish to get pole position, let's be fair. We both thought it'd be Ingram or Sutton, one of the two. Just having a look about as IG Field 4 Golf Air, we stay on. So we'll come up to the main pictures. God, Well, don't we look red and hot in this commentary box, don't we? My goodness me. First time we've checked down.
I've probably caught the sun
Yeah.
being out, wandering around, but I think that's kind of expected because people don't even think about bringing their sun cream, do they?
I've got some in my bag.
Well,
is that just me, though?
I don't think it would be just you. I think considering there's families around, I'd reckon for their children they will need sun cream on. But I think we've been treated to a really good session, and I can't wait for the races tomorrow in British Touring Cars. I think we're going to be in for a bit of a thrill.
We are. So next up, it's going to be the second race, if I'm not very much mistaken, JT, of the Formula 4. So this race one for them to go out. Because we had it's minis. No, it's minis.
It's minis.
I was going to say, I don't know what I'm on about.
I was going to say that we had the F4 British Championship out earlier on.
I was standing here when it happened, just after the MotoGP race. I've been standing here.
I didn't quite pick up on who won that, actually.
I don't know. I did. JT, did you pick up who won that one? I am going to get the results off while we waffle, so you can tell us. Well, minis though, Virtuality minis, looking quite strong out there. You can see already they're lining up on the outskirts of the grid with the safety car coming through. So it is a quick procedure. We'll flick to them now, but it'll be a formation like them lights out. But it's a quick race here. And it's a quick action.
Yeah, a lot of action. And this is not the first mini race I've commentated on. It's a virtual one that I've commentated on this week, believe it or not, with someone. And yeah, these are really, really fun to drive, it has to be said. And they do provide some good action. If I remember correctly, I don't think Don Wheatley is involved in this championship.
No, I don't think so.
No, like he had done in previous years, which is a bit of a shame. I saw him earlier in the paddock. I didn't say hi to him because he looks busy and all that. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame he's not around to be involved in it. But we've seen Nathan Edwards, who starts third in the grid. We've got Jamie Osborne on the front row next to Tom Overden, who is looking to get his first win of the campaign from there.
Augusto Robert won the F4 race. As a heads up, JC just told me.
So yeah, not long to go, not long to wait for this first mini challenge event to begin for 2025. Who'd be your tips, do you reckon? Tips, I should say.
I like Ross. I like Josh Porter was strong last year, but I like on par with Jamie Osborne. I know exactly what an Osborne can do, and we've seen what Jamie can do in previous years. But that's I've always waited for this. That's going to be having to hand over to the World Feed shortly. So quickly before they head off the first night, can I get your thoughts on qualifying?
Brilliant, actually, and I think the driver of the session. I'm going to, apart from Dan Camish, I thought Charles Rainford had a very, very good session. I thought he did a lot better than expected to get up there into the top 12. For his rookie campaign. Can he convert that into a good points haul? I feel there are a number of drivers who are out of position, and he's going to find it very, very tough to hold them off. We're on the way for the formation lap for this first mini challenge race of the season at Donington, and
you've got to give over to the World Feed shortly as well for that one. While we'll go and de-rig our stuff. Tom, thanks to you. And we'll be back later. So after this race, we'll go grab an interview. But let's cross over now, if JT's ready, for the first race of the season for the Virtua Mini Challenge in the company of the World Feed. Let's go over now.
33, which is Max Edmondson. Alongside him, number 27, which is Marlo Cordell, 33 and 27. The fifth row of the grid, number 2, is going to be Albert Webster. And on the outside is number 12, which is Alex Solly. He steps up from Mini Challenge this year into the main JCW class, so it's going to be 2 and 12 on row number 5. Row 6 then has the number 95 machine of Jacob Hodgkiss, joined by number 15, which is going to be Cameron Richardson, 95 and 15. Row 7 headed by number 55, which is Charlie Hand. Alongside him is going to be number 7, which is Stephen Chandler, 55 and 7. The 8th row, number 13, then sees Harry Campy, alongside number 32, which is Ned Anthony, 13 and 32. And the final place on the JCW grid is going to be number 70, which is Owen Hillman. And then we'll have a couple of gaps in terms of rows before we see the JCW Sport class, which is headed by number 42, Henry Howarth, alongside number 56, Ben Crossley. The next row, number 210, which is Chris McKenzie, joined by number 22, which is Nicky Gauci. And the final row of the grid completely is going to be number 29, which is Will Crooks, and number 10, Archie Johnson, that rounds out the field. So that's how they all line up then for the Virtue Mini Challenge. The cars working away on their formation lap, ready for the start of the race. As we said, this is the second fastest time, so effectively this is the same sort of grid we'll have for race 3 of the weekend, because that's how they'll line up with the fastest times of the weekend for that final race. So that's what we've got coming up. And of course, we've got the reversal of the finishing positions from this one, which set the grid for race number 2. So that is also to look forward to, which has slightly changed for this year. It's gone up to between 6 and 10 positions, which will be reversed. So we'll get that number hopefully drawn on the podium a little bit later after this race has come to its conclusion. But Tom Ovenden on his way through then. He's led the pack nicely up towards the grid. In towards their positions they will come. Of course, Tom has already picked up 6 points so far today. That is what he gained from qualifying himself on pole position. For this year, slight change in terms of the points you get for a fastest lap within a race. It's just a 3 rather than the 6 that used to be handed out. So 3 points for the fastest lap in this race. And also a change for this year, all of the races will count towards the championship. In previous years, we've had drop scores, which are a commentator's nightmare to try and work out at the end of the season who's dropping what and all the rest. But luckily, we have people to do that for us. So for this year, it's all points count. So you cannot have any drop scores, which makes it more important to try and get yourself to end of the race and make sure you score as many points as you possibly can. So the field is almost complete. The pole sitter within the sport class is now into position, which is Henry Howarth, and the green flag has waved from the back of the grid. So 5-second board has been held aloft. Red lights very shortly to come on, and 20 minutes of racing for the first time this year for the Virtue Mini Challenge gets underway when the lights go out, which they do, and it's a fairly slow start actually from Tom Ovenden on pole position. So it does mean that Jamie Osborne gets the better start, and he might be hounded actually, Tom, by a couple of cars behind him as well. There's a bit of rub in. Lewis Selby trying to get down the inside in towards Redgate Corner. He's muscled his way through, and all of a sudden, Tom Ovenden, who was on pole position, has now dropped himself down into what looks to be 5th place. So not the start he would have wanted. It looks like Nathan Edwards and also Josh Porter have gone through on the run through the first corner. They'll emerge back into our sight through what's going to be Starkeys and Schwantz shortly. But we see them briefly on the cameras as they run down through the old hairpin. And now
not a bad half an hour for Napa, is it?
What, a nap or Napa?
Yeah.
No, it is indeed, isn't it? Yeah, Napa Racing, good in British Touring Car qualifying and looking good in this race as well, because I think Lewis Selby, trying to look out the window, there's one in, I think, 2nd place, and there's one potentially in 4th position. And we've got one off as well over at McLean's Corner, so that is unfortunately a disappointment for that driver. And once the dust settled, we'll be able to try and work out who that is. It's Nate Anthony in the 32 machine, so unfortunately for him, I don't think it's going to go any further. He's well and truly buried because the front wheels are, not going anywhere, unfortunately, which might mean we get a safety car. We'll have to wait and see, but Napa come through in the lead. Jamie Osborne is the man that leads the way, and the safety car has been deployed, which is no surprise. I think all the drivers just about seeing the boards as they come across the line. And yeah, we've got the new rule for this year as well. If a safety car is deployed, we have an extra 5 minutes to add to the race as well. So 5 minutes will be added to the time. So that means it will go effectively up to a 25-minute race, but 5 minutes added on when we go back to green flag racing. So yeah, not the start that Ned Anthony would have wanted. How he ended up in that position, I'm not too sure, but he has found himself in the gravel trap, and Ned will be ushered out of the car by the marshals to a place of safety. In fact, no, they might be able to give him a push here. I think they're thinking about doing it, but whether they can push that Mini through the gravel and onto the track, I think they've already given up the ghost on that one. Yep. So the marshal says to Ned, let's jump out the car and we'll get you recovered with the car as well behind the Armco barrier. So an eventful first lap of the race, which has seen one in the gravel. We've seen the pole sitter drop down into 6th position eventually at the end of that first lap, because I think Marlo Cordell also went through at the completion of the lap. So yeah, Jamie Osborne leads the way. 2nd for Lewis Selby, which means we have got the Napa Racing cars up there towards the head of the order. 3rd place for number 94 is going to be Josh Porter. 4th place for Nathan Edwards as he returns to the championship for this year. Marlo Cordell is there in 5th place. Tom Ovenden from pole position now down to 6th place, so he's got plenty of work to do. Don't know if he just missed the start or if there was a bit of an issue getting through the gears, but he definitely didn't get off the line as quick as those around him. Then we have in 7th place Harry Hickton, who is actually the first of the rookies as well. Max Edmondson is next up in 8th place. 9th place for number 2 is Albert Webster. And around at the top 10, it's the number 12 machine of Alex Solly. That's how they all run behind the safety car at the end of what's now the 2nd lap. Ned Anthony's car is not yet recovered. We've just got the telehandler moving into position. But speedy work they do make of these recoveries, so I don't think it'll be too long until we go back to green flag racing. Already the 5 minutes have been added, so what was a 20-minute race has now had the 5 minutes added, so we're at 21 minutes and 15 seconds for the rest of this race. In terms of the points you get for a race win, haven't changed from last year, so it's still 50 points, which is a big amount for the drivers. And apparently Tom from pole position made the same mistake last year, where he went from pole to 6th position. So yeah, deja vu moment there for Tom, which sometimes when you get that in your mind, you think, oh, I made a mistake last year, I can't do it again. It kind of resurfaces, doesn't it? So yeah, Tom Ovenden down to 6th place. But
do you know what? That's always my question about Dan Camish when he comes here to Donington Park,
Yeah.
whether those memories of a really bad sort of weekend at the start of the year, whether they sort of haunt him. And I think he's rather just proven that that's all. It's put to bed now. So yeah, you can fight these horrible little voices that you get in your head.
Certainly can. I think also true with what Dan Rowbottom said to you as well about he thought he had a kind of bad year last year. It wasn't really clicking, but you reset somehow.
Yeah, and he has.
Yeah, and you come out of the blocks on a high, and you can only go up from there, really.
And with Robo, it's even more so because he's had a major operation over the course of the winter, and he's come back. He looks so lean, so fit. He feels so good. It's yeah, it's complete reset.
And this race is now reset as well because the safety car is in. A very quick recovery, as we said, over there at McLean's corner. And off we go once more with Jamie Osborne leading the pack down towards the first corner. Lewis Selby is fairly close to the back of him as he works his way now down through Hollywood for what's going to be the 4th time of asking. And is he going to look to make a move down in towards the old hairpin? Probably not close enough on this occasion, but he hasn't really got anyone behind him that's giving him too much pressure. So Josh Porter didn't make the restart he probably would have wanted to. So top 2 on their own. Then Josh Porter leads the next train of what's going to be 7 cars up towards the left flick of what's going to be Starkeys, then through the right-hander of McLean's. And yeah, Josh Porter has got a bit of attention from behind here. So Nathan Edwards, as we said, returning to the championship this year, looking to put the early pressure on as they turn their way on towards the right-hander of then Coppice. Nathan Edwards, who comes from Tunbridge Wells down there in Kent, finished 3rd last year in the JCW part of the championship with 5 wins to his name. So he's got good pedigree, has Nathan Edwards, and currently looking to get himself onto the podium as they negotiate the final chicane at Roberts. Up towards the line and onto another lap they go with now 18.5 minutes left within the race. The gap between the top 2 is just under a second as they again head down towards Redgate Corner. Bit of bodywork just flying up as well on the approach to the first turn, but I don't think anyone has had any real dramas. But yeah, all of a sudden, after a good restart for Jamie Osborne, who had Lewis Selby behind him, Lewis Selby now just starting to drop into the clutches of Josh Porter, and Josh Porter now a little bit closer to the back, who in turn has Nathan Edwards even closer to the back of him. So Nathan Edwards looking racy as they turn away through Starkeys, where the bridge used to be, up now towards Schwantz Corner. And we've got someone off at the old hairpin as well. That's gone behind the bridge where Starkeys used to be. So we have lost another one along the way, gone off quite deep into the gravel there. You can just see the dust settling once again, and we'll try and work out who doesn't appear through Sector 2, which we'll get on the timing screens. But for now, Jamie Osborne doing a good job. But this might all be undone once again, because with the potential of a safety car, it could bunch the field up once more. And the driver that hasn't come through Sector 2 is outside the top 10. And it's going to be potentially, yeah, the number 55 machine of Charlie Hand. So that's the all-orange machine of Charlie, which is not going to come through on this occasion. And we haven't got a word of a safety car at the minute, so they're all going to continue racing under yellow flag conditions down at the old hairpin. But Charlie Hand now will start to drop himself down the order.
But one thing, Matt, I don't know if you saw it, just flash briefly up on the screen, that the restart was under investigation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's never good to see,
Never
is it?
good.
So someone potentially should have been out of position, or maybe they jumped the gun before everybody else. But yeah, that start under investigation. I can see another telehandler on its way to Charlie Hand's car. So I think we're going to do this recovery under the double wave yellow down at the old hairpin. So while they do that, the lap times will just be slightly slower. But at the end of that lap, it was Alex Solly who was the quickest of all of them. So he has now recorded the quickest lap of the race. And as it stands, he'll be getting the additional 3 points, which go with that as well. Alex just on the fringes of the top 10 as it stands, but no one on that lap made any positions up. So Jamie Osborne continues to lead, bit more dust being kicked up on the exit of Coppice Corner. So again, the mini drivers just pushing to the limits at the minute, but this is kind of the calm before the storm as the weekend goes on. They all behave themselves for today, and then when they get in front of the cameras, they all like to misbehave. But for now, we're having a good race with Jamie Osborne continuing to lead. The gap between him, though, and Lewis Selby is down to less than 0.4 of a second. So all of a sudden, Selby has upped the pace. Porter has gone with him, and Nathan Edwards is not too far adrift in 4th place as well. So the top 4 covered by less than a second as it stands, as we head our way now on the 7th lap, down through the Craner curves once again. In towards the yellow flag zone they go at the old hairpin. Line astern are the leaders. We've got the top, I'd probably say top 10 together. Alex Solly then has a gap behind him, which would be to the 15 machine of Cameron Richardson. And then he leads the next train up towards the right-hander now of McLean's Corner. There's 3 cars altogether, so that's going to be Richardson, Stephen Chandler and Jacob Hodgkiss in the number 95 machine, but it's a 10-way scrap for the lead of the race at the minute. It looks like the top 2 are trying to break away on this occasion, so Jamie Osborne and Lewis Selby trying to work as best as they can together. Jamie, of course, with the Napa Racing UK team, along with Lewis Selby. So teammates they are indeed, as they work their way through the final corner. Still 3rd place for Josh Porter, who've got a bit of a scrap going on further back, as now out the line is Albert Webster. Is he going to be passed across the line? No, he's going to keep Max Edmondson at bay as they work their way down towards Redgate Corner once again. There's more debris that goes flying. I think that was more from what was on the circuit rather than anything else, and it's Harry Hickton who's going to make the move on the exit of the corner. So Nathan Edwards all of a sudden has gone from 4th place down to 6th, but potentially I think he's fallen behind Harry Hickton as well, because he was out wide and Harry decided to go through on the same occasion there. So Harry Hickton is out of the right-hander of the old hairpin, works his way now through the left-hander of what's going to be Starkeys. And after Nathan lost those positions, it was Marlo Cordell and Tom Ovenden who went through. So Tom on the recovery. He's made up 1 position from where he ended up at the end of that first lap. But can he continue to do so? He's got plenty of time still left within this race. Just 14 minutes now left. We're not yet into the second part of it, as Jamie Osborne again turns his way down the back straight. Half a second in hand over Lewis Selby. 1.2 seconds further back is going to be Josh Porter. And has Marlo Cordell managed to make up any more positions as they re-emerge through the final corner? He is still there in 4th place. Oh, and Harry Hickton is sideways. He's going to be into the tyres on the exit of the corner. And the right rear was down as well there. So I fear he had a puncture, which led him into the tyres on the inside of the Robert chicane. It got very, very congested between those he was racing with. I think Nathan Edwards and Max Edmondson were all there or thereabouts. But Harry Hickton did have no control of the car, unfortunately, because the right rear was down by the time he got into the tyres on the exit of the corner. So I fear this might be a further safety car, because Harry Hickton's car will definitely need to be moved, and we can't really get any recovery to that car. Just waiting for Harry Hickton to open the door. I think he's all okay. Yeah, he's moving inside the car. The straps have now come off to release him from the seat belts. And again, the marshals will go to work to make sure he gets himself to a place of safety. But that was a bit of a leery moment through the final corner. We can see where the tyres of Harry Hickton's car were heading, left the black marks on the tarmac, and Harry Hickton, unfortunately, is going to be another retiree from this race, as the safety car has been deployed once again. So it's another breather for Jamie Osborne out front, but he's going to have to do another restart where he has to try and work his way from the rest of the pack. So Lewis Selby, I'm sure, will be hot on his heels once again, but that's not what we wanted, with Harry Hickton, unfortunately, into the barriers, and the marshals just kind of telling the drivers to stay away to the outside of the circuit and make sure they don't run through any debris on the run down towards the start-finish line, where the safety car now is going to pick the drivers up once again. into the pit lane has come Josh Porter as well. So he was in 3rd position. So was he involved in that with Harry Hickton is the question. But I don't think he was. He was a couple of places up the road. Okay, so he might have run wide, and yeah, there was a bit of kind of confusion of drivers then backing up, and that may be what led to the then incident between Harry Hickton and the other drivers that were around him. But of course, only Harry Hickton will know the story. We just caught it at the last minute as they came through the final corner. But Josh Porter is into the pit lane. The team looking over the left rear by the looks of it. So that has now gone up on the jacks, Josh.
And the bonnet's come off as well. So perhaps if he has been off the circuit and picking up the grass like we saw from some in qualifying, might have overheated. The engine is getting out of the car. So looks like for Josh Porter, that is day done. After I think he was running, you said, Matt, as high as 3rd.
Certainly was, yeah. He was up there in the podium position, so not good news at all for Josh. He'll come back stronger, I'm sure, for tomorrow. But yeah, the main reason for this safety car is for Harry Hickton, who finds himself in the tyre barrier. He's already got out of the car, and I think he's working his way down the pit lane, still with race helmet on. But the man with Manpower Motorsport for this year has moved over from the Mini Cooper Championship, which he was crowned champion in from last year. He would love, of course, to race within the BTCC. In fact, Harry hasn't even made it to the entrance of the pit lane yet, so he's just yeah, a bit despondent and not really sure what to say about all of that, but he will eventually make it into the pit lane where the team will greet him. But as ever with a racing driver who doesn't really want to talk to anyone, he'll keep his race helmet on for the time being. The man from Andover in Hampshire, so his local circuit being Thruxton. And yeah, the 18-year-old walking his way from the scene of the crime.
Red flag.
And a red flag, yeah, so that's a shame, isn't it? Because we were getting into a bit of a rhythm. We had a couple of safety cars, but yeah, there's been a bit of drama. Just wondering if there's a bit of repair work to be done to the tyres on the exit of the Robert chicane, but we'll find out shortly what the reason is for. Can't see anything else that has happened. Ned Anthony's car, of course, has been recovered, and yeah, just possibly some tyres to be put back into position over there at the final corner. So the cars will come back round under safety car. They'll be held at the back of the grid, and we'll then have our chance to go racing shortly after that. We've got 10 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. We'll find out the details of all of this, but for now we'll go back to the studio and Toka Live.
On speakers, on radio, online, this is Toka Live.
With an opportunity to catch up on a few of your messages which you've been sending in all day. Thank you so much for that. On WhatsApp, your message and your first name, that's all we need, to 07482 877 877, or you can email us, studio@tokalive.net. But I think the by far the winner today has been our WhatsApp message. We had so many. This one comes from Henry F. He said, mega congratulations to Tommy Harfield on his F4 podium. Great to have support for drivers coming through here on Toka Live. We'll get through a few more of these messages and then we'll get back to our commentary team. This comes from Tom. Can you say hello to Colleen here for her first BTCC weekend this weekend, having a great time and enjoying the commentary as well. Thank you, Tom, and hi to Colleen as well. This one says, please can you say happy birthday to Toby and Josh, celebrating both of their birthdays. Wow. Having a great time watching from the old hairpin. Great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Sadly, can't be with you all at Donington, but should be listening here from Blackpool, from, oh no, that's really sad, from Blackpool and from a hospital bed in Blackpool as well. You don't put your name on the message, so if you can send in another message and give us your name, but we wish you all the very best, and I hope everything goes okay. We've got some video, I can't see the videos, but capturing today's races within my drawings. The Porsches are my favourite so far, and these drawings, the pictures that are coming through, are absolutely superb. Who's this from? Just let me see if I can find who it's from. Is that from Eve? I think it might be from Eve, who's doing some lovely trackside drawings. Absolutely superb. This comes from Kieran and Colin. We only made it due to our lovely wife and fiance, Jade and Bryony, buying us tickets for our birthday. Enjoying the weekend so far. That's from Kieran and from Colin as well. Great to have you listening. This is Russell. I'm just at the old hairpin, enjoying the sunshine and getting ready for touring car qualifying. This was quite a long time ago. Enjoying Toka Live. Send my love to Ruthie. Thank you, Russell. And hi to Ruthie as well. Got a few more that have come in. This is from Luke and William. Hi guys, big weekend for me and my boy. Our first official lads and dads with my 5-year-old William and my first time at Donington. Roof tenting in the Land Rover, all the way from Leeds. Great to have you here. I think this was towards the end of qualifying because Alfie said, great to be back. Come with my mate Alex and dad Dave. Glorious weather, glorious racing, and Pearson for pole. Well, it was close. It was very close. Matt says, hi, could you wish my wife Wendy a happy anniversary for next week? Enjoying the racing this weekend down at Redgate. I'm almost up to date. This one says, great pole for Dan Camish. Really made up for him, and I hope the Napa boys can make a decent start tomorrow. That's from Andy. 2 more to go. This is from British Touring Car Chat. Hello, Toka Live, watching from the first corner. And we've met Laura as well. That's from Kevin. That's really good news. And this one says, oh, it's Eve. Yeah, it is Eve that's doing all the trackside pictures. They are quite superb. I'll look at the videos later on, Eve, when we're not on air. And this is Toka Live on Radio Donington for Donington Park. We are on 94.3. We'll be on different frequencies right the way throughout the year, but here at Donington for this meeting and when we're at the Grand Prix circuit later on in the year, 94.3 FM. Right, how are we doing on track? Still under red flag. Let's get back to our commentary team and remind you just very quickly, if you want a message before the end of today on WhatsApp, you message your name to 07482 877 877. Let's get back to Matt.
Thanks, Alan. Yep, so we are still under the red flag with tyre bundles being put back into place, and I think it was probably more as well for the recovery. By the time we got the recovery done and the car moved, we wouldn't have had too much time under the safety car. So it's all about giving the drivers a bit of racing time as well. They've had a few under safety car laps, so yeah, Marshall's just going to work to recover the, as I said, the tyres and also the layer that goes to protect them as well. So we'll see how that goes on. For now, it's still taking place over there at the Robert Chicane. Just to let you know, under the red flag, that the leader of our sport class is currently the number 42 machine. So Henry Howarth doing a great job in the lead of that one, being pushed all the way by Chris McKenzie, and you've got Ben Crossley up there as well in 3rd position of that class. They run 14th, 15th and 16th places overall. The JCW Sport class, just to say, if you weren't with us earlier, that debuted in 2024. Features cars that are visually similar to those that you see running out front, but they do run slightly less power, so they have a less powerful engine and also run with a H-pattern gearbox, which makes the class an ideal stepping stone for anyone who looks to make their move up from the Cooper class, which we'll see at selected rounds this year with the BTCC, but it will be a class within the mini challenge for this year once again, and it continues to grow numbers, and I think we've got a few more on the way for the rounds to come after this weekend as well. But for JCW Sport, a lovely little class within the main JCW, and as I said, they run down there 14th, 15th and 16th at the minute, with what's going to be Henry Howarth leading the way. We'll see how he gets on once the race does get back into action, which hopefully won't be too far away, but it's going to be again Jamie Osborne, the man who's going to have to try and keep all of those at bay. And just before that safety car came out and the red flag, we had a nice group of 10 all starting to build up behind the race leader, all the way down to in fact what would have been Alex Solly in 11th place. So it was a long line of cars all together. The screen now has been wiped, which means we are getting ready for a restart before too much longer. Cars are currently being held just off the final corner, so the safety car keeping them there till the officials wave them onto the start-finish line. We'll have a re-grid, which will go back to the last completed lap effectively, so the order won't be too different from what we had just before the red flag. So Jamie Osborne again will be out front, and I reckon it will be a new race start rather than a safety car restart, but we'll get confirmation on that fairly shortly. But normally after a red flag we do go back into a race start procedure. telehandler leaving the scene, which is good. The race will be down to 8 minutes now, so we had 10 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock at the red flag, so we've lost a couple of minutes, but we'll still give the drivers a good 6 or possibly 7 laps racing to look forward to, hopefully without any interruptions and without any safety cars to stop the racing as well. And can just see Harry Hickton's car now being taken back on the flatbed to the paddock. So it does mean that for Manpower Motorsport, they're going to have a bit of work to do overnight, which is not probably what they would have wanted. But as long as they can get Harry Hickton's car out on the grid for tomorrow, that will be the main point of interest for them. So back to work they'll go for Manpower Motorsport, which is one of the teams which are making their JCW class debut this weekend, along with JBMotorsports and also Race Car Consultants.
I've got messages. It works really well, this. As soon as you give out the number, we get more messages come in, Matt. From Sue. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Sue. Hi, guys. Love it here at Donington. Please, can you say to my say hi to my lovely husband, Mark, who always looks after me, and a big thank you, and I love him so much. That's lovely, isn't it? That's from Sue, and that's for Mark. All of these on WhatsApp on 07482 877 877. Hi, Alan. We're enjoying the sunshine at Craner Curves. This is from Matt, Kim, Amelia and William. We're supporting everyone racing for Team Graves this weekend. If you could get yourself around here within 5 minutes, I'll buy you an ice cream. That is a good offer.
Getting that Porsche quick.
And one I'd rather like to take up on. But we have just been brought sweeties up here in the commentary box as well. So I think we a very kind offer, but we'll have to stay here for now. Please can you wish Toby a very happy 4th birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Toby. Loving his first day out at Donington. Lots of love from Mummy, Daddy and from Miles as well. 2 more to read out. Will be listening to the races from East Sussex, rooting for Nathan Edwards. Hope he beats last year's 3rd place. Thank you, Will. Great to have you listening from East Sussex. And Natalie, could you give a shout out to Simon for being here for my birthday? Thank you. Natalie, you are more than welcome. And Simon, thank you for being here as well. Right, that's it. We are up to date. What news, Matt?
We've got cars back on the grid, which is always good to see. So we've done the efficient work of a clear up. I can still see a circuit maintenance vehicle just down where Harry Hickton's car hit the barrier, but that's about to turn around and head off the circuit. So we have got a few gaps on the grid now, but by and large, everyone is there correct and present, and the countdown will now be on once again to get a further formation lap in before we have our 8-minute restart. The sport grid is all lined up. I think the marshal was just checking that Henry Howarth is all okay, which I think he is. Just needs to be pushed slightly back from where he is, which the marshal now does. But apart from that, yeah, I think we're all good. The rest of the circuit is looking clean and tidy. Just waiting for that final vehicle to be off the circuit, and then we'll get the countdown from the gantry. They can see that there's an 8-minute restart on the board. And we are missing, unfortunately, yeah, one of the cars from the sport grid, unfortunately. So that is not good. Where that one has disappeared to, I'm not too sure. But, yeah, we are, unfortunately, the one down. Just wonder if that is possibly for further delay here because, yeah, Archie Johnson's car is not there. So that is a bit of a mystery. A window comes down briefly on Albert Webster's car. So, yeah, it's a warm day out there. So the window comes down, then goes back up because now the countdown is on. You don't want any of that air inside the car. That does have an impact of slowing you down. So Albert Webster from what's going to be the 5th row of the grid with Stephen Chandler alongside. The JCW grid completed by Henry Campy.
Certainly no sign of Archie Johnson's car down here in the pit lane, Matt, so not quite sure what happened to him between the safety car coming out and this new starting procedure.
Yes, it is very strange, but yeah, he's not there on the grid for some reason. So the sport class is with 1 less, but still got 5 towards the rear of the field as we head off then onto our formation lap once again. So it is going to be Jamie Osborne from pole position. He'll have his Napa Racing UK teammate of Lewis Selby alongside. Then we'll look towards row 2 where we've got, by the looks of it, Milo Cordell and Nathan Edwards. And then just behind that, Tom Ovenden is there as well, who will be looking for a better start this time round. He will definitely not want to fall any further back. He'll want to be heading in the forward direction this time round. So Let's see what it can do in the space of 8 minutes. That's the restart we have. So, as we mentioned, 6 or 7 laps potentially we should get into this first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge. I was just reading through the teams that have joined the JCW class for this year, but we also have 2 teams which are making their debut within the Mini Challenge. They are Pro Alloys Racing and also the Amigo Motorsport team as well, which is great to have. So an influx of new teams along with some new drivers as well to look forward to for this campaign, and we'll see how they all get on and the best of them by the end of the race. But can Napa Racing lock out the top couple of spaces on the podium, or will those behind have something to say about that? Well, Nathan Edwards, who's returning this year with the Accelerate driver development program, he'll be looking to move his way through. You've got Marlo Cordell, who is also with the Accelerate Motorsport team. And then we have, of course, the man who originally was starting from pole position, Tom Ovenden, who also is with Accelerate and the driver development program. So they are the ones to try and take away the top 2 spots at the minute from Napa Racing UK. But so far, Jamie Osborne has done everything he needs to do. He's been out front. He's kept them at bay after the safety car restart. And the pressure he's had from behind, he hasn't cracked under that pressure. So he's now just got 8 minutes to try and hold on. Here's the Napa Racing car, which comes to the pole position spot with the yellow front grille. You've got Lewis Selby, who has the red front grille. That's how you can work out the 2 Napa Racing machines. You've got the other one of Cam Richardson, which is the white front grille on that car. And then we have the other one further back, the number 12 machine of Alex Solly, who runs with the blue front grille. So they are the small colour differences to the cars, to how you spot them apart, and you probably can't do that when they're going so quick, but that's just an idea of who they are on the grid. As we now come into position, Albert Webster just moving slightly forward on the 5th row of the grid. The final few sport class cars now into position as well, and we are going to have the green flag from the back of the field. We've got 8 minutes to look forward to. 5-second board has been held aloft, so the red lights will come on once again. It's Osborne and Selby from the front row of the grid. Lights will go out after a fairly long hold. Lots of wheel spin there from Osborne, but he gets a fairly good start ahead of Lewis Selby. I think Tom Ovenden has got a better start this time round and might be looking to make up a place. Well, he thought about the inside, he then goes back to the outside, then goes back to the inside, but he still finds himself down there in 5th position as he tries to squeeze his way through on the inside of both Nathan Edwards and Marlo Cordell. But we're all safely through the first corner, and now we make the run down through the Craner curves for the first time of Asking. Into the old hairpin will go Jamie Osborne as the race leader, followed by Lewis Selby, and then the rest of the pack all pretty much safely through. Oh, no, I say that one goes drifting wide through the gravel, trying to catch it on the exit, but it doesn't quite happen. It's still Larry on the rear end, and they're going to go to the inside now. Are they going to hit the barrier there? Let's have a look as they try and rejoin. They avoid everything in their way, which was well driven there. So it was a Larry moment to start through the old hairpin, and then as they tried to rejoin the track, it was then across the circuit, avoiding everybody and also missing the fairly heavy concrete barrier on the inside of Starkey. So they've recovered, they've rejoined, and they resume in this race. But for Jamie Osborne, he's going to be the man by the looks of it, who re-emerges at the end of the first lap, still in the lead of the race with Lewis Selby in second. We've got the fight on for what's going to be 4th place. Tom Ovenden is there at the minute ahead of what's going to be Nathan Edwards. So Marlo Cordell in 3rd position. And the one that had the Larry moment, I believe it was the car of, was it Owen Hillman? Possibly, because he's now dropped down into 16th place. Chris McKenzie has also lost a few positions as well in the sport class because he is down into what's going to be 4th position, make that 5th position actually, because ahead of him has gone Chris McKenzie. Also that of number 29 has moved ahead as well, which is Will Crook. So McKenzie didn't have the best of opening laps there on that occasion. But Jamie Osborne out front, he's starting to pull the gap as well. He's taking Lewis Selby with him as they work their way in towards McLean's corner. 3rd place is going to be the car of Marlo Cordell, and it looks like it's starting to bunch up now because Tom Ovenden is right there. Nathan Edwards is on the rear bumper, and Jacob Hodgkiss has made good progress on not just the first lap, but he continues to do so as they turn their way on towards Coppice Corner. So Jacob Hodgkiss, who started a little bit lower down the field, he was in 11th position, has now made good progress inside the top 6, and he could do a little bit better at the end of this lap as well, as they all come through line astern from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th positions. There is Jacob Hodgkiss at the rear of that group. Then you've got Cam Richardson next through in the number 15 machine, with Max Edmondson and Albert Webster, who has made up one position on that lap, because Stephen Chandler has lost also a further position to Alex Solly. So he now drops outside the top 10, does Stephen Chandler, in the number 7 machine at the end of the 2nd lap, effectively, of this 8-minute restart. But Jamie Osborne still hanging on nicely here. The gap out between him and Lewis Selby to 0.7 of a second. There's a further 1.1 seconds back then to Marlo Cordell, who's still just about hanging on to the final step of the podium. But he is now having to start to go defensive through the corners. So that's just going to hamper his exit of the corners. He's still got for company Tom Ovenden in that 4th position. 5th place then for Nathan Edwards as they head up towards Coppice Corner. And Jacob Hodgkiss again back onto the tail in 6th place. So this is getting quite dicey between these 4 cars. Jacob Hodgkiss is still the leading rookie within the field as well. He has a couple of seconds in hand over Cam Richardson, who sits with the attentions of Max Edmondson on his tail. And Tom Ovenden's out slightly wide through the exit of the Robert chicane. So it's going to be a drag race now down towards the first corner at Redgate. Nathan Edwards has the outside line. Is that going to be a line that is going to be beneficial to him on the exit of Redgate? They're going to run side by side through the corner. And is it going to be arms and elbows for Tom Ovenden to push Nathan Edwards wide? They are still side by side down through the first part of Hollywood. They'll emerge back into sight into the Craner curves. I think that's still side by side, but eventually something has to give, and the place is going to go the way, I think, of Tom Ovenden. Let's have a look at the colours as they reappear from Starkeys, and yeah, it looks like Tommy's ahead now of what's going to be Nathan Edwards. So those two have got back into their positions. Jacob Hodgkiss didn't really make any benefits from that. I think he was more worried about what might happen and wanted to back out of it and stay out of any harm within that little battle for 4th, 5th and 6th places. But all of that has just allowed Marlo Cordell to stretch the gap now in 3rd position. So he is a bit more comfortable in the final position on the podium. And it's still Jamie Osborne, car number 77, that leads the way ahead of number 18, Lewis Selby. Lewis does hold the quickest lap of the race as well here, so he has got the 3 points to his name as it stands. Just under 3 minutes to go as the pack come back through. And in fact, my mistake, it's Nathan Edwards now into 4th place. So it wasn't Tom Ovenden who got the job done. They finally sorted things out through the old hairpin, but it was advantage for the number 21 machine. We've got a good battle going on now through the first corner at Redgate. This is further back. So this involves Max Edmondson, Cam Richardson, Albert Webster. Alex Solly is in there as well. And I think Stephen Chandler in the number 7 machine is also just on the tail of that 5-car scrap, which works its way now in towards the old hairpin. Looks like they're all just about safely going to make it through. I don't think anyone runs massively wide. No, yeah, they're all safely through, which is good. So that's the fight, as we mentioned, for 7th position. While they battle on towards McLean's corner, the race leader, Jamie Osborne, just turning now in towards the right-hander of Coppice. 0.6 of a second he has in hand over Lewis Selby, but I think that gap is just starting to grow once more. So Jamie Osborne looking to have a better lap here. He was a 10th quicker through the first sector. He is over 0.3 of a second quicker through sector 2. So yeah, he's very much building this gap now to over a second between his teammates Lewis Selby. So Jamie Osborne looking good at the minute for the first win of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge. We've got 1 minute and 35 seconds now left on the clock as we run side by side once more between what's going to be Alex Solly. You've got the place being lost there by Max Edmondson, and the one trying to get through is going to be Albert Webster in the number 2 machine. So both of those on the inside line should get the place away from Max Edmondson. So he continues to drop down the order, unfortunately, as they work their way now in towards Hollywood. We've got a black and white warning flag also being shown to the number 70 machine. That's going to be Owen Hillman for the Pro Alloys racing team. So more than likely that's going to be for track limits within this race for Owen, who finds himself currently down in 13th position. And in fact, into the pit lane, we're going to have Chris McKenzie. That's a very slow moving Chris McKenzie with possibly some damage to the right-hand side of the car with the under tray, which has possibly come loose from that car. But Chris McKenzie, what was looking fairly good at the start of the weekend after qualifying, is going to be into retirement at the end of this first race. So he is no longer within the sport class. That's still being led by the number 42 machine, which is Harry Howarth. And we've got the 5-second penalty being applied to the man of Lewis Selby, who is in second position. That's not going to be much longer, though. He's going to be off the podium because those behind are within 5 seconds, which means at the end of that lap, Lewis Selby will be down to 6th position. And that penalty has all come about due to track limits. So he's had plenty of warnings, and unfortunately, those warnings now turn into a time penalty. So for Lewis Selby, what was looking good for a 1-2 for Napa Racing is now not going to be the case because Milo Cordell moves up into second place, as it's going to be Accelerate Motorsport onto the podium in second and also into third place as well with Nathan Edwards. So unless Lewis Selby can pull a real good lap out of the bag, he is going to be down there in 6th place. He needs to find 2 seconds to move himself ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss, and I don't think that's going to be very good at the end of this race. We've got another penalty coming in as well. That's going to be for Owen Hillman. He has had one for, again, track limit, so 5 seconds added to his time as well, which now drops him down into 15th position. And I was just going to mention that the sport class is still being led by the 42 machine of Henry Howarth. So he is looking good for the victory within that class in the first race of the season. But for Jamie Osborne, the checker flag is at the ready. The flag is going to be waved now to Jamie Osborne. He takes the first win of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Championship. Second on the road goes the way of Lewis Selby, but that's not going to be the case at the end with the 5 seconds applied. It does move, in fact, Milo Cordell and Nathan Edwards both onto the podium. Tom Ovenden from pole position will end up in 4th place, and Jacob Hodgkiss will round out the top 5, and also he will be the rookie class winner as well. 6th place goes the way of Lewis Selby after that 5-second penalty. 7th place to Cam Richardson in the number 15 machine, and that will also be second within the rookie class as well. 8th place and 3rd in rookie will go the way of Max Edmondson, and then behind that Albert Webster and Stephen Chandler to complete the top 10 at the first going of the Virtue Mini Challenge for 2025. In terms of the sport class, that goes the way of Henry Howarth for the first time this year. 2nd place goes the way then of the 22 machine, which is going to be Nicky Gauci. And then behind that, we have 3rd place for the number 56 car, which is going to be Ben Crosley, the man from Oxfordshire, rounds out the sport podium for the first time this year. So that is the Virtue Mini Challenge done for now. We'll have more action for them tomorrow. We'll have a podium to look forward to shortly. But for now, we'll head back to Alan Hyde in the TOCA Live studio.
Matt, we've got a very full, I know, a box of goodies, which we are indebted to Youth Talk for bringing up to us, a mental health charity based in St Albans, offering free confidential counselling for 13 to 25-year-olds, associated with the mini challenge this weekend, because I think we've got people coming out on the grid personnel tomorrow on behalf of Youth Talk. Young people face unprecedented demands, disruptions and uncertainties, and the demand for the free confidential counselling service that has reached unprecedented and rather troubling new heights. So Youth Talk are doing great work, not only with 13 to 25-year-olds, but also with the commentary team here at Donington Park. So we've got a box full of goodies there. So thank you very much indeed for bringing that up to us. Absolutely superb. In the meantime, we've got a podium to enjoy in a few minutes' time. Hopefully we'll get to hear from 1 or 2 of the drivers with Josh down in Park Fairmate. That's all coming up. And also, can you see over in the distance, Matt? Can you see the lead Porsche? The Purple Beauty, which is there at the front of the field for our Porsche race, which is just about to come up. I've got a couple of details. We are indebted to Porsche GB for sending these details through. The purple car, which you will see at the front of the field, is a Taycan Turbo GT.
Lovely.
Now, I could give you all of the drive information about it. I could give you the charging information about it. But I know the only thing that we all really want to know about is the performance. Right.
How quick is it?
Sit down and take a deep intake of breath. It has a top speed of 180 miles an hour.
Wow.
And its 0 to 62 time is 2.3 seconds with launch control activated. That is not only beautiful, but the most astonishing car at the front of the Porsches. I need to take a break. We'll be back.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. TOCA Live.
also got the recommended retail price on this car, but it's not polite to talk about money.
Do I need to sit down again?
Yeah, I think you'd need to. I have the price including VAT.
Well, that's always good.
At 20%. But it's impolite to talk about prices.
It's a nice car.
It's a beautiful car. Let's go down to Josh in Park Fairway.
And the race winner of the first round of the championship, Jamie Osborne. Jamie, before you go away, well done, congratulations, a great start to the season.
Yeah, great. I mean, it was such a weird race. The amount of yellow flags, red flags, I didn't know what was going on, to be fair. I think one was Harry Higton. I hope he's all right. No, I mean, we just tried to control the front of the pack, really. Obviously, I had Lewis as my right-hand man there, which he did a great job. We managed to just keep the pace going. And in the end, we just managed to make it out on top, which feels good to be back on top again. It's been a long time.
It's a very good day for Napa Racing with the front row lookout in the British Touring Car Championship as well.
Oh, definitely. I bet all the boys back at base will be very happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's Jamie Osborne, the winner of round 1 of the Virtue Mini Challenge.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh and that Taycan Turbo GT at the front of the field for our final race of today. First race of the season for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. We will, of course, have a podium for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Now, the probability is that that podium is going to cross over with the start of the race, in which case Josh will carry on with the podium presentation, but he'll do so on the local PA system, and will carry on with the last race of the day here at Donington Park for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. If you do want to get a quick shout out before the end of the day, all you need to do is to WhatsApp us your message and your first name to 07482 877 877. I reckon as Josh gets himself over towards the podium and gets the drivers over to the podium as well, it is probably time, Matt, to have a look at the grid, because already the cars have lined up down there on the grid, and we'll get the chance to run through the grid from qualifying, which was this morning. All of it here on Toka Live on Radio Donington 94.3. Any messages that you want read out over the course of tomorrow, it's the same number, 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio@tokalive.net. Right, that set everything up. Podium is coming up, race is coming up. I reckon the podium might well be taking place just with Josh and the crowd down there. But in the meantime, we've got a grid lined up.
We have indeed, and it's for Porsches, because they have made their way from the assembly area, which is featured on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend, as we are using the national circuit. And for the grid this time round, we can take you through how they'll line up for what's going to be a 20-minute race for the first of 3 this weekend. We're very much looking forward to this. Another fantastic grid of cars and also drivers for this season, and it will see the number 43 machine of Tom Bradshaw take pole position for this first race of the season. He was around about 43 thousandths of a second quicker than number 27, Jacob Tops, who finds himself alongside on the front row. So it's 43 and 27, which make up row 1. Row 2 then sees number 22, which is Toby Trice. He'll be joined by number 99, which is Joe Marshall on that second row. So 22 and 99. The third row then has number 70, which is going to be Samuel Harvey. Alongside him, the man who moves from Minis to Porsches for this year is Dan Zelos. So 70 and 45. The fourth row of the grid will then see number 11. That's going to be Ben Mulryan, who spent most of the qualifying session actually in the pit lane, but he just about got out towards the end to get a couple of laps in before we saw a red flag. So he suffered dramas, but good to see that Ben's car is on the grid ready for this one, alongside number 32, which is Ethan Hamilton. So 11 and 32. The fifth row then lines up with number 25, which is Matthew Kyle Henney, joined by number 98, which is Oliver Cottam, 25 and 98. The sixth row then has number 88, which is Oliver Meadows, and 33, Reece Summerfield, 88 and 33. Then we move back to row number 7, where you'll find number 19, Daniel Lewis, alongside number 7, which is Amy Watts, 19 and 7. The eighth row of the grid then sees number 3, Karim Sakat, who was off in qualifying down at the gravel trap at Old Hairpin. He'll start there with Dean Burden in 56 alongside, 3 and 56. The ninth row then has number 12, which is Jonathan Moore, alongside number 82, which is Lydia Walmsley, 12 and 82. The 10th row will then see number 29, Jason Baker, joined by number 87, which is Paul Porter, 29 29 and 87. The 11th row lines up with 44, Hannah Chapman, and number 5, Katia Loggy, 44 and 5. And the final place on the grid will be number 52, which is going to be Alistair Weston, to give us 23 starters for this final race of the day here at Donington Park. First of the weekend and the year, as we said, for the Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Shall we see how Josh is doing with his podium? Because he'd have to be very quick with that, wouldn't he? Josh, are you down there? Are you sort of getting almost ready for a podium?
We're definitely not ready yet, Alan.
I reckon keep it just on the local PA system and enjoy that celebration for the minis, and we'll crack on with the race over here.
He was very honest, which is good.
Yes, he was. I know that feeling. I've done it for so many years. I know that feeling.
Alan's got the chance to sit back and relax this year, not worry about podiums and how long they're going to take.
Just directing operations, just very good.
Indeed, indeed. So the Porsches are making their way round. We do have two, well, factually 4 classes, but 2 classes with AMs and pros in each one. So we have, of course, the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, which is the main class, which runs towards the head of the order. That's the quicker of the 718 Caymans. And we have also the 718 Cayman, which is just the Club Sport, which was the one which was initially in the Porsche Sprint Challenge when it was incepted with the TOCA support package all those years ago. And yeah, that car, the Club Sport, uses the 3.8 litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted boxer engine, produces somewhere in the region of 425 brake horsepower. And then, of course, we have the RS Club Sport, which is the 4 litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted boxer engine again, but that has slightly more power in terms of 500 bhp. So they are sprightly little things. We said, as we have the Pro and the AMs in the RS Club Sport, we have the Pro and the AMs in the Club Sport as well. So they're all vying for their positions within their respective classes, and we're very much looking forward to this. They gave us some great racing last season, and I'm sure they're going to give us even more great racing throughout 2025 as well. Very close in qualifying, just thousandths of a second that separated that of Tom Bradshaw and Jacob Toffs, and then Toby Trice and Joe Marshall, who returned to the championship this year, are going to be ones to look out for as well on the second row of the grid. The last few cars now into position towards the rear. That's going to be Alistair Weston, and we are set for 20 minutes of racing for the first time this year for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. The 5-second board has been held aloft. The red lights are now on. The revs rise, and very quickly the lights are out, and these cars very quick away from the line. Not so quick, though, for Jacob Toffs, who is going to be already under pressure from the inside and also the outside. But for Tom Bradshaw, he will lead the pack down towards Redgate Corner. You've got in with him now Toby Trice, who jumps up into second position. You've got one on the grass, who is just going to be avoided by everybody else behind. And then with a full rotation, that car will be back on its way, but quite a way off the rear of the field, unfortunately. But down through the old hairpin we go with Tom Bradshaw leading the way. Toby Trice looking to sit there in second place. And where has Jacob Toffs, in fact, ended up? He might be third, he might be fourth. But the question is, when they come back towards us, we'll be able to give you a better indication of how they are all lining up. But for now, Tom Bradshaw just breaking away by a couple of car lengths on the run now towards Coppice Corner. He turns through there without any dramas, but Toby Trice definitely will be the man to put the pressure on from behind. All of the Porsches, they work their way back towards us with their lights on. I can already see one of them starting to flash those lights to try and put off the car ahead, which, you know, it doesn't really work, does it, as a racing driver? They try every single trick in the book, but it very rarely works. As Tom Bradshaw comes through, he leads ahead of Toby Trice. Third place is, in fact, Jacob Toff, so he's managed to keep the Duckham's livery car there in third position. Behind that, you'll then see Joe Marshall and Sam Harvey, who complete the top 5. And then behind that, Ben Ryan has had a good start as well, because he was 7th on the grid, already up now into 6th position. And the one who had the moment at the first corner, that was the 87 machine, wasn't it? So Paul Porter, who was a little bit leery across the grass, just managed to catch it, but then it kind of got away from him as they went back onto the tarmac. We've got one very quickly off into the barriers down at the old hairpin. So that was backwards into the barrier, but it might actually be able to rejoin the circuit. Somehow it has found a gear, it's going back in the right direction, and it's almost like deja vu, because Karim Sakat, who was off in qualifying at the old hairpin, has done exactly the same, but this time, after making contact with the tyres and just making sure they fall over, he has somehow managed to rejoin this race. There'll probably be a little bit of damage to the rear of that car, but Sarim Sakat is on his way once again. Leaders back with us. Tom Bradshaw still leads. Toby Trice, the gap between the two of them is going to sit now on this lap under half a second. So Toby Trice has done a better lap. The quickest lap of the race, though, has come from the car which is there in 4th position. That is Joe Marshall on a 108.001, and he is only 0.4 of a second back now from Jacob Toff. So that could be under pressure in terms of the final step on the podium. I think the officials are still looking at those tyres down at the old hairpin to see if they might be causing a concern if anyone else was to go off there. But for now, we are still running without any interruption. Tom Bradshaw heads his way to the top of the circuit once again. 17 minutes to go and another red flag, unfortunately, because the officials are not happy with the tyres. And, in fact, someone else has gone off down there quite heavily. So just where Karim Sakat went off a lap ago, someone else has gone off in exactly the same spot by the looks of it, but this time a lot heavier. So that is not good, and it looks like it might be Amy Watts in the number 7 machine. Yes, it is. And it's almost like the same incident that Karim Sakat had a lap ago, but as I said, this time Amy has gone in on the front end by the looks of it. There's some right front damage. The under tray has also come off. The front splitter is off the car as well. So the marshal's straight on the scene to where Amy is. She's going to get out of the car with no problems whatsoever. So that is always a good sign to see the driver vacate the car. But it's probably about 10 to 12 feet up from where Karim Sakat hit the tyres a lap ago. So as we predicted, if one car can go off there, another one has done exactly the same, but this time a lot more damage to the tyres and the advertising hoarding down there as well. So that is not good news for Amy's car. It means the team are going to have to be hard at work as well this evening. Clean Racing are the name of that team, and they're going to have to clean that car up as best as they possibly can because Amy Watts has done a slight bit of damage to the right front. So not good news for her. Karim Sakat, as we said, did rejoin a lap ago after going backwards into the tyres down there. So it does mean for the circuit staff, the recovery team and for the marshals, there's going to be quite a few tyres to be put back into place down there at the old hairpin, and it means a further delay to this race as well. So not good for the ones that were getting into the rhythm, especially for Tom Bradshaw, who found himself out front, leading, not by the biggest of margins, by a couple of tenths of a second, but that's now going to give hope to Toby Trice and also Jacob Toffs, for him mainly to work his way back towards the higher rungs of the podium. Into the pit lane has also come Karim Sakat, so he is another man, as we said, who sustained damage to the rear of the car. So a good opportunity for him to come in and just check it out, make sure everything is okay. And of course, if it is, he'll be another man who will join the back of the train, which sits and waits to be regridded up once we get the recovery of Amy Watts' car, and also for the tyres to be put back into place as well. But under that red flag, the order was Tom Bradshaw ahead of Toby Trice. Jacob Toffs was in 3rd place. 4th place for Joe Marshall. 5th place for Sam Harvey. Ben Mulryan was next up in 6th place ahead of Ethan Hamilton. Dan Zelos, Oliver Cottam and Reece Summerfield to complete the top 10. In terms of the club sport, well, it was the car of Jason Baker that was leading the way. 2nd place, the number 12 machine, Jonathan Moore. And 3rd place for Lydia Walmsley, who was the 3rd driver within club sport. And then in the AM category, Hannah Chapman ahead of Katia Loggy and Karim Sakat, who made a mistake and has now found himself into the pit lane as well. So teams standing by in the pit lane, drivers waiting patiently within the cars as well, just to be given the indication of how they're going to be gridded back up and how long the restart will be over as well. Might be a good time to just kind of give you an indication of what's going to be happening tomorrow here at Donington Park, because if you have joined us on day 1 of the opening round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, tomorrow we go racing in our entirety, because tomorrow morning we kick off with the first of our races this year for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. They'll be getting things underway at 9:10. It will be 2 races for them tomorrow, both of 24 laps duration. We then have the 2nd race of the weekend for the Viratools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. They'll be out on track at 9:50. We then build up to the 2nd Virtue Mini Challenge race of the weekend, the 2nd of 3 for them at 10:25. Then we have the 2nd race of the category, which has just been brought to a halt for the time being. That's going to be the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain at 11 o'clock. We'll then start the build up to the first of our Quick Fit British Touring Car races. That will be the pit lane opening at 11:35 and the race beginning at 11:50. They've got 3 18-lap races to come tomorrow. Then we'll be into the lunch break and the pit lane walkabout with the autograph session for the touring car drivers. So it's your chance to get up close and personal with all of the drivers. That will be at 12:50 through till 1:20 and then we'll be into the afternoon action for the rest of our racing to come tomorrow with the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. We'll then have the second race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at 2:30. The Vera Tools F4 British Championship bring their weekend to a close at 3:15. The third and final race for the Virtue Mini Challenge at just before 4 o'clock. The final of 3 races for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, and then the final race with the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship with the pit lane opening at 5:10 and the race beginning at 5:25, and that'll be the final 18-lap race for the touring car to look forward to. So it's a busy day tomorrow. As we say, kicks off at 9:10 and it comes to a close around about 6 o'clock tomorrow. For now, though, let's head back to that studio with Toka Live and Alan Hyde.
Listening to Toka live from the BTCC weekend.
Eve has been sending us WhatsApp messages all day today and charting her progress of sketching at various points around the circuit, not just the racing that's been going on, but also the buildings here at Donington Park as well. Eve, they are absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing them with us. Really appreciate that, and really good work as well. This one says, hi, it's Kez here at Starkey's Parking. Can you please give a shout out to Lucy for being a hero and sorting the weekend for my birthday? Tell her I love her. Kez and Lucy, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed. Glad to hear that you're so happy. This is from Danny to Richard. I'm so looking forward to marrying you in 3 weeks, almost as much as I am to seeing Tingram win the championship. Love you, Danny, Richard. Great to have you here. Loads of Tingram fans here, that's for sure. Scott, hi Alan. So glad BTCC is back. Sat here all day with the audio on. BTCC is back, and a checkered flag emoji as well. Shout out to Dave, to Jim, to Ben, to Harry and Evie, all camping for the weekend and having the best time. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you for writing in. Hey, very good picture of Dan Camish. And some really good pictures being sent in by Kai. Great to be back here at Donington. Thanks for the great commentary. I'm going to look at all those pictures. Really good shots. Thank you, Kai. Thanks for writing in. This one says, hiya, can you do a shout out for Kate? It's her 21st birthday today, and her parents, boyfriend, and 2 best friends have come to spend the weekend with her. That's from Andrea. Andrea, thanks for writing in, and Kate, a very happy birthday to you. This is from Charlie, and no, it's not. It's from, this is another one for Kate. Could I please say happy birthday to Kate? It's her 21st from Lucy, Richard, Andrea, Charlie, and Bailey. That sounds like quite a party here at Donington Park. This one says, hello, really good commentary as always. Please can you wish my hubby Mark a happy 50th birthday, half a century old. Wow, that comes with love from Kaz. Kaz and some friends as well. Some nicknames there. I can't read those out. Alfie says, been a cracking day, Alan. Loved every minute of it. Even more excited for tomorrow. Please give a shout out to Jason and Martha, who are watching from home. And good timing, this one. This is the last one. Eve has sent in another picture and says, and I'll be here tomorrow as well. Good work, Eve. Thank you very much for sending the pictures. They look great. Absolutely brilliant. Some videos of the sketching going on as well. Right, cars are lining up now on the grid. We are about to get our race back underway. I can see the TSL timing screen has reset to 15 minutes. And Matt Suckling, we've got cars on the grid.
We have, Alan, yep. Thank you very much. It's nice to see them all being gridded back up. It means that the recovery work is not quite complete, because I can still see work being done by the circuit staff down at the old hairpin. Quite a few of those tyres were dispersed into the gravel. So again, it's not the work of a moment to move tyres, and then of course get the wrapping back onto it as well to make sure they are all secure. So although we are anticipating a start, it's not going to be just yet, because the cars are going to be in their positions and they'll just go silent for a little while, and then when the word comes from race control, we can get the formation lap underway once again. We've got teams heading to the grid as well, so just to check over with the drivers, make sure the cars are okay. Some of them sprinted a long way down. Of course, they'll have to now kind of rejudge how they go off the line. So new bits of gaffer tape is going to be stuck onto the pit wall, because some of them are going to be in different positions to where they initially started. So they've all got to be in the correct position when they come round at the end of their formation lap. But yeah, the grid we're going to have for you is going to be Tom Bradshaw on pole. Toby Trice will be second. Third place then for Jacob Toffs in the Duckham's livery machine. Then we have the number 99 machine next up, which is the Vera liveried machine of Joe Marshall. Then further back we have Sam Harvey on row 3. He'll be joined by Ben Mulryan, and then row 4 we'll see Dan Zelos, and we'll see how he continues his way within this Porsche Cayman, with alongside him the 32 machine of Ethan Hamilton. Row 5 will then see the 25 car. That's going to be Matthew Kyle Henney, joined by 98, which is Oliver Cotton. Then under the gantry, which is going to be, I can't see the number now. It's I should know who that is really. Let's try and work out from the spotters guide that we have. It's going to be anyone's guess who can see the number. Next to number 88 is then going to be Ollie Meadows. Behind that we then have Dan Lewis. We're trying to work out who it might be. Jonathan Moore, car number 12. Possibly, I can't. Is it Reece Summerfield? I think it's actually Reece Summerfield, yeah. So the orange tint, yeah, I can just about see the number on the rear. So yeah, Reece Summerfield. Then it's going to be the 88 machine of Oliver Meadows. Then number 19, which is Daniel Lewis. Then we get a gap before we see Dean Burden in car number 56. And then further back from that, the rest of the field will be completed by the likes of what's going to be Jason Baker. He's the man who leads the Club Sports away, and then behind that you've got Jonathan Moore and the rest of the Club Sport competitors. So that's how we have the majority of the grid. We've got now 2 telehandlers down at the old hairpin, so that's some more tyres into position for the marshals to deal with, and that will just delay us slightly before this race gets back underway as well. So we can tell you that it's going to be a 15-minute restart. So initially a 20-minute race, but down to 15 minutes after the first few laps were completed. Is Karim Sakat at the end of the pit lane? I think he is by the looks of it, yeah. So Karim Sakat has had the check over from the team, and that all seems good. So he will be able to go, I think, at the start of the formation lap.
Yeah, I can confirm that car there is at the end of the pit lane, Matt, and ready to go once everybody else is ready to get going by the sounds of it. After that repair's done over the old hairpin.
Perfect, thanks Josh. Yep, so Karim's waiting. So the only one we've lost effectively is Amy Watts, who brought out that red flag after the incident down there at the old hairpin, which, as I said, it was almost like a repeat moment of what happened to Karim Sakat a lap prior, but Karim managed to get it on his merry way again, but Amy unfortunately sustained more damage to her car and made a little bit more mess of the tyres down there. So they're still being put into place, but it shouldn't be too much longer before we get into action. It might be, yeah, slightly delayed to what we expected. So what we might be able to tell you is if we are here for yourselves at Donington Park for the first time this year, we've got a busy year ahead. We've already had a brace of events which had one of the bigger meetings of the year at the beginning of April. That was for the British GT Championship, which kick-started our season in style with a 2-hour race. And in fact, a man who came from Porsches won the opening round. That was Cian Dewis. So just shows what you can do when you head your way through the ranks. Cian went on to win with Charles Dawson at the beginning of April. British GT will be back here later in the year, but next month in May we've got the Donington Historic Festival, which is back once again. That will be running over 3 days, of Friday the 2nd, Saturday the 3rd and Sunday the 4th of May. That will be one of the showpiece events here in the UK for historic motorsports. Hundreds of classic racing cars will take to the track to celebrate Donington Park's rich history from the pre-war era to the modern age via stunning examples from every single decade in between. Evocative machines will compete across a range of categories, including the all-new GT3 Legends for this year as well. There'll be numerous car clubs and individual owners. They'll bring hundreds of classics for display around the Donington Park circuit, and you can look out for pristine examples around the venue as well, with some taking part in some special parade laps around Donington Park. As ever, you can get your tickets at a discount price online, donington-park.co.uk, and as ever, under 13s do get admission for free. So if that takes your fancy, then come along to that one. A couple of weekends later, if you like your two-wheel action, then the Bennett's British Superbike Championship will be back here over 3 days as well, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the 16th, 17th and 18th of May. That'll be a fun weekend as the 2025 Bennett's British Superbike Championship makes the first of 2 visits to Donington Park for what will be a triple header on the Grand Prix circuit here in May. Machinery from Ducati, Honda, BMW, Yamaha and more will feature as the leading riders in the country do battle once again this year. Heroes of the current era set to appear include Tommy Bridewell, Glenn Irwin, Danny Kent and also Leon Haslam. And as we said, 3 Bennett's BSB races will take place across the weekend, with the first on Saturday and 2 further races on the Sunday. So the 16th, 17th and 18th of May for the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. Then as we head into June, there'll be some car club meetings and also bike meetings for you to have a look at, and then we'll head through into July because we've got a big meeting taking place once again on 2 wheels that weekend of Friday the 11th, Saturday the 12th and Sunday the 13th of July, as the Motel FIM Superbike World Championship revisits Donington Park for its annual round here in the UK. It will storm back into Donington Park at the peak of summer for the circuit's biggest event of the season. 3 World Superbike contests will take place over the weekend, with 2 on the main Sunday race day, plus an international support race package featuring the World Supersport and the return of the Women's World Championship. And further racing will come from a roster of leading national categories as well. Each ticket you do purchase also includes access to the Paddock Show and Victory Lane, where all the leading riders will make appearances during the weekend, with the stage doubling up as the podium for the international races as well. So do not miss that if you like your two-wheel action. As we said, the FIM Superbike World Championship will be back here in the middle of July. And then we have a raft of events to come towards the end of the year as well. Convoy in the Park will be here in August on the 9th and 10th of that month. The second visit for Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship will also be here on the 30th and 31st of August. And then we head through the end of the year with returns from the Bennett's British Superbike in September. And the Donington Decider is back once again this year on the early part of October, the 4th and 5th of that month.
I've got a couple of last-minute messages, Matt. This one says, Mark here, had a fantastic first day of BTCC with the family. No, tomorrow's going to be even better. Hope you enjoyed the action just as much. I think we have. I think we'd rather have. And this one says, hi guys, loving your commentary. Any way you could say hi to my son Harry, who just missed the shout out you kindly did for us a few minutes ago? Yes, we can. This is a shout out for Dave, Jim, Ben, Harry and Evie, all camping here for the weekend and having our best time. Thank you very much indeed. If you haven't made a note of our WhatsApp number, it's 07482 877 877, and that's on WhatsApp only. All you need to do is to send a message and your first name. That's all you need. There we go. We're up to date. I've opened this box, by the way.
We might have to have part 2 of Adda's Tales, I think, because we might have a 5 to 10 minute delay by the sounds of it. So
I don't think we're ready for an Adda's Tale at the moment. Not in the mood he's in at the moment.
Let's play a game of what's in the box. Oh, I like these sunglasses.
Yes, the sunglasses are all yours.
Might need those tomorrow, mightn't we?
We're very happy to let you have the sunglasses. Okay. That's good. We can take a break here on Toka Live on Radio Donington. Here at Donington Park, we're on 94.3 FM. We have got a bit of time for a few more messages. Might even play a song as well. The marshals and recovery teams have done a great job down at the old hairpin. This comes from Kieran and from Colin. They always do. A massive thank you to all of the marshals. They do an exceptional job throughout the year, and they allow us to go motor racing. Essentially, that's what they do, and they are a great part of our motorsport family in the UK, up and down the country. So thank you to all the marshals that have worked really, really hard. We will be getting this back underway as soon as we possibly can.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
Josh, FP2. Josh, FP2 done and dusted, but wow, what a start to the season for you. FP1 and then a new engine.
It's never a dull moment, is there? Yeah, so I had a couple of little issues that we could see on the data in FP1. So we only got a couple of laps at the beginning of FP1, and then we were instructed to change the power unit. So the guys did an incredible job to get that done in that amount of time. We managed to do that, a couple of little setup changes. And yeah, got a decent little run in FP2, but we are probably a little bit outside the window at the minute, so we've got a little bit of work to do. Need to delve into the data, work out what setup changes we're going to make. A little bit on the back foot, but it's still early days, isn't it? We'll be all right.
But with an engine change and you know, less running than everybody else has had this morning, that's a pretty good FP2, isn't it?
Yeah, it was okay. You know, we'd have hoped for a smoother Saturday morning, but here we are. So yeah, we just got to get on with it, got to do the best job that we can do, see what we can muster up for qualifying. As we know, anything can happen, and I've got to piece together the laps when it counts in Q1 and hopefully Q2 and hopefully in Q3. That's the plan.
We must just touch on track limits, because I know the driver's briefing this morning it was mentioned, and if you look at TSL timing, there was black and whites, there was black flags, and it's all down here, just looking up to your left up there, the last corner, isn't it, where the tyre stack's gone, and it's going to be an interesting one to watch this weekend, isn't it?
See, that's the negative of doing the full session, you see. You can get yourself in trouble. So that's why we opted to do what we did.
It is tight, though, on that corner, because the tyre stacks having gone means you've got to look at that corner differently.
Yeah, you have. I think they've done the right thing by removing the tyre stacks. They gave us a set of guidelines. It's easy to get it wrong when you're approaching top end of sixth gear down to third, fourth gear, whatever you're running, and try and get it in through that chicane. It's very tight, it's difficult, and of course, because it's forgiving, you ask for a bit more, and if you get it wrong, then you get your track limit. So I think it'll be a little bit more simple for qualifying, because if people do push the limits and get pinged, they're going to lose their lap. But I think it might be more challenging in the race when there's a train of 20 cars coming through, you can't see past the end of your own bonnet and you're tucked up behind somebody else, you sort of just follow them. So if the front person does it, everybody does it.
Everybody follows. So just finally, qualifying coming up later this afternoon. Top 10 must be our ambition, top 6 possibly.
Oh, well, that's why we're here, isn't it? But who knows? You know, we've got to stay, the track does evolve a little bit, we've got to follow that, we've got to dial the car back into a window that we know works. We've got a few little bits to work on, so we're going to have a busy time until qualifying, but we'll be giving it our all. And as I say, it's a long old season, but we want to make sure that we don't give up any points at the beginning.
Have a really good session, Josh.
Thank you.
Peterborough. Great to have you listening, Matt, and great that you've got such a long memory as well. Hi, it's Nathan. Love the commentary today. Keep it up tomorrow. So happy the BTCC is back. I've missed it and hope you'll enjoy my podcast. Can't wait to do it again tomorrow. We'll be listening to that at some stage, that's for sure. This is from Harry. Good afternoon all. Hope you're having as nice day as we are. Looking forward to seeing Tom Ingram win tomorrow. The power of cookies. All the best, and thank you, Orange Army. That's from Harry. Great to have you listening, Harry. Great to have you here. Please say hello to my boy Taylor, who's at his first BTCC season opener. That's from Dad from Scott. Oh, thank you, David. That's a lovely message. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. This says. From Dave, could you please wish Toby a very happy 4th birthday? Loving his first day out at Donington. Currently rooting for Toby Trice. Lots of love from Mummy, Daddy, and from Miles as well. This one's is from Kate. Hi, Kate. Big shout out to Hannah Chapman in the Porsche Sprint GB. Great to see you back racing. Go, girl. Love the commentary, by the way. Kate, thank you very much indeed. And here we go. This one says a shout out to the Toka safety team. Saw them exercising with Toby Trice yesterday. Absolutely awesome. Thank you for your messages all day today. You can keep them coming in tomorrow as well. We've probably got a moment where I'm just looking down at the safety car at the front, and we've still got the doors open. So I think we've got a moment to have another piece of music here.
Well, James, well done. FP1 out of the way. Your first free practice session really here for the season opener. Everybody is talking about track limits.
Yeah, well, that's what we were just talking about there. It's tricky because for me, coming from other cars to then this one, and having not done many laps, it's you kind of, as bad as it is, you've got to do a little bit to understand where the limit of the car is, and the nice thing is in practice, obviously, then you find where that is, and you know either you need more or less. In my case, I need a little bit less, but that's fine. It's what it's all about. And yeah, just make sure we don't ever do it again, basically.
It's what you're smiling about, is that you know you need to keep an eye on that. Free practice is always the housekeeping session, isn't it, where you sort of find the balance in the car and you do some little tweaks and things. The times you put in, you ended up sort of mid-table in that session, which is a really good start.
Yeah, I'm fairly happy. It was a bit of a scrappy session on the whole. Obviously, everyone's only got a short period of time to like you say, check different settings and whatever else. And for me, I'm actually changing the car even when I don't feel like I need to, just to understand what everything does. So it's all trying to learn as much as we can. So yeah, I was fairly happy with where we are. We were obviously just inside the top 10, which is my target for this first weekend. And yeah, it's a good way to start the weekend.
The track temperature was sub 10 degrees, which means it takes time to get heat into the tyres. Was that an issue? I think there's a fair amount of dust out on the track, isn't there, as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of dust, and that's coming from GT stuff where people don't really use the curves, to here where everyone uses the grass. It's yeah, you have to get used to driving on a messy track. But again, it's all, the more laps and corners I do, the more I learn. So all weekend it will be more and more of that.
You make an interesting point there about the subtle differences of the amount of track people use, the dust on the track, using the curbs, where you've come from an environment where they don't do that. I mean, perhaps people think, well, you're quick in a GT car or whatever it might be, you should be quick in this as well. But there are subtle differences, aren't there?
Yeah, thousands of subtle differences, as I'm finding out. But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, coming to a front-wheel drive as well, that's the biggest one. So, you know, the whole braking technique, how you transfer the weight of the car, how you then get on the throttle, it's all very, very different. And turboed cars as well, which I haven't driven turbo for a long time. So yeah, there's that kind of obvious difference, but then little bits like we say, they're using more curbs and you know, getting used to following closely in traffic again, which obviously with the GTs having a little bit more aero, you don't, you know, you want to avoid that a bit. But so it's all different, but yeah, we're in the mix straight away, which is good. So we just keep building as we go.
We spoke previously about test days and working up to this weekend. It's here, it's real, it's started. How does it feel?
I'm just loving every second, to be honest. Everybody's asked me this morning, like, are you nervous? And maybe I will be when we come to qualifying, but right now I'm just enjoying every second and, you know, taking it all in. And yeah, hopefully we'll do well. But right now, like I say, I'm just enjoying it and learning.
Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you.
To getting this race back underway. It's going to be rerun over 15 minutes once we get the cars off the grid. One final message before we get back to our commentary team of Josh down in the pit lane and Matt up in the commentary box. This one is from Andy, Martin and Freddie that are all down at Starkey's. An amazing day had by all, and love the commentary as well. To top it all off, Wolves won 3-0. Happy days. Andy, Martin and Freddie, thank you so much for writing in. I'm glad you've had a great day. And I'm not sure that I should say I'm really glad that Wolves won, because I'm sure there are plenty of other teams in this area that people won't be happy about.
They still get relegated, though, don't they?
I don't know. So what can I say? I've been supporting Southampton this year. What can I say? We had one chance I say
And you
we,
blew
I
it.
had nothing to do with it. We had one chance of winning something this year. It was to have had the worst score ever in the Premiership, and then they only went and got a draw in the week, so they
Ruined that one.
didn't even win that. What? I know nothing about football. I've just told you the team that I've been supporting this year. Right, let's get back to the Porsches. they're underway on their green flag lap, and in the commentary box is Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, enough with football talk. Let's go racing once again, because the Porsches are off on to another formation lap for what's going to be a 15-minute restart. All the work down at the old hairpin has been done. Tyres back in place, and once again, a massive thank you to the recovery team and the marshals here at Donington Park this weekend to make sure that everything gets back in place and we can continue with racing here at Donington Park, which we're a little bit behind, but we do have the time in the timetable for this weekend to allow for those delays. And of course, curfew here at Donington Park, which is a little bit later than most other circuits as well. So yeah, 15 minutes to look forward to. We gave you the grid, how they re-lined up after that red flag, and it's going to be Tom Bradshaw once again to head them off from pole position. But can the likes of Toby Trice, who made a good start first time round, he got himself up into second place ahead of Jacob Toffs. Jacob Toffs, of course, now in Toby Trice's place effectively on the grid, will be trying to recover the position as best as he can as well. But it's going to be a great dice, I'm sure, between those towards the head of the order. Joe Marshall's going to be involved as well. And watch out for the likes of Ben Mulryan, who hasn't had the best day so far. He suffered with some problems in qualifying, but now looking to put things right within this race. He already made up one position and is in now a good place to try and do a few more from this 15-minute race we have ahead of us, as Tom Bradshaw does the final bit of weaving up towards the line with his new livery and new sponsors on the car for this year. Into position alongside comes Toby Trice. Then you have the Duckham's livery of Jacob Toffs. You have the Vera Tools livery then of Joe Marshall. And then Samuel Harvey comes into place next up with Ben Mulryan on the outside of row 3. Dan Zelos and Ethan Hamilton with his striking blue and black livery on row 4. And then the final few places within the RS Club Sport division pull the way up onto their respective grid positions. And then down towards the rear of the field, we have the Club Sport competitors also into their grid hatchings as well. So we're all good. The green flag comes from the back of the field. The 5-second board very quickly out and back in. Red lights are about to illuminate on the starting gantry once again. Revs rise from the Porsche Caymans, and we are off once again here at Donington Park for the final time today. And it's going to be Tom Bradshaw that leads them down towards the first corner as the race leader. I think Joe Marshall is the one trying to make positions this time on the outside. There is a gap for him to try and slot his Vera Tools machine into, but he doesn't quite get ahead of Jacob Toff. So it's formation for the top 4 as they left the grid, heading down through the Craner curves and in towards the old hairpin for the first time. And there might be a move there on the inside for Jacob Toffs to get to the second position ahead of Toby Trice. So a nice move from the Duckham's livery Porsche, but he then loses out on the exit of the corner. So Toby Trice goes back ahead into second place once again. And all of this battling is just gradually allowing the race leader of Tom Bradshaw to break away. So already, again, he has a 3 or 4 car length over the rest of the pack as they turn in towards Coppice for the first time of asking. It's Tom Bradshaw that leads the way. Toby Trice in second. Jacob Toffs, who tried to get through but didn't kind of make anything of it, stays there in third position. And then behind we have Joe Marshall in the number 99 machine. Then you've got Sam Harvey, who should come through next, with Ben Mulryan to complete the top 6. Yep, that's the order we have it. Dan Zelos kicks up a little bit of dust on the exit of the corner. He's ahead of Ethan Hamilton as they work their way down towards Redgate Corner. And we're going to be side by side further back as Ollie Cottam tries to make a move on the outside of Matt Carl-Henny in towards Redgate Corner, but that is not quite going to work. So they stay as they were in what's going to be 10th and 11th positions, and those cars just sit for now behind Ethan Hamilton, who has also remained where he started this race, down in 8th position. Looks like actually Jacob Toffs has just lost out in the final place on the podium there, because through has gone Joe Marshall, which was a lovely move he made in towards the old hairpin. So Joe Marshall now through on Jacob Toffs, and all of a sudden, as I said, Tom Bradshaw was getting away. He's now been caught once more by Toby Trice, so it's the top two who have broken the pack for the time being as they head for the second time of asking through Coppice Corner. Third place now, as we mentioned, Joe Marshall. Fourth place for Jacob Toffs, and then the rest of the pack start to queue up behind as they head their way down towards the Robert Chicane for the second time of asking. Anyone looking to make a move on this occasion? No, it looks like all of the 7 cars are in line astern. The one at the back of that is going to be, is that Reece Summerfield? Yeah, the 33 machine comes through, just trying to keep on the coattails, if he can, of Ethan Hamilton down towards the first corner. He was one who kicked up the dust through the exit of the Robert Chicane. So Ethan Hamilton loses a slight bit of time, but with those ahead, just keeping the speed down at the minute, it doesn't mean he loses as much time as he possibly would have done if they weren't squabbling ahead of him. So through onto lap number 3, we have now gone. Toby Trice is the quickest on circuit with a 108.028. That was just under 0.2 of a second quicker than Tom Bradshaw. But on the first part of this lap, looks like Tom Bradshaw has just pulled away once again from the second place car, number 22 of Toby Trice. Third place now starting to settle in is going to be Joe Marshall in car number 99. And Jacob Toffs, what is he doing in terms of fourth place? Well, he's not coming under pressure from the cars behind. He's actually making a little bit of headway into Joe Marshall ahead of him. So after losing that position and the final step on the podium, he might start to challenge once again as they head to the completion of lap number 3. Meantime, further back in the Club Sport division, it is now the number 29 machine of Jason Baker that leads the way. So effectively where he started on pole position, he still remains in the lead. Second place now is number 12, which is Jonathan Moore. Those 2 cars are about to cross the line. It's the all-white of Jason Baker. It's the green and white then of Jonathan Moore behind him. Then behind the top 2 in Club Sport is going to be Lydia Walmsley. She sits currently 3rd in the number 82 machine. And Karim Sakat is making progress as well. After starting from the pit lane, he is already up into 18th position, but he does run within the RS Club Sport division, so he would effectively be quicker than those Club Sport cars around him. So Karim Sakat is kind of the one out of the equation at the minute, working his way through the Club Sport runners, and then behind him you've got Hannah Chapman and the number 87 machine of Paul Porter, who completes the top 5 within the Club Sport class as it runs. Meantime, Tom Bradshaw onto the back straight once again. He is now not the quickest driver out there. That has just been taken away by Joe Marshall. So after clearing Jacob Toffs a couple of laps ago, Joe Marshall now with a bit of clear track is starting to make inroads into the back of Toby Trice, and he's almost there. Not quite to make a move down towards Redgate, but last time through, those 2 cars were separated by 0.4 of a second. It's much of muchness the same there, so just grows slightly between second and third as they head down towards Redgate Corner. And just as Joe Marshall was trying to close on the back of Toby Trice, he is now once again coming under attack from Jacob Toffs behind. So it's got a little bit of effect here where it ebbs and flows the gap, but all in all, the top 4 staying pretty close together at the end of that 4th lap. Just had a bit of a ride through the gravel for Paul Porter at the final chicane, but he has recovered and in fact didn't lose any places, so he stays down there in 20th position, but just a bit of a ride through the second part of the Robert Chicane on that previous lap for Paul Porter. Tom Bradshaw comes back onto the old Dunlop straight now as he starts to build the gap once more over Toby Trice. So what was at one stage 0.4 of a second is now out to over a second between the top 2. So it's been a good lap for Tom Bradshaw. It's going to be another good lap here by the looks of it, because through sector 1 he was about on par with Toby Trice, and through sector 2 he was slightly slower. So the gap isn't going to be too different. Just over a second, in fact, this time between them as they work their way down in towards Redgate. Still 3rd place for Joe Marshall, 4th place for Jacob Toff. Then you've got about 3 car lengths back to Samuel Harvey, who's got Ben Mulryan for company in the number 11 machine. Dan Zelos is next up in 7th, ahead of Ethan Hamilton. And then about a second back from those 2 is going to be Reece Summerfield and Matt Kyle Henney, who is still on the coattails of Reece Summerfield down there in 10th position. In fact, Reece Summerfield and Matt Kyle Henney are both battling for the AM honours within the RS category here. So that is a very intense fight between number 33 and car number 25. Those 2 cars just heading up towards McLean's by the look of it. They turn their way through the right-hander. They've got as well the car of Oliver Meadows, not too far back, but he is out of the equation because he's in the pro class of the RSs, so not really a driver to worry about in terms of their own battle for the AM honours within that class. A few black and white flags now starting to be shown. One of those for number 3, which is Karim Sakat. So that's a warning for track limits for now for Karim. Ethan Hamilton had a slow lap there. He is on that lap about 1.2 seconds slower than Dan Zelos ahead of him. So the gap now has massively opened up between those two cars, and he's about to become under pressure from Reece Summerfield, who, as we mentioned, is in this battle with Matt Cole-Henney, so it might just delay those two and bring them ever closer on this next lap. But that's something that Reece Summerfield doesn't want. He'll be hoping that he can make easy progress past Ethan Hamilton as he turns his way through the left-hander of Starkeys. They'll reappear back into our sight through Schwantz Curve any second. And yeah, Ethan Hamilton is probably half a second to the good of Reece Summerfield at the minute. Who's the other one trying to get involved in that? You've got Reece Summerfield, Matt Cole-Henney, and yeah, it's going to be the 98 machine of Oliver Cottam, so he is right on the rear bumper of those two cars. But again, Ollie finds himself in the pro category, so it would be beneficial for both Reece and Matt to maybe step aside and let him go, but of course they are trying to keep themselves in this order of the AM category, so they don't really want to do that, as Joe Marshall pushes a little bit too hard through the final corner, 2 wheels out over the grass, but for him he's still only 0.3 of a second adrift of the car ahead, which is Toby Trice, so he's still trying his absolute utmost to get through and a further step up on the podium. Jacob Toffs is now 0.75 of a second adrift in 4th place, and then Sam Harvey and Ben Mulryan still fairly close in 5th and 6th places. 6.5 minutes to go within this race, as the Club Sport leader has in fact changed now, because yeah, Jason Baker's dropped down to 3rd place. It means that the 12 machine of Jonathan Moore has moved ahead. It wasn't on that lap we just completed, in fact it was the one before. So Jonathan Moore goes ahead, Lydia Walmsley moves through as well. I'm just wondering if Jason Baker might have had a mistake, because he would have dropped a couple of seconds, but he has now found his pace once again, because he's just gone through and done his personal best lap of the race, which is a 1:11.221. So Jason Baker trying to claw back some of those places. He's got 1.5 seconds to try and find to reappear on the back of Lydia Walmsley, and he should be able to do that, although he's only taken at the minute 1/10 of a second away from Lydia ahead of him. Got the battle now on for 4th place, because Sam Harvey is about to make a move potentially down towards Redgate Corner. Looks like Toby Trice is going defensive, and as Toby Trice goes defensive, Sam Harvey was almost accosted from behind there, because Ben Mulryan had a look to the inside line in towards Redgate, but none of those places did in fact change. 4th, 5th and 6th remained as they were across the line down towards the first corner, but somehow Toby Trice lost 2 places on that lap. So both Joe Marshall and Jacob Toffs have now moved ahead. So Toby Trice, who was on the podium a lap ago, is now down to 4th position, and with only 5 minutes to go, this might be a hard task for Toby Trice to find his way back onto one of those steps, but he'll give it a good go. But as we said, he's very much under pressure now from Sam Harvey and also Ben Mulryan, who are keeping him very honest in the rear view mirror. And we'll see how it all looks as they come back through to complete lap number 9 of the race. There's a bit of traffic for Tom Bradshaw to deal with on this occasion. That's going to be Alistair Weston, who's going to have to step aside with the help of some blue flags very shortly. So down towards Redgate Corner goes Tom Bradshaw. We're again side by side for 4th place. Toby Trice is continuing to be under pressure here from both Sam Harvey and Ben Mulryan. Sam tries to go the long way around the corner, which is then not going to help him on the exit, because Ben Mulryan finds the inside line. He's going to take the place away, and that will see him up into 5th place. And it will be now the opportunity for Ben Mulryan in the number 11 machine to try and do something about Toby Trice, who has continued to drop down the order over the last couple of laps. So just wondering if there might be a slight issue for Toby's car, but he's just about clinging on by his fingernails to 4th place, as the leaders now work their way past that slower car of Alistair Weston, the man from Kent and races with Graves Motorsport for this year. He steps aside through the right-hander of McLean's and up towards Coppice Corner. I don't think the car which is just crossing the line now of Katia Loggy will be lapped before the end of the race, because she's on her way down towards Redgate, and the leader is only now through the final corner. So Tom Bradshaw might have one more car to lap, but we'll have to wait and see. He goes through with the gap now between himself and Joe Marshall down by 1/10 of a second, but it still sits at a very comfortable 1.3 seconds between the top two. 3rd place, still number 27, is Jacob Toffs, and Toby Trice hanging on to that 4th place. Ben Mulryan, as we said, went through ahead of Sam Harvey at the start of that previous lap, so he is now recorded in 5th place, and then behind those two we've got Dan Zelos still in 7th, Ethan Hamilton in 8th, and then the AM class of the RS is still being led just by Reece Summerfield, now by, well, 600ths of a second as they went across the line. So Matt Cole-Henny looking to make a move, and I think he just has actually at the old hairpin, because side by side, you've got Oliver Cottam, as we mentioned, just hanging on behind them. He's trying to get his way through in the RS Pro category. Of course, he won't gain any positions within the class, but he would, of course, gain some positions overall, which would be very nice for him to do. And just looking over there towards Coppice Corner is Matt Cole-Henny through. Yeah, I think the red and white colours I can see now ahead of Reece Summerfield. So on lap number 11, we've had the change within the RS AM category, which at the completion of this lap will now see Matt Cole-Henny ahead in car number 25. Bit of dust being kicked up there from Dan Zelos, the man who's converted from Minis to Porsches for this season. And yet, confirmation that Matt Cole-Henny has gone through. Can Oliver Cottam get through down towards Redgate as well? He has a brief think about making a move to the inside line, but again, the position change wasn't really on there, so he's going to have to try again on the back of Reece Summerfield, who's been a hard man to pass, but all of a sudden on that previous lap, Matt Cole-Henny just managed to get the perfect run down through the old hairpin, and all of a sudden, Matt is starting to build the gap over his fellow competitor within class. The gap at the line was 9/10 of a second, and I fear for Reece Summerfield it could be much more than that at the end of this next lap, because as they work their way through McLean's and on towards Coppice, the gap has continued to grow between the two of them. I think Ollie Cottam has got some company now as well, because yeah, Ollie Meadows has also found himself onto the rear of those two cars. Ollie Meadows is one of those competitors who also runs within the RS AM category, so Reece Summerfield is not that safe in 2nd place as it stands, so you might be on to lose one more place before we see the checkered flag, which is not too far away. We're going through now to start the penultimate lap of the race, and as we do so, it looks like Dan Zelos has just received a 5-second penalty for track limits. So one of the drivers who has gone a few times over track limits, which means he has had 5 seconds added to his race time, and already that drops him down outside the top 10 into 12th position. Just shows how competitive the field is, how closely they are bunched together, and with that, Dan Zelos has already lost 5 places with those 5 seconds being applied. So not good news for him. He's still got 2 more laps to try and build the gap so he doesn't lose as many places, but it's not looking good, unfortunately, for the driver behind car number 45, Dan Zelos, who is about to work his way to the completion of another lap, and Tom Bradshaw is about to head on to the last lap of the race for the first time this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. He'll work his way down towards the Robert chicane. He's already completed Sector 2. He comes through now. The fight for 2nd place is still on here between Joe Marshall and Jacob Toft. They're going to try and sort themselves out for 2nd position. Can the Duckham's livery machine get through at Redgate? No. So that's one opportunity which has been missed for the 3rd place driver. But Jacob Tofts also has an opportunity down through the old hairpin. He'll have another one over possibly at McLean's corner. That's quite a sketchy move to make, but if he's close enough, he might want to dive for the inside line, and then he'll have one further chance to try and get the job done down at the Robert chicane. But again, that is quite a tricky move to make with the power that these Porsche Caymans do in fact give out. 500, of course, brake horsepower for the RS class, and about 425 brake horsepower for the Club Sports, which is still currently being led by the 12 machine of Jonathan Moore. He has an advantage now over Lydia Walmsley, and Jason Baker hasn't really closed in behind, so Baker is now down to 3rd and remains there for the 2nd half of this race. The clock, though, has ticked to 0, so Tom Bradshaw, after a lights to flag victory, is going to be. He had the red flag to deal with, he had the safety car to deal with as well, but he's come through unscathed, and Tom Bradshaw negotiates the Robert chicane, and it's the first win of 2025 for Tom Bradshaw in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. 2nd place goes the way of Joe Marshall, just ahead of Jacob Toss by 0.2 of a second. So a great battle between those two cars. 4th place goes the way in the end of Toby Trice. He will hang on ahead of Samuel Harvey in the number 70 machine. And then behind that, you've got Ethan Hamilton in 6th place. 7th place for Matt Cole-Henny. He picks up the honours in the RS AM category, with Ben Mulryan dropping to 8th place on that last lap. Reece Summerfield comes through in 9th.
Penalty.
Oh, is it another one?
Yep.
So that just disappeared off the screen, yeah. But that is why Ben Mulryan dropped down the order. So he suffers just like Dan Zelos. So Mulryan to 8th, Summerfield to 9th, but he picks up 2nd within the RS Am category. 10th place to number 98 is Ollie Cottam, and with his 5-second penalty, Dan Zelos drops down into 11th position. Further back, the Club Sport Pro Division 1 by Jonathan Moore, and the Club Sport Am category is going to be won by Hannah Chapman, who comes through the final corner now to take the spoils in that division. So very, very well done for her. Good to see that the ladies have made their way to the podium, not just in Club Sport, in the Am category, but also in the Pro category, with Lydia Wormsley taking 2nd position. So there we have it, the final race of the day done and dusted. We'll have drivers down there in Parc Fermé with Josh shortly. We'll have a podium to look forward to, quite a long podium, I think, with the Am of Club Sport and also the RS category, and also the Pros to look forward to as well. But that is the race completed, with Tom Bradshaw taking the victory.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
Our last message that comes in today is from Matt. He says, Al, you may have mentioned this previously. We were talking about F1 drivers that have raced in the BTCC. What about the likes of Brabham, Morbidelli and Cecotto? All of those, yep, very, very good. And Matt also says nowhere near as good as Tingram, Sutton, Hill, Turks, Shedden. This is a golden era. I reckon I agree with that.
It's going to be the year, isn't it, with many more drivers on the grid this year, and
this is going to be just
multiple
a great
champions.
Championship year. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody, for your WhatsApp messages. As we say, we've still got a podium to look forward to, but if you haven't done already, make a note of our telephone number for WhatsApp. We take your message plus your name, only your first name. That's all we need, to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. Message plus your first name, and that's on WhatsApp only. Or you can email us, studio@tokalive.net. That's the way you get in touch. We're going to be back on air at 9:10 tomorrow morning here at Donington Park. But let's hope that down in Parc Fermé, we've got Josh, who will be hopefully talking to some Porsche drivers ahead of the podium.
Yep, I'm down here, Alan. Thanks very much. Tom Bradshaw has just jumped out of the winning car, and Jacob Ebrey's down here to get the winning photographs of Tom Bradshaw, and we'll let him take his helmet off, and then we'll grab a word with our winner of round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain for 2025. Second went the way of Joe Marshall, and third Jacob Tofts, of course. Well done, Tom. We've spoke a lot today, which means it's good news for you. Another top spot this time in the race.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant. The car was mega, so it was made it much more straightforward for me. But yeah, I was just the red flag came out, and I was just praying I could replicate that first start I had, which luckily I could, because you could see the guys behind. I was pushing like mad. I'm not really making much ground, so I was relying on those guys getting into a tussle just to keep me free at the front, which they did. Yeah, mega, over the moon. Like I said, I didn't think I was going to be here 3 weeks ago, so I've got to say a massive thank you to Torre Verde, my sponsors, Glazerate, Manakar here, Porsche Centre Bolton and Preston, and yeah, it's over the moon.
Obviously, having the long red flag, not ideal, but you've been around a little while now, so you've seen it before.
Yeah, it's crazy how it's crept up on me, but I do feel truly ancient these days. I was sat in the debrief the other day, and yeah, everyone's like 16, 17, and I'm sat here at 35, but still seems to be pedalling reasonably quickly, so I'll keep going.
Looked like it. Well done, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
So there's Tom Bradshaw, race winner in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Second place was Joe Marshall. Well done, Joe. Second place, a good improvement from qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying didn't go my way, really. We were quick in testing. I just made a few mistakes in qualifying, so I said to the lads, I'll get on the podium for you for thank you, so yeah.
Now looking to move forward tomorrow even more?
Yeah, well, we start P4 again tomorrow for race 2, so it's going to be the same struggle. But yeah, I'll give it my all and try and get into a good spot for race 3.
Well, good luck with that.
Cheers, thank you.
There's Joe Marshall in second, and third for Jacob Tofts. Jacob, third position. Are you happy with that, or are you hoping 1 or 2 better?
Never happy if you're not first, but I think we've come a long way from last year, so have to be a bit satisfied.
You perhaps learn things today and look over the video tonight and try again tomorrow?
Yeah, we've got things we can try for tomorrow.
Well, we've gone down in third anyway. So there's our top three for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain.
You've got a lot of drivers to assemble for multiple podiums, Josh, and we'll remain with you on Toka Live until we have our podium presentation, the final one of the day. Just remains to say, Matt, I think we can relieve you of duties. You can go off and get something to eat, get plenty of rest, because tomorrow is going to be a busy day.
It is, yeah, lots to look forward to. We've had a great first day here at Donington Park. We've got 3 touring car races coming up for you, and no one really can decide what's going to happen, and that's the way we love it for a brand new season. Lots to look forward to. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully everybody else is as well.
We are, Matt. Thank you very much indeed. Great work in the commentary box today. Matt Suckling making his way off for a good night's rest, get himself nicely refreshed for going on air tomorrow morning at 9:10 with the Porsche Carrera Cup, their first race of the season as well. For Toka Live, we will stay with you for Josh's presentation for the first race of the year for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB 2025, and we'll stay with you as well.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
You didn't get that bit in there, no, Tom, I'm laughing because as usual, you're making me smile before I interview you. What a great session that was, particularly for the fans, but a good performance. Well done.
Thanks. It was all right. We're in the mix. We're third, which is, I mean, it's not. Yeah, we're third, which is great. So, you know, we're there or thereabouts. It's not a lot in it. I mean, it's millimetres in it between the three of us, which is both good and infuriating. We're in good shape, I think. We'll see what happens tomorrow, because that's going to be, with the three of us as close as it is and the rest of us as close as it is, it's going to be pretty spicy, I think, tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's just talk about the very brief session after the red flag. That was a real proper chess game, wasn't it? Did you go early? You were waiting and waiting and waiting for your one lap by the looks of it.
No, and that wasn't planned, if I'm honest. We were kind of forced into that. We've had a bit of a tactic throughout today that's obviously worked very well for free practice 1, free practice 2. It worked all right for quali, and it did not work when there was an early red flag for Q3. So we fell completely out. It completely kiboshed us. So we fell completely out of sync. So that was frustrating, and it obviously meant I had to do it right at the very end with minimal risk of obviously getting a track limit infringement or anything else like that. So yeah, a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. It's nice to be disappointed and be that close to it. So we'll see what happens come tomorrow when the big points are on offer. It's going to be a close one.
The important bit is you're at the right end of the grid, and it's only the first race.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm just looking at all of our cars that look like they've had battle scars throughout qualifying because the tyre stacks have gone back in. So it looks like we've done a race distance already. We're already going into our spares package, so see what happens come tomorrow.
I'm going to go and find your colleague Tom Chilton and offer my commiserations. He had a very sorry second session, didn't he?
I don't think he's going to be the happiest person on earth. He usually is the happiest person on earth, but I might have to go and give him a big cuddle.
Excellent. And taking some of your smoking barbecue to cheer him up.
I will do. We did a really, really nice bit of lamb leg, like a Moroccan lamb leg over Easter, and it was very, very good. It smoked for getting on 6 hours, really low, and it was beautiful, I must say. Very succulent, very smoky, very nice.
We're waiting for you to open your deli in the pit
very
lane.
Good. Well, we've got to have some way of earning some money out of this, haven't we?
Great session, well done.
Thank you.
Well, Gordon, good to catch up with you. We literally just heard the news. The tyre stack's going back in, which is going to put a smile on a lot of people's faces, I think. What about you?
I was really, really good in those sessions and didn't exceed track limits at all, so I thought I was doing all right. But now it just takes the dubiety out of it. It's a sad state of affairs when we have to resort to putting furniture, as I call it, on a circuit to keep people within the legal limits. So I understand from I get it from a driver's point of view, I get it from the organiser's point of view, but we should be better than that.
Absolutely. Apart from that, just your thoughts on those two sessions, really.
A little bit mixed. The car felt good in some areas, worked through in others. So we'll knock it down before quali and see how we go. But we've definitely got areas where we need to sneak a bit more.
You're hoping for top 10?
That'd be good. Let's see where we end up.
Most of all, is it good to be back?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's, it feels like I've never been away.
Fantastic, thanks.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to hedge my bets here and cross down to Josh and wonder just how close we are to getting our podium, our final podium of the day, underway for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Josh, how are you doing?
We're not there yet. We've got drivers leaving Park Ferme. I think we've got 11. I think we're getting a 12th, and then hopefully it won't be too far away.
It won't be too far off that we can bring you our final podium of the day. This is perhaps the most tricky podium we do to assemble everybody, because there are 12 drivers in total. 4 podiums are coming up, and all of it we'll hope to carry live here on Toka Live on 94.3 FM here at Donington Park. So there is time for, I know how long these podiums take to get together. There probably is time for one more tune.
Dan, huge congratulations. What a great way to lay down a marker for the start of this season with a cracking pole position.
Yes, really proud of that one. The first one always means a lot, you know, with it being, you know, the first time in the season, and we all get all the hybrids, hybrid boost, sorry, old speak, but no, it means a lot. You know, the cars, these are as fast as they'll ever go. You know, we've all got all the deployment, so she's scarred, isn't she, bless her? I've wrung every inch out of that. Let's have a look at the other side.
Yeah. Give it a good look.
Yeah,
it's all in one piece mostly.
She's in one piece, but she's only had an hard time, and that's ultimately we're out there giving absolutely everything. I can see Tom's car behind, and you'll confirm it's also had a hard time. You know, track limits, we talked about them earlier. That was the right call. Yeah. That took away any doubts about anything. For me, they're no less safe than they've ever been. I think on the entry. On the entry curbs, I see no reason why they shouldn't be there, because that's how we dictate the corner. We're not a single-seater, we can't see the front tyre, and there's no proper curb in place for us to use. So when you've got these curbs at the same level as the tarmac, come on, you're just asking for a problem. You know, find me any racing driver in the world that won't look for an advantage. So at least this is fair, and I think they made the right call, even if it was a bit last minute.
It was an exciting last session to start with, and then the red flag, which meant, did you go early or did you wait? You went relatively early, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, our strategy stays the same. We like lock in on what we think is the right way to do it, and obviously then you also try and replicate the same feeling as you go on. You don't want to go out there and do something completely different, only to find that now the car handles different. Well, it will do, because you prepared it differently. So quite regimented in that. The good thing is that I don't actually go on for lap 1, so I half go to kind of get some more temp, and that's when I realised there was a car stop, so it didn't really matter to me. Obviously what it did do is mean that you had a finite amount of time to get on with it afterwards. First couple of laps probably not quite there, and then really committed it on the third, and the car hung with me, which was fantastic, and there's the result.
Fantastic result for you, well done. And just finally, a lockout on the front row for the team.
Is Dan on second? Who's second, Dan?
Ash. No, Ash.
Ash, amazing. Yeah, I didn't know who was second. I've had radio comms problems all day. So the team told me I was on pole. I could see Tom holding the third bottle, but I didn't know who was second. So what was the gap?
I'm not sure.
Nothing, I imagine.
Very little.
3/5 or nothing. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's fun, isn't it, having two with the same car on the front row?
Fantastic stuff.
That'll be fun.
Well done.
Thank you.
Adam, FP2 done, just looking at the timing board in front of us, P3, very nice.
It is, yeah. I think you've got to take your hats off to the team. You know, they've come here and worked very hard over winter to put a very competitive package together, and it's showing on the timing board. So, but I'm also feeling comfortable, feeling confident, getting more and more in tune with the car every time I go out. So yeah, I'm really happy, and hopefully we can continue this form into quali.
It's always interesting to
AM division in third place, Katia Logi. So we welcome Katia up on to the third step of the podium for the Club Sport AM division. In second place was Paul Porter. So Paul on to the second step of the podium for the Club Sport AM division. The winner of round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain in Club Sport AM was Hannah Chapman. Well done, Hannah. onto the top step of the podium here at Donington Park, the winner of round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain within the Club Sport AM division. So Hannah gets up onto the top step of the podium. Then we get the 3 drivers all together on the top step for some photographs. So well done to Hannah Chapman, the winner. 2nd place, Paul Porter, and 3rd place, Katia Logger, together on the top step of the podium here at Donington Park. So well done to the 3 of you who make your way off of the podium. Then we move on to the Club Sport Pro division. In 3rd position was Jason Baker. Well done, Jason. 3rd position within Club Sport Pro here at Donington Park. In 2nd place, Lydia Walmsley. Well done, Lydia. 2nd place in Club Sport Pro for the opening round of the season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. But the winner in Club Sport Pro for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, Jonathan Moore. Well done to Johnny. 1st race in a Porsche, and it's a win within Club Sport Pro for round 1 of the season here at Donington Park, and he will jump up onto the top step of the podium and receive his winner's trophy. The race winner then within the category, Jonathan Moore, 2nd Lydia Walmsley, and 3rd Jason Baker. The 3 drivers together on the top step of the podium for some photographs. So congratulations once more to Jonathan Moore, the winner, 2nd place Lydia Walmsley, and Jason Baker in 3rd. So they will leave the podium. Then we'll move on to the RS division, starting off with RS AM. In 3rd position, Ollie Meadows. So Oliver Meadows up onto the 3rd step of the podium. In 2nd in RS AM was Reece Summerfield. Well done, Reece. 2nd place, but the winner within RS AM for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, Matthew Cole-Henny. Well done to Matt. Up onto the top step of the podium, the winner for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge in RS AM. And then photographs of our top 3. Matthew Cole-Henny, the winner. 2nd, Reece Summerfield, and 3rd for Oliver Meadows. We get the 3 drivers up onto the top step for some final podium photographs within the RS AM division. And then shortly we'll move on to our overall top 3, and the top 3 within RS Pro. So in 3rd position was Jacob Toffs for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, up onto the 3rd step of the podium for Jacob. In 2nd place was Joe Marshall. Well done, Joe, up onto the 2nd step of the podium. And then the winner for round 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, Tom Bradshaw. Well done to Tom. He's telling us a moment ago he didn't think he'd be competing in the championship, but it's a win in the opening round of the season for Tom Bradshaw. So the winner, Tom Bradshaw, 2nd, Joe Marshall, and Jacob Toffs in 3rd. In a moment, the top 3 will get on to the top step for their final photographs. And that completes the podium.
We will wrap up the opening day here at the Fit British Touring Car Championship 2025. Be sure to join us again tomorrow, 9 AM British Summer Time, for all the action as we go racing for the first time in the touring cars. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye-bye.